you are the sender. The sender is not chayav. The guy that does it is chayav. Why? Ain shnei b'dvar avera. So we have two people on this side, on the right side. We have one person on the left side. Which one do we learn from? Well, Shammai won't learn from Shmuel because they don't darshan the word hu. Ahu. What do they do with ahu? They say that when two people shech the same animal, they hold on to the same knife. I mean, they're potter. Also, they say that it's trying to be kindness or a mistake. Potter. You can also explain what Shammai meant to say is that yes, when it comes to murder, the sender is a special halacha by murder. It says by David HaMelech, he sent Uriah to the front line, and Nosan Hanavi accused him of murder, even though he didn't murder. David HaMelech didn't murder. Push the murder in. Also, a rash of the Khair B'nai Ammon, the murder. According to Chachamim, nobody is not chayav at all because Uriah was a murderer of the Malchim, not to the king. In front of the king, he said, "I done my master to somebody else." So we got it alone. He's chayav Misa, so David HaMelech is potter for killing Uriah. Another shot is that Shammai meant that if you hire somebody to kill somebody else, you hire. What does it mean hire? You did Shemai. So what does Hill say? Okay, obviously not. Hill would say you hired not for murder. You hired for something else. You hired for Ramata murder. Shammai says no. You get up to Shemai, you're going to don you as if you're a real murderer. It's a real strong of it. Moshe tells us, even if you say that according to Shammai, that somebody sends a messenger to do an agent to do something, it goes back to the sender. That would work in all the areas of the Torah, like Shabbos, like these others, but not in Avera, like Arayus and Chayla. But we never found anywhere where a person benefits and enjoys an Avera and somebody else pays for it. So there's a sheet in the Gemara that according to Beisila, if somebody sends 3 people to be Mekadosh a woman, they cannot be English. This is a sugya of Shliach Nasa Egmin. And an agent who brings Kedushin to be Mekadosh a woman, could he flip into an aid and testify, yes, this woman received Kedushin. Yes, this malva was paid back by who? By myself. Could a Shliach become an aid? There's another sheet of Beisila that says no, that a Shliach could become an aid. Bottom line is, we pass him Shliach Nasa. We know that Beisila, we always pass him with Beisila. So either way you cut it, you don't have to say that Beisila holds Shliach Nasa, and he says Shliach Nasa. And Rav also, who's obviously not going to argue on Beisila ever, also holds Shliach Nasa. Make your adin, the same halacha applies to Kedushin, that Shliach becomes an aid, and the same halacha would apply, and Mamonis, by a loiv and a malva. At the end of the day, there's a new concept that we haven't had in a while called shvuah assassins. And that is, in addition to the regular shvuah, when a person admits to a partial claim, he has to make a shvuah. Even if he denies the entire claim, he has to make a shvuah assassins. Therefore, an agent who brings money to a malva, and he says, and later on testifies that he gave it to the malva, we don't believe him because he's biased. Because if he would say that he gave it back to the loiva will invoke the shvuah assassins. Now, a person doesn't want to make a shvuah. He might be a ganav, but he never wants to make a shvuah. He'll always say that he gave it to the malva, and the malva cannot invoke the shvuah assassins. Therefore, he's biased, and now we don't trust him. Rashi says this comes from the halacha of Tenbiyah. And that is, a storekeeper sometimes extends credit. So if an employer tells a store owner, I want you to give my employees credit, that's how I'm going to pay them the salary. The store owner says, I gave them credit. The employees say, we never received it. So each one says to the other one, I have nothing to do with you. The one that owes me is the boss. So they go to the boss, both of them make a shvuah. The store owner and the employees make a shvuah, and the boss has to pay both of them. So that would be the same idea by us, that the agents have to make a shvuah, and at the end of the day, the loiva will have to pay. Chachamim hold by a get of a naira amurasa, and that is, if there's a girl who's either a kana, and even a naira who's between 12 and 12 and a half, and she's only engaged, not completely married, the first stage of marriage. So Chacham holds she could receive a get in addition to her father receiving a get for her. Even though she's in her father's domain, she can still receive a get. Rishokish takes that a step further and says, just like we say that she can receive a get, she can also receive her kedushin because kedushin and kedushin are the same. So whatever you do by get, you do by kedushin. Whatever you do by kedushin, you do by get. According to Rabbi, there's a distinction between Yikon and kedushin. That by kedushin, Chacham will agree that only the father can accept the kedushin. Why? Because this kedushin takes her out of the father's domain and doesn't allow the daughter to receive the kedushin. Another halacha in the Gemara, but any girl who's that young who keeps on going back to her husband after a divorce, you can't divorce her. It's mishal ba'ila chazeres. You have to give her a get, and she doesn't come back. If she comes back, it's not a good get. Places hold that if the father is able to prevent her from coming back, that's considered mishal ba'ila chazeres, and it does work. Rabbi side, have a wonderful day.
They had a psychiatry at Vanderbilt. He's fucking amazing. He's got me chemically dialed in. I sleep 8 hours. I'm up. I don't take naps. I walk. I feel great. He's done it all. He's fucking amazing. All right? But before I got properly medicated, I was a fucking nut and a complete asshole.
Dalit, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the Amen Dalit. So in the middle of Machlokes, the halacha is a get that if your father has a young daughter, and she's married, not only does he receive a get for her, but she can also receive it. And we had a machlokes yesterday between Rothschild. What about kedushin? First of all, just says kedushin and gerushin are the same, just like she receives the get. She receives the kedushin, he also says the different. What if she's engaged? She receives kedushin, her father receives kedushin, and then the husband or the cousin dies without children. So she becomes a yavama. She falls to Yibam to the other brother. Goes one of the brothers and he wants to give her a ring that's called minor because it only is effective with the Rabbanon by a woman. For that, you need the consent of the father. But if she's a Naira, she's 12 years old, you don't need the consent of the father. Why not? Why is it different? Because Midaraisa, she's a skuka. Skuka means there's a bond, she's attached to the Yavim somewhat. The Yavim is only finishing it off with this ring. So for that, you don't need the consent of the father. Even Rabbi Yehuda goes by a get. He argues off the phone, said before. He argues off him that the girl cannot receive it. Over here, he'll admit that the girl can receive the minor because she's already speaking. Some say that according to Rabbi, a naira doesn't need the das of a father by minor because we consider minor something that could be done even forcefully by why? Because Rabbi holds that to be done forcefully, he compares minor to the regular act of Yibam. Just like Yibam doesn't need the consent of the Yibam to be done by Bakar, so too, the act of Kedushin, although it's the Rabbanim, still can be done by Bakar. So how say on the other hand, that no, the act of minor is like a regular act of Kedushin in a regular woman. And for that, the woman needs her consent. So too, minor. The Gemara goes on to tell us that our Mishnah, even this part of the Mishnah, is based on the end of the Mishnah, which we're going to have on Daf Minvav. You see, this machlokes, not on Minvav, but it's very similar to Minvav. And just going back to the original machlokes, the person takes 5 collaterals from 5 different people, and he swears. Now, typically, if he swore to one person who is found to be a liar, as being an Asham, or maybe he swears to all 5, he lies to them. Is it considered one shvuah or 5? It's not like according to Shimon. In order for it to be considered 5 different shvuahs, he has to say the word shvuah lecha, shvuah lecha, shvuah lecha. That's it. And according to Glaz, as long as you say shvuah all at the end, according to Halakama, you can say shvuah in the beginning. I also now understand. A person tells a woman, I want to be Mekadesh with this fruit, and I want to be Mekadesh with this fruit. So the not started. The value of the two of them, and I'm trying because he said a Lashon, Kedushin. So that would seem to be Reb Shimon, and therefore the beginning is also Reb Shimon. The Gemara tells us Reb Shimon, however, also holds of Rabbi Yehuda, which you mentioned, holds that a girl cannot receive Kedushin by herself. Only the father can receive Kedushin for her. Now, it says in our Mishnah, Ishmael Kadesh, Pitoi Naira. So it's mashma from our Mishnah that only the only the father can be Kadesh, not the daughter. At the end of the day, the Gemara tells us the halacha is a good look. How do we know this? Because Ravin came out of the Bismarck and he said, in the Bismarck, everybody passed away to the and the Shloka stood up there and he screamed like a crane. When you're screaming the Yatza L'Haisa, you have to compare Kedushin to Gerushin. Nobody cares. In other words, when it comes to Kedushin, only the father receives the Kedushin, not the get. More it goes on to tell us that when it comes to get, a Nara, a girl who's 12 years old, Simanim, is like the extension of the father's hand. She's not a chotzer, she's a yad. Why? Because if it's a chotzer, it only works if the person, the girl, will be sleeping, tied up, and you watch him like we have by a slave. And obviously the girl is not any of those, and therefore she can't accept it as a chotzer. It must be she's accepting the get as a yad. However, even though she's an extension of the father's hand, she cannot make another shliyah, because a hand doesn't have the ability to make a shliyah. You need das to make a shliyah. We have a sugya that we're going to go into tomorrow's daf. A minor that did not ask permission from her father to get engaged, she became Kadeshus on her own. So the Gemara tells us she needs a get because perhaps the father agreed to this condition. She needs something called niyum. She needs to use this condition because maybe she didn't accept the condition. So she didn't accept the condition. Why does she have to be niyum? Or I'm sorry, the father didn't accept the condition. The answer is because this act of niyum shows that it's not a real condition. It's only the Rabbanim. And we want people to know that perhaps there's nothing going on here. And if this individual got engaged to her sister, people say, well, look, there was a get. You're right, so that engagement to the sister is nothing. Anybody could marry her. In fact, no one can marry her, because perhaps the first girl is not Mekudeshes, and the second one is. We need to show that the first one might not be Mekudeshes, so she doesn't need him, and therefore people be careful with the sister. And the Gemara tells us this whole halacha takes place by shidduch. This is a shidduch. In other words, then we could say that the father agreed to it. We spoke about it, we discussed. According to Ula, the Gemara says, a girl who gets engaged without the father's consent doesn't need a get, and doesn't need a it's a big fat zero. And either decided on that no shidduch, or some say even Ula is talking about even in the case of a shidduch. This is that we found that she got engaged to herself, according to Ula, we must be said. We're talking about a yisayr l'chayah. In other words, she's already married once. Then, because she's married, she leaves her father's domain completely. The second time around, she got engaged to herself. This that we find that a father sells his daughter who's an almana. How's that possible? Must be talking about that he sold her as an alma, and the master married her. So he had some sort of consent to the marriage, but it's not really as if he married off and never received anything, and therefore he's able halachically to sell her after she's already married. The boy side, have a wonderful day.
He's sitting in the position, and something happened if the light got a little lower, and he's fucking saying shit to her with his face red, right? He's like, fuck you, this is my house. Don't you ever talk to me like this. This is my fucking house. You blink this Coco, she's my guest, and she's talking to me like this. This is my vodka.
Kiddushin, Dafran, hey, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8 Minute Box. We're talking about a case where a Katana accepted Kiddushin from the Chassan without the father's consent. And then unfortunately this Chassan passed on to the next world without any children. So if the Kiddushin was a good Kiddushin, then she'd fall Yibum. So the halacha is that she is required to do chalitza, because perhaps the father agreed to this, and then the deraisa that she falls Yibum, even though it's only Erusin. But she doesn't have to refuse marriage, because everybody knows that a sister of a chalutza is only listening to Rabbanan, and if somebody goes ahead and marries her, let's say, Yavam, you marry her, everybody knows that the condition is good condition. And we'll explain. Because if this Yavam guy goes ahead and gives this Kana, the original Kana, gives her a ring, that's called Maimon. It's condition only with Rabbanan, and because we require that he gives her a get for that maimon, that becomes a problem. Now people think, hey, they were married in the Raisa, why did he have to give her a get? And it's possible to do the Raisa if the father agreed to it. It's also possible that they're not married at all, that they have no connection, because the father didn't agree to it. So therefore we require her to do Niyam. That Niyam shows that there's a problem there. Niyam is only your Rabbanan. So people will be concerned, and they'll think that if the Yavam got engaged to this kind of sister, instead of him thinking it's nothing because he's completely married to the first one and he can't be married to the sister, so you know what? Maybe he wasn't married to the first one at all, and therefore she's the Ishish, and nobody will know it. According to Rabbi, we're not concerned that maybe the father agreed if they made a deal. If, let's say, two fathers had a discussion. I want my son to marry your daughter. Now, when it comes to a son, it's a lot worse than a daughter. By a daughter, there's a possibility that a father sees his daughter get engaged without his consent and is happy with it because Kavla Mesa can't do Mila Mesa Ireland. But a boy is always misguided. He wants to make sure he doesn't want his father to marry him off. So therefore, in that case that a father marries off his son to somebody else's daughter, you don't even need to get. Another halacha, somebody gives a girl without the father's consent a bundle of vegetables. Before everybody, it's not a tradition. It's a bizarre. And if he's mekadosh in a marketplace, it's a bizarre. The Gemara does this story. There was a couple who had a big argument. The father wanted his daughter, who was a kind to marry his relatives. Oh, my relatives are the best. The wife says, no, my relatives are the best. I want her to marry mine. At the end of the day, the father was mevater. He agreed to his wife, okay, let her marry your relatives. Let's make a big party. Before they were even engaged, during the party, the father's relative went ahead and was mekadosh. So Rabbi says, in this particular case, because they made a big party, nobody wants to lose a party like that, so therefore the issue is not there. Rabbi says, no matter what, once the father told the wife, let's marry off our daughter to your family, the Jews don't lie like that. And he'll never intentionally agree to it behind his wife's back. We know that marriage has two stages, Kiddushin and Nisua. If the father agreed to the Kiddushin, stage one, the money part, the ring, and then he went off overseas to do some business, and the girl lost patience, and she married the chassan without her father's consent. According to everybody, if she dies, the chassan doesn't get married. It stays in its proper place, goes to the father. It stays in whether the tea, meanwhile, until the comes back, if she eats truma, she marries a fight. Because when the rice says she eats truma anyways once she's engaged. Or perhaps, you have to be concerned that when the father comes back from his business trip, he'll disagree to his marriage and retroactively she wasn't allowed to eat truma. But if the father is present, and he doesn't say anything, he sees his daughter getting married, according to Rabbi, you don't eat. He doesn't eat truma. Why? Because even though he's quiet, the reason why he's quiet is because he's furious, he's angry. Other man says no, he should eat. Why? The fact that he's quiet proves that he's okay with it. But what if even the Kedushin, the first part, was against the father's word? And he's here. He's watching it. Rahuna says the opposite. Now Rahuna says she couldn't. Because nobody's going to be quiet through two stages like that. And the reason why he's quiet is because he's mafkir his chos. It's as if he agrees to the whole thing. And Rabbi Isai, have a wonderful day. So in the back of my mind, I'm like, wow, it's two girls. They one for the same guy. It's some girl shit. About a month later, I find them. They're on a trip back from the fucking Mets. Tiana verified. Kedushin Daf Memvav. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8 Minute Daf. Where Tana got engaged without her father's das, without her father's consent. We have machlokes between Rav Asi and Rav whether or not she could renege on this engagement. She accepted it, but her father didn't accept it yet. According to Rav Asi, she could not renege. According to Rav, she could. We want to thought maybe could bring her right from the class. The law is that if somebody seduces a girl, he has to pay 50 shekel knas to the father, even in a case where the father agrees that he should marry his daughter, but she doesn't want it. So this is similar to our case, because over here we have the father's will, we're doing it, and she's against it. So you see that she could be Michael. It's a right to right. No, it's not a right. Because we could say, like we've always learned to pay it, but we're talking about people that the man didn't have das for kedusha. You don't want to marry. And even if you say that it's kedusha, it's necessary to do another kedusha. More you may another kedusha because you didn't have the father's consent to do it. And now we're in a brand new mission. If a person uses a lashon, he says he takes a fruit, he takes a date, and he says this actually before a zoo, and then she eats the date, and then there's another one. So if one of them has a shavuot pita, it's a good kedusha. We have machlokes. What exactly is this? Point around in Shmuel from the beginning, where a person says a double lashon, "Skachli bezu, skachli bezu." He breaks it up very strongly with the words "skachli, skachli." And the chiddush is, even though she's eating something, but she has an immediate satisfaction enough, nevertheless, there's no kedushin with less than a shavuot. According to Rabbi, it's talking about the end of it. He doesn't say skachli, but rather he says skachli bezu, bezu. And all of the states together. There's a shavuot pruta, then there's a kedusha. And the finish is, but if she eats it right away, then you need the last date should have a shavuot pruta. And from here, the Gemara says, we see a number of things. First of all, you see, if somebody gets engaged, he tries to make a kedushin with a milva with a loan, it doesn't work. Because over here, it doesn't work unless there's a full truth at the end. You can't use the previous dates because they're done, they're consumed, they're a milva, they're a loan. Yeah. This is the forgiveness of guy forgives this woman $1 million. He gives her one lousy date that's worth a pruta. Her das is on the pruta, and it's a good kedusha. What if the kedusha is not how? What happens to everything he gave her to begin with? All the dates that he gave her. Does she have to pay them back? Yes. Because if it was matana, it would be a good kedusha. But obviously, it's only a milva, and that's why she has to give it. If a person does something very bizarre, he goes to his sister and says, I read the Kedesh, he gives her money. Now everybody knows you can't get married to your sister. So what is he trying to do it? According to Rab, she has to return the money because all he's doing is he's trying to give her a pardon. He wanted her to watch it and give it. He doesn't say it in a funny way, she won't accept it. According to Shmuel, it's a pure gift, she doesn't have to return it. The reason why he didn't say here's a gift and he said it in a funny way, he didn't want to embarrass her. He figured she's not going to accept it. Halacha is that when a person separates challah from his dough, that's ready to give it to the kohen. But what if he separates challah from flour? Halacha is the kohen must return the flour. And the Gemara wonders why. Why does he have to return the flour? So the Gemara tells us because he's concerned that the kohen is going to fall in a trap. He's going to forget that he's not going to realize that what the Yisrael gave him is higher in more flour, and he's going to take that flour and add it to his own personal flour, and he's going to make bread out of it without the mafresh flour. And it's tevel. It's also the rice to eat it. Another shot is no kind of won't make such a mistake. The concern is that the Yisrael made a mistake. Yisrael thinks that what he did was fine. He's mafresh challah from flour. Everybody knows he's supposed to take from dough. Oh no, that's just to make it easy for the fight. So you used to take from flour, you could take from flour, but the truth is no. Rashis are safe. Flour is only given from dough, not from flour. Now, there's a number of things one goes into it. Perhaps the kohen should keep the flour and just give a little bit of some icers from that flour that he gave. Why does he have to give it back to Yisrael? You see something similar when a person takes truma from a pot that has perforation, which is the rice of high in truma on a pot that doesn't have a hole in the bottom, which is part of the truma with the rice. Or if you say you should take truma, you should go ahead and take truma again, like as if you took truma from a non-perforated pot. It's different. A pot is different than what it says because when you have two pots, the person understands that he made a mistake here. There's one that's high, one that's hot. When it's one bowl of flour, he's going to be lazy. He's not going to want to take truma from it. In the case of a sour, spoiled watermelon, let's say. So there we say, Yachzav Yitron, you should take a second truma. But in fact, when the rice of the first truma is a good truma, Rabbi sides have a wonderful and also a beautiful yontif.
I played the hip hop comedy style. Steve Harvey's from Sean McDonald's All Black and Comedy Club at a hotel. Okay, and I was sitting back there with these crazy ass, like, I met this guy and he goes, yeah, my name's Willie D. All right, he's Willie D from the Ghetto Boys, okay? And then this little ass midget walks over Bushwick Bill, okay? And he's a gangster, okay? I mean, Bushwick Bill was no bullshit. He had knives on him and shit. That little motherfucker cut your balls off. That was eye level to him. Okay? No. With codeine syrup. Codeine. If we listen to fucking slow records.
Yo, what up, baby? How you living there, Scott? What's good with you?
How you doing?
Living the dream, dog. How are you?
I'm doing good.
How'd you find out about me? How did you find out about me?
Little birdie told me.
Oh, okay.
Hello, birdie.
Okay.
On that tree. Bird on that tree told me about you.
Hey, can I tell you something? You should be nice to people and not rude, you fuck. What is this bullshit? Get me out of this. Get out of here.
Shabbos that Kufnum Beis, we're continuing with the Psukim in Koheles that describe a person as he gets older. Says the pasuk that when a person gets older, his flanks, his ribs, his legs, everything deteriorates. His teeth stop grinding. His eyesight gets worse.
How you doing? You're doing good.
Masechta Shabbos Daf Beis, amazing. We finished Masechta Brachos, and now we're going to take this journey, 156 days of Shabbos. The Torah says it's usher to do Malachas Shabbos, and that includes 39 Malachas, Avos, primary Isur. For that we have subcategories of secondary Isur. When the Mishnah Daf Ayin Gimel describes all 39 Malachas, the last final Malacha is the Malacha that our Mishnah, which Masechta Shabbos begins with, the Malacha of Hitzah, to carry from one domain to another, to transfer an object from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabim, or from Rishus HaRabim to Rishus HaYachid. Rishus HaRabim is the public domain, a street that is 16 amos wide, and many people go by there every day. Rishus HaYachid is a private domain, property that's surrounded by walls that are at least 10 tefachim high. The property has to be a certain size, 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim. Transferring from one property to the other is us. In order to be over that Isur, you have to accomplish two things. You have to do an Akira and a Hanafa. You have to lift that object up and place it down in another domain. When the Torah says Chaitzah, it's referring to going from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabim. When we go from Rishus HaRabim to Rishus HaYachid, that's called Hachnasa. Although our Mishnah describes both of those cases as a Yitziyah. Mishnah starts off saying Yitzias Hashabos Shtayim, they are 2, which equal 4. When a person stands inside or outside, it's 2 that equals 4 for a total of 8. Meaning, the Mishnah starts off with a person that the Mishnah describes ani, not necessarily poor. It's just a character to describe him, so we don't confuse him with the person standing inside called the balabais. Person inside, outside, the ani, lifts up an object. He does an akira, and he places that object from Rosh Rabbi, he places it into Rosh Hashanah. The hanacha over there is chayv in the rise. The second case regarding this ani that's standing outside in Rosh Hashanah is he lifts up an object in Rosh Hashanah and brings it to himself in Rosh Hashanah. He did an akira and a hanacha, but in the opposite direction as the first case, we both under chayv. The corresponding cases, which he's only chayv in the rabban, not in the raisa, are case number 5 and 8 on this list, and that is when an ani does hachnasa. With the ani lifts up an object in Rosh Hashanah, and he extends his arm into Rosh Hashanah, but rather than doing hanacha in Rosh Hashanah, he lets the balabais do the hanacha. Now it's 2 people that did one malacha, therefore in the right, they are patur, the rabban, they are chayv. The 8 cases where the ani lifts up an object in Rosh Hashanah, but rather than transferring it into Rosh Hashanah, the balabais sticks his hand out into Rosh Hashanah, and he does the transferring hanacha in Rosh Hashanah. The next 2 cases in the Reisha, case number 3 and 4, talk about a man who's standing in Rosh Hashanah. We call him the balabais. He does haitzah, lifting up an object from Rosh Hashanah and placing it in Rosh Hashanah. That's also in a Torah because he did a akira and a hanacha. And case number 4 is where he sticks his hand out into Rosh Hashanah, grabs an object, and brings it into Rosh Hashanah. Also in the right, he did akira and hanacha, and that's called hachnasa. The corresponding 2 cases in this list in the Mishnah are case number 6 and 7, where the balabais lifts up an object in Rosh Hashanah, and the ani extends his arm into Rosh Hashanah, and the balabais places the object into the ani's arm, not doing hanacha because the hanacha didn't take place in Rosh Hashanah. All the balabais did was the akira. The ani finishes it off doing the hanacha. It's 2 people that did a malacha, shnaim shel asuha, turim. They're both patim in the raisa, but chayim in the rabbanan. And finally, the 8th case is where, the 7th case, the balabais lifted up object rather than waiting for the ani to extend his hand into the rishus hayachid. He extends his hand into the Rosh Hashanah and places it into the ani's hand. Rather, the ani takes it out of his hand and does the hanacha in Rosh Hashanah. So here again, we have a case where 2 people did 2 malachas, akira and hanacha, and they are patim in the raisa, chayav mid the rabbanon. Those are the 8 cases in the Mishnah. The Gemara brings a Mishnah in Masechta Shavuos that's very similar, that says 2 which are 4, and brings a number of cases. One of them is a shvuah. Somebody takes an oath. The Torah describes it as in the future. He says he's not going to eat or he is going to eat. That's 2. We add the arises as well, the past. I didn't eat or I did it. The other case is Tumah. Midarais in the pasuk talks about when a person forgets that he is tamei and walks into the Beis Hamikdash knowing it's a Beis Hamikdash, forgetting that he's tamei, has to bring a carbon out of the earth. Or he forgot that he's tamei and he keeps touching. The other 2 cases that we have to that is when he forgets that it's the Beis Hamikdash. He didn't realize it's the Beis Hamikdash. He didn't realize that he's eating touching. Negaim is when somebody has a white spot on his skin. The Torah talks about a se'es and a beheres. One looks like snow, the other looks like wool, and we add 2 more deraises. One looks like lime, and the other one looks like the membrane of an egg. But when the Mishnah in Shavuos describes Shabbos, it only talks about 2 which are 4, rather 4 that are 8 like in our Mishnah. Why? Rav Papa attempts to make a pshat, says that our Mishnah is the Hilchos Shabbos, talking about the Shabbos. And therefore, it talks about things that are also patur, not just those. Whereas in Masechta Shavuos, it talks about only Yisroel. And we have to realize, like we said in the beginning, that hachnasa, going from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, is considered in our Mishnah a yitzia, because you see that our Mishnah starts off using the word yitzia and goes on to describe immediately hachnasa, going from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. And the Mishnah in Gimel, describing the last of the Lamites Malachas, talks about going from one Rishus to another Rishus, and doesn't differentiate whether you're going from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, which is the Yitzia, or whether you're going from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, which is Hachmas. It calls them both Finally, Rabbi says, when our mission talks about Shtayim Shem Arba, Shtayim is referring to domains. There are two domains in the Deraisa. Yachal and Shuzarah. Shehem Arba, which can cause 4 Isurim of Eitzah. And our Mishnah includes 4 additional Eitzahs, which are only Asur with the Rabbanan. Have a wonderful day.
The church, what's happening now, motherfuckers? Uncle Joey, the Christ killer, my main motherfucker, Felipe Sparson. What's up, fool? AJ back, American Dream. Hi, those boys. Here we go.
Shabbos Daf Gimel, I apologize that we fell behind on videos because of Purim and the seam that we had in Shushan Purim. Be'ezer Hashem, by tomorrow we'll be all caught up. According to Shmuel, anytime it says in our Masechta that a person that does a malacha has action to it, he's pater, and he's pater avol asur. With the Rabbanan, it is asur. Besides 3 cases that a person took action and it's completely mutter even with the Rabbanan. And that is, if person A traps a deer in a room and he stands by the door, he's chayiv midaraisa. Person B comes and company for a minute, and then person A disappears. Person B is completely pater because he didn't add anything to the trapping. In a case where a person traps a snake because he's worried that the non-poisonous snake will bite him and cause him pain, he's completely pater and mutter because he's not doing it to catch a snake, he's doing it to prevent himself harm. And the third case is, if a person removes pus from within a zit, he's completely pater and mutter because he's not trying to make a hole in his body, he's trying just to remove and relieve the pain. Our Mishnah in the ratio where a person extends his hand and he's just passive, and somebody puts an object from one domain into another domain, into his hand, it's pater and mutter. But the reason why it's not brought down in Shmuel's case is because he didn't take any action. He's passive, he's just standing there. In our Mishnah, we have 8 cases. The first 4 cases are cases where people are chayiv midaraisa on the Isra of Eitzah, and that is because they accomplished 2 things. They did an akira and a hanah. They uprooted an object in one domain and placed it in another domain. The 4 cases in the Seifa, it was a combination of 2 people. One did an akira, one did a hanah. Now, if you look at it, it's 8 cases, but in fact, we have 16 cases because we're talking about 16 different individuals. And in some cases, one individual did an akira, the other individual did a hanacha, and it's 2 different cases, 2 different isurim. Why doesn't the Mishnah count them as 16 cases? Well, the first 4 cases you can't count as 8 cases because the second individual is completely pater and mutter. He's not doing anything, he's just standing like a statue, holding out his hand. So we're not going to count those 4 cases as 8 people. But what about in the Seifa that the 4 cases are 2 individuals? One is doing an akira, that should be 1 halacha, and one is doing an hanacha, and that should be a 2nd halacha. We should count those 4 cases as 8 cases. The answer is because the Mishnah is only counting cases that can lead us to Issa Deraisa that you would have to bring a card. The only person that can get to that case of Issa Deraisa is the person that starts the malacha. The person that does the akira, he could also do hanacha. But the person that does the hanacha can never get to Issa Deraisa because he didn't do the beginning of the case. He only did the end where you have to do an akira and hanacha in order to retire the Deraisa. Even though 2 people did 1 malacha, there's no reason to have them bring a korban because the pasuk says, one person who does the entire malacha brings a korban. 2 people that do a malacha are. Rab asked Rabbi, what's the halacha if a person doesn't lift up the object, rather his friend puts it on his shoulder and he starts walking? Says Rabbi, walking is considered an akira. You lift up your feet and you move outside. However, a hand is not considered an akira. Why? Because the hand never moved. The hand is part of the body. It's moving, but the body never moved anymore. Says Rabbi, who is Rab's uncle, he tells Rab, didn't I tell you many times, don't ask Rabbi question in another Masechta reason. You might embarrass him. What if he doesn't know the answer and he might be something wrong? Rabbi is a gadol and he's everywhere, and in fact, exactly like it says in the Bible. It says about it. You see from the fact that if a person standing with Rishus Rabbi and extends his hand into Rishus Hayachid, and somebody removes the object from his hand, we don't view that removal of the object from his hand as if he removed it from Rishus Rabbi. although the person's body is in Rosh Hashanah, but his hand is somewhere else. The flip side, somebody standing in Rosh Hashanah extends his hand to Rosh Hashanah, and somebody removes an object from his hand. We don't view it as if he removed it from Rosh Hashanah. Even though his hand is an extension of his body. But asks Abaya, maybe we should view that hand. You're right, the hand is not a Rosh Hashanah, it's not a Rosh Hashanah. It doesn't go by the body, and it doesn't go where it's at. It's something in between. Perhaps we should view it as the Rabbanan Karmel. In other words, it should be a penalty word. For somebody that extends his hand out into another domain, we should not let it be able to bring his hand back into the original domain as a penalty. The Gemara brings a contradiction from two prices and makes 6 shakos. How we could explain the contradiction? One price says that if you extend your hand into another domain, you're allowed to retrieve your hand and bring it back into the house. The other price says that if you take your hand from Rosh Hashanah and put it into Rosh Hashanah, you're not allowed to retrieve your hand. So the Gemara number 1, maybe the prices argue whether or not your hand is considered a carmelist, just like a bias question. If it's considered a carmelist, I can understand that you're not allowed to bring your hand back in, because you're not allowed to bring one domain into another. Another shot is everybody agrees that the hand is a carmelist. But we all know that above 10 tefachim in Rosh Hashanah is not considered Rosh Hashanah at all. It's a bucket of food. So one price is talking about that he extended his hand over and tefachim. Therefore, he's allowed to bring his hand back in, because it's not going from Rosh Hashanah. Under 10 tefachim, not allowed to bring your hand back. Another shot is, no, everybody's talking about, both prices are talking about the low thing. And the question is, one price is talking about that he extends before Shabbos on Friday, therefore he's allowed to bring it back in. Says Gemara, well, you can take a reverse logic. If a person's hand before Shabbos shouldn't be allowed to bring his hand back. Why? Because even if he would bring back his hand back in on Shabbos, he wouldn't be over his rice. Even if he put the object he's holding his hand down in Rosh Hashanah, he wouldn't be over his rice. Why? Because he started that kiro on Friday. In order to be over his rice, you have to do a kiro and enough on Shabbos. Whereas if he extended his hand on Shabbos and he put the object down, if he got tired, let's say, in Rosh Hashanah, then he'd be over the rice. And maybe in that case, we are lenient with him and say he's allowed to bring his hand back in. So, well, if that's the case, you're using that logic, then the question that we're going to have tomorrow, in a situation where a person puts bread in an oven on Shabbos, it takes a couple of minutes for the bread to bake, and he realizes that if you're going to stone him, if the bread bakes, is he allowed to remove it on Shabbos? Now, removing bread on Shabbos, Rabbi, is the Issur Rabbanan. Do we allow him to do Issur Rabbanan to save his life? By the way, you just told me, you're allowed to. Rabbanan didn't say that a person should lose his life because of this Rabbanan. The Gemara goes into that. Who we say that kind of story? Another explanation to explain the contradiction in the prices is one price that says you're allowed to bring your hand back is talking about that he did it by accident. The price that says that you can't bring your hand back out is talking about he did it amazing. Another shot is all of them are talking about he did it. The question is, do we penalize somebody for doing a shagig? Because he might lie in the case that he did mazid. Anytime somebody does mazid, they'll say, well, I can bring my hand back in because I was a shagig. And finally, the Gemara says everybody might agree that we don't penalize somebody shagig up to mazid. So what's the question? The question is, in a case where a person extended his hand and put the object in his friend's chutzner, that's when it's usher. But if a person brings it back into his own chutzner, that's when it's mutter because he didn't accomplish anything. He didn't remove something from his domain. Whatever he tried to do, it went right back to where it was, and therefore, that is mutter. Have a wonderful day.
I stopped doing cocaine in 2009. I wanted a 5-day binge. Really? So you even 2 years after me? Yeah, 2 years after me. After going really to wow, what did you mean, Lisa? I mean, at least in 2006. But when I met her, I was already off.
Shabbos Daf Dalet. Rabbi has an amazing question. A person takes a piece of dough, and in order to bake the dough, he puts it in the side of the oven, like they bake today, latkes. Now it takes a few minutes for the dough to bake. Once it bakes, then and only then will we be chayav into the rice of baking. Is he permitted to remove the dough in order not to be over Issur the rice? But by removing the dough, he's over that Issur the Rabbanan called the deal. And the question is, in order to prevent him from being chayav, carbon chatos, can we allow him to be over Isser Rabbi? Now, a Karban Chatas comes only for a Shaygig. And a Shaygig is only if a person is unaware of what he's doing from the beginning of his act until the end of that. So how is it possible that he had an awareness and he came to and he understands that he's doing an Isser and therefore he wants to remove the dough? It has to be that we're not talking about him, we're talking about his friend. His friend wants to save him from the Chatas. But that's also very problematic. Because in Oyrim La'adam Chatei, we don't tell a friend, you perform a minor Aveira in order so that your friend is not over a major Aveira of a Chatas. Therefore, the Gemara explains, we must be talking about that we don't want this person to be over a Isser Mezid. He did it on purpose. The only issue is that Rabbi Barakaya, in his question, he uses the language of a Chatas, which means Shaygig. So we have to amend that and say he didn't mean Chatas, he meant Mezid. In fact, there's a brisa that says in the first, so that a person is allowed to be over the Isser of the idea of removing the dough from the oven, which is Isser Rabbanan, in order not to be over the Isser Deraisa of Skila. The Gemara brings the Mishnah, which says that if a person is standing in Rishus Harabim and extends his hand, he takes an object, does an akir in Rishus Harabim, and places it in another person's hand in Rishus Hayachid. Hanacha in Rishus Hayachid. He's chayiv deraisa hoitzah. He's did akir and hanacha. The question that Gemara addresses right now is why is the hand of the person standing in Rishus Hayachid enough for the honor to be chayiv? A hand is not 4 tefachim. And in order for a person to be chayav b'hanacha, he has to place an object on an area that's larger than 4 by 4 tefachim. The Gemara makes 7 attempts to explain this. And the Gemara in the Maskana, the last shot, 7th shot is, and that's what we go with, this Rabbi explains that a hand of a person is considered 4 tefachim. You're right, it's not physically 4, but it says if it's 4 tefachim, it's partially like 4. But before we get to that answer, let's go through the different answers. Answer number 1 is that it goes according to Rabbi Akiva, who holds that you don't need 4 tefachim. Because Rabbi Akiva holds in a case where a person throws an object from a Rishus Hayachid private domain to another private domain, but it travels over a public domain. So Rabbi Akiva is chayav for Yitzhak. It's as if it landed in the public domain. How could it land in the public domain? It traveled right over. The answer is because he holds of a concept called Kutas Tenishun Kadam. We consider it as if it landed in the Rishus Harabim. In slow as it's passing over Rishus Harabim, it landed from in Rishus Harabim, and then it continued to Rishus Hayachid. And this Gemara pushes that logic off and says that you see from Rabbi Akiva that he only holds Kutas Tenishun Kadam when it comes to landing, but not taking off. Because if you would be chayiv for taking off also, Rabbi Akiva should say you should be chayiv twice. Once for taking off in Rishus Hayachid and landing in Rishus Harabim, and then again, if I must take off from Rishus Harabim in order to continue to Rishus Hayachid and be chayiv again. You see, there are people hold that for landing you don't need 4 tefachim, but for taking off you do need 4 tefachim. Therefore, Rabbi Akiva does not fit into our mission. As the Gemara is describing this concept of Rabbi Akiva, the Gemara brings Rabbi. At the beginning, he had a suffix, what the Machlokes was, and at the end says this far. But just to point out, the Rabbi brings something called a question. We learn Zrika from Moshe. In other words, in the Midbar, the Levim would pass beams from one wagon to another wagon, which is one Rishus Hayachid to another Rishus Hayachid, because these wagons had walls that were 10 tefachim high, and the wagons were larger than 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim. But as they were passing the beams from one wagon to the other, they were going across a Rishus Harabim. In between them was a Rishus Harabim. So therefore, it's usher to pass an object from one Rishus Hayachid to another Rishus Hayachid if you're going above the Rishus Harabim. And the question is, do you learn throwing from passing? And Rabbi went through that question, but at the end he decided to repeat a whole Kutu Commission Ufadamya, the low 10 tefachim, he said Kutu Commission Ufadamya. The Gemara makes another attempt. Perhaps it goes according to the Shita, our Mishnah, that says that if placing an object in somebody's hand, that's considered 4 tefachim. Why? Because it goes like Rabbi. Rabbi holds that if you throw an object in Rishus Harabim and it lands on a branch, even if the branch is very small, you're chayiv. The Gemara says, well, don't prove anything from that case, because the branch is actually 4 tefachim. Why? Even though you're looking at it and it's less than 4 tefachim. Because the trunk of the tree is more than 4 tefachim. and the branch is attached to the trunk, so it's as if the branch is 4 tefachim long. So perhaps there's another Rabbi. Rabbi says in a case where a person throws an object from one Rosh Hashanah to another Rosh Hashanah, like you see in the picture, from one highway to another highway, traveling over a private domain. Rabbi holds of the concept of as it's traveling over the private domain, it landed in the private domain halachically. But he adds another. He says you are in fact chayav twice. It travels from Rosh Hashanah and passes over Rosh Hashanah, so it's as if it landed in Rosh Hashanah. And then there's halacha as if it took off again from Rosh Hashanah and landed again in Rosh Hashanah. So what happened was you had a hafnasa from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. Then you had a chayitzah from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. Therefore you're chayiv twice. And the Gemara pushes this attempt as well. He says, only in that case does Rabbi say you're chayiv because we're talking about Rosh Hashanah. It has a ceiling. And if you have a ceiling, it's as if the whole Rosh Hashanah was full to the top. And therefore, it landed somewhere, anywhere it lands, it has 4 tefachim to land. But you can't say the same logic in Rosh Hashanah because Rosh Hashanah did not have a ceiling. Because in the desert, they didn't have a ceiling when they were doing the Mishnah. So every Rosh Hashanah did not have a ceiling. Therefore, it doesn't fit into our Mishnah. And for the rest of the attempts of how to explain a person's hand that doesn't have 4 tefachim, how does it work? That we'll see Be'ez Hashem on Daf Hey. Have a wonderful day.
Right in front of each other. Hermaphrodites, one of the funniest things ever was that night in Bethesda. Because while they came in, guys, if I'm dying this any other way, I was so ashamed of myself. But there was nothing I could do. It was done. I was holding these
Shabbos Daf Hey. Yes, you heard right. We are holding today on Daf Zayin, but I'd like to go back to Daf Hey. One of the biggest concepts that we have in Daf Yomi is, if you miss a daf, don't try to make it up. Jump ahead and do the daf. Try to doing. You fall behind the few daf, and it might happen in our situation today with Corona. You might not be in a regular cheer. Don't give up. Just start where everybody else is. Write it down, and when you have the opportunity, come back and do the daf. So Daf Hey, we are discussing the concept of yad. The Mishnah, where there's a poor person in Surah who brings an item into Rosh Hashanah and then places it in the hand of the Rabbi, the person standing in the Surah. Getting a hero and then a hanaf. Why is he chayiv? The hand of the Rabbi is not 4 tefachim or 4 tefachim. And the Gemara makes many attempts until it finally comes to it. The Gemara's first attempt is on that page. We have Allah to take a ball and you throw it to the catcher, and he catches it in his mitt. You are chayiv because you did the akira by throwing it, and the hanafa, the catching of the catcher, that's your hanafa. You see from here that even though the mitt is less than 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim, you are chayiv. So Gemara, you're right. That's a great raya for hanafa. But where does it say that the akira, if you pick up an item from the Balabai's hand and you bring it into Sarabim, you're also chayiv. It doesn't say anywhere that the akira could be from a place that's less than 4 by 4. In addition, how do you know that the catcher's mitt is not 4 by 4? So Rabbi Abba has another attempt. Perhaps you're talking about basket. When you put the item in the Balabai's hand, it's referring to a basket, and you have to read it as basket, not hand. Well, that would be very difficult because if Yossi Rodriguez says if a person has a basketball hoop in Rosh Hashanah and he has a basket on top and you throw a ball into the basket, it's as if you threw it into Rosh Hashanah. You see a basket in Rosh by itself. The Gemara has another attempt. Perhaps this hand that the Mishnah is referring to is referring to a hand that's really close to the ground. It's within 3 feet of the ground, and you can invoke the concept of love of your hand is like by the ground. And the ground is obviously 4 tefachim. The issue with that is, but it says the Mishnah that he's standing up. How does his hand reach the floor? Well, perhaps he's leaning over. Perhaps he's in a pit, and his hand is by the surface of the pit. Maybe we're talking about a dwarf. Says Rabbi, that doesn't make sense. The Mishnah is talking about all these interesting cases. Therefore, Rabbi comes up with final check. A person's hand is considered halachically 4 by 4. So going back to that case that we said, a guy throws a ball into the catcher's mitt, he's chayiv. If the catcher gets up and moves towards the pitcher, then the pitcher is puzzled because it's Shnayim Shosu. All the pitcher did was that here, but the Hanacha is not where he wanted it to land. Somebody else got involved there and made a different Hanacha, and therefore they both did this Melacha, they both to their eyes. Ask the an unbelievable question. What happens, and I saw a video of this being done actually, if a person takes a ball and throws it, let's say tosses a football, and he runs really quickly and catches his own throw. In a way, he's acting like two different individuals, and perhaps he should be punished. Or maybe no. He is doing two different malachas. It's one person, and therefore he should be chayav. The Gemara explains. If a person puts his hand in his friend's backyard in water, and then you put it back, he's chayav. And the chiddush is that water that's laying on top of water is still considered as if it's laying there, because all water is one. But if you have, let's say, a floating walnut, that's not part of the water, and that's not enough. That's not a resting place. You're not a person who received it as it was raining in his hand, that's not considered as if he did not. Because what's the difference if just put the item in his hand and we said that's considered not? Or it came from the sky, that's not considered not. What if he pushes the water with the feet up because it didn't come from a 4x4 fence? If, let's say there's a roof on a slant, so it sort of slows down the descent, but that's not considered a stopping. Whereas if it's an item like a Megillah that will roll down the thing to a stop, that as if it's stopped, but when to move, that's not its resting place. The Gemara says, what about a walnut inside a small little boat, a cleat, a vessel that's on the water? Do we view the walnut as if it's in its resting place in the vessel? Or perhaps because the vessel is still on the water and it's moving, they are both not considered in their resting place, and the Gemara remains in the case. You have oil that floats on top of wine, and somebody who's coming, full yain, who went to the mikvah, but he's waiting for the evening, and we're discussing food, touches the oil. Is it as if he touched the bottom wine as well, because liquid is above liquid? Or perhaps we view each liquid as an individual entity. The oil is by itself, and the wine is by itself. So according to Rabbi and Muri, they're both connected, and if you touch one, you touch them both, and they're both coming. And according to the Tanakama, no, they're not connected. If somebody has food on him, and he's going back and forth, he's not high until he makes a short stop. One kind of stop, it has to be a stop, but he stops to rest. But if it's stopped just to readjust the load, that's not considered a stop. That's not considered a stop. And the reverse is true. You can use that same logic, but there's definitely another one. A person is higher if he walks in the surrounding 4 hours. What happens if he's walking 2 hours and he stops to readjust his load? Since it's not considered a real stop, so then when he continues and he gets to 4 hours, he'll be higher. Because what happened was he walked 4 complete hours. The fact that he stopped in the middle is not considered a stop. But if he stopped to rest, then he's not higher for walking Daled Amos because he didn't do it in one shot. The stop was a real stop. And the same thing Rabbi says in the name of Yosef, that the person lifts up a chayta, he lifts up an item, and his intent was to put it somewhere in his hand. And then he walked outside, then he never did an akira, because in order to be over an akira, you have to have intent to lift it up in order to take it outside. But over here, his intent was to lift it up and put it on the shelf. Therefore, he's not chayav. Have a wonderful, safe day.
And I go, so you fucking kidding me? Put the days on. Felipe, you know me. It was one of the top 10 cocaines I ever bought on the road in 30 years. And that's how bad that Nazi coke was. It was yellow as fuck. That Nazi coke at 4 in the morning, that shit took me to
Shabbos Davon. Gemara brings an interesting case. A person who walks with an object from Rishus HaYachid to the Rosh Hashanah, but he travels through a Carmelis. Carmelis is not a Deraisa, it's a Rosh Hashanah. It's not a Rosh Hashanah and not a Rosh Hashanah. Question is, do we view this person as if he made a stopover in Carmelis, and he wouldn't be chayiv at all because in order to be chayiv, you have to go from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah? Or perhaps we don't view his walking by the Carmelis as a stopover, we ignore it completely. According to Ben Azai, he's potter, and according to Chachamim, he's chayiv. Now, it's very easy to understand Ben Azai. Ben Azai holds the Machalech Toimim. A person who's walking, it's as if he's standing still. Every time he puts his foot down on the ground for a millisecond, that millisecond, he's in a standing position. Therefore, this person is spotted because he walked from the Rosh Hashanah, stopped completely in the Carmelis, and then continued on his journey to the Rosh Hashanah. Since he stopped in the Carmelis, that causes him to be spotted. The Gemara says we need to understand Chachamim. Where do Chachamim see that the person makes a stopover, even though Chachamim hold Mahalach, we love Koyman, it's not considered as if he stood still. Where else do we see in Shas that the person walks through a Carmelis that he's chayiv? The Gemara makes 2 attempts before its final 3rd attempt to resolve it. Perhaps it's as if a person walked more than 4 hours with an object in his hand. Now, a person is not chayiv until he places the object down and just around. A person walked 4 hours and then continues walking. He's not chayiv until he places it down. So all the long that he's walking until he places it down, he was potter. So you see that even though he walked to a place that he was potter, he's chayiv at the end. So that's not a good right. Because had he chosen to put the object down at any given time, at that moment he would be chayiv. Whereas if he's walking through a Carmelis and he decides to place it down in the Carmelis, at that point he would be potter. So comparison. Okay, so we have another case. What if a person walked exactly 4 hours? If he decided to place the object down at Amma number 2 or 3, etc., he would be potter completely. Because in order to be chayiv, you have to walk 4 hours. So here's a case where a person walked through a place that he is potter. Nevertheless, he's chayiv at the end. Ignore that's not a good example. Because other people that would place their objects in Amma number 2 and 3, etc., would be chayiv. Because for them, that is more than 4 hours. Only this individual is potter. So the actual place is a makom chiyuv for the whole entire world besides this person. Not a good example. But what is a good example is if a person walks through Siddur Rosh Hashanah. For example, if a person's fence falls down into Rosh Hashanah, if Rosh Hashanah fence falls into Rosh Hashanah, he is chayiv as if he went from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. Now, that fence, the Rosh Hashanah, is considered a Carmelis. I'm walking through exactly how it shows. So here you have a case where a person walked from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah and is chayiv even though he passed by a Carmelis, and that's where Chachamim got their halacha. The Gemara brings a very long brayso and goes through every single step of the brayso and takes about 4 daf to explain this brayso completely. We're going to go through it step by step. Very simple brayso describing the 4 rishuyos, the 4 domains. There's a Rosh Hashanah, the private domain, Rabbi, the public domain, a Carmelis, which doesn't have the different categories and statuses of Rosh Hashanah and Rosh Hashanah. And then you have makom chiyuv, it's completely potter. You can put an object in there, take it out, and you're not chayiv. Rosh Hashanah is any place that's 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim wide, with mechitzos, with walls that are 10 tefachim high, even if it's underground, in the ground, even if it's on top of a wall. Rabbi is a place that's 16 amas wide, and it's a highway, or it's a large marketplace where people do their business. There's a lot of people, and it's 16 amas wide. Now, if a person goes from Rosh Hashanah to Rabbi, by accent, he's chayiv chatas. You go by Mezid, he's chayiv charas, and if he's edim and asra, he's chayiv. Why does the Bryce have to tell us that the charas who chayiv yisa is in the possible that you do a malacha on Shabbos who chayiv charas, who chayiv stila? The answer is because Rabbi Yochanan says that one who commits 39 of his malachos is chayiv 39 chatas. You can't be chayiv more, even if you told us. You can be chayiv up to 39, but you're chayiv 39. There's a Megillah start. There's a Megillah. In those days, they didn't write down the Torah Shabbat. If somebody had this very Chodesh Dika Shita, he was a Das Yachid, he was the only person that said so. In order not to forget his Shita, they would write it down in a Megillah and they would put it away. They found the Megillah started with Isi ben Ruda that says, he's one out of the 39 malachas that do not chayiv stila. Rashi is going to tell us, guess what? That one is not the malacha of himself. So you are chayiv stila and chayiv. And that's why the Rashi tells us that you're chayiv stila. If there are multiple yards, hatzeros, that belong to different people, or a mavoi she'enim mefulish, meaning streets that are not cut off, they go through and through. If they made, streets that are enim mefulish, mefulish means they go through and through. Enim mefulish means that it's a dead end. So you can make an Eruv there. If you make an Eruv, it's mutter to carry. If you don't make an Eruv, it's us to carry. If somebody stands on the skufa is a threshold. It's a makom tour. You can take an object from the surrounding, or you can take an object from the Shusayachit to the skufa. But you cannot be the middleman, and you can't take an object from the Shusayachit and place it in the surrounding vice versa. If three people do so, they are all potter, but it's possible. Acherim say that this threshold, it depends. If the door, then it acts as a Rosh Hashanah. If the door to the house is closed, then it acts as the Rosh Hashanah. If there's a house on either side, a person owns a house on either side of the Rosh Hashanah, and he wants to make the Rosh Hashanah his own private domain, could he so? According to Rabbi, he could. He simply puts a beam from side to side on both sides of the houses. So the area between the two houses is considered a Rosh Hashanah, where he puts a lechi, a standing beam, a vertical beam, on each side of his house, the corner of one house, two corners. They act as walls. So I'm saying you can't take a public domain and make it into a private domain. That's impossible. So why does the Raisa use a lashon that what's this lashon? More is the come home. Even if a person throws an object, Rabbi, into this area that a person put a lechi in a chayra, he's not chayav from going to drunk. Even the chumrah, we don't say so. The lashon of if there's a highway or a public plaza, soon he Rosh Hashanah. This is a Rosh Hashanah mula. Why does the price use such a strong lashon? To exclude a case of the union is an L-shaped wall that's an amma by an amma. You put four of these L-shaped walls in the middle of the Rosh Hashanah, and you have a well in the middle. And they act as a Rosh Hashanah. People could bring their pails and draw water and give water to their animals with their early red. Even if people are walking through it, there's a lot of Rabbi going through it, it's still considered a Rishus Hayah. In the time of Matan Torah, when Christ was in the Midbar, the desert is considered a Rishus Rabbi. But nowadays, it's not considered a Rishus Rabbi. It's a wonderful day.
I still talk. I talked to Don. Yeah, good weed too, though. Yeah, he has tremendous weed. Good weed. I talked to Don Sleazy 3 days ago. I talk to him every 3 weeks. I was the wolf. The wolf is selling.
Shabbos Daf Zayin. We continue with the brisa that describes the four domains, the four rishuyos, which is Rabbi, Rosh Hashanah, Carmelis, and Makom. While describing a Carmelis, the brisa brings an example of a bika. Bika is a valley, a large field. So we're saying that bika is a Carmelis, but on the other hand, the Mishnah tells us that a bika is considered Rosh Hashanah 3 out of 4 times. And the other time it's considered Rosh Hashanah. In other words, in the summer, we consider Rosh Hashanah if somebody carries from a bika, which is around the and in the winter, if somebody carries from the Tzchayim. And when it comes to Tumah, a bika is considered Rosh Hashanah, but in the summer, it's considered Rosh Hashanah. What does that mean? Tumah has a special halacha that if you have a suffix Tumah, you have a doubt whether this thing is coming, you are coming, you look at where you are. If you're Rosh Hashanah, you are tahar. If you're Rosh Hashanah, you are coming. And why is that? Because we learn from a Saita. Saita, a woman who's secluded with another man, there are no other people there. So if it's in Rosh Hashanah, there are people, and therefore you are tahar. So in this case, only in this case, in the summer, there are some people that go off the beaten path and they go into the field, and therefore it's not considered Rosh Hashanah. For Tumah, it's rather considered Rosh Hashanah. The question remains though, we're calling this bika Rosh Hashanah, sometimes it's Rosh Hashanah, but never do we call a bika a Carmelis. So why does the Brisa call a bika Carmelis? The Gemara brings 2 answers. Ula says, in fact, it is a Carmelis. Just in regarding Tumah, there's Rosh Hashanah and Rosh Hashanah. And that's why we call it Rosh Hashanah versus Rosh Hashanah. But halachically, it's actually a Carmelis. Rav Ashi doesn't like that answer. It says specifically it's Rosh Hashanah. It says Rav Ashi because we're discussing a specific case of a very large field that's enclosed fence. And that creates the Eraisa. However, the Rabbanon, you're not allowed to walk in that Rosh Hashanah 4 hours because it's very similar to a Rosh Hashanah. While describing this Carmelist, there's 3 cases plus a Carmelist. In other words, the Brisa says, Yam, sea, a Bika, a valley, Istavanis, benches, Vik Carmelist. But we are describing Carmelist. So what is this extra word that Carmelist can tell us? A special case of Keren Zavas Rosh Hashanah. There are houses lined up on the Rosh Hashanah, and one of the houses is set back. Now, people could actually go from the Rosh Hashanah into that setback, but they don't. They don't like using that. Therefore, that area is not considered Rosh Hashanah, but rather it's considered a Carmelist. The evidence says, in those days, in the middle of the highway, they would have a pillar, and people would hang their goods on it to sell. Says Rabbi, the area of these amudim, these pillars, is considered a Carmelist. It's difficult to maneuver between them. You could, but you don't. Says Rabbi Yehuda, the benches that are in front of these pillars, they are considered Carmelists, meaning that the beams are not a Carmelist, because you could maneuver if you want to, but you cannot drive over a bench. But the other who says that the pillars are Carmelists, certainly he would agree that the benches are Carmelists. The Gemara discusses the case where a person takes a sticky object, like a wet fig, or silly putty, whatever it is, and he throws it 4 amas in Rosh Hashanah, and it lands on a wall. He is chayiv because he transferred an object 4 amas. Now, if it lands on top of the wall, on top of the smoking pool, you have like a stone in the middle of Rosh Hashanah. How do we view any object in the middle of Rosh Hashanah? Could it cancel the Rosh Hashanah? Says the Gemara, if the stone is 3 tvachim by 2 tvachim, and 3 tvachim high, then it becomes a muppet floor. And if the fig lands on top of this object, this stone, then he's potter. If it lands on the side of the object, of the stone, then he's chayiv, because it's considered as if it landed in Shravim. Whereas if it landed on top, it landed in a muppet floor, and he's potter. Now, what about thorns that are less than 3 tvachim? People don't like to step on thorns. Does it cancel out Rosh Hashanah? It's not like this in the Gemara. What about waste? No one wants to step on dog waste. So the Gemara is considered by most as a mukim tur. However, Rabbi says you can't start canceling out Rosh Hashanah when you feel like it. Say this item is cancels it, this doesn't, and therefore he says anything that's less than 3 tvachim high is batal to Rosh Hashanah, is part of Rosh Hashanah, and it doesn't cancel, doesn't become a mukim tur. The Gemara says when Chachamim invented the concept called Carmelis, they took the best halacha from Rosh Hashanah and the most cool halacha from Rosh Hashanah, and they brought in the Carmelis. And they said, just like Rosh Hashanah, there's a special halacha that in order to be Rosh Hashanah, you have to be at least 4 tvachim. So too, a Carmelis must be at least 4 tvachim. Anything less than 4 tvachim is still considered a makom tur. And just like in Rosh Hashanah, it only extends in Rosh Hashanah up to 10 tvachim. Anything above 10 tvachim is a makom tur. So too in a Carmelis, anything above 10 tvachim is a makom tur. However, Rosh Hashanah, we know, can extend all the way to the sky. You have a giant pole. On top of that pole, it could be 100 tvachim. It will still be considered Rosh Hashanah. The Gemara brings in an interesting case. A person in a house. Some might call it a dog house. Very short, only 3 feet tall. But the exterior walls actually are 10 tvachim because if you count the roof and everything, you have 10 tvachim. Inside that house, everything is a Carmelis. Above the house, it's all Rosh Hashanah because you have 4 by 4 tvachim, and you have lower walls, and you use a concept called good asik mechitzah. The walls on the side extend halachically upwards and create a wall that is 10 tvachim tall. Now, what happened is that person decided he would like to use the house, and he'd like to dig down into the ground and create more than 10 tvachim height in the center of the house. But the side of the house, the side of the room, is less than 10 tvachim. Says the Gemara, the entire house turns into Rosh Hashanah because of the concept called Chayrei Rosh Hashanah. The holes in Rosh Hashanah are like Rosh Hashanah. The shelves that are in the walls of Rosh Hashanah have a halacha of Rosh Hashanah. So anything that's less than 10 tvachim is considered a shelf, and therefore has a halacha of Rosh Hashanah. What about shelves in Rosh Hashanah? You build a wall to separate Rosh Hashanah and Rosh Hashanah, and there's a shelf in the wall. So what halacha does that have? According to Abaya, it's considered a Rosh Hashanah. Why? Because people benefit from it. They like to use that shelf. According to Rava, it's not like Rosh Hashanah. And Rava asks Abaya, didn't we just say before that Karen Zovshan Rosh Hashanah, when there's a setback to a house that's considered a carbolus and not a Rosh Hashanah? Says Abaya, in that case, no one likes to use that setback. But shelves, everybody wants to use a shelf, and therefore it has a halacha of Rosh Hashanah. Now, going back to that case where somebody threw a sticky object at the wall, we're talking about a case with no hole in the wall. Because if there's holes in the wall, then even if you threw it above 10 tefachim, it should be considered Rosh Hashanah. And if you might tell me, well, it's not considered Rosh Hashanah because it doesn't have 4x4 at that hole. Well, there's a concept called, like, when we go according to Rabbi, the mayor says that anytime you have a hole that's less than 4x4, I halachically carve out a 4x4 area. Have a wonderful day.
You knew everybody there, man. Because I remember that one night when I stood up for 5 days over there, I called you up. I said, you know anybody? And you could call up some guy named Jenkins. I'm not Jenkins, some other guy, man. Some real comedian. And then I think I looked up that guy talking about that had all the drugs. And there was some little Mexican dude. Real nice guy, man. But gangster dealer.
Shabbos Davches, Achim Echol Beis Yisrael, we're in very trying times. There are many of us that are in quarantine or self-imposed quarantine. I want to give you chizuk. Have to be tough time. Learn a little bit more. Dive in a little bit stronger. In retrospect, let's think, why is this happening and what can we do to become better? If you are in quarantine and looking for a shir, we are still live streaming 7:15 a.m. from Israel, and then it goes to YouTube, WhatsApp, all that, or any time, and on our app at 8mindaf.com. The Gemara says an amazing concept. If you take an entire Rishus, take a Rishus HaYachid and transfer it into Rishus Rabbi or Chaver, how do you do so? You need an object that's 4x4 tefachim by 10 tefachim high. The best example would be if I take a basket, a cover. Now, a basket is typically round, and this Rishus is 4x4 square. How do I get 4x4 square into a round basket? Well, the Gemara is very simple math. If I have a 1x1 square, the diagonal is 1.4 according to Gemara math. Simple math. So if I have 4x4 square, the diagonal is 5.6. In order to get a 4x4 square into a circle, I need a diameter of 5.6, which is the diagonal of my square. So my basket needs to be 5.6, or Rabbi says, let's make it 6 tefachim to be certain that you have the right sheet. If I have a 6 tefachim basket by 10 tefachim, now my basket is in Rishus HaYachid. Says Rabbi, I don't need 6 tefachim. Because once you have a basket that's 10 tefachim, automatically it's more than 10 tefachim. Because you have something called kruyas. You have these little pieces of unwoven straw or whatever that sticks on the top. And it goes above my 10 tefachim to Makom Ptur. And once it's in the Makom Ptur, then my whole basket is considered in the Makom Ptur. And I am. What if I take a basket that's 7.5 tefachim, flip it over, and bring it within 2.9 tefachim of the ground? Now I could say love it. Anything within 3 tefachim extends my mechitzos, extends the walls of my basket all the way down, and now my basket is slightly above 10 tefachim. Once it's above 10 tefachim, once again it's in the Makom Ptur, and I am. But let's say the basket was exactly 7 tefachim. I have to go a little bit less than 3 tefachim in order to get love. Now my basket is slightly less than 10 tefachim, and it doesn't work. Rav Ashi says, even if I flip my basket over, I can't extend my mechitzos anymore. Why? Because a basket is not meant to be flipped over. The usage of a basket is when it's flipped upright and I can store things in it. Therefore, there's no love. Now, what if this basket that's upright is 2.5 tefachim away from the ground? I still don't say love it to extend the walls because there aren't any walls that are visible. All I see is a flat bottom. The other is, if I take an object and I throw 4 items from Rishus HaYachid, I'm chayiv if it lands in the Rishus HaYachid. What if I have a little bump in the road that's less than 3 tefachim? That's all part of the Rishus HaYachid. It's less than 3 tefachim. People step up. What if it's 4, 5, 6 up to 9 tefachim? That's a Makom Ptur because people don't step on it and people don't use it for anything. But anything above 9 tefachim, people use to readjust their load, and therefore it becomes part of Rishus HaYachid. What if I have a hole in the ground that's exactly 9 tefachim? According to Rabbi, just like I say, a being that's 9 tefachim is considered part of Rishus HaYachid, so too a hole in the ground is considered part of Rishus HaYachid. Rabbi says no. A hole in the ground is hardly used. It's very difficult to use, and therefore it's not considered part of Rosh Hashanah. And I'll prove it to you. There's a mission that says later on in that book, if there's a stream of water that goes through the Rosh Hashanah, and somebody throws an object into that stream of water, and that stream of water is less than 10 feet, it's considered as if I threw it into the Rosh Hashanah. Because people walk through it. The question is, why does the Mishnah repeat itself twice? Well, the first part I explained easily. Part of the type of water, because people use it in the sun to cool themselves off. And I think in the winter it's not considered part of the water. That's why it repeats itself the second time. It said that even in the winter, when people do the water to clean themselves off, summer they don't. Therefore it says, well, why does it say, it says Rabbi, I'll tell you. It tells the concept that when you walk, when people don't really like to walk through the water, it's still considered walking, still considered Rabbi. But usage idea, use a hole in the ground, that's not considered part of Rishus Harab. That was the Gemara brings the concept of Eruv. We know Eruv Tchumen. If I want to walk 2,000 amas outside of the city limit, I place a meal consisting of a bread and an egg, and I say, okay, that's when I'm residing on Shabbos, even though I'm not there. So I walk towards my bread, 2,000 amas, and from the bread, I get another 2,000 amas. Says the Rabbi, so what happens if a person puts that meal in a plate? Now we must say it is less than 10 tefachim, because if it's more than 10 tefachim, then it's Rosh Hashanah. He, in his mind, thought he's going to reside in Rosh Hashanah, so his meal is not where he's residing. Therefore, it's less than 10 tefachim. But it's a question of Rabbi, because you see, people use holes in the ground. It's considered hard usage, yet it's part of Rosh Hashanah. Says Rabbi, no, we're not talking about Rosh Hashanah. We're talking about a karmos. The reason why it says Rosh Hashanah have to exclude a Rosh Hashanah, because in Eruvin you either have Rosh Hashanah or Rosh Hashanah. But he happens to be in the time. Another very interesting part the Gemara says is that in fact the man himself is in Rosh Hashanah. His Eruv is in a karmos. When you ask if it's in two different domains, then he can't really use it. The answer is yes, because since a karmos is only an issue of Rabbanan, it comes to Ben Hashmash. It's considered and applied during Ben Hashmash. And since during Ben Hashmash, he had his ear, so that wasn't an issue to go fetch it. So he was considered as if he resided in the Kaaba. What happens if you have an object? Let's take an object. It's in Rosh Hashanah, and he takes it and he goes like this, and he flips it over. Now, if you see this point is stationary. It never moves when he flips it. The Gemara says he was never over on an akira. He never lifted it up. In fact, he took this out and he rolled it around. Then he's if he dragged it into his rabbit, he's high. Because he moved the entire object while he's dragging it. When he rolled it also, the entire object moved. Whereas if he just lifted it up on its point, it never moved. When the Brisa discusses in his skufa, threshold, Brisa says the Brisa is discussing a threshold that's a makom. It's less than 4,000 wide. And therefore, if somebody's standing on the skufa, he can reach into a Rishus Hayafet and grab something from someone, or he can reach the Rishus Rav and grab something from someone. But he cannot act as the middleman and bring something from the Rishus Hayafet all the way into Rishus Rav. The Gemara asks, what's the difference? Rabbi says if somebody carries something above his head in Rishus Rav, and above his head is above 10 tefachim, and above 10 tefachim is a makom tur. Yet this person, if he travels 4 hours and he places it down, he's tired. The answer is because he never rested, he never stopped. But when a person takes an object and places it on his skufa, he stops in a makom tur. Then he goes from the skufa to Rishus Rav or vice versa. So he made that stop, and therefore he's not tired. We're going directly to Yavin, Rabin, stay safe, be healthy, and have a wonderful day.
That shit scared me. I can't handle it now. Where was he 20 years ago? I would have moved it. Yeah, I would have just fucking stayed. There was fucking broads. There was fucking drinking. There was a bartender. It was like 1988. So we walked on the rooftop. $2 to get in where you could drink from 3 to fucking 7. It was the same thing. People all over the place.
Shabbos Daf Test. Please remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can watch the full 45-minute shir. The end of the Brisa tells us, Acherim Oimrim. Acherim is usually Rabbi. Rabbi says that in the skufa can serve as a Rishus Rabbin and as a Rishus Hayafet, depending if the door to the Mavoi is open, then it's a Rishus Hayafet. If the door to the Mavoi is shut closed, then the skufa, the threshold, is part of the Rishus Rabbin. Now we need to understand What are we dealing with over here? What kind of these skufa? We learned the concept of kaira and lechi, that is, you have either a vertical beam or a horizontal beam on top that make a distinction and tell us this is the end of the mavli. From here on out, as we surround, be careful. If this lechi standing up is on the inner part of the skufa closer to the shusayachid, how can you use these skufa even if the door is open? And then you're going to tell me that the skufa is less than 4 tefachim, and therefore I can use the walls of the actual mavli as a sign, as a lechi. That's not true. In order to use the rest of the skufa, Rabbi says I need an additional lechi on the outside of the skufa. So being that usually the lechi is on the inside, what are we dealing with? Says Rabbi, I'll tell you what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a kaira, not a lechi. There's actually a horizontal beam on top of the door. Now, that beam is only a second floor. If the door to the mavli is open, then it serves the entire mavli, and we could view this beam as 4 tefachim. Once we view the beam as 4 tefachim, there's a new concept called tikra yored b'saisa. The actual roof comes downwards. The edge of that board, we view it as coming down and creating a new mechitza. And therefore, I can use the skufa that's underneath that kaira. Rashi says, we're not talking about a mavli, we're talking about a house. The threshold to a home. And on top of the threshold, there are 2 beams that are distant from each other, less than 3 tefachim. Less than 3 tefachim always tells me I could use lava to combine the 2. The 2 of those beams combined, the red and the blue, are tefachim. Once I have 4 tefachim, I can use the concept of and therefore I can use the entire skufa because I have an outer wall and the inner walls, and now the skufa is completely surrounded by walls. There's one trick. There's a door situated in between the 2 kairas. When that door is closed, it causes separation. The kairas where I cannot use lava. And if I can't use lava, then the kaira is less than 4 tefachim. And if it's less than 4 tefachim, I can't see the session. Once I swing the door open, the 2 kairas combine with each other. There are 4 tefachim. That's what Rabbi says. Sometimes I use the kaira. I use the skufa as a shayachid, and I can use it. And sometimes it's like the Rabbi, and I cannot use it. We're going into a new sugya. The final brisa though says one other. That if the skufa is 4 by 4 tefachim, 10 tefachim high, it's its own rishus. Like Rabbi said, that even if you put a rishus hayachid within a rishus hayachid, you create a beam in a rishus hayachid, you cannot use it to readjust your load because you might come to readjust your load in the rishus harabim and forget. Says the Mishnah, we're going now to the Tesla Base, brand new Mishnah, brand new Sukkah. We're not even dealing with Shabbos. We're talking about a weekday. What things are you not permitted to do before you daven mincha? The Mishnah is referring to mincha g'dayla. That is a half an hour after midday. Let's call it 12:30. We're talking about choice maniyos. Divide the day into 12 perfect hours, not hours. You're not allowed to get a haircut. What kind of haircut, according to one shop? A very extensive haircut. The haircut of the Kohen Gadol, which means the bottom of one hair touches the top of another. It takes many hours, so you might forget that. You're not allowed to go into the bathhouse. We're talking about a very long bath with the schwitz and the sauna and all the good stuff. You're not allowed to have a big meal, like a wedding. You're not allowed to go into your factory or bursity where you can't hide or something similar to that because you might come to forget about mincha. And you're not allowed to start it in Torah. Now, before mincha kana, which is 6.5 hours into the day, Yeshua ben Levi says, even for one, you're not allowed to taste anything. If you start the meal, you must stop eating. Now, another pshat the Gemara brings is a Rabbi. We're not talking about big meals. We're talking about a regular meal. We're talking about a regular bath, a regular meal. But each thing has a practice. A regular haircut will worry with concerns that the middle of your haircut, the barber's scissors will break, and therefore you'll forget the mincha. You won't be able to daven. When it comes to the bathhouse, perhaps you'll faint. When it comes to the bursity, you'll find out that you had such a loss that you'll be too sorry, you'll be too pain to daven mincha. And when it comes to a small meal, you might get involved in the meal and bring more food and then forget daven mincha. When it comes to the Torah, perhaps you'll find some other reason, some other logic, and it will cause you to forget. Once For Kriya Shema, since Kriya Shema is the Raisa, you have to stop right away. When the Esrei, if you can accomplish and do the two things, let's say eat your meal, and then from Esrei, once you start, you don't have to stop. But what does it mean once you start? So the Gemara says when it comes to a haircut, it means that you put the apron on. You don't even have to cut your hair. When it comes to a meal, it means you either wash your hands in Eretz Yisrael or you undid your belt in Bava. When it comes to the bathhouse, it means once you remove one article of clothing, the first article, then that means you started. When it comes to the Torah, it depends. If there were no other din of Torah that day, the Gemara on that Yudam and Aleph says, it means once the judges put on their cloak. But if they're already wearing their clothes, it means once the Bali din, they start saying they're arguing. Rabbi says, in Bavel, where the minhag was to strap on a tight belt and undo it for the meal, it depends. If you hold that Meir was Rishus, it's not obligatory, then once you open your belt, we don't force you to daven Meir. But if it's obligatory, you hold it obligatory, then we tell you must daven Meir. Now, what's the difference between Meir and Minhag? Minhag, we said that once you open your belt, you don't have to daven Minhag. Two answers in the Gemara. Either Mincha time is not a time to get drunk. People don't get drunk in the afternoon. Usually they get drunk at night. So at night is more of a concern you forget matter. Or the shot is that a person doesn't have that much time to daven Mincha compared to Meir. It's only 5.5 hours. So a person is always concerned they'll forget, and therefore we are not concerned they'll forget. But by Meir, people procrastinate and say, wait, I have the whole night, and they'll come to forget, and therefore we tell them, daven right now, have a wonderful day.
They knew these are all. Listen, you play at places that were legitimately. You play at some places that people want to try comedy. Don't forget Bugsy, the Tucson Rooms. He's on twice. Big Alex, $150 Wednesday night. $150 tonight.
Shabbos Daviyud. How are you supposed to look, and what are you supposed to wear when you daven? Says the Gemara, you claim the Christ of the Yisrael. When you daven Hashem, wear the clothing that you wear in front of the king. In other words, if your belt is undone, make sure you tighten your belt. The Mishnah says you should not wear pajamas, don't wear boots. Maybe nowadays don't wear straps. Rabbi Bar Huna had special shoes that he wore for davening. Rabbi would take off his cloak, the one that made him important. He's so important in front of his Baruch. Took that off, and then he would clasp his hands as so, like a eved, like a slave in front of a master. Rav Kahana did both. Listen to this lashon of the Gemara. When there's pain in the world, and I myself can't remember a time, a period of time where there was that much pain in so many countries, like today. 156 countries, from Iran, the United States, to Israel, all over the world is pain. So when there's pain in the world, Rabbi would remove his important cloak. Rav Kahana would remove his important cloak, and he'd clasp his hand. But when there's shalom in the world, Rav Kahana would put on his coat, put on his talus, he'd claim the Christ of the Kodesh. Rabbi absorbed Rav Amnuna davening a very long davening. And he said, what are you doing? Torah is the most important. You should be learning Torah. It's brings you to the world to come. Tefillah is for this world. What are you davening for, says Rashi? And we're davening today. For health, for parnasa, for shalom. But that's only Chai Shal, that's for this world. And Rav Nun himself told you, right, prayer is more important. But once you daven, matfilah you continue davening. Rabbi was talking and learning with Rav Zera, and he was in a rush to get to davening. So Rav Zera pulled out a beautiful pasuk. It says in the pasuk, "You may sit listening to Shema Torah. You want to take your ear away from listening to Torah. What's going to happen? Then your tefillah ends up an abomination. It's no good." The Gemara now discusses the importance of being a dayan and doing a din Torah. Machlokes is how much you should do every day. Rabbi and Rabasi, they would make noise on the door, telling people, "Come, do a din Torah by us." In other words, the din Torah is more important than Torah itself. The Chizan Rabbi, the Gemara says, they were doing the din Torah all day long to the point where they became very weak. It says, repeat to them, you learn the wrong Shana. It says that when Rabbeinu stood on Klal Yisrael and doesn't mean that he necessarily did Torah. What it means is the one who does it in Torah, it's that important as if he's a partner with the Baruch Hu in Ma'aseh Bereshis, which over there it says those words, in a Boiker Adar. Another sheet in the Gemara is that a Dayan should do his service all the way to the 6th hour of the day, to midday. The Gemara uses a lashon that the Dayanim, they are dealing with Gura or Cairo, whereas other people are drinking and getting drunk at wine. The Gemara tells us a list. The Ludim, the cannibals, they need to eat all the time, to the point where they eat food. So they eat by sunrise, the first hour of the day. Listing the robbers who are up all night to take a quick nap, they need to eat in the second hour. Yarshim, the trust fund babies, they don't have to worry about parnasa, they eat in the third hour of the day. All other people eat on the fourth hour of the day. The fifth hour of the day is for the workers, and the 6th hour of the day are the coming, they push it all the way to the 6th hour. But if you eat after that, it's like throwing a stone into a barrel of wine. It looks like there's more wine, but there's no more wine. Unless, of course, you eat hashakos, you eat a morning meal, then even if you eat after the 6th hour, then the food will be beneficial. The bathhouses in those days had 3 rooms. You had the bath itself, where people stood there on clothes. You have the middle room, where people ran out to get dressed, so some people are dressed and some people aren't. And they have the front room, where most all the people are dressed. In the first room, you could say Kriya Shema and Shemana Esrei, you could say Shalom Aleichem to your friend, you could even put on tefillin. In the second room, you could say Shalom Aleichem, but there's no Kriya Shema and tefillah. You don't have to remove your tefillin, but you're not allowed to put on tefillin. Third room, there's no Shalom Aleichem, there's no Kriya Shema, obviously. There's no Kriya Shema and tefillah, and you must remove your tefillin. Now, the reason why you can't say Shalom Aleichem is because Baruch Hu's name is Shalom, as the Pasuk says Hashem Shalom. But the word Ne'eman, faithful, that's not Hashem's name. Hashem is faithful, but that's not his name, so you're allowed to mention that in the Beis Hamikdash. If a person designated a bathhouse, it's never used as a bathhouse, you're allowed to daven inside the bathhouse. But if a person designates a bathroom without using it, that Gemara had a suffer. Once you use the bathroom or the bathhouse, even if you clean it out completely, it's awesome to daven in both. The Gemara brings 4 different sayings from Rabbi Bar Machasi. If a person gives a present to his friend, he must notify him that he's about to give a present in order that the friend can be embarrassed. You see, if the Baruch gave a beautiful present, because Baruch says, I have a I have a beautiful present, Shabbos, and I want you, Moshe Rabbeinu, to tell him the Sechar of Shabbos. In other words, the Baruch notified the recipient of the present what the present was. If you were to give a piece of bread to a child, make sure you notify his mother so that there's peace and harmony between people. How do you do so? I'm not recommended to do so today, but you paint his face with some glue, with some oil. If you're concerned about witchcraft, so then sprinkle his head with whatever item you gave him. You gave him some bread, sprinkle some crumbs on his head. The present that's eventually going to be known who gave it to you. Like when Baruch gave the below Moshe Rabbeinu's forehead, he didn't tell Moshe Rabbeinu anything, but someone from Klal Yisrael asked Moshe Rabbeinu, said, hey, your forehead is glowing. And Moshe Rabbeinu realized right away it was glowing. Shabbos, that the Sechar wasn't going to be known, so Baruch had to notify Klal Yisrael. What Chizda said in Gemara had Matis Kuna had Israel Chaim Keva that Chaim gets, and he said, I will give this, I'll distribute this to someone who will give me a Tartar from Rav. Comes along Rabbi Machasi, and he said, Amazing Matana, Chaver, it's up like you, I love what he just said, you give your friends to your friends, get notified. Chizda beautiful, here it is. It says, Rabbi Machasi, you love these Tartar? He says, of course. Rabbi Machasi, you're like a person who wears this fine garment, only he enjoys it, only he likes it. You are so used to Rab's Tartar, you love it. Who said this? Rab. So Chizda was very impressed. He said, really? That's what Rab said. I like the second saying of Rab more than the first one. I wish I had more, not this, the Kahuna to do. Another saying that Rabbi Machasi said is, don't treat one son differently than the other. Don't give him more Yerusha. Don't give him more presents. Look what happened to Yosef and Tzaddik. He didn't give him nothing, this little garment, and it ended up that he had to go to Mitzrayim and the whole goes. And one other halacha he said, if you're choosing a city, pick a newer city, because the time of a city accumulates. Look, the Bible says, let's run away, like it says, to Mitzvah, to Tzoyar, which is younger than Zdaim. Zdaim was 52 years old, and Tzoyar was 51, and the Bible says, Imolta, no. And one last thing, Zdaim sat in peace for 26 years, whereas it was on the turmoil for 26 years, had a wonderful day.
I would do it every day. It was every day. I knew that every day I had to make up $50 somewhere. That would add it up for 30 days. You know, I needed to make $50 because my rent was $295 at the time. I couldn't go out and find this much. I live in Browntown, but they took me to the Rivera house. A little one studio, bro, right next to a Salvadorian guy.
Shabbos Daf Yud Aleph. Yesterday we had 4 sayings from Rabbi and today we have 5. The first one is, always make sure that your shul is the tallest building in the city, because otherwise it causes the city to be destroyed. That does not include towers and forts which are not built for living. Rav Ashi is the Rosh Hashiva in Machasi said, I saved the city from being destroyed because of the same. I never allowed anybody to build above the shul. The city was later destroyed, but for different reasons. If a person, says Rabbi Machasi, has a choice to be a servant, he should go in the following order. First, he should serve a Yishmaeli. If that doesn't work out, go for a Roman. If that doesn't work out, go for a Chabar or a Parsi or Iranian. If that doesn't work out, only then serve a Talmid Chacham. Because if you upset a Talmid Chacham, the consequences can be disastrous. Worse than a Talmid Chacham is a Yasem Almana, a widow or an orphan, who HaKadosh Baruch Hu was very close to and listens to their crying. Another saying, says Rabbi Machasi, the worst disease is the disease of the intestines. The worst short-term pain is that of the heart. And 8, the worst one is the headache. And the worst thing that a person can have is a bad life. Rabbi says, and the Rishonim explain what this one means. Rabbi Machasi says, if all the oceans were ink, and all the heavens were paper, and all the reeds and wood in the world were pens, and all the people were writers, they wouldn't be able to write down all that is going on in the king's heart, because he has so much to deal with that it's impossible to write down. And some are trying to explain it means that you should never judge a government because there's so much going on. You should die for the government, etc. Rabbi Machasi says, if a person has a very bad dream, there's nothing like a good fast to get rid of that dream. Just like fire destroys linen, a fast destroys a bad dream. In fact, Gemara says you fast immediately, don't push it off, even if that means to fast on Shabbos, which typically you're not allowed to do. Once Yeshua went to visit Rashi, they brought out in front of him the best deal possible, and he refused to eat it. He said, I'm fasting today. They said, well, you could always push off a fast. You mashlam it, do it on a different day. He said, not a Tainus Chalayim. Tainus Chalayim you have to do today, even if it means to fast on Shabbos. That in the Mishnah, if a person started taking a haircut and went to the bathhouse or he started his meal, he doesn't have to stop to say Shemona Esrei for Mincha. But Kriya Shema he doesn't have to stop for. And then the Mishnah finishes off, so he doesn't have to stop for Shemona Esrei. What does that mean? We already said that once. So the Gemara, we're talking about somebody who's learning Torah. You don't stop learning Torah to daven. And that is if you are human by your fight, you're wrestling with somebody whose job it is to learn Torah, and he never stops learning, and he doesn't stop for davening Shemona Esrei. But he does have to stop for Kriya Shema, which is the Eraisa. The only time they don't stop for Kriya Shema is when they're debating whether or not to add another month to the year, a Hebrew time. The Mishnah says that a tailor should not walk out with a pin, just like a writer should not walk out with a pen a half an hour before Shabbos, because he might come to forget that it's Shabbos and will walk Daladam, so he'll bring his pen or his pen from the Shayach to the Shayach. There's a mission in Eruvin that says that a person should not stand in one domain and drink from another domain from a cup. You shouldn't stand in Shayach, lean over to Shayach and drink, or vice versa, because you might bring the cup back into the other Rishos, you'll be over and it's up. And then the Mishnah finishes off, the Chaim Begas, and the same halacha applies to a wine press. Abaye learns that a wine press is a caramelist. In other words, we discussed already Rishos HaYachid and Rishos Rabbi, now we're talking about a third Rishos, which is the Rishos Midrabanan, like a sea, a valley, a smaller street, not 16 hours. The Mishnah is telling us, don't stand in a caramelist and bend over and do Rishos HaYachid, or vice versa, and drink. Rabbi says no. That would consist of Xera L'Xera, and we don't do Xera L'Xera. It's a double safeguard, meaning a caramelist is a safeguard that you might carry with just around you. So that's one safeguard. Now I'm telling the person, don't carry something before Shabbos because you might carry it on Shabbos. That's a double safeguard. We don't do it. So what is the Mishnah talking about? Meiser. Before I drink wine, I have to take 10% and give it away to Meiser. That's only if the wine is a finished product. But if he drinks it from the wine press directly, his whole body is in the wine press, then it's a non-product, doesn't have to take. That's what the mission is saying. We have a similar mission that says Rameir holds that if you dilute the wine, it doesn't matter if it's with cold water or hot water, and you drink it casually, meaning it's a shkia sarai. You're leaning over into the wine press. Rosh Hashanah, most of your body's in the wine press. You don't have to take that. The Blazer Tzaddik says no. Once you dilute the wine, that's the finished product. You have to take ma'aser. And Chacham make a compromise. They say it depends. If it's diluted with cold water, I can always pour it back into the wine press. So it's an unfinished product. I don't have to take ma'aser. But if I use hot water, then I can't put it back in the wine press. It'll spoil the rest of the wine. Then I must take ma'aser. There's a brayso that says that a person should not take a pin and put it in his clothing and walk outside before Shabbos. Unlike our Mishnah, that we can't prove exactly what it's talking about, maybe he's holding it in his hand, and to walk with a pin in your hand would be a deraisa. Putting a pin in your clothing is only the Rabbanah. So here it says there's a gzeira. Don't put the pin in your clothing. That's gzeira. Walking with that is only the Rabbanah. And the second gzeira is you might forget. So tomorrow we must say, in order to explain Rava, who says there is no gzeira. It goes according to Rabbi Yehuda that holds that a professional, a tailor, since it is the way for him to walk out with the pin in his clothing, then that's not considered gzeira anymore. Now we're down to one percent. Similar to what we have in the brayso. It says that a tailor should not walk out with a pin in his clothing, nor should a carpenter walk out with a pencil or a piece of wood in his ear, or a money changer that used to walk around with money in their ear to show people that they're money changers. And if he does so, he's putter, but it's awesome. That would go according to Rabbi. Buddha says that a professional person, that's his profession, he is higher. It's only everybody else who is putter. And there's a contradiction in the brises. One brise says that a zav that has emissions and he wears a pouch, a kiss, a diaper to see whether or not he has additional emissions. It's also for him to walk out like that on Shabbos because it's not the way to walk around with a pouch. And if he does, patur, aval aser. It's aser, no more than that. The other brise says not only is it aser, but it's chai v'chatas. Perhaps we can reconcile the brises and say the brise that says that it's aser goes according to Rabbi Yehuda. This particular person, it is his way to wear a pouch. And therefore, for him, it's also considered the derech to wear it. The other brayso goes according to Rameir that says, since most people don't wear pouches, it's patur. Says Abaya. Even Rameir agrees that it has to be that no one wears it like this. Where if some people wear it and some people don't, the professionals do wear it, Rameir will agree that it's aser. Baraya, if somebody drills a hole, that a professional usually drills a larger hole, and he drills a smaller hole, you think this guy is patur? Of course not. Therefore, Rabbi says we're talking about one brayso, a zav only saw two sightings, and in order for him to be a zav gomer, he has to see three sightings. So for him, it's necessary to wear the pouch. That's why he's chayav. The second brayso is talking about that he already had three re'iyos, and it's that day. So therefore, the pouch doesn't really accomplish anything, and that's why he is patur. The fact that the pouch prevents his clothing from becoming dirty, that's not considered enough of a usage of a tzarech, and therefore he is patur. Have a wonderful day.
They don't buy special from unknowns, I am unknown. They buy special from, the top comedians. So I was very surprised when they said they wanted to buy it, and they didn't want to change anything of it, and they wanted to be an HBO behind it, 100%. And they got me a bunch of press. And it'll be awesome.
Shabbos Dafik Day is continuing with the contradiction we had yesterday in the brises. One brise says that a zav who walks out with his pouch is only over Issa Rabbanon. The other brise says it's over Issa Derais, and if he didn't be showing he's chayav v'chatas. The Masmana said Gemara says it's dependent on the famous machlokes with Yehuda and Shimon on the melacha she'in tzrich l'gufah, melacha that you don't need to do the actual melacha. You want the outcome. For instance, if a person digs a hole in Shabbos, he's over Issa Derais. But if he wants only the sand, he doesn't want the hole, so according to Rabbi is patur, according to Rabbi is chayav. In our case, since the zav doesn't want the pouch, doesn't want to walk with it, doesn't want to get dirty, Therefore, according to Rabbi Yehuda, he'd still be chayav. According to Shimon, he'd be chayav. Halacha is that one is allowed to walk outside with tefillin before Shabbos. We're not concerned that he'll forget and go into another Rishus on Shabbos. Chavachomer from the tzitz of a Kohen Gadol. The Kohen Gadol's tzitz only has one mention of a Kohen Gadol's name. Nevertheless, he has an obligation to constantly feel his tzitz and make sure that still on him so tefillin that have the name of his Baruch many times. The person constantly has to check the tefillin and make sure it's still on his head. And we're not concerned that he'll forget that it's Shabbos and walk out. The person has to check his pocket because perhaps he'll walk outside with something in his pocket. Where it says, like he said, this is a very important halacha when it comes to the Shabbos. We learned in the Mishnah that a person should not remove lice, and the Gemara explains it means the candlelight. Just like one is not allowed to read in front of the candlelight because he might have just looked, so too he shouldn't remove lice. Shmuel adds, he says that in certain situations a person is not allowed to pick his clothing from within his wife's clothing because they're so similar. In those days, men would wear skirts. Well, it depends. If he's a guy that doesn't really work, so his skirts are different, they are wider, different than his wife. Or if they're young women, they have wider skirts, so easier to differentiate. Old women, they have narrower skirts, harder to differentiate, also to put them out. The Gemara teaches us proper etiquette. It's also to remove lice in public if it gross other people out. The same will apply to causing one to vomit in public. The question is, are you allowed to kill a louse in Shabbos? According to Bexilo, the incredible halacha, they say you're allowed to kill a louse in Shabbos. And according to the Shammai, you're not. These are one of the Gemaras very difficult to understand. They still say that anything that's not part of a Rava, it is created through the sweat of a human, you're allowed to kill. And there are those who explain that it's so small that it's hard to see the tree of a reveal, and therefore it's allowed to kill on Shabbos. The Gemara goes on to say that Abba Shalom would just take the louse and toss it. You wouldn't even squeeze it. But the Tanakama says you let it squeeze it and not kill it. By squeezing it, you cause it to get weak. And Rabbi will kill it in water. You're not going to go a step further. And he tells daughters, I want to hear my enemy die. I want to hear them pop. I want to hear that sound of death. Some explain because they want to show that he's not being over into their rights by killing. You're actually his enemy, and that's why you're allowed to kill him. Unlike the popular song by Shammai holds, you're not allowed to do a shidduch on Shabbos. You're not allowed to teach a kinuk l'lamdei sefer on Shabbos. You're not allowed to send your kid to the tutor or to teach him a profession. Because it says in the pasuk, you're not allowed to do your personal needs, and these are your personal needs. In addition, it says by Shammai, you're not allowed to be in the back of the tefillah or leave my because you'll cause the other person pain. You're still saying no. When it comes to God, that's not your own person. So all these things, shidduchim, teaching your kid profession, that's all part of the mitzvah. It's not considered chatzefah. You're allowed to be the anything else. What do you tell a sick person on Shabbos before we're in the place? Tanakama says the famous Shabbos in Melizah. Not screaming, crying, being pain on Shabbos. We're full for the Levite. The healing is coming soon. Remeir would say, you could, Shabbos itself could cause the healing if you are not in pain on Shabbos. Shevna Ish Yerushalayim would say, when you walk in, you'd say Shalom. But when you would leave, you'd say Shabbos, and then you would add the words, his Rachmanis is much. You should say B'Shalom, and you should sit in peace. The Jesse says, anytime you mention the sick, you have to mention all of the sick fighting spirit. Put them, insert them within that, and therefore you'd say, Hashem should have Rachmanis on you, the Sof Sha'ar Chayla Yisrael, within all the other sick of fighting spirit. Rabbi Lazar would sometimes say his saying in Lashon HaKodesh and sometimes in Aramaic. He would say, or he would say in Aramaic, Rachmani et Kirino V'Shalom. Hashem should remember you in peace. And the question is, Malachim don't understand Aramaic, so how are they going to bring the Tefillah up to HaKadosh Baruch Hu? And the answer is that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is down here below, together with the sick. As the pasuk says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is there. He supports the sick and he feeds the sick. And therefore, since HaKadosh Baruch Hu is right there, right above the sick person's head, it's also to sit on a sick person's bed or to sit next to him, rather he has to sit in fear with his talent and sit opposite of him. Now, when the Mishnah tells us you should not read to the light of a candle, we don't differentiate. Even if the candle is 10 stories high, it's still usher to read. Yet, if you read with another person and you're reading the same exact material, then it's mutter to read the light of a candle because the other person will remind you not to adjust it. If you're reading in front of a large bonfire where people sit at a distance and they're worried about the fire catching on, then it's also to read, even if you're reading the same material. Rabbi says, an important person who never readjusts the wick even during the weekdays, he's allowed to read by the candle on Shabbos because he won't readjust it. You want to ask a question from Shmuel ben Elisha. He said, I'm not worried about adjusting the flame on Shabbos. And he sat down and he read, and in fact, he readjusted the flame on Shabbos, and he wrote down in his notebook, when the Beis HaMikdash is rebuilt, I owe a nice carbon copy. So the Gemara tells us because Shmuel ben Elisha, when it came to Torah, he acted like a simple person. He would adjust the wicks himself. He wouldn't ask the servant to do so. The Gemara has a contradiction. On the one hand, it says that a servant is allowed to look at his dishes to the light of a candle and if we're not worried, it will readjust it. On the other hand, it says that a servant should not do so. One answer is that the price that says you're allowed to check the dishes to the light of the candle, we're talking about a servant who's not a permanent servant. A permanent servant is so worried about losing his job that he'll readjust the flame on Shabbos. Another answer is we're talking about a permanent servant in both breasts. Just one breast is talking about olive oil, we're worried he might readjust it. The other breast is talking about meth or a seed, where we're not worried if it smells so bad he won't readjust. Rav says halacha is that a servant who's not permanent can check with olive oil. Don't tell people this halacha. We don't get this halacha in public. And Rabbi Yirmiyah says we do tell people this halacha in public. Have a wonderful day.
How do you know? Because I'm telling you, I fucking know. Listen, Felipe, you weren't outside the room. And he was calling me. He was so happy. That's the guy. How did you know? That's the guy. Joey, you reminds me of my brother. Yes, Joey, you reminds me of my fucking brother. That's the guy. That's the guy, Joey. He was so happy. And you know what? It was a
Shabbos Daf Yud Gimel. We're hunkered down here in quarantine or Ramat Bet Shemesh, but nothing's going to stop us. We have Torah. The Mishnah tells us that about Torah who has to lay in the following morning. We walk over to the children that are reading from the Torah to the candlelight and peek inside. The pshat is that he's only looking for a Rashi Prophet at the beginning of the Torah, and that will remind them and make it easier the following day. What about the children themselves? How are they reading from the Torah to the candlelight? The answer is either they are only reading Rashi Prophet as well, or since the Rebbe is standing over them, they'll be aware and they won't readjust the flame. When Nisim Dayan says on the side of the Gemara, he says beautiful pshat. Children, they rather the flame go out. They don't want to readjust. They want to run home. The Mishnah tells us that a zav should not eat a meal with his zava wife because he might come to an aveira. The Mishnah doesn't say anything about a person whose car should not eat with his wife who's tmeya because that we don't have to make it zera. People are very makbid on tuma and tahara. Another halacha, a person who's a zav party, a person who's makbid to eat food with tahara, he should not eat together with a zav who's amaretz. Rabbi says the pshat is because the amaretz might feed him food that fruits and mice weren't taken from him. Rabbi says the pshat is because we're concerned that later on when this zav becomes far, the amaretz might feed him food that's coming. We know the answer to this question. The Gemara asks, a husband and wife, if the wife is a nidab, can they be in the same bed, fully clothed? The answer is no. Why? Because the Torah tells us in the Pasuk, talks about a Eish Ish, and right afterwards a nidab. And we say, just like a Eish Ish, you cannot be in the same bed with her, even though you're both clothed. Rashi says why? Because he says it's just logic. So two, Unida is also. The Gemara says perhaps we should bring a raya from the fact that we still say it's possible to eat chicken when on the same table there's cheese. Chicken and cheese is only the Rabbanan, nonetheless they say it says. The other reason is because it's only one person. There's nobody there to remind you. Whereas with your wife, she'll remind you. Perhaps you can bring a raya from two people that are eating on the same table. If they don't know each other, they're allowed to eat even meat or milk. If they do know each other, it's awesome. So here's a case of two people that know each other to remind each other. The answer is it's different. In our case, since they're both wearing clothing, that's a hecker, that's something different, and perhaps it's different than you would be like. What about our Mishnah? We learned a zav and a zava should not be able to eat a meal together. And the answer is, there is no hecker though. Yes, it's two people, but there's nothing different about them. The dash, he's mechot on his whole. He says the only issa deraisa is deraisa, hashmi. Everything else, especially if you're wearing clothing, is not even an issa derabbanan. The Gemara tells us that when Ula came back from learning from the Medrash, he would kiss his sisters on their chest, and some say on their hand. But Ula himself is mechut on himself, because Ula holds, just like we say the famous saying, tell him Nazir, Leich Leich, Amri Lenazira, Sachar Sachar, person who has to abstain from alcohol, from wine, from grapes. You tell him, don't go through the vineyard. Go all the way around because you might come to do an issur. So too when it comes, Arayis, the concept of Harchaka. The Gemara tells us an amazing story. Hanan de Velio is once a Talmud who was a tremendous Talmud Chacham. He learned all day Mishnah, Torah, and his Mishamish Talmud Chacham. Yet he died at a very early age. His wife was very upset. She took his tefillin and ran around the Beis Medrash, and she asked, it says the pasuk, "Yu oirach yamech, yu chayecha." Torah is your life. It gives you longevity. Why did my husband die? Nobody knew the answer until Velio told her, let me ask you, how does he treat you when you're in Nida? She said, Chas v'sholom, doesn't even touch my small finger. But how does he treat you in your Shiva Nekiyim, the second Sunday? And he said, he eats with me and drinks with me, and we sleep the Kiruv Basar. He said, if so, he didn't wear a chaka. It's a good thing he died. He deserved to die. He points out that in those days, perhaps, after 7 days of Nida, a woman would go to the mikvah once, and then do Shiva Nekim and go to the mikvah second time. And he held that since she was tired, they're right, she's tired, it's only Chomer Darabbanan, it's okay. The Gemara says, Rabbi says, they had a very large bed, and there wasn't any cure of basar. And Rabbi Rothschild answered that what's going on, that she was wearing pants, sort of pants, so there's no cure of basar on the bottom half. We learned in the Mishnah that a person is not allowed to blouse his clothing or read a sefer or the candlelight. And it says that these two halachas are from the 18 halachas that Hanani ben Chizkiah ben Goraim said in the attic. What happened was, the Talmidim of Bishami got together, the Talmidim of Yisrael got together, there were more Talmidim of Bishami than Yisrael, and they won. And they made 18 zeros. Those are two 18 zeros. Who's this Hananiah ben Chizkiah? He wrote a brisa called Megillas Tainas. It goes through the calamities of Klal Yisrael, the Xeris, the terrible Nisim, the terrible tragedies that happened in Klal Yisrael, and then the Nisim, the Gula that happened in Klal Yisrael. And Shimon says we could also write a sefer like that. There's so many tsaras and gullahs that Klal Yisrael went through, and we're not going to write. Or the shot is, the Gemara says that a shaita, a crazy person, can feel pain. He doesn't know that something is wrong. We don't know all the good that HaKadosh does for us. Or the Gemara says, a person who's alive, who has dead flesh, you can run a knife through it and he won't feel anything. By the way, the Gemara says, a dead person feels, and he feels just like a worm that goes into his flesh is like a needle into a live person. Hananiah also saved for us Sefer Yechezkel. Without him, Chacham wanted to destroy Sefer Yechezkel. There's too many predictions. And they gave him 300 barrels of oil, and he sat in his attic, and he rectified all the contradictions that are in Sefer. The Gemara continues, and we're going to learn in great detail what the rest of the 18 Zeros are. Have a wonderful day. Stay safe, stay healthy. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, man. Justice and shit walk for hand, buddy. I heard that these are going great for you, buddy. Listen, let me tell you something, man. When I saw your thing playing on HBO, my heart stopped, believe me. I'm gonna tell you something. I wanted you on the show. I called you and I said, "What night do you want to go on?"
Shabbos Daf
Because I
Yudaleh.
had to get you on to tell
We're
you
discussing
about
the
Rabbi
18 halachas that Bishamim and Basil agreed
Listen
upon.
to the show to
9 of them
understand.
have to do with Sulei Truma, and that's exactly what we're going to be discussing today. It's very relevant to the current events today. When you understand Corona, you can have a better appreciation for Truma and Tahara. And you have to distance yourself from the Truma, how spit could be Matana you, etc.
I show up sleeping to you, so
Paisei Truma means you designate food for Kayim Truma. If one of the main derives that touches the fruit, you have to burn the fruit. Chachamim instituted another 9 things that could passel the truma. Passel, lashon of psul, means the truma becomes also to eat, but it doesn't have power to become of something else. It's possible. It stops right there. What are these 9 things? Well, yesterday we discussed 10. The Gemara in our daf removes 1. A full young, somebody that went to the mikvah and is waiting for shkia to become completely tar. That is the rice. If he touches fruit, truma, it becomes puzzle. So we remove that guy from the list. We start off with 2. Somebody that eats a rishon the tumah. Rishon the tumah means the way it works with tumah. Tumah, you have an avat tumah. Let's say if it touches a fruit, it goes down 1 level. It becomes a rishon. If that fruit touches something, it can go down to another level. A sheni. If a sheni touches something, it could possibly go down. Not always to a shlishi. And a shlishi touches something, it could possibly go down, depending on what it is, to a revi. It always goes down 1 level. So if a human being eats a rishon, the tumah, if he touches it, nothing matters. If he eats it, digests it, he himself, according to Yeshua, becomes a sheni. It goes down 1 level. Here's a big tradition. According to Yeshua, if he eats a sheni, rather than going down 1 level, he remains a sheni. Now this can't go according to the Yezer, who says you are what you eat. So if you eat a rishon, you remain a rishon. If you eat a sheni, you remain a sheni. If you eat a shlishi, you remain a shlishi. Every single goes on your rishon. Says your rishon, a person eats a rishon or a sheni, and then he touches truma. The Rabbanon, he makes that truma puzzle, and you have to burn it. That's a big chiddush. You have to burn the truma. It's like a deraisa. Why is it? Why do they use it today? We were worried, Chacham said, that maybe he'll eat something that's common, and it'll be, let's say, hot in his mouth, and he'll try to rinse it down with wine of truma. Only wine is what we're discussing of truma. That's the only thing that you have to take truma from, and you can possibly ingest wine. And you're not allowed to do that, because now you're making the wine that's truma tummy. So they instituted every time a person eats something that's tummy, even a rishon or a sheni, and then he goes out and touches truma and makes the truma. The third thing on the list is, and it's the same kind of zera, somebody drinks something that's coming, a liquid that's coming. And why is it? Because perhaps he'll drink something that's coming, and then he'll put something in his mouth that's truma. So why do I have to say it? Isn't it the same as 1 and 2? No. Most of the time when people eat something that's hot, they'll try to wash it down with some cold liquid. But most of the time, rarely ever do people drink something and then they try to stuff something in their mouth. So that's a big thing. The 4th thing on the list is, let's say somebody went to the mikveh and he was a full yard, he has to wait until the night, and then he rinsed himself off, he took a bath, or he poured water on himself, he becomes tummy. Why is that? Because what happened was people used to go to the mikveh and the water was very dirty. So they rinsed themselves off with clean mayim shuvah. And eventually, people started thinking that the way they became tar was from the clean water. They didn't realize it was the mikveh. So in order to prevent that, the people not going to the mikveh, just pouring water on themselves, instead, pour water on yourself, you become tummy. And in order to make sure that this zera holds, they instituted another zera, and that's number 5 on the list. But even a completely hard person that clean mayim shuvah pouring him, free living, he becomes tummy. Otherwise, his first zera would fall apart. And the 6th thing on the list are all Sifrei Torah and Nevi'im and Ksuvim. All parchments, they themselves are coming, that if they touch truma, the truma becomes possible. And why is that? Because people would hide the truma right next to the Sifrei Torah. They said, the Sifrei Torah is Kaddish, the truma is Kaddish, let's keep it together. Mice would come to eat the food, and by doing so, they would destroy the Sifrei Torah and Nevi'im and Ksuvim. If you have hands that weren't washed, they are tummy in the common tree. Why? Because your diamond's funny. Your hands touch all over your body. It's like corona. They keep on touching things. And people might touch truma and get disgusted by the truma after you touch a certain part of your body. So it is true that if you don't wash your hands, truma becomes possible. Rabbi says, hands that touch the sefer, they pass away. Rothschild says if you touch a sefer with your bare hands, you will be buried naked, meaning without that mitzvah that you were dealing with. So let's say you were learning from the Sefer Torah, and you touch the Sefer Torah, so all your learning that you did with that Sefer Torah flies away over the mitzvah. And what came first? The chronological order is, says the Gemara, first they made a gzera on hands that touch the Sefer Torah, and only afterwards they made a gzera on regular hands that they are coming, because if it was vice versa, then there was no need to make a gzera on hands that touch the Sefer Torah. They're already coming because regular hands are coming. Number 8 on the list is food that becomes coming from liquid. The gzera is because you might have liquid that touches a sheretz, which is commonly the raisa, and it also something that touches even hands, which is the rabbanon. Number 9 are vessels, kalim, that can come to liquids that touch the sheretz. Because with the raisa, the liquids of a zah, the spit of a zah is metamid. You said that the liquids that touch the sheretz are metamid. Gemara says that Shlomo HaMelech is the first one to institute the concept of washing your hands before touching. Later on, Hillel and Shammai instituted the concept you have to wash your hands for truma, but nobody accepted it. Klal Yisrael didn't accept it until the Talmidim, Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel came along, and they instituted the gzera, and then they even said, Hillel and Shammai originally said that it's so strong the gzera that you have to burn the truma, which typically you don't do. You typically do toilet, you let it stay in there and go to waste. Gemara tells us that there's a part, there's zugas. The first zug was Yosef ben Yoezer's Shpreda and Yosef ben Yochanan Shushalayim, and they instituted a number of gzeras. One of them was that dirt from other nations is metama, because the other nations weren't careful and didn't mark the graves, and the dead are coming to the Rabbanan. So they said that the dirt is also coming. And they said that even glassware is metama, and so too not which we're going to go into. Shimon ben Shedach said that up until that day, the ksuba of a woman was put aside. It doesn't say, here's a ksuba in this vessel. They didn't get really mad at her and say, take your ksuba and go, because you had nothing to lose. It was already designated. Shimon ben Shedach said, no, a woman could go after any of the husband's money anywhere. She could go after his business, whatever she wants. So therefore, a man will think twice before he divorces her. And finally, Shmuel tells us that Hillel and Shammai only argued about 3 things in the entire chapter, whereas the Talmud and Beis Hillel and Shammai argued on many things, including every one of the 18 Takanas. The Musakim have a wonderful story.
I was doing this 30 years ago as a kid. I was on souvenirs, bro. Super fun. Souvenirs. Get your programs, parents. Dodger Koala. Right now, this special needs me on tell me one of the biggest clubs in the world is starting right here. Who knows? He knows where this comedy first developed. It was like me going to
Shabbos Daf Sesvav, we're discussing the 18 machlokes between the Shammai and the Hillel, that the halacha is like the Shammai. Even though they still argued with the Shammai with every single one, once they passed an halacha like the Shammai, the following day, the Hillel agreed that they were right, the Shammai was right. There are 300 machlokes in between the Shammai and the Hillel, but there are only 3 machlokes in between the Rabbi, Hillel, and the Shammai and the Hillel. The first one is, how much dough does one have to make in order to be chayiv in a precious challah? According to Hillel, it's 2 kav. According to Shammai, 1 kav. They were machmer even in a lesser amount. And according to Chachamim, it's 1.5 kav. The Torah says, bring challah on a omer, which is asir sa'efa. It's 1/10 of an ephah. An ephah is 432 eggs. A tenth of that is 43 eggs. How do you remember that? Challah, Ches, Lamed, Hey, 43. That's 18 kav. 18 kav is 432 eggs. A tenth of that is 2 kav. How is a tenth of 18 kav? Well, because we're going middle of. In other words, in Gemara math, we take the final number. 2 plus 18 is 12. 10% of that is 2. Chachamim say, well, let's talk about Beis Hillel and Shammai for a second. They both agree it's 2 cows. The Shammai say that the 2 cows is for 2 meals. So we just deal with 1 meal. 1 meal is 1 cow, and 2 cows on 1 cow. Chachamim say we don't go milagab, we go milagab. Do 10% of 18, which is 1.8. In addition to that, we're not talking about the shiurim of the Midbar, we're talking about the shiurim of Yerushalayim. They took 6 and made it 5. Later on, when they took again 6 and made it 5 as shiurim, the shiur changed again. And Rabbi said you have to add a little bit more because the eggs were larger in the desert than they are now, and he added another 5%. Second machlokes is mikvah. A mikvah needs 40 saw of rainwater. Let's say you're trying to fill up a mikvah with rainwater, and then you decide, that's not on purpose by the way, you decide to put in a little extra water from the sink. It makes the mikvah possible. But how much water do you need to produce? According to Hillel, it's a pin. Use the word pin like his Rabbi, which means 12 lugim. According to Shammai, it's 36 lugim. And here's an amazing thing. Chachamim paskin like 2 weavers that live next to Shara Rashi. Rashi points out, weavers is the lowest profession possible. One cannot be a king or a kohen gadol if he's a weaver. And the worst neighborhood in the world is Shara Ashwa. Yes, he's asking like these 2 weavers that testified in the name of Shema Yisrael that is 3 loads. Why? Because they learned Torah. And the third machlokes is regarding the woman who sees dam. Any food that she touches becomes tummy. Dam takes time to emerge. Once it leaves the womb, she's tummy. Yet Shammai says she's only the kama from here on out. Even though she touched food 10 seconds ago, and it's impossible for the dam not to be the kama, no. Dayim shatim from here on out. Hillel say that it's from the last time that she saw dam, in other words, from the last time she did a bdika, could be months ago, everything in between is every food she touched. And Chachamim come along and say, dependent. It's me'es leis 24 hours. But if she did a bdika less than 24 hours, then we go to the bdika. Whatever is less, the bdika or me'es leis. There's seemingly a fourth machlokes, and that is, if a person brings a carbon ion, is he allowed to do smicha or not? Did he lean on the head with all his might? According to Hillel, yes. According to Shammai, no. The reason why it's not included in this, we only have 3 machlokes, not 4, is because this is a very old machlokes. This is actually the first machlokes applied. And Shammai and Hillel just repeated the machlokes. There's another machlokes. Somebody who takes his grapes for wine, and some of the grapes leak wine or grape juice. Is that considered mashkin, a liquid, to make the grapes susceptible to tumah or not? According to Shammai, yes. According to Hillel, not. But since Hillel later on agrees to Shammai, this is not considered a machlokes. The Gemara just tells us there was 3 stages when it comes to dirt that comes from Kutzlar. As we mentioned the other day, dirt that comes from Kutzlar, since the Goyim don't mark the graves, it's possible that in the dirt there's fragments of bone, and therefore it's Kama. So there's 3 stages. Yosef and Yoezer, Yosef and Yochanan, the first Zul, they made the first stage. And they said that if that dirt touches Truma, you cannot eat the Truma. You don't have to burn it, but you can't eat its whole kind. And the ear space, they didn't do any kind of Xer at all. And you cannot say that they said that you have to burn it, because the only thing that was burnt right away is something that was true, that was touched by somebody that had hands that weren't clean. Later on, the Rabbanim of Shmeim Shana, meaning years before the Korban Habayis, and they said that the ear space is also toilet. It also has tumah. You have to burn it, but it's tummy, you can eat the tumah. Later on in Usha, one of the 6 zeros that they made in Usha was that the dirt from this heart that touches tumah, you must burn the tumah. But the ear space remained the same, just tumah. Rabbi said that 180 years before the Korban Habayis Sheni, the Romans came in, they started to conquer. And 80 years beforehand, that's when the Rabbanan of Usha, the Rabbanan of 80, which they called, they said the Tumah, and they said what we said before. And the goods are also on glass. 40 years before the Korban, the Sanhedrin moved from Lishkas Hagazes to Hanuyas, and they stopped doing capital punishment. The way it went, it was 4 generations, 100 years before Korban Habayis. It went Hillel, Shimon, and then Rabbi Gamliel, and Rabbi Shimon. In Usha, there was 6 sfeitos. We have Besa pras, that means, according to Rashi, if there's a grave that's in a field, we don't know where the grave is, so any truma that touches that field has to be burned. As we discussed, the second thing is the dirt from Putzlaretz. Third thing is clothing of an Amoritz that is written that might have sat on them. And count of the measures. If you find in the street, you have to assume it's Tomei, so it's Tomei touched it. If you touch fruit, to spittle, you have to assume that it came from a Zav, and you have to burn the Truma. And finally, May Red Light. Yossi says that you burn this Truma in Rosh Hashanah, even if you're not sure that you touched it, even though it's a spek sveka. Let's say it came, you're not sure if it came from a chutzlaretz, you're not sure if there's a bone in there, and you're not sure if you touched it. Double sveka, since it's in Rosh Hashanah, you burn it. Chacham say in Rosh Hashanah, you don't eat it, you don't burn it. And in Rosh Hashanah, it's tahar, because Safek Tum Rosh Hashanah is tahar. Now, why did they make a gzera on glassware? Because glassware is created from sand, and sand is similar to what we create earthenware from. If so, how can you put glass in a mikvah and be mitar? The answer is you can't. The only time you put glass in a mikvah is if it has a hole in it and you fill the hole with lead. Now we're looking at a kli that's made out of lead. Like Rabbi says, anytime you have a maimed, something that makes the kli function, over here it is the lead, then the whole kli turns into lead, and therefore that's the only time you put such a glass in the mikvah. Have a wonderful day.
To find the best candidates, no, you don't. Do me a favor. Go to ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/church. That's ZipRecruiter.com/church. Number 2, Garlic.com. The best supplements, period. From Shrimp Export, Alpha Brain, M-Force Protein. You can't fucking go wrong.
Shabbos Daf Zayin. We're discussing glassware and how in some ways it's similar to earthenware, and how in some ways it's similar to metalware when it comes to tumah. There are 5 differences between metalware and earthenware. The first one is shute kli cheres. If the kli cheres is flat and the metalware is flat, kli cheres is not mekabel tumah, metalware is mekabel tumah. In this case, glass is similar to cheres, to earthenware. Second thing is that earthenware is not mekabel tumah from the outside. If you touch a shirt, it's the outside of the kli, it's not mekabel tumah, whereas metalware is mekabel tumah. In that, it's similar to metal. We discuss why that is. Third halacha is that if earthenware or metalware have a hole in a tamei kli, that makes the tumah go away. What happens if we repair the hole? If it's earthenware, the tumah does not come back. If it's metalware, the tumah comes back. And by glass, the tumah does not come back like earthenware. Fourth halacha is tefillah. If you take a kli that's tamei and you put it in the mikvah, if it's earthenware, it does not become tar. If it's metalware, it does become tar. When it comes to glass, it does not become tar. And finally, the fifth halacha, the amazing concept of avir, the ear space of a earthenware kli is mekabel tumah. So if you put a sheret without touching the kli into the ear space of the kli, the earthenware becomes tamei, whereas metal does not become tamei. Another halacha, once a kli is tamei, you put a fruit that's tar into the ear space of the earthenware kli, that fruit becomes tamei, whereas in metal, it does not become tamei. Glass is like metal. It does not become tamei through the ear space. Now, why is it that glass is mitama migaber? It's mitama if you touch something from the outside. If glass is similar to earthenware, it should not be mitama migaber. The answer is because glass is similar to metalware in the fact that if glass breaks, you can melt it back and make a new glass, just like you do to metal. You melt the metal and make a new plate. So in some ways, glass is similar to metal. Now, why is it if you repair a whole glass, it does not become tamei? That is like earthenware. Shouldn't be similar to metalware. And the answer is because the concept of repairing and recapturing tumah is d'Rabbanan. And the whole idea that a glassware is tamei is d'Rabbanan. That's 2 d'Rabbanan. That doesn't go. We don't do 2 d'Rabbanan on one item. Now, why is it that glassware, if it's flat, is not mekabel tumah, just earthenware is not mekabel tumah if it's flat? And the answer is because we're chachamim to make a distinction and show people that glassware is d'Rabbanan. And therefore, if glassware touches truma, do not burn the truma. Just let it hang as is, let it destroy itself, but you don't go with hands and burn it. You're only seeing burn, like we discussed yesterday, as dirt that comes from Putzlar, you burn truma, even though it's dirt. Rav Ashi says, glassware, in fact, is exactly like earthenware. Besides one thing, besides the fact that glassware becomes tamei if you touch the outside of it. Why is that? Because glass is see-through. So the outside has the same halacha as the inside. And just like the inside is Mikabel Tumah, so too, the outside. New sugi. Midoraisa, metalware is Mikabel Tumah. That's a mafurish apostle. Shimon Meshach came along and said that metalware, if it has a hole, Midoraisa becomes tar. But if you repair the hole, Shimon Meshach said, it recaptures the original Tumah and remains Tumah. There was a story with Shimon Meshach's sister, who was Yana Melech's wife. She made a big feast for her son, and during the feast, all the dishes became tummy tumas meis. Perhaps somebody died at the meal, and they all became tummy through oil. Instead of waiting 7 days for all the vessels to become tar and go through the whole process of sprinkling them on the third day and on the seventh day with mechatas, she had a great idea. She punched holes through every single one of the vessels and sent them to a professional to repair. That's a no-no. People are going to forget the whole concept of sprinkling the mechatas on the vessels. So instituted a takana that even if you repair a kli, it recaptures the tumah. Now, what if Shimon Meshach said at that time that all tumas, even tumah sheretz, for instance, and you repair the kli, the tumah is recaptured? We don't have the idea that people might forget about mechatas. There is no mechatas on tumah sheretz. Two answers. Abaye says because perhaps we're concerned that people won't poke a large enough hole in the kli, instead of it being the size of a pomegranate, to do less than a pomegranate. Rabbi says that we're concerned because even if you put a kli in a mikvah and it's tar, you still have to wait until nightfall. Whereas if you poke a hole in a kli and then you repair it, you can use it immediately. So people might come to think that if you put a kli in the mikvah, you don't have to wait till the night. You can use it immediately. So Shimon was misaken that no, if you repair a kli, it's not even tar at all. What's the difference between Abaye and Rabbi? In a case where a person broke the kli completely, flattened it out, and started, in that case, nobody's going to come and say, oh, you don't have to go to the mikvah, you don't have to go to nightfall after you go to, because people see you're dealing with random kli. But people may think that you don't need a full shear of a pomegranate to make a hole. When we're discussing the 18 halachas, that the halachas like Bishamai versus Beisila, so we discussed so far the 9 that have to do with Sulei Truma, and 2 in the Mishnah where you shouldn't read the candlelighting, you shouldn't be loud for clothing. And now the Gemara continues with number 12. And that is the concept that a mikvah needs to have 40 saw of rainwater. And yesterday we discussed if you have 3 of mayim shuruvim, drawn water, before you get to the 40, and you introduce those mayim rainwater, it passes the rainwater. Now we're discussing what constitutes mayim shuruvim. If a person takes any type of vessel, a very large vessel, a very small vessel, in other words, vessels that are not Mikabel Tumah at all because they're so large, they're so small, or they're made out of material that's not Mikabel Tumah, such as mud. So you put it under a downspout to catch water. You do it on purpose. You want to catch the water, even if it didn't rain immediately. But you see that there are clouds in the sky, and you think it's going to rain, but it didn't rain immediately. You went to work and you came back, and then it rained. According to everybody, that's considered mayim shuruvim, and that makes a mikvah possible. If there are no clouds in the sky, everybody agrees that's not considered mayim shuruvim, because you have to have das. You have to think, I want to capture the water. So where is the machlokes? In a situation where there were clouds in the sky, but those clouds went away, and new clouds came. According to Beishamai, since I had the proper machshava, you're right, it's on the wrong cloud, but my machshava remains, and therefore this water is mayim shuruvim. According to Beisilel, it's not considered mayim shuruvim, and the halacha is like Beishamai because they counted how many people there were, and there were more Beishamai than Beisilel. Halacha is not Beishamai. The Beisilel says no. That's not one of the 18. In fact, the halacha is like Beisilel. What is one of the 18? The fact that all Kusi girls, even 1 day old, are considered nida. Why? Because Kusim don't believe that a girl under the age of a gdoila can become a nida. So we cannot trust the Kusim. Therefore, they instituted that all Kusim are nidais having their full day. Shabbos David Zayin. If a person were to take any vessel, any kli, and hold it over a dead body, that kli becomes tamei as oil. But that kli doesn't have to have a shear to be the size of a pin. However, if you want something in the room to become tamei because of oil, in other words, anything under the same ceiling as the dead person is tamei, the ceiling must be at least a tefach wide midoraisa. As one of the 18 halachas that we pass on like Shammai, according to Rabbi, is the halacha that the ceiling does not need to be a full tefach if you're holding on to the ceiling. In other words, a mardeya, a goat, trod an animal. The shear in the time of the Gemara was exactly a third of a tefach wide. The diameter was a third of a tefach. That means the circumference was a full tefach. Since people might confuse the circumference with the diameter, therefore they instituted that if a person is holding on to the mardeya, rather than making him tamei until the evening, because the mardeya was over the dead body is a via v'satuma, the mardeya becomes the avatuma once the blessed, and the person holding on to it becomes a rishon. A rishon is the mikveh that same day. But people might get confused and they'll say, wait, even a full-fledged 7-day tamei only has to go to the mikveh that same day. There is no such thing as 7 days. Therefore, they instituted a tumah, whereas it's supposed to be for 1 day, they made it for 7 days. The Targum says, I'll curse my sons if this halacha is true. It's impossible. This is a mistake. What happened was once a farmer that he was walking with his goat on his shoulder. He was touching it, yes, but he went over in his mouth over a grave. And that in return made him a rishon. But he thought that he's tamei for 7 days. It was a mistake. There's no reason to institute a takana. Nobody's going to get confused and mistake a circumference with the diameter. So according to Rabbi that doesn't hold that this is one of the 18 takanas, we have to institute another one. So he's going to hold, like I said the other day, the nice kusim. The kusim is the 18th one. That all daughters of kusim, even if they all have tumas nida. There's another halacha that they instituted that day, one of the 18. That's haboitzer legas. If you harvest grapes, wine, and some of the grapes, they ooze out grape juice. That grape juice is enough to be considered kosher tumah. Now the grapes can become tumah because, say, Beis Shammai, we're concerned that perhaps he'll harvest them in a waterproof container and he'll try to save that juice. Since he wants that juice, it's as if he had intent to use that juice. Gemara tells us that day that Shammai convinced Hillel, who happened to be the Nasi, and they forced him into agreeing to their halacha. It was like the day Klal Yisrael did the Chet HaEgel. They should have listened to Aaron and Hur, but they didn't. Over here, Klal Yisrael should have listened to Hillel, who's the Nasi. Yet they embarrassed him. They put him like a student, and they forced him to agree to their halacha. Another one of the 18 halachas, the Gemara says in the name of Tavi Rishba, Tavi the hunter. He says in the name of Shmuel that if you take truma, that's tamei, you give it to the kohen, and the kohen, instead of burning it, he takes it and he cleanses it. He won't gain anything because the truma that comes out will have a halacha of tamei truma. Why is that? We're concerned that instead of him burning it, he's going to keep it. Now he would be allowed to the rice plant it. We're concerned that he might use it the wrong way, and therefore we say burn it right now and don't wait. Another one of the 18 halachas were decided like the Shammai is if a person is walking Erev Shabbos with his wallet and all of a sudden becomes Shabbos. Midaraisa, he's allowed to walk less than 4 amas in Rosh Hashanah and stop. Walk another less than 4 amas and stop. And do so until he reaches home. But we're concerned that he might take more than 4 amas and it'll be over there. So what we say is give it to a guy, let the guy carry it. Usually you're not allowed to do so, but it's better to give it to the guy than to walk 4 amas in Rosh Hashanah. Another one of the 18 halachas says that the geyser on pas akum, on the bread of a guy, on the oil of a guy, the wine of a guy, and the daughter of a guy. In other words, is an isur yichud for a guy. All of these 4 halachas are considered one. According to Rabbi Yossi, had yesterday, who doesn't hold that one of the halachas is catching rainwater in a kli and creating mayim shuvim. So we say that B'nai Kusim is one of the 18. We're still missing one. B'nai Kusim we count as one of the 18. If he counts B'nai Kusim as one of the 18 and not shuvim, how does he get to 18? Gemara tells us there's a gzeira on all non-Jewish boys that they have a halacha of tamei zav. Although a guy can never become a zav, but they instituted that goyim have a halacha of zav. We don't want our children playing with their children, chashash of mishkav zachar. Now, according to Meir, you must say that the two halachas of food that becomes coming through liquid and vessels that become coming through liquid, those are 2 out of the 9 halachas that we learned in Psul and Truma. They are considered one, and like this Meir has a total of 18 halachas. And now we are done with the sugya of Tumah, and we're starting a brand new sugya. Says the Mishnah, and we're dealing with shvisas kelim. That is the concept that you're not allowed to have your property do malacha on Shabbos according to Bisham. And therefore, let's say you take your ink and let it soak before Shabbos. That's a malacha on Shabbos that would be also the raisa, malacha slisha, kneading. And so to soak your different karshim and different vegetables, that would be kneading. According to Bisham, if you want to do so, you have to make sure that the malacha is over before Shabbos begins. According to Basil, it's not a problem. As long as you put it in 1 minute before Shabbos, that's okay. According to Bisham, you cannot set out a trap before Shabbos unless you have enough time for the animal to be caught. According to Basil, you can't. You're not allowed to put in wool into enough before Shabbos. That's a libun. That's also the raisa, making the wool white, unless you have enough time to finish before Shabbos. And finally, the Mishnah says, you're not allowed to sell something to a guy before Shabbos unless he has enough time to get to his house. You're not allowed to load him up before Shabbos, according to Shabbos. Still, as long as you have enough time for 1 minute before sundown, that's enough. You don't have to finish the malach. According to Shammai, you're not allowed to give your clothing to the cleaners before Shabbos unless he has enough time. According to Basil, you can. Shimon Gamliel says, Shimon Gamliel was a descendant of Hillel. He's in Hillel. He says his father used to give white clothing, which takes a long time to laundry, 3 days before Shabbos. One halacha that everybody agrees upon is that a malacha that you're allowed to do on Shabbos. In other words, you're not over Isser Derais on Shabbos, such as putting a weight on your grapes because the grapes are already crushed, but you want to hasten, you want to make the juice come out quicker, so you put a big stone on them, a beam, that you're allowed to do according to Shammai before Shabbos, even if you don't have enough time, because if you juice on Shabbos, you're not over the Reisa, having a wonderful day.
There's 2 rooms in this little dressing area. In front of the private room in the back. It's just Sam and a hooker, I guess. He's frustrated. He can't get what he wants out of the flower. And then finally it clumps up and he gets out of there and there's no pile of it. He goes, heard you killed him, cowboy.
Shabbos Daf Yuches, we discussed in the Mishnah that according to Bishama, you're not allowed to take heat and soak it in water before Shabbos, unless the process is done before Shabbos. Obviously, Bishama hold the only thing that's also to do before Shabbos is something that's also to do on Shabbos. Now, soaking ink doesn't involve any hand movements. You don't have to knead the ink. Therefore, the Gemara assumes that this goes according to Rabbi. Rabbi holds that the Issur of Lisha, kneading on Shabbos, applies even if you just introduce water to flour without kneading it with your hands. Even if you introduce water to ashes. According to Rabbi Yossi, Lisha is when you do it with your hands. You knead the dough. You take the water and the flour and you knead it with your hands. So our mission doesn't go according to Rabbi Yossi. The Gemara says, no, perhaps even Rabbi Yossi would admit, in an object, in an item that doesn't require kneading, such as ink and such as ashes, you don't have to knead it. Just introducing the water is enough. So why does Rabbi Yossi say that you have to knead ashes? The answer is perhaps he never said ashes. He said alpha, and we're reading it afer. You could confuse the two. The Gemara tells us there are other halachas of things that you can do before Shabbos. You're allowed to make a ditch to bring water from a water source to your field, even though it will continue on Shabbos. You're allowed to put fragrance under your clothing before Shabbos, even though it will continue on Shabbos. You're allowed to put sulfur under your silverware in order to create some coloring for the silverware, even though it will continue into Shabbos. What you're not allowed to do is put wheat in a watermill. There are 2 reasons given. According to Rabbi, because a watermill makes a lot of noise, and that's not nice for Shabbos. That's a design for Shabbos. People will hear a machine working on Shabbos. Another reason the Gemara gives, according to Rabbi Yosef, there's a concept called Shvisas Kelim. You have to have your utensils rest on Shabbos. Now, according to Rabbi Yosef, even Beis Hillel agreed to the concept of Shvisas Kelim. So then why isn't the Mishnah of Beis Hillel saying you're allowed to put flax in an oven, you're allowed to do all these things? Because all those things, the machine wasn't moving. The oven doesn't move. There are no moving parts. You put fragrance under the clothing, it's in a vessel, but the vessel's not moving. What about trapping on Shabbos? Where they still say you're allowed to have a situation where you traps an animal on Shabbos. We must say that we're talking about traps that don't move, like a hook for a fish, or like a kukuri, like a certain basket that's shaped in a way that a fish goes in and gets trapped, but the basket doesn't move. That's what Beisil allows on Shabbos. According to Rav Asi, the Shvisas Kelim is only the Beis Shammai. Beis Shammai hold in our Mishnah even if the vessel doesn't move, like an oven, like a vat for dyeing wool. But we need to explain, how do Beis Shammai allow one to light a candle, which will last into Shabbos? How do Beis Shammai allow to make food which cooks over Shabbos? Or make beer, which takes 8 days? Even though the vessel is not moving, you need Shvisas Kelim. We must say, says the Gemara, that in all those cases, the person is mafkir his candle, he's mafkir his barrel, he's mafkir his spit. Whatever it is that is mutter, the pot, he is mafkir. The Gemara tells us that it's usher to put beans that take a very long time to cook. It's usher to put them on the fire before Shabbos. And if you do so, it's usher for you to eat them until the amount of time that it takes you to cook. So if it takes you 12 hours to cook beans, you have to wait 12 hours after Motzei Shabbos in order to eat these beans. The same would apply for cooking up a very large amount of hot water. You could say that this is also even according to Beis Hillel, because of a new concept called Shema Yichata. The problem is you might stoke the coals, you might stir the coals on Shabbos. Now, when it comes to the fragrance and sulfur, there is no problem of Shema Yichata, because if you stir the coals, you'll create smoke, which will ruin what you're trying to do. What about flax in the oven? Also no problem, because if you open up the door to the oven, you'll ruin your flax. That's the concept of the ear will ruin it, and therefore there's no chitu. What about dyeing wool? Dyeing wool, we do have an issue of Shema Yichata stoke the coals. So there's a get out of it if you remove the pot from the fire, from the flame. But there's another issue. Even if you remove the pot from the flame, there's a problem of hagasa. You might stir the pot. The way to get over that problem is if you seal the pot with cement or something else. Now, this halacha of not being allowed to put beans, that's only beans. But meat, you are allowed to put meat on the oven before Shabbos. We're not concerned that since you're not able to eat it, you are not going to stir the coals, you'll forget about it, and you'll leave it. And the same will apply if you have food that's completely cooked, so you're allowed to put it right before Shabbos. The only thing you're not allowed to do is if it's semi-cooked. Semi-cooked food, you're not allowed to put on before Shabbos, unless you introduce the semi-cooked food, a piece of raw meat, then you won't touch that pot for a while, and we don't have an issue of Shema Yichata. There are two reasons that we said that help us with chitu, with stirring coals. One is if there's air that ruins the coal, or ruins whatever food you're doing or any malach you're doing. And the other is if you seal the oven, you seal the pot, then we don't have a problem of Shema Yichata. So if you have both of those reasons together, let's say you have a young goat that introducing air to the cooking is terrible, and you seal the oven according to everybody, that's not an issue. What if you have one out of the two reasons? According to one lashon, that's exactly the flag between Rav Ashi and Yirmiyah Medifti. According to Rav Ashi, it's mutter, and according to Yirmiyah Medifti, it's also. What if you don't have any of the reasons? Both reasons don't exist. According to a second lashon, that's where the mafleges of Rav Ashi and Yirmiyah Medifti exist. Rav Ashi says it's mutter to put food in an oven because you're not going to come to do chitu b'kefal, you're not going to stir the coals, because the door to the oven will be your reminder. However, Rav Ashi admits that if it's on directly on the coals, then that's a concern that you might stir the coals. Beis Shammai said in the Mishnah, and adding to the Mishnah, the Gemara brings that you're not allowed to lend something to a guy You're not allowed to sell something to the guy. You're not allowed to give a guy a present if the guy won't make it to his own home before Shabbos. It will look as if he's doing something for you. Amir La'akom, he's your shliach. You still say, as long as he could get to the house that's next to the wall of the city, in other words, he has a place where to place his items, that's okay. And Rabbi Kiva says, what we still mean to say is, as long as you can leave your house, from that point on, it's mutter. In Yana D'Yom, Beishamai hold that your chiyuv to be mevar chametz, to destroy chametz, exists even if you sell it to somebody else. Even if you sell it to a guy, you have to make sure that the guy eats the chametz. Amazing. If you know for a fact that the guy won't consume the chametz, you're not allowed to sell it to him. They still say no. As long as you can eat the chametz, you can sell the chametz. And Rabbi Yehuda, who holds like Rabbi Shammai, that you can't sell chametz to a guy as long as you don't, as you know that he's not going to consume it. He says that's only 30 days before Pesach. But more than 30 days before Pesach, I'm not concerned. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Yutes permitted to feed your own dog on Shabbos, and you're allowed to give a poor non-Jew food enough for a meal. We're not concerned that they might take the food out of your shus, out of your domain, and it'll look as if you're doing your shlichus, and you don't have to prevent it. You're allowed to rent your kelim, your different tools to a non-Jew on Wednesday, Thursday, but you're not allowed to do so on Friday because it looks as if you're renting it to him specifically for Shabbos. Sending something with a guy, sending a letter is much different than sending anything else. Because a letter, as the Mishnah Berurah explains, has the writing of the Jew, and everybody can tell it's coming from a Jew. Therefore, there's the following halachas. If you're sending it on Wednesday, Thursday, it seems like for most Rishonim, that's mutter. Although Rabbi Yossi HaKohen, or some say it was Rabbi Yossi HaChassid, was machmar himself and never sent a letter in the hands of a non-Jew, even on Sunday, Monday. If you stipulate a fee, and now the non-Jew is acting on his own terms, according to Beis Hillel, you're allowed to send it even on Erev Shabbos. According to Shammai, you're not. Now, on Erev Shabbos, if there's no fee stipulation, and there's no dayar. Dayar means the mayor of the city, but it really means that the receiver of the letter has a permanent address, where the guy will most likely find the receiver and won't have to travel any further distance. If you don't have those two reasons, then it's usher to send a letter Erev Shabbos. However, if in a case where there is dayar, the person does have a permanent address. Now, you didn't stipulate the fee. According to Bishamai, it's okay as long as the messenger, the guy, could reach his destination. And according to Basil, he doesn't need to reach his destination. As long as he reaches the first house by the city wall, that's okay, because he can put it down there, and if he decides to go on his own any further, that's on his own terms. The halacha is, one should not embark a ship 3 days before Shabbos. There are 5 reasons given. Mishnah Berurah brings them down in Reish Mutes. 2 of them are brought here. Places says because it's similar to swimming, and Rabbi Nachman says because it takes 3 days to overcome seasickness, it's not proper to go to Shabbos while one is sick. For Bar Mitzvah, it's mutter to embark the ship even less than 3 days before Shabbos. According to Rabbi, you must go over to the captain of the ship and stipulate with him and say, I'm only embarking the ship on condition that you stop on Shabbos. And the captain says, okay, and of course he laughs at the guy and doesn't stop, and that's okay as well. Gamliel says you don't have to go through the whole stipulation process. It's good without talking to the captain of the ship. A very short trip that you know you're going to reach the nation before Shabbos, you're allowed to embark ship even on Erev Shabbos. You're not allowed to make a siege on a city less than 3 days before Shabbos, but if you start, you're allowed to continue. The Shammai says the reason is it says in the pasuk, until you decimate your enemy. That means even on Shabbos. There was once a launderer who wanted to charge a buyer the same amount of money for colored laundry like for white laundry. He says, Rabbi, I know what tricks you're up to. I learned Rabbi Shimon said that his father never gave white laundry to launderer less than 3 days before Shabbos. In other words, it's much more difficult to do white laundry than colored laundry, and therefore the price should not be the same. Rabbi says before you give your laundry, the launderer always measure it before and measure when it comes back in case he decided to shrink your clothing or stretch your clothing. We learned that Bishamai hold that you're not allowed to start a process before Shabbos. It's something that's also in the rice to do on Shabbos itself. Therefore, when Bishamai say it's mutter to crush your grapes on Shabbos, to put heavy loads on them, the heavy beams and stones on your grapes and olives on Shabbos, before Shabbos, that is because on Shabbos it's not an Issa D'Oraisa. Who does that go according to? Gemara brings two shittas. You can either go according to Rabbi Shmuel who holds that once you start the process of crushing non-mature grapes before Shabbos, you let it continue on Shabbos. Rabbi Akiva argues that's problematic because the Rebbe says that Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Shmuel both agree that since it's missing crushing, it's also to do on Shabbos. So there's another shita. The Gemara brings the Amoira Rebbe Elazar says in the name of the Tana Rebbe Elazar that once you start crushing a honeycomb and the honey starts oozing out, you're allowed to continue the process of Shabbos and benefit from the honey, and we're not concerned about sweet on Shabbos. That would be the same as in our Mishnah that you're allowed to, once you start crushing the grapes before Shabbos, you're allowed to continue on Shabbos. Although it's slightly problematic because honey starts out as a salad and ends up as a salad. They're both food, whereas grapes are a salad and you make the liquid. However, that's not such a problem because Rabbi Elazar himself is brought down in a brayso saying this exact same halacha as he said by honey. He says it regarding grapes as well. Yosef Chanina says the halacha is like Rabbi Shmuel that says you're allowed to put a heavy beam or a stone on grapes and olives that are not completely ripe and on garlic. This is a famous machlokes in Masechtas Shabbos. In Yesh Muktzah or Ein Muktzah. Rabbi Shimon holds Ein Muktzah, meaning you don't have to be so stringent on the Hilchos Muktzah in certain regard. And Rabbi Yehuda says Yesh Muktzah. Rav paskins like it. There is Muktzah, you have to be stringent. And Shmuel paskins like Shmuel, you don't have to be stringent. The Gemara brings here 4 nafkaminot. One case is if you have these reeds that you use in your olive press. The olive press doesn't work on Shabbos, so these reeds are muktzah according to Rav, and they're not muktzah according to Shmuel. If you set aside olive oil for your worker, it's his salary, so according to Rav, the olive oil becomes muktzah. According to Shmuel, it's not muktzah. A tart for your merchandise on your boat, according to Rav, the tart is muktzah. According to Shmuel, it's not muktzah. You're allowed to shut an animal on Shabbos, on Yom Tov. What if the animal was designated for milk, for eggs, for plowing, or even fruit? You have dates that are designated for commerce, for commercial use. So you set it aside before Shabbos. According to Rab, they are muktzah. You're not allowed to change your mind and try to shut this animal or use these dates on Yom Tov. Why? Since you set them aside and you didn't have mind to use them when Shabbos came in, you're not allowed to use it for the rest of the Shabbos. There was a Talmud that decided to paskin the halacha like Reb Shimon, even though the halacha is like Reb Shimon. He passed like Reb Shimon, and they put him in Cherem. Why? Because the story happened in a city where Rav was the Rav, and therefore they put him in. This is machlokes, and 2 Talmidim decided to paskin on their own. In what way do you save food from a fire when you're in a place that has an eruv chatzeros? One paskin that you have to take you can take as many meals as you want as long as you put into one vessel, and the other one said you can take as many vessels as you want full of food as long as they fit into one vessel. And then tomorrow we're going to discuss the Mishnah of Ein Tzoylin Basar Batzel Beitzer. Have a wonderful
eventually, I started coming out on the used to, used to the land and Jeff, leasing Jeff, and then we go do, probably 3 cities in 3 days. And it was just you and Jeff.
Shabbos Daf Chav, we learned from the Mishnah that Erev Shabbos, one is not permitted to roast meat, eggs, onions, unless you're able to roast it before Shabbos. What does that mean? Machal ben Brusoy, it's a shear, according to Rashi, it means a third done, according to the Rambam, 50% done. Once we're talking about Kemach ben Rusoy, there's a few kulos. Number one, once the food reaches Kemach ben Rusoy, according to Rashi, it's the third done, there's no more issue of Bishul Akum. So the guy could take on the cooking from that point. According to Hananya, there's no Isser Shehiyah. Once your food reaches a third done, you can leave it on the flame when Shabbos comes in, and we're not worried about Shehiyah, even though you don't have roof of Tumah, you didn't remove the coals, and you didn't sprinkle the coals with ashes. You learned in the Mishnah you don't put bread into the oven before Shabbos, unless Karma Panel has a nice color. According to Danakam, it means the outside of the bread. According to Lezer, it means not only the outside, but also the part that lays on the oven. As we learned yesterday, a young goat, if you introduce air, oxygen, into the oven, will ruin the meat. So therefore, we're not concerned you're going to open up the oven door and stoke the coals. Yet, when it comes to carbon pesach, we say that you are allowed to put a carbon pesach on a stick into the oven because you are part of the group. And the group is going to remind each other not to stoke the coals. But what happens to the reason that oxygen is not good for the meat? The answer is because carbon pesach is a whole goat. It's not cut up into pieces. It's also. So therefore, the air and the oxygen doesn't cause any harm, and it would be a concern. But because you have other people there, it's not a concern. Learned in the Mishnah that in the Beis HaMikdash, there was a fire to warm the Kohanim's feet. You're allowed to start the fire right before Shabbos, even though you don't have most of the wood burning. But outside the Beis HaMikdash, that's not allowed. What is the reason? So one reason given by Rabbi is because it says that there's no isser to light the fire on Shabbos in the Beis HaMikdash. The Gemara has a bomb kasha Rabbi. What Chizda says is because Kohanim's reason, beautiful Rashi here, the Kohanim are all b'nei Torah, and they're very careful with the mitzvahs, and we're not concerned. And the pasuk with Savarish Chomish V'Sechem is referring to Hakar Sevarim Chalavim that you're allowed to burn. They're allowed to burn on Shabbos on this bed. So outside of the Beis HaMikdash, the shear is that it has to grab most of the wood. What does that mean? According to Rav, it means most of the pieces of wood. Every piece of wood, you have to have a majority of that piece on fire. And according to Shmuel, it just means that they caught on enough. They don't have to bring small pieces of wood to create a flame. Now, we have a great raya for Shmuel because it says by the menorah that you have to light the wick enough that the flame should go by itself. In other words, that it doesn't have any help from the outside. If you're lighting one piece of wood, so according to Rav, it should be that the fire catches on most of the circumference. Another is most of the actual piece of wood, the thickness of the wood. The flame has to go through the wood. Rabbi says, if so, let's do both. Most of the thickness and the circumference. Yehoiakim burnt Megillah Seichel, and it says in the pasuk Ve'es ha'ach l'fan of Mevares. Rav says that means an araba tree, and Shmuel says that they were together. It's the lashon of achla. So we have a three-way machlokes here. Read that our individuals, they don't need roiv. They're easy to catch flame, and if they're in a bundle, they need that most of the majority of it should light up. But this is the exact opposite. That if they're individuals, they need the roiv, and when they're together, since they're together, it's easier for them to catch on flame. And Rav Kahana says, like Rav Huna in this case, when it comes to hips, so we're saying thing by Kanim that when they're individuals, they don't need a roiv, and when they're together in a vessel in a basket, they need roiv. Because this is the exact opposite. And Rav Kahana in this case says like Rav Chizda. These are things that don't need roiv majority fire, which is pitch, tar, gopher, sulfur, vina, cheese, revas, hash, and gvava is stubble. Rabbi says that the trees of bubble don't need. And what is that? Rabbi says, as we're going to see later on, it's a branch of a cedar tree that's dry and thin, and it has like a woolly substance that can catch flame. But it doesn't mean that it's cut into small pieces, because Ula says that even a Shabbos candle, you have to light it and make sure that it's lit the majority of it, and therefore small pieces doesn't help. Rabbi Rabbi says this is referring to Zaza. Zaza is moss. That we finished the first parak of Masechta Shabbos. Tremendous mazel tov. Hagan Aloch Yitzias HaShabbos. Now we're going to start parak Bamemedin. You cannot light with the wick of lech, which is, like we just discussed, the wool that is found in a cedar tree. And you can't light with chaysin. According to Rabbi Yosef, it's the small pieces of flax. According to Abaya, it's flax that wasn't honed. And the Levi Kala. So Shmuel asked them, Yami asked them, what is it? They told him it's kucha. It's a woolly substance. Cesaros, something like that. The reason by Zira says it's kushkira. It's a very inferior type of silk that comes from a silkworm. They call it flaw silk. Robin says no, it's a good grade of silk. It says the Mishnah looks the Sa'idon, which means achrina, which is like the woolly substance from a willow tree. And Robin showed Abaya. Abaya says, that tree, a willow tree? Yeah, no, but he pulled it apart and he showed him, look, there's a substance, almost like a wool in there that catches on fire. It says, Hamidbar, Shavra, which is nettle grass. They braid it and they make wicks out of it. The Levi or Regal Pnei, that's not referring to algae, but rather it's referring to the moss. Now, some people added hair and wool, but our Tana says that hair and wool are not added because wool actually shrinks and hair burns. Now, from here on out are the oils that you're not light with. You can't light with tar, which is pitch, and shava is wax. But to make a candle out of the wax, since this is in the category of oils, but not the category of wicks, so you're allowed to, you're permitted to use, as we do today, make a candle out of wax. Have a wonderful day.
Went in there as a feature. I worked the first week, and it really liked me. Then the second week, somebody dropped out and they kept me. The first time I was there, I went for 3 weeks straight. That's still in the game. Something happened. I think he works locally. Whatever. Never knew. Once I go back there again.
Shabbos Daf Chof Aleph. Rather listen to the Mishnah, different wicks that are also to use on Shabbos. These wicks are only also to make a candle out of them. If you use it to make a bonfire or for heat, it's mutter. You can't use shemen kik. 3 opinions. Shmuel says it's the name of a bird. Yusuf says it's cottonseed. And Rosh Lakish says this is the kikayon. Kik is kikayon of yaina, the leaf that protected yaina. From all these 3 things, you cannot make oil. The isser of using wicks on Shabbos is because these wicks flicker and you might fix it. This is to use the oils in the Mishnah because these oils are not very absorbent into the wick. And again, you come to fix it. Now, if you added olive oil and now it works well, it's still also because you might forget to use the olive oil. Rav Shimon Gamliel says the whole list of wicks that are also to use, if you use them for flotation devices, they're mutter. The only time it's also is if you use it to be a wick and use it for the actual fillet. Says Rabbi, melted fat and melted fish innards are also to use. Now, if you add oil, it's mutter to use. The reason is because now they are absorbed well in the wick. However, by themselves, they're also because you might not melt them. But we don't make a double tier. We don't say, well, with olive oil, you might not use the olive oil and you might not melt them. That's 2 tiers, and we don't do that. All wicks that are also to use for Shabbos are also to use with the Mikdash because it says in the Pasuk Lahalis there's coming. It has to be a flame that goes by itself without any help. In the Mikdash, they made the wicks out of the belt of the kohen, and the belt was made out of wool. How did they do so? The answer is because it's only on Simchas Beis Shoeva where the mitzvah is not midayraisa. However, there is a brayso that says that they made wicks for the menorah, which is the deraisa, out of the leftover clothing of the kohen. And the answer is, over there, it was only from the kohenes, which was made out of linen. And from here on out, the next 3 daf of Kashmir, we're going to be discussing Hanukkah. This is the sugi of Hanukkah of the whole Shas. 3-way machlokes. Ravuna says, all the oils that you're not permitted to use on Shabbos, you're not permitted to use on Hanukkah, in the weekday, and on Shabbos. The reason is because on the weekdays we have a concept called Hafsa Zokla. If the flame of the menorah is extinguished within the shear of time. Let's say you have to light the candle for a half hour. During that half hour is extinguished, you must relight it. So we're concerned that perhaps he won't light it on purpose. He'll use inferior product and he won't relight it. On Shabbos, we have another reason. And that is because since you are permitted to use the light, you might read to the light, and then you'll come, Shemayata, you'll fix the candle. Rav Chisda says, in the weekday, you could use that oil because kafsa ain't something. You don't have to relight it. But on Shabbos, we still have the concern that you might fix the candle lighting, the candle, because you are permitted to read to its light. And Rav says, you're allowed to use it for weekdays and for Shabbos, all these oils that are possible. Kafsa ain't something. He's concerned that he might be pushed, might not relight it because he doesn't have to relight it. And on Shabbos, it's also to use the candlelight, and therefore we're not concerned of Shemayata. Abaya heard this pshat from Rabbi Yirmiyah, and he didn't accept it. But later on, he heard this pshat in the name from Rabbi in the name of Rabbi Yochanan, and he accepted it, and he felt bad. He said, "I wish I would have heard this when I was younger, because when he was younger, there's a concept called Yagasa, Torah that you learn when you're young sticks." The mitzvah of Ner Chanukah is from Shkia until the Talmudim leave the marketplace. Talmudim are people that sell firewood, and they stay in the marketplace last, and therefore that is Rechil. In other words, if you didn't light your candles, you have all the way up until they leave to light. Or another pshat is, how much oil should one put in his menorah? Enough to last from Shkia until these people leave the marketplace. There are three levels of Mahadran in Ner Chanukah. The basic level is one candle every single night for all the people in the house. That's all you need. On the 8th night of Hanukkah, one candle is enough for everyone. The next level is Mahadran, and it's one candle, but for every person in the house. And the third level is according to Bishamai, the Balabais, according to some Rishonim, places in the Rambam, is in addition to every single person in the house, or it's only the Balabais. Bishamai say you start out with 8, and on the second day you go down to 7, and on the 6th day you go down to 6. Still say you start with 1 and you build up 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 2 svaras in the Gemara for Bishamai and 2 for Beisil. The Gemara says, according to Bishamai, you light as many candles as you have left in Hanukkah. So on the second day, you have 7 days left, you light 7 candles. And the second shot in Bishamai is because on Sukkot, they started out with 13 cows they would bring for Karbanis, 13 cows the first day of Sukkot. The second day was 12. So to Hanukkah, you go down. Beisil as far as is that you light as many candles as days that went by. So on the second day of Hanukkah, it's 2 days that went by, you light 2 candles. Another pshat of Beisil is Malam B'Kodesh, you always go up in Dusha, so you start with 1 and you go up to 2, etc. If your house is open to a front yard, and that front yard is open to the Rosh Hashanah, you light by your front door, outside of your front door, in your chutzner, but by your house, by the door. If you live on the second floor, you should light by the window facing Rosh Hashanah. If it's a time of Sakhan where you're not allowed to light outside, you're yot to the mitzvah lighting inside on your table, says Rabbi, provided you make a hecker that this is your Ner Chanukah and not your lamp for regular usage. Now, if you have a bonfire at home, then you don't have to make a hecker. Obviously, that small little candle that you lit is for Chanukah, unless you're an Adam Chashuv who never uses a bonfire. The Gemara tells us on the 25th day of Kislev, we make 8 days of Chanukah, which you don't do a hesped at a levaya, and you don't fast. What happened was the Yevon went into the Heichal, and they were mekama all the oil, and then when the Chashmonaim beat them, they found only one Pach Shemen with the seal of the Kohen Gadol, which should have only lasted for 1 day, but lasted for 8 days, and there made Hanukkah where you say Hallel and you give Tevach B'Ydat HaKadosh Baruch. Halacha is, if you cause a spark and that spark makes a fire, you are chayav. If you have a camel loaded with cotton and the cotton goes into a store and catches on fire and your camel creates a fire, that's your responsibility and you are chayav. If it caught on fire outside of the store owner put his fire outside of the store, that's the store owner's responsibility. Says Rabbi Yehuda, on Hanukkah, since you have a mitzvah to light outside, then it's not the store owner's responsibility, it's the camel owner's responsibility. Says Rabbi Yehuda. From here you see that the chiyuv of Ner Chanukah is from between 3 tvachim from the ground. It shouldn't be lower than 3, but not higher than 10. Otherwise, we would tell the store owner to light his candles above 10 tvachim so candles could go by. So anymore, that's not a good raya. Perhaps you could be yaitza above 10, but we don't tell the store owner to do so because it's a tircha and you might not want to do it. wonderful day.
Perfectly. And then I came back at the end and did a story that I've been telling for years. That always kills. Like I'm set them up.
That fucking Taylor just set them up. It was like he. Just not say just to keep on like set the fucking story.
I have no idea what's going on.
Shabbos Daf Chof Beis, Rabbi Tanchum says that just like you're not allowed to build a sukkah that's over 20 amas, and you can't have a mavoi across Bima Kaira above 20 amas, so too you cannot light the menorah above 20 amas. Another famous saying that Rabbi Tanchum says, when the Shvatim threw Yosef Tzaddik into the pit, the pasuk says, "Habar reik ein bo mayim." It's empty and it doesn't have water, which is a double language. Gemara says, yes, it didn't have water, but it had snakes and scorpions. Rabbi says that when you light the menorah, make sure that you put the menorah one tefach within the doorway, not further away, because people might confuse and they won't realize that you are the one that placed it there. Rav Acha says you put the menorah on the right side of the door. Rav Shmuel says you put it on the left side of the door. Like this, you have the mezuzah on the right and the menorah on the left. Rav Yosef says you have to treat the menorah with respect. Even a very simple task as counting money should not be done by the light of the menorah. Where do we see this from? From Kisui Hadam. You're obligated to cover the blood of a chaya and a bird after you shecht it, not a behema. And you should do so with your hand, the hand that shechted the animal, rather than with your foot. Kicking dirt is a bezayah. Rav Yosef, Rabbi Shua ben Levi asked, how do we know that you cannot benefit from sukkah decorations? Let's say you hung a fruit, you can't eat it. You learn this from the menorah. Says Rabbi Yosef, Marida Avram, as we would say in our days, Rabbeinu Shalaylam, the master of Avram. It's a Mefurish Braisa that you can't use sukkah decorations. Chanukah is not. Rather, the Mekar of this halacha is from Kisui Hadam, and we learn sukkah and Chanukah from Kisui Hadam. In all of Shas, when Rav and Shmuel argue the halachas like Rav and Yisur, but the following three halachas, Abayi's Rabbi, Rabbi Nachmani, Paskin like Shmuel, Lekula, and that is that you are permitted, according to Shmuel, to light one candle to another. You're permitted to untie your tzitzis and place them in another beged. And the halacha is like Rav Shimon, according to the great, that you're permitted to drag a heavy object on the ground, even though it might create a furrow in the ground, as long as you're not mechaven to make that furrow. Now, what is the issue with having a ner l'ner, lighting one wick from the other? One man Omar says this is a design of the mitzvah. You should not be using a mitzvah to light a match to light another candle. And the other man Omar says it's a kushi mitzvah. You're taking away from the original mitzvah. It looks as if you're using some of the oil of the first candle. What is the difference between these two shatim? In a case where you go directly from wick to wick, in that case, there is no B'zayim mitzvah, because you're going directly to another wick, rather than going to a mundane thing like a match. However, there's still a kushay mitzvah. It looks like as if you're using some of the oil of the first wick. Now, the Gemara asks a question from Meiser Sheni. If a person has a lot of fruit, which he needs to bring to Yerushalayim to eat because it's Meiser Sheni, he's permitted to redeem all of his fruit onto a coin. The coin becomes Kaddish. Now, I want to take that coin that's Kaddish and use it as a counterweight to weigh another coin in order for me to use that other coin for Meiser Sheni. I want to do a mitzvah with it, but right now I'm doing a mundane task. I'm weighing with it. The halacha is you're not permitted to do so. We must explain, in order to explain Shmuel, that the reason why it's usher because we're worried about the outcome. What if you find out that the weight of the second coin is not adequate? It doesn't weigh enough or weighs too much. You're not going to use that coin. Therefore, you weighing it the first time, you're using a Kaddish coin to do a mundane thing that never had a good outcome of mitzvah. But in our case, when you take a match and you light one candle, perhaps that's okay because the chances that you're not going to use that to light another candle are very slim. The Gemara tells us that the 40 years that Klal Yisrael was in the desert, HaKadosh Baruch Hu lit up and created life for Klal Yisrael. Therefore, it doesn't make any sense that we're lighting a menorah to help HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so to speak. We benefit from his light, but he doesn't need our light. The menorah is a testimony to nations that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, His Shechina is Shor on Klal Yisrael. And how does He testify? How does it work? Because we use the Ner Ma'aravi to light all the other candles. The Ma'aravi depends. If the menorah is facing east and west, then the second candle coming into the Heichal, that's the one we light. If the menorah faces north-south, according to one man Omar, then the center one, the Emtsai, that's the Ner Ma'aravi. At any rate, we use that Ner Ma'aravi to light all the other candles, and that's the last one that we clean out. We must explain that the way it worked, it was not that we took a match and went from one to the other, because that would be a problem of Bizui Mitzvah. We must explain that the wick was long enough to reach the other cup. Each cup's wick reached the other one. Yet the only issue that remains is if you hold Akushe Mitzvah, it looks as if you're taking and diminishing the oil from the first cup. Over here, we still have that problem. Rav Yeshua says, if a cheresh shaita v'katan, people that are not able to light Hanukkah candles halachically, if they lit it, are you yotzei if you pick it up and place the menorah after they lit it in its proper resting place? If you hold hadlaka isa mitzvah, that the mitzvah is when you light it, then you wouldn't be yotzei the mitzvah. But if you hold the hanacha isa mitzvah, then it's fine. Doesn't matter who lit it. The point is, you have to place it in the proper final place, and you are yotzei. So therefore, the Gemara says, I could bring a raya perhaps. If a person lit the menorah but kept on holding the menorah throughout the whole duration, he's not yotzei. Why not? He performed the hadlaka. Shouldn't he be yotzei? You see from here that hanacha is a mitzvah. The Gemara says no. Perhaps the reason why he's not yotzei is because other people don't see the pursuit misa. They're going to think that you lit it for your own good. So the Gemara will have another raya. What about a case where a person lit it indoors and he brought it outdoors? The halacha is he's not yotzei. Why not? If hanacha is a mitzvah, I put it in its final resting place, it should be okay. You see from here, hadlaka is a mitzvah. The Gemara says the same answer. Perhaps people will say that you did it for yourself. And finally, the Gemara brings a raya. If a person lights a very large glass bowl of oil from Friday all the way to Motzei Shabbos, and he wants to light candles, what does he do? He extinguishes the candle and he relights it. But if hanacha is a mitzvah, he should have to lift it up and put it down again. That's one raya. Second raya is, from the fact that we say, V'tzivanu lahadlik ner Chanukah, you see from here that the mitzvah is in the hadlaka. We don't say V'tzivanu lahaniach ner Chanukah, but rather lahadlik. So from here you see that the mitzvah is. Now the Gemara says, since we prove that the hadlaka is a mitzvah, therefore, if a cheresh doesn't light it, you are not yotzei even if you place it in its final place. And a woman certainly could be yotzei with the mitzvah. As you're going to see tomorrow, she could also be mitzvah. Because Afhein hoyu b'yis. Yehudis was the one who cut off the general's head, and it was a terrible decree against all women, all brides. Therefore, they were in the nace, and they could certainly light Hanukkah candles. Have a wonderful day.
Great job.
Who wouldn't? You know, and I do these shows for nothing. I don't even give my $35 or whatever it was. I don't collect it. But those are the shows I do way more shows for nothing than I do for money. And so it's, the touring schedule now is still 110.
Shabbos Daf Chav Gimel. A guest must light Ner Chanukah. And if he wants, he can participate by giving money to the host and being part of his candle. If he's married, he could be soymach on his wife. Women are mechuyev in Ner Chanukah like men because Afhein hoyu b'yis hanes. Yehudis is the one who killed the general, and they had other xeris against them. Therefore, a wife could be mitzi a husband. Rav Shmuel Levi says the best oil is olive oil. It's clear and it's very bright. It's actually better than sesame seed oil, which lasts longer, but it's not as bright and clear. When you make ink, there are two processes in the making of the ink which require oil. Process number one is you burn oil and you capture the smoke in a glass, and that smoke is soot. You peel that smoke off and you mix that smoke with step two with oil. To make the soot, it's best to use olive oil. But to mix the soot, some say it's best to use olive oil, some say it's not necessary. There's another ingredient in ink, which is the sap of trees. The best sap is a black thorn gum. But the Gemara says you can use any sap you want. As we know, and this comes from Rav, the first night of Chanukah we make 3 brachas. L'hadik ner Chanukah, sha'asa nisim laviseinu, and shechiyanu. On the second night of Chanukah, we don't say shechiyanu. But on all nights of Chanukah, you say sha'asa nisim laviseinu because there was a nace on every single one of the 8 nights. If you know for a fact that you are not going to light Neris Chanukah, you're on a ship, you're on a plane, you see from a distance, you say a bracha just for seeing it. You don't say lahadlik because you aren't lighting. But you say sha'asa nisim laviseinu. And on the first night, you'll also say shechianu, but on the second night, all you say is sha'asa nisim. The question is, why do we say in brachas that are on mitzvahs derabanan, like Ner Chanukah, why do we say v'tzivanu? You, Hashem, commanded us. Chachamim commanded us. The Gemara explains because it says in the Torah, lo sasu. You cannot deviate from what Chachamim tell us. So therefore, anytime Chachamim give us a mitzvah, it has the power of a da'iraisa. Another pasuk is, Sha'al avicha v'yegeitcha, zikinecha, the zikanim, the Chachamim will tell you and you must listen. When it comes to the Domai, these are fruit that you buy from an Amaretz, you're not sure whether or not he performed Trumas Amaisrus. He separated Trumas Amaisrus. Chachamim are mechayev you to be mafresh Truma Amaisrus. Why don't we make a bracha on that? It's a derabanan. We should make a bracha that we make on Ner Chanukah. In fact, the halacha is you can take this Dmai and make a bracha on it, make zimun on it, use it as an erev chatzeros, as an erev tafshilan, as a sheet of mavais. You could also be mafresh the Truma Amaisrus unclothed. That shows us that there's no bracha. And the answer is, says Abaya, because it's a suffix derabanan. Rabbanan are not sure whether or not the Amaretz was mafresh Trumas Amaisrus, whereas by Chanukah it's a vada. Rabbi says even more. Not only is it a suffix, it's not even a suffix. It doesn't start at all. Because most Amaretz do perform Trumas Amaisrus. It's a chumrah. And on a chumrah, you don't make a bracha. So Avuna says that a house that has 2 front doors, we're not concerned that some out-of-towner that's not familiar with your house will think that 2 separate families live there and will wonder how come one of the families didn't light Ner Chanukah. Therefore, all you need to do is light 1 candle. However, if you have doors on 2 sides of your house, let's say on the front of your house and on the side of your house, you're mechuyev to light 2 candles. We are concerned for the people that live in the city. They might think that since you didn't light on one of the doors, you didn't light at the other door. Where do we see that you must be concerned with what other people think about you? In the Torah, by Peyah. The Torah says that you have to leave the corner of your field for the poor. And you must leave it all the way at the end when you're finished harvesting. Why is that? Why all the way at the end? Why can't I leave the corner in the middle while I'm harvesting? There are 4 reasons given. Well, the reason that's important for us is that we are concerned that other people might think that you haven't given Peyah. And they'll curse you. And we don't want other people to think bad about you. The other 3 reasons are because if you could give it whenever you want, you wait until the poor people leave, and then you make a phone call to your best friend and have him come down and take it. Or we don't want the poor people to waste their time. They don't know when you're going to give it, so they'll sit around for days. Like this, they know exactly when it's going to happen, and they won't waste their time. And the 4th reason is, Torah says, you have a chiyuv to take payah. And we don't want you to lie and say, yes, I gave it yesterday. We know exactly when you're giving it. You're giving it all the way at the end, and like this, you won't come to lie.
Your act didn't necessarily change, but the paycheck changes. Like in every other
A candle, a lantern that has 2 wicks coming out of the 2 sides. The Mishnah Berurah says even if it's 1 long wick, but you don't see it, you just see the 2 ends of the wick. 2 people could be yotze the chiyuv of Ner Chanukah. If you have a bowl with many wicks in it, many people could be yotze the chiyuv of Ner Chanukah. However, that's only if there's a cover to it. If there's no cover, then it'll be 1 large flame, and 1 large flame is called a medura, a bonfire, and that's puzzle for Nerois Chanukah. The Gemara teaches us that Shalom Bayis is the most important. If you have a choice whether to buy a candle for Shabbos, which is considered for Shalom Bayis, or a candle for Chanukah, Shalom Bayis comes first. If you have a choice between the candle of Shabbos and to buy a cup of wine, rather than making Kiddush on bread, Shalom Bayis comes first. The Gemara just wonders, what about Kiddush, which we do every single week? Does it come before Ner Chanukah if you only have money for one? Since the one you do more frequently comes first. Says the Gemara, in our case, Ner Chanukah comes first because Pirsume Nisa, to publicize the nace that Hakadosh Baruch Hu did for us, comes before Tadiris. The Gemara tells us that a person who's careful with Shabbos candles and Hanukkah candles will have children that are Talmidei Chachamim. In fact, Rav Huna walked by Rabbi Oven, the carpenter's house, and he noticed that he's careful with candle lighting. And Taisus points out that it wasn't just him; it was him and his wife. And therefore, he said, "You'll have children that are Talmidei Chachamim." We've had Hidi Bar Oven and Bar Oven because him and his wife were careful. And the following story is that Rav Chisda saw that Rav Shizvi's wife was careful with candle lighting. And in that story, only one out of the two parents were careful, and therefore Rav Chisda promised her a son Talmid Chacham and had Rav Shizvi. If you're careful with mezuzah, you'll have a beautiful home. With tzitzis, you'll have beautiful clothing. If you're careful with kiddush, you'll have many barrels of wine. The Gemara tells us a story. Rabbi Yosef's wife wasn't very careful with Shabbos candles. She would light very late, not after Shkia, but at the last moment. So he gave her a hint. He said, "It says in the pasuk, we had the leading cloud and the leading fire at night." Because the Torah doubles its language, the Torah is telling us that the fire came into being during the daytime. So she took the hint and she tried to light candles way before Shabbos. Came Eliyahu and told her, too early is also not good because it's not noticeable that you're lighting the candles for Shabbos. Rabbi says if a person loves Talmidei Chachamim, he'll have sons Talmidei Chachamim. If he gives honor to the Talmidei Chachamim, he'll have a son-in-law that's a Talmidei Chacham. And if he fears Talmidei Chachamim, he himself will be a Talmidei Chacham. And if he cannot be a Talmidei Chacham, so at least his words will be listened to like Talmidei Chachamim. Shemen Sreifa, says the Gemara, means truma that's tamei, that you must burn, and we're concerned that you might want to burn it on Shabbos and Shemiyata. Rav Chisda says we're not concerned that Shemiyata. The concern is that it might be Erev Yontif will fall out on Erev Shabbos, and you're not allowed to burn kachim like we'll see tomorrow on Yontif. Have a wonderful day.
They still make cars with Bristol Green. I remember that. Oh my God, that's terrible. No, don't be pissed. It's going to be a good time.
No, I gotta do a set.
Oh yeah, they still make it. I think it's a dessert one. I think there might have been alcohol in it. How much alcohol? Let's find out.
Shabbos Daf Chav Daled. Please join us. Our live Zoom share today. We had 110 people that joined the live Daf from all over the world, from New York, from Brooklyn, from Los Angeles, from Melbourne, from South Africa. Please join us 7:15 a.m. Israel time. The halacha is that we say Ala Nisim in Shemona Esrei because Ala Nisim comes to give praise to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Where do we insert it? In the part of Shemona Esrei that's praising HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But in Birkas Hamazon, it's not necessary to say Ala Nisim. Birkas Hamazon is the Raisa, Ala Nisim. The whole concept of Hanukkah is the Rabbana. If one insists on saying Ala Nisim in Birkas Hamazon, he should insert it by the dog part of Birkas Hamazon, by Noidel, and not when you insert Yalav Yaveh, which is by Bnei Yerushalayim. Bnei Yerushalayim is a bracha that we should rebuild Yerushalayim, and we should have Beis Hamikdash, we should be able to bring Karbanos, and that's the tefillah of Yalav Yaveh. Rav said on Rosh Chodesh, you say Yalav Yaveh in benching. That's what we do today. Why is that? Because it's the Irai. Rosh Chodesh is the Irai. He says, no, we don't say Yalav Yaveh, since there's no Isser to do Malacha. We let him work on Rosh Chodesh. The halacha is like Rav, because there's a brayso that Rabbi Shai says, and it goes as follows. There's two categories. There's the category of days, like Rosh Chodesh and Chol Hamoed, that you bring a korban musaf, and there are days, like fast days, that you don't bring a korban musaf. The days that you bring musaf, says Rabbi Shai in the brayso, you say Yalav Yaveh in Birkas Hamazon, and that's exactly what Rav says. That you say Yalav Yaveh in Shemona Esrei by Ritzei, and if you forget, say Amayr. And there's no kiddush. No, you don't take a kiddush cup and make kiddush on Rosh Chodesh Chol Hamoed. The days of a fasting on Sheni v'Chamishi that we fast for rain, or the Mamados, and that is there were people that were Yisraelim that were designated from Klal Yisrael to represent the entire Klal Yisrael when they brought korbanos of the tzibur. Half of them, or part of them, went to the Beis Hamikdash, and part of them remained behind and fasted Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And they said psukim and they daven that the korban should work for Klal Yisrael. That's my mother. Those days, we say our name. When does the Gemara say our name? In all Shemona Esrei, Shachris Milchama. Rashi brings the Ga'inim that we only say Anenu in Mincha like we do today. And the reason is that we shouldn't look like we are lying in our Shemoneh Esrei. Perhaps a person will have an Einus and will eat by mistake, and it'll be a lie. However, Tosfos points out that the Shliach Tzibur should say Anenu in Shabbos, because it's impossible that from the entire Tzibur there won't be at least one person who's fasting a complete fast. Rav Huna and Rav Yehuda hold that you don't say Al Anisim by Musaf on Shabbos and Rosh Chodesh, on Chanukah. Since Chanukah is not the cause for Musaf, there is no Musaf for Chanukah. The other Shita is that you do say Al Anisim because all the other Shemoneh Esreis have Al Anisim in them, and we don't want to make Musaf different from the other Shemoneh Esreis. The Raya for Rav is from a very similar place. Yontif that falls out on Shabbos, we don't mention in the Haftarah of Mincha. In those days, Rashi says it's in Haftarah of Mincha until the Hasidim, and they did away with that Mincha. But nevertheless, even though it's Yontif, you're not mentioning Yontif because there is no Haftarah because of Yontif. Even though Yontif itself invokes Haftarah sometimes, not today. So that's a good raya. What's not a good raya is from the other case that Rosh Chodesh that falls out on Shabbos, you don't mention, and that's what we do today. We don't mention Rosh Chodesh in the Haftarah brachas of Shabbos. And the reason is, the Gemara says this is not a good raya because Rosh Chodesh never invokes Haftarah. There is never a concept of Haftarah Rosh Chodesh. Rosh Chodesh just happens to be today, which is Shabbos. The Gemara says that Allah is like a true lady. Another similar case. Yom Kippur that falls out on Shabbos. By Ne'ilah, we mention Shabbos. Even though we never have a Ne'ilah on Shabbos, the whole Ne'ilah is only because of Yom Kippur. Nevertheless, we mention Shabbos. The halacha is that we mention Chanukah al Nisim. Now, on Shabbos Rosh Chodesh, according to Rashi, we do mention Rosh Chodesh in Haftarah, but as Tosfos points out, and Allah is like Tosfos, we don't. And the halacha is that the halacha is not that we don't say Yontif in the Haftarah of Mincha Shabbos, but Leil Shabbos, Friday night, is different. Friday night, when the Shliach Tzibur says Chazar Shashat, Me'in Sheva, and it's Yontif, we don't mention Yontif. Why is it? Because the whole reason you do Chazar Shashat by Ma'ariv of Shabbos is because of Sakana. The shul was always out in the field, and we're concerned about somebody coming late to shul, and if they have to leave after everybody left, and he'll be by himself, and the Mezikim will get him. So they prolonged the Ma'ariv. On a weekday, people didn't go to shul in those days. So because it's Sakana, we said Chazar Shashat, but it's only because it's Sakana, and there's no reason to mention like. In the Mishnah, there are two shitas that say the same exact thing, that you should not light from chayla, from fat, whether it's cooked or uncooked. One of the shitas, though, is different. Because one of those shitas hold that if you add olive oil to the mix of diluted fat, of melted fat, actually mutter to use. Says the Mishnah, you don't use shemen sreifa on Yom Tov. As we explained yesterday, shemen sreifa is truma oil that became tamei, and you must burn. Allah, you have to burn. You cannot burn it on Yom Tov, as we had the other day. Now, shemen sreifa, the reason why you can't do it is because you cannot burn that oil on Yom Tov. Even though you have a concept of asay, the asay of burning the oil should push off the loisas of you should not make a fire on Yom Tov, which is not for food. There's three reasons given. Either because it says ad boiker twice, and the second time comes to tell us for the second morning you have to wait to burn it until Chalamoid. Rabbi says, or Rabbi says, oilas Shabbos b'Shabbat. You bring the oila on Shabbos. You don't bring the oila of the weekday on Shabbos or on Yom Tov. So certainly, if you cannot bring the oila on Yom Tov, so certainly you cannot bring oil that's possible. And Rabbi says, "Who levada yosel we learn from the pasuk. Who you cannot make machshirim, you can't make knives on Yom Tov. Levada, you cannot make a bris milah for a child that's not on his 8th day. If it's 9th, 10th day, it's already pushed off. You don't make a bris milah, even though there's a kavachimer that you should be able to. So if you cannot do a bris milah, we learn from you that anything that's pushed off, you push it off until after Yom Tov, including this one. And Rav Ashi says, even though we have an essay that should push off a lois assay, but Yom Tov is actually an assay and a lois assay. And one assay does not push off And I say, have a wonderful day.
Feeling you get from just walking on stage, and they just want to bestow fucking love on you, with applause, and I keep my job, so I'm still gonna beat the fuck up. I'm coming there and take a swing in your face, and that I will do, but it's just amazing because I don't know when they're retired, they'll let me know. Maybe they keep listening, as long as they keep listening.
Shabbos Daf Chaf Hey. Rav says, just like there's a chiyuv for you to burn kachim that became tamei. Let's say you have meat from a carbon that became tamei, you must burn it. So too you have a chiyuv to burn truma that became tamei. Rashi explains, there's two reasons. Truma is very similar to kachim, and second of all, because of its color, we don't want you to, by mistake, use the truma that's tamei. But there's a very big difference between the two. Kachim, when you burn, you cannot benefit from them. Truma, when you burn it, the kohen can benefit from its light, from its heat. But how do we know this? The Gemara gives us three reasons. By Truma it says, Mishmeres Trumoisai, plural. The safekeeping of my Trumois, meaning Truma number one is Truma that's tar, Truma two is Truma that's tamei, and we can benefit, the kohen can benefit through using the fire and the light, the heat and the light. Rabbi Rothschild says that it says by Meiser Sheni. Meiser Sheni, which Yisrael could eat in Yerushalayim, on the 4th and 7th year, there's a chiyuv to be mevared, to destroy it. And when he destroys it, he says a vidu. He says the famous pasuk, "V'lo bi'arti mimenu b'tamei." I didn't destroy it when I was tamei or when the Meiser Sheni was tamei. Where's Medayah? Only Meiser Sheni you cannot benefit while you burn it, but there's something else that you could benefit. And it could be one of two things. It could be either kachim or truma. So why do I pick truma as the lighter one and say you could benefit from truma? Since kachim has 6 things that make it chamor, whereas truma only has 4. So it makes more sense to say kachim I cannot benefit. What are these 6 things and what are the 4? Like kachim we have people. If a kohen thinks in his head while he's doing one of the 4 avodas, shchita, kabbalah, halacha, zrita, and he's going to consume this animal, this carbon, outside of its allotted time. In other words, there's a carbon that he can eat for day and night. He thinks to himself, I'm going to eat it in 2 weeks from now. And he eats it then, he's chayiv kachim. Noisar, if he leaves over from his carbon, past the allotted time, chayiv. The fact that it's called a carbon, very interesting. Just the name is a chumrah. Me'ila, if somebody benefits from kachim, he has to pay back the principal plus a 5th. Karetz, if somebody eats kachim when he's tamei, he gets karetz, meaning Hashem will take away from his life and his children's life. 2 things. And kachim is usher to a person that's an unnamed, a person who lost a beloved one that day. Whereas truma, there's only 4 things. Somebody eats truma, he's chayiv misa b'dei shomayim. It doesn't have the karetz part where it kills his kids. Chomesh, he has to pay a 5th. You cannot redeem truma, whereas you could redeem kachim. Let's say the carbon becomes a balmum, you can redeem it. And truma is always also to Yisrael, whereas kachim, there are times that Yisrael could participate in this carbon if it's a shlamim, kait, etc. Carbon, kachim counts. Another reason the Gemara gives that kachim is more chomer than truma, because kachim has currents, which is the 2 things that kills his children as well, whereas Yisrael Shemayim is only him. But not my Yitzchak says. When it comes to being mafresh truma, the Torah tells us don't use truma that's tamei, and try to get away with using it to alleviate the chiyuv that you have on your truma that's tar. Don't use tamei for tar. And the Torah tells us, Titein loy, give something to the kohen that he can benefit from it. Loy. Not that he should heat it up and use its light, but that he actually can consume it. But from here the Gemara infers that you could use, you shouldn't give it to the kohen, but if he already has it, the kohen could use it for his own benefit and use the light and the heat. Rav says that lighting the Shabbos candle, have light in the house, is a mitzvah. In fact, we say, it's a chayva, he calls it, but it's a mitzvah. And we say bracha. Whereas washing oneself before Shabbos, according to Rav, is only for rishus, it's not obligatory. Rav Nachman argues and he says that bathing oneself before Shabbos is a chayv. It's a mitzvah. And in fact, he proves it from Rabbi Yehuda Bar Eloi, the famous Rabbi Yehuda in our Mishnah usually, that he would wash his face and his hands and his feet, and he would adorned himself with a talus that had tchelis in it, and the Gemara says he resembled Malach Hashem's Tzvachos. A Malach. And the Gemara adds that his Talmidim were embarrassed from him, and they would tuck the corners of their beged, of their clothing inside, so you wouldn't see that they're missing the tzitzis. And he asked them, why aren't you wearing tzitzis? Are you concerned about shatnas? There's no concern because we hold like Beis Hillel. There's machlek Beis Hillel Shammai. We put tzitzis of chelis, which are samer, they're woven together with the beged of linen. We hold like Beis Hillel that you can. But the Talmidim of Rabbi Yehuda bar Eloi were concerned of a ksus laila. At night, you cannot wear tzitzis. You can't wear shatnas. And you might leave that beged on, you might wear shatnas at night. It says that Yirmiyah Hanavi said, "Batiznach mishalom nafshi noshisi toiva." He was complaining that he lost his hope. He doesn't have hope. He doesn't have the peace of his neshama, of his nefesh. Noshisi toiva, I forgot the goodness that he used to have. What did he forget? What is he missing today? Says the Gemara, according to Rabbi, he's missing their Shabbos. He doesn't have life. Noshisi toiva, according to Rabbi, means I don't have a bathhouse. Rabbi Nafka says I don't have a nice bed with nice linen. Rabbi Abba says, I don't have a made bed with a woman who's adorned with jewelry for a Talmid Chacham. I was just thinking, we should be grateful. We have all these things. Yes, we're in quarantine, but we have, based on Merchatz, I hope, we have a shower, we have great wives, we have light, Ner Shabbos. We're doing great. Ezu Asher, who's considered wealthy? Rav Meir says, somebody who appreciates his wealth. Rabbi Tarfon says if a person has 100 vineyards, 100 fields, and 100 slaves, has way too much, that's a usher. Rabbi Akiva says a person who has a good wife, Isha Noah the Maisa, she has good midos. Rabbi Yossi says someone who has a bathroom in close proximity to his table, meaning he has good hygiene, he has good health, have a wonderful day.
I just wanted to focus on going up there and whatever they pay for the ticket. I want to make that money.
Shabbos Dav Chavav. I hope you're all staying safe and healthy. And let's daven one for another. You're not permitted to use sari, which is balsam oil, for Ner Shabbos. Since it smells so wonderful, one might come to remove some of the oil and try to use it somewhere else. And that is an Isra of Mechaba. He's causing the flame to extinguish earlier than it was supposed to. And another reason is because balsam oil is very flammable, and it might burn the house down. The Gemara tells us one of the craziest stories in Shas. There was a mother-in-law who hated her daughter-in-law so much so that she convinced her to use this balsam oil. It smells really good, she tells her. So she sprayed it on herself. Then she tells the daughter-in-law, hey, I need this candle. Can you please light the candle? And she went up in flames. When Huzar done, the Torah tells us that he sent all of Klal Yisrael to Golos, besides the Karmim and the Yoivim. Karmim, says Rabbi Yosef, are those who know how to harvest a fire simon. And they were able to harvest it from Ein Gedi all the way to Ramasa. Yoivim, those who know how to trap the snail that makes tchelas from Sulamis Tzur till Chayva. We cannot use white neft, even in the weekdays, because it's so flammable, it's dangerous. It's certainly not on Shabbos. We can't use oil that's tevel. In other words, from fruit that you didn't remove trumas and maestros. You can't use it not on the weekday and certainly not on Shabbos. How do we know this? Because the pasuk says mishmeres trumoisai, as we had yesterday. Trumoisai is plural. Two trumas. Tar truma and tamei truma. And just like in tar truma, you can't use any of the fruit until you mafresh the truma. If it's tevel, it's also. So too, if the truma is tamei, tevel is also also. There are some who are more machmer than our Mishnah. Reb Shimon Elazar says you cannot use sari, as we had before, which is balsam oil. Reb Shmuel says you can't use any oil that comes out of a tree. Reb Shmuel ben Bragi says only that oil that comes from fruit. And the Tarfon says you can only use Shem Zayis. Says Rabbi from the Nuri, he got up and he was upset. He said, if so, people in Bavel who only have sesame seed oil, how can they light candles on Shabbos? In Mother, they only have nut oil. In Alexandria, they only have radish oil. In Kapoitik, they only have kerosene. The halacha is everything that it says in the Mishnah is also. Those are the only oils that are also. The rest are mutter. But the oil of fish, according to Rashi, the innards, made from the innards of fish, according to places, the oil from the eye of a fish, and itron, which is from pitch, that is mutter. From Sumchasin says, all oil that comes from the flesh of an animal, meaning from chayla, from fat, you cannot light, or you can use the oil of a fish. Now, what is the difference between Sumchas and the Tanna Kama? They're seemingly saying the same things as the Gemara, as we had earlier. But over here it means slightly different. In other words, according to one of the two Tanoim, we don't know which one. Chaylev, fat is mutter if you add olive oil to it. And fish innards are mutter even without adding olive oil. But according to the second Mandorma, we take it down one step. Chaylev is never mutter, even if you add olive oil, and fish innards are only mutter if you add olive oil. And then Reb Shimon Shizuri says, and we're not clear why and how he adds anything, he says, hakois, which is calcined, and neft, which is kerosene, is mutter. And now the sugya of Tumah. We're going back to the sugya of Tumah, and I'll make it very simple. When it comes to the Tumah of Negayim, first let's talk about the size of the cloth, and then we'll talk about what it's made out of. Even Shesi Veir, in other words, a string that you were about to make a cloth, and it's as long that you can make a 3x3 finger breadth cloth, that's Mikabel Tumah. Certainly, a 3x3 tfachim cloth, which is appropriate even for rich people as a beged, as a fabric, is Mikabel Tumah. 3x3 finger breadths of a beged is a Shesi Veir. Now, the Torah says by Negayim, the word beged, and the Torah explains it's made out of tzemer upishtim, either wool or linen. So now we know that anywhere in the Torah that it says the word beged, and it says it many times, by tzitzis, by tumas meis, by sheret, by shifazera, we know in all these places the Torah is referring to tzemer or pishtim. But what about other clothing? So we know that by tzemer or pishtim, no matter what size it is, even a string or 3x3 fingers, and certainly 3x3 tvachim, is Mikabel Tumah. What about other clothing? According to Abaya, other clothing are not Mikabel Tumah at all, any size, anywhere. Everybody agrees to that. Reb Shimon Elazar and Reb Shmuel. But according to Rava, yes, Reb Shimon Elazar says other clothing are not Mikabel Tumah in all sizes. However, Reb Shmuel holds that when it's 3x3 tfachim, then other clothing, not some pishtim, in other tumais are Mikabel Tumah. Have a wonderful day.
Then their powerful technology efficiently matches the right people to your job, better than anybody else. That's why ZipRecruiter is different, unlike other job sites. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Guess what? It finds them. In fact, over 80% of jobs posted on ZipRecruiter get qualified candidates in just 24 hours. That's right. No juggling emails, no calls to your office, no shoes in your door.
Shabbos Daf Chav Zayin. I hope, my friends, you're all doing well. A continuation from yesterday's sugya. According to Rabbi, in Reb Shimon Elazar, the Torah says by negat tzoras the word beged, and then explains to us tzemer upishtim. It has to be wool or linen. It doesn't matter what size the beged is. It's Mikabel Tumah. Whether it's a thread, 3 fingers wide, 3 tefachim wide, they're all Mikabel Tumah. And Rabbi holds that there's a binyan we learn from tzaras to all other tumas in the Torah that they're Mikabel Tumah when they're tzemer upishtim. But if they're not tzemer upishtim, they're not Mikabel Tumah. Shimon Elazar says, however, if other begadim are 3x tefachim, then they are Mikabel. Where does he get this from? So the Gemara gets it from in the pasuk of Sheret. It says Oy Beged. From those extra words, I learned that if a beged is 3 by 3 tefachim, it's mekabel tuma, even if it's not semi-rupishim. Abaya argues completely, says according to everybody, other clothing is never mekabel tuma, even 3 by 3 tefachim. So what does Abaya do with the words Oy Beged? Abaya says that we don't have a flat out binyan to all tumas in the Torah. I cannot learn Sheretz from Negaim, nor can I learn out Negaim from Sheretz. And therefore, I need a beged tell me that a beged that's 3 fingers by 3 fingers, Temer Pishtim, is Mikabel Tunnel by a Sheretz. Why can't I learn out Sheretz from Negaim and Negaim from Sheretz? Because each one has a Chumrah that the other one doesn't have. A Sheretz is Mikabel Tunnel b'Chadasha, whereas Saras is Mikabel Tunnel b'Kigris, which is 9 times the size. On the flip side, Saras is Mikabel Tumah, even if it's a thread, and Sheretz is not Mikabel Tumah right here. There's a seeming contradiction in Rabbi Yishmael himself. And Abai says, yes, in fact, it's a major contradiction. It's Mikatza Lakatza, where Abai learned to Rabbi Yishmael yesterday that no clothing, that's if it's not made out of Tzemer Pishtim, can be Mikabel Tumah at all. Over here, Rabbi Yishmael says that every clothing is Mikabel Tumah, whether it's made out of camel hair, goat hair, silk, inferior silk, it's all Mikabel Tumah. Rava says a pshat that perhaps Rabbi Yishmael is saying that there's no Tumah Sheretz in other clothing when it's 3 by 3 fingers, but it's 3 by 3 tefachim, it is Mikabel Tumah. And that would be different than what Rava said the other day. Rava took it back. Another pshat is that it wasn't Rava that said so. It's Rava's Talmud Rav Papa. Sometimes the Talmidim got confused. They weren't sure what Rav Papa was saying. What was he saying? His own Torah, or was he saying over from his Rabbi Rava? And Rav Papa says that Rabbi Shmuel wasn't discussing Torah. Rabbi Shmuel was just saying halacha that there's no shatnas on clothing that are not Tzemur Pishna. The fact that the Torah tells us Tzemur Pishna by shatnas, the Torah is talking about wearing it. But if you just put it on, I would think that there's shatnas, and that's why the Torah comes and says there's no shatnas even if you put it on. And the Gemara says, Bedusa, it's completely wrong. The opposite. If we know that when you wear clothing, it must be Tzemur Pishtim, then certainly when you just put it on, it has to be Tzemur Pishtim. Rabbi Yitzchak says that Rabbi Shmuel wasn't talking about Tumah. Rabbi Shmuel, the second Rabbi Shmuel in the contradiction, is talking about tzitzis. And Rabbi Shmuel holds that the only garment that's chayiv b'tzitzis is a garment made out of wool. If you wear a beged made out of wool, then you have to put on tzitzis. If you wear a beged made out of cotton, you don't put on tzitzis. In fact, that's how the mechaber paskins la'alacha, and that's why Sephardim wear a beged made out of wool with tzitzis made out of wool. Ashkenazim paskin like the Ramah, and therefore we wear cotton with wool tzitzis. Although the Mishnah says that a Yirei Shamayim should be makbid to wear wool and wool tzitzis. According to Rabbi Shmuel, we just said, he learns from Oy Beged to include all begadim for Tumah, so why don't we include from tzitzis? It says Asher Techasa, we should include all begadim for tzitzis. And the Gemara tells us that from the words Asher Techasa comes to include a blind man's clothing, is chayav b'tzitzis, because other people can see it. U're'isim oisoi, though, comes to exclude something that you don't see. What don't you see? Night clothing. That no one can see at night, and therefore, Suslaila is pater from tzitzis. Abai says a statement that Reb Shimon ben Elazar and Sumchos agree to the halacha that you're not allowed to use pishtan. In other words, something that's mekabel tumah for negoim for your schach. Reb Shimon ben Elazar, we said, and Rabbi Yehuda holds that pishtan, flax, even if it wasn't spun, it just came out of the oven, the process that causes it to whiten, that itself makes it possible for schach. There's a machlokes between Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Meir about shasi. Shasi, Rabbi Yehuda says, only becomes possible for schach once it comes out of the kettle, and Rabbi Meir says it's like erev, that it's possible for schach immediately. The Mishnah says on Chav Zayin on the base on the bottom, anything that's a derivative of a tree, you cannot make wicks out of them. It says Rashi, for instance, cotton and hemp. And Taisus doesn't understand. It says, cotton, what's wrong with cotton? The whole point is, according to Rashi, that it doesn't carry the flame well. What better wick do we have than cotton, says Taisus? And anything that comes out of a tree, says the Mishnah, does not become Tamei Tuma soil. In other words, if there's a dead person in the room, the roof, the ceiling does not become Tamei. Unless the ceiling is made out of cotton, then the ceiling will become Tamei. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Chav Ches. Rabbi say, I hope you're all doing great. What a tremendous opportunity is right now to add Torah to our lives. If you're not part of a shiur, please join us. Today we had over 200 people live watching the shiur on Zoom and on YouTube. If you can't catch us live, you can catch us afterwards on YouTube, on Torah Anytime, on our app. The Gemara tells us that typically when there's a dead person in a room, the ceiling is not Mekabel Tumah. It's attached to the ground, so if you have a ceiling made of cement, wood, etc., not Mekabel Tumah. However, if the material is identical to the Mishkan, such as flax or the hair of a goat or different type of hides, they are Mekabel Tumah. The Gemara learns that out from Xer Shava. That's only the material, but it doesn't have to be done exactly like the Mishkan. The Mishkan, for instance, took the flax and they did 6 strings. It doesn't have to be with exact details, it just has to be the exact material. Even though the Mishkan was built with krushim, with wood, wood is not Mekabel Tumah. Why? Because the Torah says, krushim la Mishkan. The wood is for the Mishkan. In other words, it's not the essence of the Mishkan, it's just for the Mishkan. The essence of the Mishkan are the Urios, are the layers on top of the Mishkan. The 3 to 4 layers, depending on who you hold like, and each one is Mekabel Tumah because there's a hekesh one to the other. The bottom one was made out of semer upishtim, wool and flax. The middle one was the goat hair, and the upper one is elam and tachash. Now, Rabbi Lazar had a suffix. What about non-kosher hides? Leather made from non-kosher animals. Are they Mekabel Tumah ba'ayah? What was his suffix? His suffix was, did Moshe Rabbeinu use non-kosher hides to make the tachash? What was the tachash? Now, Rabbi Yosef says it's impossible because only something that's tahar can be used to build a Mishnah. So what is this tachash? The Gemara tells us if you hold like Rabbi Yosef, you must say the tachash. There's a language used there, tala ilan, which means one of the wild cats. So it has to be that it looked like a wild cat. It had beautiful coloring to it, but it wasn't made from the hide of a wild cat. Rish Lakish says that this tachash is a one-of-a-kind species, only existed in the time of Moshe Rabbeinu. In fact, it had a single horn, like a unicorn, but it was kosher, not like the unicorn that we're familiar with. Just like other Marishaim, the karban, the bull that he was makriv, had a single horn, because the Torah says, mi perek. It was a one-time thing, it was it was necessary for that time, but after that, it was nignaz. We don't have tachash anymore. That the Gemara is still put whether tachash is a chaya or a behema, because even though the animal with one horn by was a behema, was a bull, yet it's possible that it's chaya because there's something called a keresh, and a keresh is a chaya. I remember correctly when we were learning chulin, there are some shittas that hold that a keresh is a giraffe, because there are some giraffes that have a single horn. Rabbi says, since I can make a tzad shava, you take 2 things. You take sheretz and saras. Both of them have a chumrah to themselves. Saras has the chumrah of shesi, it's metama even a thread. Sheretz has a chumrah that it's metama with a very small amount of kadash. But the tzad shava, the common denominator between the 2 of them is that they are mekabel tumah. In other words, if you have a non-kosher hide, say a tiger's hide, will be Mekabel Tuma if Tsaras develops on it, and will be Mekabel Tuma if it touches a Sheretz. So says Rabbi, you can take those two and have a common denominator and say, therefore, hide from a non-kosher animal is Mekabel Tuma, but oil hames. Comes Rava Mebarnish and says, no, Sheretz and the Goyim and Tsaras have something in common that mace doesn't have. They both are Mekabel Tuma, are Mekabel with less than a Kezayis, where a mace, in order for it to be Mekabel Tuma, to give off Tuma, but oil, it has to be at least a Kezayis. Therefore, Rabbi Bernish says, he learns the Kabbalah Chaimer from the Ezer. As we mentioned before, one of the layers in the Mishkan was the hair of a goat. And it's not Mekabel Tuma from Tsaras, as we said the other day. Tsaras, when it comes to Beged, has to be Semer Ukishkin, not goat hair. Yet, at the same time, it's one of the materials from the Mishkan, and one of the materials in the Mishkan is Mekabel Tuma by Elames. So, the hide of an animal that's Tameh, which is Mekabel Tuma from Tsaras, that's in the Torah, or Mekabel Tuma from Tsaras, certainly it should be Mekabel Tuma by Oil HaMeis. So now we have to understand Rabbi Yosef's statement from before. It says when it comes to Melech Shamayim, it has to be from a kosher animal. What is he coming to add? So the Gemara is coming to add that the ritzuos of tefillin must be made from a kosher animal. Yes, Halacha Moshe Messina says the ritzuos have to be black, but the Halacha Moshe Messina doesn't tell us from what material. That's where Rabbi Yosef is coming to Mechadish. To tell us that the parshios of tefillin have to be from a kosher animal, we don't need Rabbi Yosef. Yes, it fits into Rabbi Yosef's klal, and his klal is perfect for everything, but it's not needed for all these other things. The parshios of tefillin, it says in the Torah, Torah Hashem beficha min amutra beficha, whatever you can eat, that's what you can make tefillin from. That the box of the tefillin has to be from kosher animal, that we know from Halacha Moshe Sinai, because you have to make a shin, and that's Halacha Moshe Sinai, so the hide has to be that has to be from a kosher animal. The fact that you have to wrap your parshios with the hair of a kosher animal, or sew the tefillin with kosher sinew, Halacha Moshe Sinai, that you have to make square tefillin, also Halacha Moshe Sinai. And now the Mishnah. The Mishnah tells us that if you make a wick out of clothing, you fold up clothing, you make a wick out of it according to Rabbi Lezer, it's tameh. Why? Because it still remains a beged. And a beged is tameh. Says Rabbi Kiva, but when you fold it up, you take away the name beged from it, and it becomes a wick, and therefore it's no longer tameh. Says Rabbi Lezer, since this wick remains a beged, and he says a 4-step halacha, therefore, if this beged is exactly 3 by 3 fingers, and it happens to be yontif that falls out on a Friday, and we hold, like hula, that you must burn most of the wick. In other words, once you light it a little bit, that's not enough. You have to light the whole thing. But once you light it a little bit, you just broke the wick. You ruined it. And by ruining it, you cause noilad. If you cause noilad, Rabbi Yehuda says that it becomes muktzah. So it's also for you to light this on yontif shechal b'erev Shabbos. Now, according to Rikiva, when you fold up this wick, it's no longer a kli, so you're just lighting wood, so you're not over anything. And Rabbi Yosef says, now I understand. I always heard this halacha about being exactly 3 by 3 fingers. I never understood what it meant. Based on this halacha, now I understand completely. Have a wonderful day.
There was this guy I met, this little Native American kid named Dean. Native American. Primo Papa Go, shout out. This fool had all the Iron Maiden albums. Yeah, he was about to do a nerdy kid. Bro, his friend, like, made no Iron Maiden albums. Yeah. So I went to his house, bro, and we played every album, man. Run for the hills. Yeah, all that shit. How many albums was the album? Just one.
I think just the first one, Killers, right? Because the rest of it's Bruce Dickinson.
Bruce Dickinson's first one.
Shabbos Daf Chavtes. I hope you all have a wonderful Shabbos. Please keep safe and healthy. Going back to the mission that we had yesterday, Silas HaBeged Shekibla, the Loi Hivava. You take a garment, you fold it up, you make it into a wick, but you didn't singe it. Yesterday we had one shot in Machlokes Rabbi Lezer and Rabbi Kiva, why it might be tar and why you can use it or can't use it on Shabbos. Today we have another shot. Rabbi says, the Rabbi Lezer says you cannot use this for Shabbos because it's underneath. You must first make it black where the fire can catch nicely, and you won't have issues with it on Shabbos. Otherwise, we're concerned you might fix it on Shabbos. How to explain Rabbi Yosef's halacha that he heard and he wasn't sure where to apply it? There's a concept of 3 fingers by 3 fingers that are exactly 3 fingers by by 3 fingers. Yesterday we said one pshat. According to Rabbi, we have to say another pshat. He's talking about truma. And it's much like this. What constitutes a beggar? Is it 3 fingers by 3 fingers exactly, or 3 fingers by 3 fingers plus the hem? Says Rabbi Yosef, it's exactly, not without the hem. Rav says, we have a machlokes Rabbi Yehuda and Rav Shimon we mentioned the other day. Somebody takes a pot on Yom Tov and he burns the pot. The pot just changed from a pot to a broken pot. A broken pot is not like he was just born today on Yom Tov, and therefore it's muktzah according to Rabbi Yehuda, according to Rav Shimon. Says Rav, it's not only a pot, it's even something like a date, where from the moment it was created, it has a pit inside. Nothing was created on Yom Tov. But when you open the date on Yom Tov, you discover the pit. That's noila. And he takes it one more step. Not only a pit, but even, let's say, a walnut, where there's the fruit inside and the wood is on the outside, where you could visibly see the wood. Yet it's not wood until you crack open the walnuts and you extract the nut. Then you're going to use the wood. So it's noila on Yom Tov. Rabbi Shimon says in all these cases, there is no noila on Yom Tov, and you're allowed to use all these items. The Gemara tells us Rab never said this halacha before. Rabbi Yehuda heard a story. The Reb Chia, who was Rab's uncle, told Rab, he saw him eating a pit, and he had a pit. He said, listen, if you threw that into the fire on Yom Tov, you'd be over on Noilad. And Rab didn't answer. Gemara says, well, he didn't answer. Did he agree with his uncle or not? Gemara brings a story. Rab was eating a date on Yom Tov, and he took the pit and threw it to an animal. Now, if he held that the pit was muktzah, he wouldn't throw it to the animal. Says Gemara, wait a minute. It's possible that Rab was eating a very inferior date, and that date had fruit on the pit. It's a good quality date. When you open it up, there's no fruit on the pit. But this date was inferior, and since it had fruit on the pit is not muktzah. It's considered fruit, and therefore he allowed himself to take it and toss it to the animal. If a branch falls off a tree on Yom Tov, that's called noida. If it falls off into your oven, how do I use it on Yom Tov? If you add more wood that's not muktzah, I can use it on Yom Tov. The same thing would apply to our case of a pot that was burnt or there was a broken pot. If I add more wood to it, I can use that pot on Yom Tov to make a fire. Now going back to the Mishnah, the case of folding up a wick, a garment and making it into a wick, according to Rabbi Eliezer, it remains coming. Says Rav Amnuna, let me explain to you. We're talking about a situation where there's a garment, started off as a garment, it was from the measurement of 3 fingers by 3 fingers all the way up to 3 tefachim by 3 tefachim. It was a garment, and the owner of the garment decided to make it into a shmata. He took it, and he wanted to use it either to plug a hole, or to clean, or to hold a hat. Whatever the reason is, it's a shmata. If he takes it, folds it up nicely, puts it in a drawer, into a box, then he's showing that he wants it, and it's 100% according to everybody, even Rabbi. If he takes it and tosses it out into the garbage, and you found it in the garbage, according to everybody, it's not coming. It's not a bag. Machlokes is when he takes it and hangs it up on a peg or hangs it up behind his door. Rabbi Eliezer says he still likes it, he still wants it, it remains a beged, it remains coming. Rabbi Akiva says he showed that he doesn't want it, it's not coming. Says the Mishnah, brand new Mishnah, brand new sugya. We know that if you have a bowl of oil and you light a fire in Shabbos, you take some of the oil out, you're over on the chaber. You're making the fire last less. That's not. What if I have an egg full of oil with a hole in the egg and it drips out into my bowl over the entire Shabbos? By me removing oil, I'm over on the same chaber because this candle is supposed to be lit for X amount of time. Because I removed the oil from the egg, now that candle lasts less. If I do so, even with something that's disgusting, let's say instead of an egg, I have earthenware, most people won't use that oil, still awesome. If I do so with a bowl side by side to the other bowl, still awesome. Rabbi Yehuda says in all these cases it's good. However, if that egg is permanently affixed to the bottom bowl, let's say my klicheres is fixed, that's how I created, or later on I glued it together, then it's mutter because now I know it's one and the same, and I'm not going to remove the oil. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Yehuda was in Beis Nitzah. It's a neighborhood place. And they gave him this egg, and he filled it up with oil, and he used it over Shabbos. So the Gemara is different because in Beis Nitzah, they were reasoned, they were very careful. It seems like the Gemara wasn't so happy with that. The Gemara says, the original Ben Elazar gave Musar, he was Mochiach, he was Moicha, to Rabbi Oven. Famous machlokes: are you allowed to drag a bench on Shabbos, knowing that perhaps you might create a groove in the ground, and that's the Isser Charisha. Rabbi Shimon says it's not a problem. I don't have kavanah to do it. It's mutter. Rabbi Oven, he's dragging a bench over a marble floor. It's impossible to make a guma, impossible to make a groove. Yeah, Rabbi Yisrael was moichan. He said, listen, maybe today you won't, but tomorrow you might forget and do so. And therefore it's awesome. The Gemara tells us a three-way machlokes Rabbi Shimon. What happens if I have a very light bench? I can lift it up easily. It's efshar. The concept of efshar. I can lift it up, but I don't want to. According to Rabbi Yirmiyah, Rabbi Shimon only said his halacha was very heavy and you can't do it otherwise. But if it's light, you have no business dragging it and perhaps creating a group, and therefore, in that case, he says it's awesome. And we have to explain when the Mishnah talks about a kisei, the safsol, that mentions a chair, it's talking about a very heavy chair. Ula says no. The machlokes is even in a very light object like a chair. Rabbi Shimon is going to say it's mutter, but in a very heavy bench or bed, then Rabbi Yehuda would also agree that it's mutter. So why does the Mishnah talk about a bed? It's talking about a very light bed. Rabbi Yosef says no. The machlokes is in both cases. Even if it's very heavy and light, Rabbi Shimon says mutter. Very heavy and light, Rabbi Yehuda says it's possible. The Gemara asks a bomb question from a person who's selling clothing in the street. Says the Gemara, if he's just putting it on him and he's not having any benefit from this, he's not saving himself from the elements, from the heat, from the rain, it's mutter. But a tzanua, a tzaddik, should put it on a stick and not hold it. When you see it's efshar, it's possible for him to get away from the whole problem Shabbat. Yet we say it's mutter for him to carry it on himself. So that's a kasher of Rabbi that says that in a situation of efshar, you're not allowed to do so. Have a wonderful day. Have a great Shabbos. We'll see you tomorrow.
This guy was so high on heroin, he was just waiting. So now we're there jumping, give us some music. He's lighting cigarettes and flicking up the So we're in it about an hour now. And he's singing, and he's fucking up the words. It's like Sinatra. You see Sinatra in the 80s? Bro, he had no idea what the words were.
Shabbos Daf Lamed, when I start from the Mishnah on the bottom of Daf Tes, if a person extinguishes a flame because he's fearful of the Zayim or the robbers, or he has a person who's very ill, he's potter, meaning it's completely mutter. Our Mishnah goes according to Rabbi Yehuda that holds Melacha Shein Sricha Legufa Asur, where Rabbi Shimon holds it's mutter. What does that mean? The best example is the person extinguishes a flame because he wants the flame to be extinguished. In other words, it helps him burn the wick, and he wants that charcoal on the wick. That's a malach tzricha. He needs it. Another example is, let's say he preferred that the candle wasn't lit to begin with. A robber is coming, he doesn't want the candle to be lit. By him extinguishing it, he gains nothing. That's malach she'ein tzricha. Therefore, if a person extinguishes a flame because he wants to save the pot, he wants to get the oil, grab the wick, then he's chayev. On the other hand, if he extinguishes a flame because he has a chayil b'sekon, or just in general, according to Rabbi Shimon, it will be potter, because he's extinguishing it not for the sake of the extinguishing, but because he just doesn't want the flame. It's also to do, but he's potter. The Gemara tells us, if you ask for Tanachum, are you allowed to extinguish a flame if you have a chayil sheish b'sekon? And he went into a huge tangent of Agadita. The next 4 dafs are full of Agadita. And he started by saying, there seems to be a contradiction in Shlomo HaMelech between himself and his father. On the one hand, Shlomo HaMelech says, I have to give praise to the dead. And he says, a live dog is better than a dead lion. David HaMelech says, the dead can't do anything. They can't praise the Baruch Hu. Says Gemara 3 pshat. When a person is alive, he can learn Torah, and he can do mitzvahs, and he can accomplish. Once he's dead, he's over. Chashi, he's free from mitzvahs and Torah. On the other hand, when Moshe Rabbeinu davened on Klai Yisrael by Chet HaEgel, he davened and HaKadosh Baruch Hu didn't listen to him. But when he mentioned the Havais, the Schus Havais, HaKadosh Baruch Hu listened to him. So you see that the dead are greater than the alive. Another pshat. If a ruler makes a decree in our days, sometimes people listen, sometimes they don't. But when Moshe Rabbeinu made the decree thousands of years ago, he made decrees to learn the halachas of Yom Tov 30 days before Yom Tov. Or in benching, the first bracha of benching, he decreed. That lasts forever. A third pshat. David HaMelech asked HaKadosh Baruch Hu that he should show him a sign that Klai Yisrael should know that he was moichelim on the Aveira of Bethlehem. HaKadosh Baruch Hu said, I cannot you the sign when you're alive, I'll do it after you die. In fact, when Shlomo HaMelech did Chanukas HaBayis and he tried to bring the Aron into the Kodesh HaKadoshim, it was too wide, he couldn't fit it into the door. So he davened 24 Prakim of Tehillim, and he wasn't answered. But when he mentioned his father David, then the doors became wider, and Klal Yisrael realized that the Baruch Hu forgave David. But it says there, the famous pasuk in the same Shir Yoyim, Sushar M'Shechem, Yavai Melech HaKavod. The doors thought that Shlomo HaMelech is referring to himself, Melech HaKavod, the king, and they wanted to swallow him up alive. So Shlomo HaMelech says, no, Hashem eases the Gibor. I'm referring to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But HaMelech says the Gemara, when they finished the Chanukas HaBayis after 8 days, it's a very long pasuk, and the Gemara dashes the pasuk, Vayichol Aleim, Klal Yisrael went to the tents, they found their wives Betahara. And then it says, Smeichen, they had Hanav from the Zira Shechina. B'toy each and every one became pregnant with a boy. And then it says, David Abdoi, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu forgave David, Yisrael Amar, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu forgave Klal Yisrael for eating that Yom Kippur. They were so simply ate. In fact, they got awarded Gan Eden for eating on Yom Kippur. David HaMelech wanted 3 things from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He wanted to know how his life is going to turn out, what year is he going to die on, and what day of the week is he going to die. The Baruch said, I cannot tell you when you're going to die and how your life is going to play out, but I'll tell you the day of the week you're going to die. You're going to die on a Shabbos. He said, if I die on Sunday, it's better for my family. He said, no, Sunday's already Meluch of Shlomo HaMelech. If I die on Friday, he says, every day that you're alive and you yourself said into him is better than 1,000 oilas that Shlomo HaMelech is going to bring. So every Shabbos, David HaMelech would learn entirely. Pasuk Kum Megirsa. He wouldn't stop learning because he knew that the Malach HaMavis cannot kill him as he's learning Torah. So Malach HaMavis made a lot of noise in the backyard. David HaMelech, as he was continuing to learn, went to see what the noise was, went down the stair, and the Malach HaMavis took at the stair. He fell, and from falling, he got scared. He stopped learning for a moment. In that moment, Malach HaMavis killed him. So Shlomo HaMelech sent to the Chachamim 2 questions. First of all, my father, the king, is lying in the sun. Can I move him on Shabbos? Second of all, can I feed the dogs? Is it mutter to feed dogs on Shabbos? He said, yes, you can give the nevela, which is typically muktzah, but since it has a purpose, you can give the corpse of an animal to a dog. On the other hand, you cannot touch the dead person unless we make a special heter. If you put a loaf of bread or a baby on the dead, then you can carry the dead agav the bread. So you see that a live dog has more importance than a dead king. Finally, the question that we asked Rabbi Tanko, he said, as a mashal, because we have a pasuk b'chai b'hem, obviously you're allowed to extinguish the flame for Kodesh Yisrael, but he said in the derech of Agadah, because there's women and Amaratzim, so he wanted to open their hearts to Torah, and he said, a person is like, the neshama of a person is like a candle, like Hashem's candle. So of course Hashem's candle comes before a human candle, and therefore you can extinguish the candle so that Hashem's candle can live longer. The Gemara tells us that they wanted to bury Koheles because of the contradictions, the seemingly contradictions in Koheles. It says, but however, since Koheles starts with Torah and ends with Torah, so they decided not to. How does it start with Torah? It says, says the Gemara, the person has no purpose of working hard and toiling under the sun, but above the sun, before the sun, meaning the Torah that came before the sun, that is very important. And finally it says, Gemara says 3 pshatim. First of all, the whole world was created for this individual, or he is equal to the whole world, or the whole world comes to serve this individual. But what's the contradiction in Koheles? It says, anger is better than laughter. And then it says, laughter is great. It says, so the Gemara says that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, when he's upset at tzaddikim, that's a good thing. He gets rid of the averis. When he's happy with Rishayim, that's not a good thing because then he gets rid of the misses in this world. But in Ha'olam HaEmes, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, HaKadosh Baruch Hu can be happy with tzaddikim. Bhakti Anisa Simcha is referring to Simcha Shel Mitzvah, like dancing by a wedding. Simcha Maza Oisa, what am I doing with the Simcha? Why are you so happy? When a person is happy on something that's not a mitzvah. In other words, it comes to teach us that the Shekhinah doesn't rest on a person that's sad or lazy or mitzvah, levity, and kalas roish, mitzanas, or sicha, just talking, or metalim, things that are important, things that are not important. Only in the or simcha shel mitzvah. When a person is doing a mitzvah, then the Shekhinah, and when you want to learn Torah, it should be the simcha. And when you want to dream nice dreams, it should be the simcha. Elisha, who was angry, he said, bring the musicians, because there's a mitzvah to Shriyas HaShechina. One says the Rabbi should be with Simcha, but his Talmidim should start off with Simcha, and the Talmidim should be in fear. Like Rabbi, every year he would start off with a Musa de Bifusa, with a funny joke or something to get everybody into the mood. They wanted to bury Mishlei, but they said, look, you wanted to bury Koheles and you saw that you were wrong. Let's look into Mishlei. It says in Mishlei, Al Tanksil, don't answer a fool, and then it says you should answer a fool. When it comes to Torah, you answer. When it comes to Dvarim Acherim, you don't answer. For instance, Chacham said that a woman is going to give birth every day. The trees are going to bear fruit every day. There's going to be bread growing from the ground. And Talmidim laugh and they prove to them, look, you see a chicken lays an egg every day. There's a slav that gives fruit off every day, etc. And then when the fool said to the Chachamim, your wife had an affair, you're a mamzer, so they didn't answer, but they gave him a cup of wine. Here, drink a cup of wine. And they exploded. Have a wonderful day.
If the movie would have died, I would have been in bad shape. Some people still high because of it. I will say, look, they're going to call me to do another movie. We shoot in North Hollywood. This November 28th. You don't even know how to have to look in a hotel. No, fill up work. Go back there and I managed it. I fucked up as God. I'm thinking about, you ever see Scarface? Yeah. Scarface was on the
Shabbos Daf Lamed Aleph, the Gemara tells us one should act with humility like Hillel, and not with Havdanos, with strictness like Shammai. There were two people that made a bet. Which one could upset Hillel? One of them took a bet for 400 zuz. He went to Hillel's house on Erev Shabbos while Hillel was in the shower, and he screamed out, Mikan Hillel, Mikan Hillel. It's a lashon of a zoy, that's not how you talk to the Gadol HaDor. Hillel comes out, wraps himself up, and says, how can I help you, my son? And he asks him, I would like to know, why are all the Bavlim's heads round? He says, he asked me a beautiful question. I think the answer might be because the midwives, they deliver them in a certain way, causes their head to be round. Oh, back inside, and as soon as he gets in the shower, the guy screams out again, is Hillel here? He comes out, how can I help you? I'd like to know why the Talmudim's eyes are round. He says, it's a great question. It's because they live with a lot of sand, and it helps to keep the sand out. He gets back into the shower, and the guy once again screams out, Hillel! Comes out, how can I help you? Why are the Talmudim's feet so wide? He says, ooh, that's even a greater question. And the answer is because they step on mud, and they need 5 feet. He waits until he gets into the shower again, and he calls him out, and he says, listen, I have a lot of questions. He says, Hillel, Shal b'ni Shal, ask me whatever you want. And he says, are you Hillel the Nasi? He says, yes, I am. He says, Rabbi, there shouldn't be anybody like you again. He says, what did I do? He says, because you had lost 400 zuz. He says, Hillel, it's kedai to act like me, you should lose 800 zuz. Rather, the one should lose their food. The Gemara tells us 3 goyim came to Shammai and Hillel 3 different times. One asked Hillel to become a ger, but he doesn't believe in the Torah Shabbat. Shammai was upset at him and shoot him out of there. He went to Hillel, and Hillel taught him, he made him a ger, taught him Aleph Beis. And the following day, instead of teaching him Aleph Beis Gimel, he taught him Tov, Shin, Reish, Kof, etc. He says, what's going on? Yesterday he taught me Aleph Beis Gimel Dalet. He says, well, if you trust me for that, you have to trust me for everything, and I'm telling you, this is the Torah Shabbat. Another guy came to Hillel, this is the famous story. He came first to Shammai and said, I want to be a ger. Teach me the entire Torah while I'm standing on one foot. In other words, give it to me all in one sentence. Shammai took a stick and shoot him out of there. When he went to Hillel, Hillel was Megayer, and Hillel told him, my da'aloch sani, what you hate, don't do to your friend. Rashi explains it could be Baruch Hu, and it could be in other chaveros. You don't want people to steal from you. You don't want people to do other sorts of chaveros. Don't do it to them. And the rest of this Torah, says Hillel, is just an explanation, and to explain how that all fits in that one line, the 5 words. There's another guy who heard a Rabbi teaching his children, his Talmidim, about the Pigdei Kahuna, and he found out that for the Kohen Gadol, so he says, tell Shammai, I want to become a ger, so I can wear the Pigdei Kohen Gadol. Shammai took a stick, the Amas Abinyan, and shoot him out of there. He went to Hillel, and Hillel was the guy, and then Hillel says, listen, you want to become a Kohen Gadol, you have to learn the halachas first. He learned the halachas, and he got to the pasuk by Azar, and he made a kavachaymer. If David HaMelech cannot be A Jew who's born as a Yisrael cannot be a Kohen Gadol. Certainly, I Ger cannot be a Kohen Gadol. He went back to Sham and said, "Why did you tell me the Pasuk Bazar called Yumos?" And he went to Hill and he said, "Because of Yanava, I was Miskarta his Baruch." Why does the three game got together one day and they said, "Because of Shammai, we almost lost out on this opportunity, but because of Hillel, we're Miskarta his Baruch." Why does the Shisha Sidbei Mishnah are hinted in the Pasuk of Mahoya Emunas Itecha. Emunas is right that you have Emunah, you believe that the person took Meiser. Itecha is times referring to all the Mayadim, so the Mayad, the Yom Chayvim, Chaysim is a Lashon of Yerusha, that's Nashim, comes from Nashim, that's how you have a Yerush. Yeshua's is Nezikin, they will salvage you from having to pay money to know the halachas of Nezikin. Chachmas is in a Kachim, it's Chachma, and Das is the Haris. And that, the Gemara says, the situation is Yerush Hashem here, Tzaras, but Yerush Shamayim will bring you to the Oitzer, you'll remember Torah through that. Rabbi, the famous Rabbi says, when you get up to Shamayim, the first thing they ask you is, Nosat Tov Nokatu Be'emunah, did you do business with integrity? And that comes from the same pasuk, Emunah. Emunah is Itecha. What's Itecha? Shavasta Itim. You set time for Torah. And then the following word is about Puruvu, and then comes to Yeshua, choice, and then when you follow the Chachma, you understand, government to government, it's all about Torah. And then here's Hashem Yitzhara, and the Gemara tells us that if a person, it's a muscle, if a person says to somebody else, take this wheat, bring it up to the attic, and then he asks him, you put in the preservative, he says no, he says, so why, whatever you did wasn't good enough. In other words, you need Yiras Shamayim in order to learn Torah. You're allowed to add preservatives to the wheat and charge the person for the weight of this dirt that's a preservative, because without that, the wheat will be spoiled. Torah without your Shamayim is as if somebody gave you the key to the Oitzer HaMelech for all the jewels, but you don't have the key to get into the building. You have the key to the safe, but not to the building, so what good is it? You need Yiras Shamayim. It's another Mashal Gemara gives is somebody builds a doorway in the middle of his field and it doesn't go anywhere. What good is it? Where it says, and we've seen it in Rabbi Lazar, they saw Rav Yaakov walking by. One of the two said, let's stand up for him because he has Yiras Chayk, he has Yiras Shamayim. The other said, he's a big Talmid Chacham. So the other said, what good is Talmid Chacham? I'm saying Yiras Shamayim. It's much stronger. The Gemara says that must have been Rabbi Lazar. Rabbi Lazar holds that the Baruch doesn't have anything in this world besides Yiras Shamayim. Going back to Gehelas, there seems to be a very puzzling pasuk. It says, Al Tirsha Harba, don't be a big Russia, meaning you could be a small Russia. You want to know a tremendous society. If a person doesn't have Aveira, it happen. Don't despair. Don't say, oh, I already was over on this Aveira. I was Michal Shabbos, so let me just throw away the entire type. It doesn't work like that. The person can do an Aveira and do Tshuva for that Aveira and be a great Yid. Messiah, not only are they not scared and don't think about the day of judgment, Yom HaMisa, but they live without any fear and they have no humility. Says the Gemara, it's like as if they have this chaylev on top of their kidneys that prevents them. It's not that they don't know, they know, just don't care. We learned in the Mishnah, Rabbi says that if a person extinguishes a flame to save the lamp, he's not chayav. But he extinguishes the wick, then he's chayav. Says the Gemara, Rabbi Yossi holds like Rabbi Huda, the malacha sheintzvichol gufa. If you don't need the actual extinction of the flame, you are chayav. But he holds that if you are soiser in order to build, you demolish something in order to build, and it's in the exact same spot, and it must be in the exact same spot, you are chayav. So extinguishing a flame is soiser. You're demolishing, you're ruining. However, it's in order for you to light it up again. And the wick is considered a spot. Even if you move a wick somewhere else, that's its spot. It doesn't matter where it is. The spot is wherever the wick is. Whereas a lamp, the lamp has to do wherever the wick is. So if you move a lamp, but it has the same wick, it didn't move it. But if you remove them, then you move its spot. So that's why in a lamp, Rabbi Yossi hold the pot. But when it comes to the wick, you're chayav. Another shot Rabbi Yossi says is that he's extinguishing the flame because he wants to singe the wick. In other words, he wants the extinction of the flame. Therefore, it's called Misaka Manis, fixing the wick. Fixing the wick is chayav. Have a wonderful, wonderful day.
77 staying alive and way losing cocaine.
78, 79 was the first time I had some. I said, fuck it. I didn't, first year I didn't blow. It didn't get me off. I thought people were lying to me like Saturday Night Live. For years.
Shabbos Daf Lamed Beis, the Mishnah tells us that there are three causes that women die during childbirth because they aren't careful, the nida, chala, and adlakas haner. Rabbi explains, since a woman wasn't careful with the inner body, so she gets punished with something from her inner body, childbirth. Lila explains, Baruch Hu gave humans a minimum of a revi's dam. He said you have to be careful with that revi's dam. Chala, Baruch Hu calls it rachis that we say seichem, he calls us rachis. So we have to be careful with chala. And there, the neshama of a person is considered a candle, and we have to be careful with that candle. The Gemara gives us 5 mishal, 5 parables. There are sayings that people say when a bull falls to the ground, go ahead and sharpen your knife quickly. If a person is in a situation of danger, it's more likely that a danger will occur to that person. So when he's giving birth, it's a time of danger. Second thing people say, if you're going to beat your slave, you wait until it accumulates and then you just let it all out. So too by a woman, you're punishing her for the chava. So once you're pushing, you add to it. Third saying is, let the drunk fall on his own. The fourth saying is, if you have a shepherd who's crippled and can't catch its goat, he waits by the doorway to the barn and then he catches the goat. And finally, if we're in a situation where things are going well and people are giving out food, everybody's friend. But when the situation is not that good, there's not a lot of food going around, people aren't friends, the situation isn't good for a woman, she's giving birth, she's in pain, then things go wrong. But how do we check men? We check men when they are in a situation of danger, when they go on a bridge, on a rickety bridge, or anything similar to that. The Gemara tells us the Rav wouldn't go on a boat that had a guy on it, because perhaps that guy deserves death, and the boat will go down and he'll die because of the guy. Shmuel was the exact opposite. He made sure there was a guy on the boat because Baruch Hu doesn't punish two nations at the same time. Rabbi Yanai would check the boat to see that there are holes. He didn't want to be Samech Hananais, because if you are Samech Hananais, there's a concept called Menakim Tzuyosef. Because Baruch Hu uses your Schusim to pay for those Nisim, and that's not a good thing. Rabbi Zera wouldn't walk below palm trees during high winds for fear that the branches would fall on him. Rabbi Yitzchak says, and this is a big insight in life, don't wait until the tzara happens, don't wait until a person is sick. Daven that a person should not become sick, because once they become sick, it's harder for the refuah to come, then you have to use a lot of sfusim. As it says in the pasuk, people hanoifel mimenu, the person himself, mimenu, you need his sfusim. Another drush the Gemara gives us from that pasuk, people hanoifel, the person who falls had already fallen. In other words, HaKadosh Baruch knows from day one, from Sheshis Mei Bereshis, exactly what's going to happen. And the only difference is who decides who is going to cause the harm. In other words, the person who causes the death is a bad guy. The person who causes good is a good guy. But death is going to happen. If a person knows he's about to die, he should say like a person who's taken out the death because he's over Israel that there's a fear of Misa Bezdin. He says Vidu. So if a person who knows he's going to die. If a person goes into a place where there's danger, like the marketplace, there are a lot of fights. So that's similar as to imagine to himself that's as if a cop, a police officer grabbed him. Once he feels a headache coming, it's as if they're already handcuffs, he's in chains. And once he has to lay down in bed, he's that sick that he has to go into bed. That's bad news. That's as if he's going to be judged in a life and death matter. And if he has a really good lawyer, meaning he has good schusim, he'll be safe. The person has 999 malachim that sing bad about it. There's one malach, echad mini elef. 1 out of 1,000 will be saved. The Gemara says, there's another man that says 1 out of 1,000,000. In other words, 1 out of 1,000 malachim, 999 reasons that one malach are against him, and he has one reason for him. It's 1 in 1,000,000. That will be massive. Rabbi Elazar says that women die when they are younger. Rabbi says because they do laundry on Shabbos, they wash the dirty diapers on Shabbos. And some say because they are not careful and they use a lotion of design instead of saying Aron Kodesh, they say plaza. As Rabbi Shmuel would say, Amaratim die because they call Aron Kodesh Arno, which is a closet, and they'll call a shul a base am, just a regular folk house. Because he says there are three decoys, meaning there are three checkpoints that a woman goes through to see if she's chayv misa, nida, chala, alogas anah. Some say there are three debet, there are three glues. In other words, there are three causes to make her die earlier, chala, nida, and alogas anah. The Shimon Gamliel says that hilchos hegdish and meiser, trumas and meisers are the gufei Torah. That is the center of the Torah. And we give a certain nemanos, we believe, Amaretz, that he took Trumas and Maestros from the Deraisa, although with the Rabbanan there's a concept called Mai, we don't trust him. And we trust Amaretz that he wasn't Magdish this object, and therefore we could use that object. Rabbi Nosson says that because of the Aveira of not fulfilling a neder, a monetary obligation, let's say tzedakah or any neder, a person's wife will die. Rabbi says his own children will die. Now, Rabbi's Rabbi said that his own children will die. Rabbi himself said, but once he heard that his Rabbi said children, he took it back. If a person's children die because the person is not careful in mezuzah, or it's because he's not careful in Bidul Torah, and the machlokes is based on the question: could you learn a pasuk, one pasuk back, or even two pasuk back? Because the pasuk says the man you be meichel. If you want to live longer, what the pasuk right before is Ksafta, mezuzah, mezuzah. Two pasukim before that is spoken. The Matamai says, "Bneichem, teach Torah to your children." You go all the way back and say even Torah and mezuzah or just mezuzah. The machlokes remain in review though. If it's mezuzah or tzitzis that causes a child to die, the Shlomo says that someone who's careful with the mitzvah tzitzis, lots of love, will have 2,800 slaves. It's 10 per nation. There's 70 nations on each corner. That's 700 times 4 corners. Rabbi Nechami says, because of sinas chinam, there's a midah and a gemida. Person will fight his wife, will lose his children, his wife will miscarry. And a person who is not careful with challah won't see a bracha with his oil and his wine, and will plant, and other people will eat from it. And a person who is not careful with truma meiser, there won't be any rain, and he won't have any profit, and he'll run after parnasa, and he won't achieve it. And Rothschild says, if you're not careful in the summer, in other words, truma meiser, you'll be punished in the winter. But if a person does truma meiser, he'll have a lot of bracha, like the pasuk says, and we learn, until your lips are numb from saying die. Have a wonderful day.
That different from Craig? It's hot roller, right? Bro, he was fucking stupid white people. Wasted my fucking okay. And Timmy is a kid. This is the podcast. Timmy Hardaway. Timmy. And this black dude, a friend of mine came up to me like, Brian, you got good cover.
Shabbos Daf Lamed Gimel. The Gemara gives us 6 categories of different averos and what the different punishments for those averos are. Starting off with gezel, stealing, the locusts will come and devour the entire crop. If there's no crop, people get really hungry quickly. They'll end up chas v'shalom eating their own children. The pasuk says, the fat cows. It says, Rabbi, this is referring to these women who don't have jobs and all they do all day is shop, shop, shop. And this causes their husbands to go into debt and not have enough money, and they'll have to steal in order to pay their credit card bills. The aveira of Inuitin, meaning if you are a judge and you have the judgment and you don't give it over to the Baldin, you torture him a little bit, or a corrupt judgment, or kilkuladin means you don't look into the case deep enough, perhaps you'll find a heter or something for the guy, and you don't, or for the aveira of Bidul Torah, all these, there's chera, this sword, this war, and the enemy comes and takes the booty, there'll be famine, you'll eat, you won't be satiated, and you'll buy bread by the way. So the aveira of Shuvah, Shav, and Sheker, meaning you swear falsely you did something in the past or you're going to do something in the future, or you say that right now it's night when everybody knows it's day. In the pasuk it says the word chilo by shvur. It also says Chil by Chil Shabbos and by Chil Hashem. So all three are the same in terms of the punishment. There'll be wild beasts that'll come and eat the livestock. There'll be less people, and therefore the roads will be desolate. Because of the Avera of Ritzicha, of murder, HaKadosh Baruch Hu was Machris the Beis Hamikdash, and the Shechina was removed from Klal Yisrael. For the Avera of Gilai Arayis, Avodah Zarah, and not keeping Shemitah and Yovel, there'll be Golos to the world, and we will lead our country, and others will take over. For the Avera of Nivul Peh, the Lashon of the Gemara is this Tzaros, Rabbis, Zeros, Kashos, terrible decrees, terrible Tzaros. And the young Bachurim will die, the orphans and the widows will cry out to Hashem, and you won't answer them. Everybody knows why a Kal gets married, but if you talk about it, even if you're supposed to live 70 years in peace, HaKadosh Baruch Hu flips it over. It's not only the person talking, it's the person that hears and doesn't make a makah, also gets punished. They deepen the Gehenna for both of these people. If a person sets aside time to do an Avera, what will happen is he'll have welts and wounds on his body, and he'll even have this disease called hidrokai. Hidrokai comes in three varieties. One of them causes the skin to be puffed up and tough, and that comes for arayis. That's usually when the Gemara says Avera, it's referring to arayis. When a person is in a starvation mode, then it swells, and when it comes from kisho, from sorcery, then a person gets skinny. Shmuel HaKatan had it broken, and he was worried that people will be chayshish that it's because of he was over the arayis. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu healed him right away. Abaya had it broken, and Rabbi said on Abaya, I know that Nachmani, otherwise known as Abaya, he fasts a lot, and therefore he has it broken. Rabbi himself, who knew how to get out of it broken, the reason why he got it broken is because he didn't leave himself in the bathroom when he had Talmidim. He was honest because of the Talmidim. If a person has sinas, we could tell that if he has jaundice, he has yellow, that is because of sinas. If a person has gases ruach, the sinner for that is that it becomes poor. Sinner for a person that talks lashon hara is askara, is the restriction of the esophagus when he can't breathe anymore. So Rabbi Yossi says askara comes because the person eats hevel without giving trumas and maizros. When Chacham went into Terem B'Yavna, so Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yossi, and Rabbi were sitting there, and they asked them, why is it that askara starts from the intestines and works its way up to the throat? Rabbi Yehuda is Reish HaMadarim B'Chol Makom. He starts answering every place as the Gemara is going to describe later on. And he said, even though the kidneys give the advice and the heart understands and the tongue articulates, but it's the mouth that finishes it off. And that's why it finishes off by the mouth. Rabbi Yossi says because people eat hevel, and Rabbi Chai says because of a bittul Torah. But women who are not mevatel Torah, why do they get asra? Because they're mevatel their husbands. Goyim are not mevatel Torah, they are mevatel Jews. What about young children? It says the Gemara because they're mevatel their father. It says Rashi, when they come to ask their fathers for candy while the father is learning, that's their avera, and that's why they get punished. The kids that are learning in school don't have the time to bother the father. Why is it? Because when the door has tzaddikim, the tzaddikim take the brunt of the averas of the door. When there are no tzaddikim, then it's the children that take the avera of the door. Why was Rabbi Yehuda the Rosh Hashanah, as you mentioned before? Because he sat with Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi Chai, and Rabbi Yehuda said that we have to give praise to the Romans because they made us marketplaces and bridges and bathhouses. Rabbi Yossi was quiet, and Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai didn't like it. He said the reason why they make marketplaces is to put zaynis in there. The mechatzais is just for themselves, and the bridges are to collect tolls. There was a person by the name of Yehuda Megerim, which Rashi is supposed to say that he was a chashuv person, he was a Tana. And he said it over to his friends, and eventually traveled from his friends all the way to the Romans. And the Romans put Rabbi Yehuda Rosh Hashanah from Malcham because he gave praise to the Romans. Because Rabbi Yossi didn't make a macha, they threw him to Tzipayri, and they wanted to kill Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. The famous story of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai took flight, he ran to the Beis HaMedrash where his wife would bring him bread and water. But then he said if they torture his wife, she might give up where he's at. So he ran to the cave, and it was a nace, that a carob tree, which usually takes 70 years to bear fruit, it bear fruit, it actually grew there, that's nace number one, and it bear fruit. And there was a spring of water there. Rabbi Bar Yochai and his son, Rabbi Lazar, Rabbi Shimon, were both there, and they went into the mud, they took off their clothes in order to save their clothing, they put their clothing on for davening only. After the Caesar died, Eliyahu came, and he notified them that it's over. They were in the cave for 12 years. They came out of the cave, and they saw people plowing the field, and they couldn't believe their eyes. How could people waste their time with mundane things like earning a living and not spending the time with Chaya Olam, learning Torah? And they started burning everybody that they saw. And the Baskel came down and said, "What are you trying to do? You're trying to destroy our world, my world. Get back into the cave." So they went back into the cave, and they made a calculation. They said, if a person could only be in Gehenna, Russia, for 12 months, we shouldn't be in the cave for more than an additional 12 months. And they went out, and as they were coming out of Baskel, said, "Yes, you can come out." Wherever Reb Shimon destroyed, Reb Shimon would fix. Reb Shimon told his son Reb Elazar, "What are you so worried that there's not enough Torah in the world? Between me and you, we have all the Torah the world needs. Let it go." And on Erev Shabbos, they saw Ahu Saba. Many times, as it says, where it says Ahu Saba means Aliyah Navi, they saw an older person carrying 2 bundles of Hadassah. And they said, "What are you doing with this?" He said, "I need it for Shabbos." "But why 2?" He said, "One for Zachar and one for Shamar." And here's the concept of lighting 2 candles for Shabbos, Zachar and Shamar. And he said, "Kama Chavivim Yisrael, look how beautiful Klal Yisrael is, or the mitzvahs, Kama Chavivim the mitzvahs, and calm down." It says Rav Pinchas Ben Yair, who was either his father-in-law or son-in-law, his mechutim, he said he couldn't believe, he gave him a massage, and he couldn't believe the welts, the scars that he had on his body from the mud, and he started crying, and a tear went into the cut, to the wound, and it caused Rav Shimon Bar Yochai to be uncomfortable and scream. And Rav Pinchas Ben Yair said, "I cannot believe that I see like this." And Rav Shimon Bar Yochai told him the opposite. "It's because you see me like this, because of what I went through, I became who I became, Rav Shimon Bar Yochai." And the Gemara just tells us that before they went into the cave, Rav Shimon Bar Yochai would ask Rav Pinchas Ben Yair questions, and Rav Pinchas Ben Yair would answer him full answers. But after he came out of the cave, Rav Pinchas Ben Yair would ask Rav Shimon Bar Yochai a question, and Rav Shimon Bar Yochai would answer him 24 questions, 24 answers. Have a wonderful day.
I just took out everything I had given to me. Just took out a fucking bolt. And I've been driving home with the coke rock in my hand with the fucking. I say that joke on stage. I joke for the I ran a 3-quarter round in my hand. Just driving home with the air conditioner on lightly. And the fumes in my face, tremendous. And I said to him, "How do I get home?"
Shabbos Daf Lamed Dalet. Due to Erev Pesach and Pesach Chalamayid, we're falling slightly behind on the 8-minute daf. We're doing everything we can in order to record and edit. Today, Be'ez Hashem, we're going to do Daf Lamed Dalet, and hopefully Daf Lamed Ches, and the same thing for tomorrow, we'll try to do 2 daf. The Gemara tells us that when Yaakov Avinu came to Shechem, the Torah says he was shalom, meaning he was healed from his limp, even though he spent a lot of money, extravagant amount, on a gift for Esav. He didn't have any monetary loss, and even though he was traveling, he didn't forget any of his Torah. He said, "Let me give back to the community," and he created a new coin for Shechem. Rav Shimon Bar Yochai as well, when he came out of the cave, he wanted to give back to the community. And he found out there was a certain path that they had a suffix whether there were bodies buried there, and Kohanim wouldn't walk on that path. And it caused him a lot of aggravation to go all the way around. There was an older person who told him that back in the day, Ben Zakkai took turmusim, a certain type of bean, and he cut them, even though they were truma, even though Ben Zakkai was a kohen, he wasn't concerned about the mother. In other words, that place was not a cemetery, and therefore halachically he could exhume bodies. Rav Shimon Bar Yochai, although he never exhumed the bodies, but he did the same thing. He imitated that act. He took turmusin and he spread it around, and by nace, the bodies would rise up and soften the dirt. And anywhere the dirt was soft, he marked it off as a place where a kohen can walk. Anywhere where the dirt remained hard was a place a kohen could walk. That Saba, that older person that told him about Ben Zakkai, made fun of Rav Shimon Bar Yochai. He said Rav Shimon Bar Yochai was Matayr, a base of forest, a graveyard. Rav Shimon Bar Yochai took offense. He said, "How can you talk to me like that? Even a Zaina treats her friend with respect. She'll do her here, even though they're in competition. A Talmid Chacham should certainly treat another Talmid Chacham with respect." He looked at him and he killed him. And then he saw Yehuda ben Gerib, the one who caused the whole story, which caused him to go into a cave. According to Rashi and Taisus, he's a Talmid Chacham. He looked at him and he turned into a pile of bones. The Mishnah says that Erev Shabbos, a person should walk into his house and ask his family, "Did you take Meiser?" The Gemara says he must say it in Chusa. He should say calmly. If you want people to listen, you don't yell and you don't dictate. You call calmly. Rav Sheshes says this is common sense. The other thing the Mishnah says, he asks them, "Did you make it Eruv Shechumah?" That is, you place a meal somewhere, and from that place, it's as if you're playing a shvisa, as if you are dwelling there on Shabbos, and you're allowed to walk from that spot on another 2,000 amos. According to one shita, Erev Tum is the Raisa. Even if you don't hold Erev Tishum is right, so at least it has a smachta in the Torah. There's a mekarfer in the Torah. And finally, he asks them, Hadiku, he tells them, Hadiku is on there, like the Shabbos scandals for Shalom Bayis. Bein HaShmashos, which the Gemara is going to describe what it is exactly. Time we don't know if it's day or night. It could be day and night. It could be the day before. It could be Friday. It could be Shabbos. Therefore, we don't remove meiser from the fruit that is a certain pebble fruit that you must take meiser because you are fixing the fruit. You also can't remove tumah from a kli by immersing it in the mikvah, and you certainly shouldn't light a candle because if it's already Shabbos, you're over issa deraisa. However, you're allowed to take meiser from the mai. That's what you buy from an amaretz, but it's only a chumrah derabara that you have to take another time meiser. And you're allowed to do eruv chateres, which is not in the Torah. Eruv chateres where two people, let's say, share a common yard, so they participate in a meal, and it's as if they both own that yard together and they can carry their own shots. And you could bury and hide a hot dish. It's not considered vashel. The Gemara says that the same person, a person does two acts, and we treat Bein HaShmashos as two different days. How? For instance, a person makes an Eruv for his friend. Now, an Eruv must be done before Shabbos, and it must be during Shabbos as well. It has to be at least a moment into Shabbos. He made the Eruv on Friday, and during Bein HaShmashos, the dog came and ate the Eruv. No more Eruv. We say the Eruv lasted into Shabbos because Bein HaShmashos is considered Shabbos. On the flip side, that same person made an Eruv. He started it on Bein HaShmashos, but the Eruv must be on Friday. So we say no, Bein HaShmashos is considered Friday, and it goes into nighttime, and then the dog ate it. So here we say Bein HaShmashos is Friday and Bein HaShmashos is Shabbos. Which one is it? We say it's both. Bein HaShmashos is a suffix, and since this is Erev Rabbanon, we say this is okay. Rabbi says you cannot bury your pot with material that doesn't add any heat on Shabbos, because you might find that your pot is not hot enough, so you might light the fire. But Bein HaShmashos, it's okay. Like the Mishnah says, you're allowed to do so in Bein HaShmashos. Because Bein HaShmashos, the derech klal, usually people have really hot pots going into Shabbos. Now, on Friday, it's also to hide something with a material that adds heat to it. You're concerned that you might use ashes that have coals, and you might come to stoke the coals. Now, as we said before, Bein HaShmashos is suffix day, suffix night, suffix 2 days. The Gemara says in the Shita of Rabbi Yehuda, 2 shitas. According to everybody, if the horizon is dark and the top of the sky is dark, that's 100% night. If the top of the horizon is red and the bottom is dark, according to everybody, that's Bein HaShmashos. But if the horizon is red and the top is red, that's where the machlokes is. That time to be completely red and then to go to the bottom horizon dark and only the top red, that's a difference of 1.5 minutes. How good did Anko? That's the whole machlokes. Rabbi Nechemiah says that Bein HaShmashos lasts from Shkia until it takes a person to walk a half a mil, which is approximately 9 minutes. Yossi says Bein HaShmashos is terrifying like the blink of an eye, and nobody knows when that exactly occurs. Now, when it comes to a Zav is someone who sees an emission. It's not Keri, it's a special emission called Ziva. It comes from a disease. If he sees one emission, he has Allah of a Keri, he goes to the mikveh that day, he becomes tar at night. If he sees 2 emissions, he becomes a Zav. He has to wait 7 days of Tahara, not seeing any emissions. If he sees 3 emissions, he becomes a Zav that has to bring a carbon. Now, the 3 emissions by a Zav should happen on the same day, as long as there's a break between the emissions, or in consecutive days. But if there's a day in between with no emission, then the 3 emissions don't combine to make him a Zav that requires a carbon. Says the Gemara, very interesting. What happens to a Zav who sees 1 emission Bein HaShmashos Sunday night, and then he sees another emission Monday night Bein HaShmashos? Well, it's possible that Bein HaShmashos is only Sunday, and Bein HaShmashos is Tuesday. Therefore, he's not a real Zav that saw 3 consecutive Riyos, because the middle day he didn't see a Riyah. It's also possible that Bein HaShmashos is both Sunday, Monday, and the second Bein HaShmashos is Monday and Tuesday, and therefore it is consecutive, and therefore he has to bring a carbon. Therefore, this person has to be machmer and bring a carbon, and he's tameh, and he should wait 7 days. The same would take effect if a person only saw one riyah, perhaps he saw that one riyah which lasted from Sunday into Monday, and he's also a zav. He doesn't have to bring a carbon, but he's a zav that has to wait 7 days. A wonderful day.
I stopped doing coke. Like the weekend that Maryland died, and I was in Jersey. I had my own hotel room in Seacoast. I couldn't wait to go back there because my brother was getting like $60 an hour. And he kept telling me to come back to school. Get to the hotel, bring it right to the hotel, and feel right.
Shabbos Daf Lamed Ches. They asked Rabbi Barabba, what's the halacha if somebody forgets a pot of food on top of a kira from before Shabbos into Shabbos, and in the kira there are coals? It's Eino Gufo Ktuma. He answered them very vaguely. He quotes a Mishnah in Trumos that says that if a person cooks on Shabbos, depends. If it's on purpose, he cannot eat the food. If it's by accident, he could eat the food. And in our case, Rabbi Barabba says that a person forgot. There's no difference between accident and on purpose. Now, what did he mean? Are both mutter or both usur? In fact, it's a machlokes. Rabbi Yosef said he meant that both shagig and mezid are mutter to eat. Why is mezid, when you leave it on the fire, different than mezid when you cook on Shabbos? Because mezid, by cooking on Shabbos, you're taking action. You're cooking with your hands. Leaving it on a flame, you didn't do anything. You just didn't remove it. The only issue is that there's a brisa that differentiates between shagig and mezid. It says mezid, if you leave it on purpose, it's also for you to eat. That would be a major question on Rabbi reviews. But Rabbi Yitzchak, on the other hand, says that what Rabbi meant is that both shagig and mezid are usur to eat if you left it on the flame before Shabbos into Shabbos. Why is that? Because we're concerned that people will be tricky and they'll say, "Oh, I forgot the food on the flame," when in fact they didn't forget. So they said even when it's by accident, also to eat. The problem is from that brisa that says that by accident you are allowed to eat. And the answer is, there were 2 periods of time. The Chachamim made a gzeira and they said, since people are tricky, it's usur to eat food that was left on the flame. And the brisa that says you're allowed to eat food when it was by accident was before that gzeira. We need to understand yesterday's Daf Lamed Zayin. There's a machlokes between Rabbi and Rabbi Yehuda how to explain Beis Hillel. According to Rabbi, Beis Hillel hold you can do shihiyah, you can leave a pot from before Shabbos into Shabbos only with hot water. Now we're saying, according to Rabbi, it's even a tavshel, even cooked food. We need to explain that on Daf Lamed Zayin we're talking about lichatchila. If somebody comes to ask a rabbi, what can I leave? They'll tell him only hot water. But if he went ahead and he didn't, so without asking the rabbi, they'll allow him to eat even a tashel like on today's Daf. Now what about Rabbi Yehuda? Rabbi Yehuda says in Beis Hillel, you can do shiyah even in a tashel. And today we're saying that Rabbi Yehuda holds, according to Beis Hillel, only hot water. We need to explain that on Daf Lamed Zayin we're talking about rufa kuma when somebody removed the coals. There are no coals. So therefore, if there are no coals, we'll allow him to eat even cooked food. Today we said we're talking about there are coals in the cube. Since there are coals, only hot water and not cooked food. The Gemara has a suffix. What if a person went ahead and didn't listen to Chanim and was over and he did shihiyah? Do we penalize him and not allow him to eat the food? The Gemara wants to bring a raya from Rabbi Yossi. He said that somebody had water that was left on from before Shabbos into Shabbos. He said you're allowed to use it. Whereas somebody had shriveled eggs, really cooked eggs, and he said you're not allowed to have it. So you see that shihiyah is awesome. Says perhaps what he meant to say is next week will be awesome. In other words, don't do this again. Since you did it already, you are allowed to eat. Gemara says that Rav Sheshes holds that according to Beis Hillel, we're going into the sugya of chazar, putting the pot back on the flame. According to Beis Hillel, let's say you're allowed to do chazar, you're allowed to put the pot back on the flame. It's even on Shabbos morning, where it's not, you can't see from his action that he wants to put it back. Friday night, if somebody takes the chunk off the flame, for instance, we know that he's going to put it back on. He needs it for the next day. But Shabbos morning is different. Perhaps he doesn't want to put it back. Nevertheless, according to Beis Hillel, you're allowed to put it back on the flame. Comes Rabbi Tadai and says, I need to qualify that. That's only if he continuously holds it in his hand. But once he puts it on the ground, it's also to put it back on the flame. Says Rabbi Yochanan, I disagree. Even if you put the pot on the ground, you put it on the flame. And there's a machlokes what Abai says. According to one lashon, Abai says you need two conditions. You need to be holding it in your hand, and you need to think in your mind that you're going to put it back on the flame. If you're missing any one of those two conditions, let's say you think in your mind you're going to put it back on the flame, but you put it on the floor, you cannot put it back on. Let's say you're holding it in your hands, but you never thought that you want to put it back on the flame, you cannot put it back on. Another lashon in Rabbi is that Rabbi said it's one or the other. Either you're thinking in your mind, in other words, I can put it on the floor, but I thought in my mind the entire time I'm going to put it back on the flame, you can put it back on the flame. Or, even without thinking, as long as I'm holding it in my hands, I can put it back on the flame. Gemara remains in a suffix, in a teiku, these following questions. What happens if he didn't put it on the floor? The Gemara mentions floor. What if he put it on a table, on a bed? What if he hung it on a stick? Is that considered as if he's holding it in his hand? Another question the Gemara asks, what happens if he takes something off the flame and he pours it into another pot? Does that restart the whole thing and say you're not going to put the pot back on the flame or not? Take it. The Mishnah talks about a tanur. Until now, we're talking about a kira that has two flames. A tanur is narrow on the top, and therefore it traps the heat in a lot more than a kira. It's much hotter. The Mishnah says that whereas a kira, if you use kashu bava, straw, and the bottom of the straw, that's nothing. It's not a problem. You could put a pot on top. When it comes to a tanur, you cannot because it has so much heat. It has the same halacha as real fuel. Rabbi Yosef says that with a tanur, I could place food up against the wall of the tanur. I can't put the food inside the tanur or on top, but I can put it on the side. Rabbi argues and says tanur is so extreme, the heat is so strong that you're not allowed to even put the food on the side of the tanur. And in fact, Brisa, that exactly what Rabbi says, that it's also Yisayim on the tanur. A kubah. It's in between a kira and a tanur. It's just like a kira, but only has one flame. It's large enough for one pot. So it's hotter than a kira, it retains the heat more than a kira, but less than a tanur. And therefore, if you use straw as the fuel, you're allowed to put a pot on top and inside. If you use real fuel, like wood, or the leftover olives, their pits, it's also. Halacha is always in tumah. If you take a kli and you break it, it becomes tough. So if you have a kira that's split in half to its length, it becomes tar because now you just ruined both of the burners. But if you split it to its width, you just created two burners instead of one large kira, and therefore it remains tum. Whereas a kubach only has one burner. So regardless of what direction you break it, you just ruin that burner, and therefore it becomes tar. Have a wonderful day.
Yeah, but I was one of those places that the guy has like he's shit. What the fuck we get over? I did that show and they were very nice to me on it. Basically, the show but then after this creepy show, 18 Wheels of Justice on TNT, when you were 18 Wheels of Justice.
Shabbos Daf Lamed Tes, the Mishnah tells us that it's also to cook an egg, even though it won't be completely cooked, by putting it by the side of a very hot pot. If one does so on Shabbos, he's over Issa Deraisa and he's Chai Dechatas. Similarly, to the case of somebody that takes very old herring or tuna, and some people just eat it by rinsing it off. If he rinses it off, it's considered a Gemar Malacha. Even though it's not completely cooked, that's the way they cook it. So too with this egg, even though most people won't eat a semi-raw egg, but some people will, and therefore it's considered that you cook the egg on Shabbos and you chai. Any salty food, salty fish, that you soaked it in hot water before Shabbos, you're allowed to soak it again on Shabbos because ein bishul achar bishul. You cannot cook food that's already cooked before Shabbos. And to rinse it off is also mutter. But it would be usher to soak it in hot water. If you didn't do so, because that would be considered bishul. Mishnah says it's usher to take an egg and put it on a very hot coaling, and Rabbi Yossi says it's mutter. So the Gemara qualifies this. If you cook in the sun, according to everybody, that's mutter. Because that's not the derech bishul, that's not how people cook. Nobody's going to confuse this with cooking on top of a flame. If you cook it on the holder of fire, meaning you take a hot cloth, you put it by the fire, you heat it up by the fire, and you cook on that cloth. According to everybody, that's asur b'deraisa. It's a tolda of fire. The whole machlokes is the tolda of the sun. Now, the cooking the sun we said is under samut. But if you take clothing and you warm it up in the sun, it's machlokes, because perhaps people get confused and say, if that piece of clothing was warmed up in the sun, you're allowed to cook. To confuse it with clothing that was warmed up by the fire. So Chachamim say, make a gzeira. Yossi says, there's no gzeira. Yossi agrees that it's asur to bury food in hot sand and cook through the sand. Why is sand different? This is machlokes. According to Rabbi Yossi is concerned that you might come to bury it in remets, in ashes with coals. And Rabbi Yosef says we're concerned that if you bury it in sand, you might dig deeper, and your chayfer guma, you'll be digging on Shabbos, and that's Issa D'Oraisa. What's the difference between the two svaras? What if you bury it in very soft sand, like beach sand? There's no digging really, and according to the shita that it's about digging, you don't have a concern there. According to the Ran, we're not talking about sand, we're talking about something very soft, like ashes. You put the egg down, and it just buries itself. That's how soft it is. The Brisa says you let to boil an egg on a rooftop because most rooftops don't have sand. That is, if it did have sand, according to Rabbi Yosef, it would be a problem of perhaps you're going to be digging a hole on Shabbos. The Mishnah tells us there's a story in Tveria where people took a pipe of cold water and they heated up the cold water by putting the cold water into the hot springs of Tveria. And Chachamim said that's also. L'chayra, that's a raya to Chachamim that say that a tolda of the sun. You might understand that how did the hot springs become hot? With the sun. You see that a tolda of the sun is also. Says Rabbi, no. The water of Tveria, the hot springs of Tveria are a tolda of fire because the water heats up by going right past the opening of Gehenna. It's a real fire and no raya from the Mishnah. Because it says, since Chachamim said in the Mishnah that Chamei Tveria is asur, we learn from this that Hatmana, the Daba Moisev Hevel, burying food in an object that creates more heat, additional heat all the time, like the springs, the hot springs of Tveria, is asur even if you put it in there before Shabbos. Ula argues. Ula says that the hot springs of Tveria are mutter. Says, Rav Nachman, what are you talking about? Even the people of Tveria broke their pipes. In other words, they took it back and they don't do so anymore. When it comes to washing yourself, bathing yourself on Shabbos, it goes like this. If you are washing your face, hands, and feet, according to Beis Hillel, you're allowed to do so even with water that was heated up. And according to Beis Shammai, if you heated up the water for food, then you're allowed to add a little bit on Yantif for washing yourself, hands, feet, and face. According to everybody, if you take a bath with the water, a real rechitza, it's asur to bathe yourself even if the water was heated up before Shabbos. Machlokes is, we have a three-way machlokes. If you're allowed to shower with water, not bathe, shower with water that was heated up before Shabbos. So we have the two extremes. You have Reb Meir that says you're not allowed to shower yourself even with cold water on Shabbos. You have Reb Shimon that says you're allowed to shower even with hot water on Shabbos. And you have Reb Yehuda that makes a compromise. He says hot water is asur, cold water is mutter, and the halacha is like Reb Yehuda. Our Mishnah must be talking about like Reb Shimon, because if you make a dig in the Mishnah, since the Mishnah says that it's asur to use this water, it says if you heat it up on Shabbos and it's also to bathe yourself with this water, meaning that if the water was heated up before Shabbos, it would be mutter to use hot water on Shabbos. That could only go like the Shimon that says you're allowed to shower yourself with hot water that was heated up before Shabbos. The whole machlokes is water that comes, they take from the ground. But if you have the water in a vessel, according to everybody, that's asur, because people might come to say, they'll think that you heated up the water on Shabbos. Now, halacha is like Rabbi Yehuda. Typically, we have a rule. The Rabbi says, anytime you have a three-way machlokes and one man da'amar is a compromise, you go like that man da'amar. However, it's possible that that rule is only in the Mishnah. And our three-way machlokes was in a brisa. Nevertheless, the halacha is like Rabbi Yehuda, like the compromise, since we heard so specifically. The only time we don't have this rule that if you have a 3-room machlokes, you go like compromise. It's like the sugi we had earlier in our Masechta with kuli matloni guys. A person takes clothing and he declares it to be a shmata. Rabbi Kiva took the middle position. Nevertheless, that is not like Rabbi Kiva, because Rabbi Kiva was the Talmud of the other two, Rabbi Yeshua and Rabbi Lazar. And later on in life, he also took it back and he admitted that the Allah is like Rabbi Yeshua. Have a wonderful day.
The chick who gave me 18 years of justice. So I already had a relationship with her. She had already booked me, so she was happy. For Rodney, I went there and read for Rodney. Rodney goes, bro, you made me laugh. He goes, bro, you read for me. Just to go to the set. What's it called now?
Shabbos Daf Mem. There are two versions in Rav. Rav says that if you heat up water before Shabbos, you're permitted to bathe in that water, provided that you only bathe one limb at a time. The fact that there are two brises that seem to contradict that, they say the only way you can bathe yourself is if you wash your face, hands, and feet. Seems like any other limb would be also. Rabbi will explain, the Rabbi is just telling us how to do it. Just like you wash your face by itself, your hand by itself, so too each limb must be washed individually. The other version of Rabbi is Rabbi. The way to use hot water that was heated before Shabbos is to bathe your entire body besides one limb. You must leave one limb out. The problem is those two brises seem to contradict Rabbi, because these brises say the only way to bathe is Hana, the other Rabbi, hands and feet, not entire body minus one limb. And that's a good kasha. As the Abaya was brought up by Rabbi Manachmain, he said the Rabbi, in fact, use Rab's shita that you're allowed to bathe yourself, your entire body, minus one limb. Says Abaya, I never saw, I don't know. But the question is, why did Rav Yosef ask Abaya? It's obvious that Rabbi always did exactly what Rav said, besides three things. He had it in the beginning of the Sefta, that you're not allowed to take tzitzis from one beggar to the other. Rav says you can. Rav says you could light a ner Chanukah, one from the other. Rabbi says you can. And Rav passing like Reb Shimon Begreira, that you're allowed to drag a bench, provided that you don't know for sure that you're going to make a groove. Rabbi says, I don't hold it. But in everything else, he did exactly like Rav. The answer is because this is a kula. Perhaps in kulas, Rabbi didn't act like Rav. To say that you're allowed to bathe yourself, your whole body, minus one limb, that's a kula. In fact, the halach is not like Rav. The halach is like Shmuel, who says that the only thing you're allowed to do on Shabbos is bathe your face, hands, and feet. The Furush Bryce is just like Shmuel that says, even if you bathe each limb individually, that's awesome. You can only do Hanav, Yodav, V'Rav. If you have a bathhouse that they plugged up the holes that let the steam out, or another pshat is that let the heat out of the heaters before Shabbos. In other words, you trap the steam in the bathhouse, but it's not providing additional steam throughout Shabbos. So when Matzah Shabbos comes along, you're allowed to use the bathhouse. You don't have to wait the amount of time it takes to heat up the water. If you're only using the steam, the zayah, the sauna part, that you could do even on Shabbos itself and on Yom Tov itself. In fact, there's a story in Bnei Brak, Rabbi Akiva, the famous, like you said in the Agadah, Rabbi Akiva and Elazar ben Azariah, they sat in the steam house on Yom Tov, and they even took a shower with hot water, according to Rashi, but they made sure that that hot water was covered with wood. Chacham said you don't need to cover the hot water with wood. Now, the Gemara tells us there are actually 4 steps in the Gzeirah that says that you're not allowed to bathe yourself with hot water on Shabbos. The first step was that it was mutter to bathe yourself with hot water that was heated up before Shabbos. But then the Balanim, the people in charge of the mikvahs, they started lying and started doing shtick, and they would heat up on Shabbos. Some say, Yerushalmi explains, they added extra clothes before Shabbos, but there's the problem of chitui. So he said, you know what? No more bathing in hot water, but you're allowed to use the steam. Bar Yonim came along, the people that are Oiva Averis, and they started lying. They said, we're using the steam, but for bathing. So they said, you're not allowed to use steam, but you're allowed to use Chamit Tefera, an actual hot spring you're allowed to use. Then came along the third zero. People were lying. They said, hey, I just came from the Chamit Tefera, when in fact they were coming from the bathhouse. So they said, Chamit Tefera is also awesome, where you're allowed to use cold water. But they realized, Chachamim, that people cannot be oimed. They can't stand the Xeris. They weren't able to accept the Xera. So they said, Chamei Tveria is mutter. Let's take it back a step. You're allowed to go to a natural hot spring. You're not allowed to use the steam. You're not allowed to use the Xera. And you see from here that a person who's over on a derabana, on this Xera, is considered an avarion. You're allowed to call him out in public and call him an avarion. The Gemara tells us you're allowed to walk through a bathhouse that's very wide and large because we're not concerned people are going to think that you bathe there and you're not going to benefit from it. But if it's a smaller one, like in a small fire in a village, it's inevitable that if you walk through it, that you won't benefit from the steam, and therefore it's awesome. You're allowed to heat up your own body and then pour cold water on it. But to do the reverse, pour cold water on your body, then heat yourself up in front of the fire, that's also because now you're bathing yourself with hot water. Similarly, you're allowed to take a hot towel and put it on your stomach to relieve pain in the stomach. So you're not allowed to take a small pot with hot water. Number one, if it spills out, it's a very big danger, and that's also to do in the weekday as well. But there's an additional problem, that if water spills out onto your body, now you're bathing in hot water. The Tanna Kama says that you're permitted cold water on Shabbos and warm it up, make it lukewarm. It's also to heat it up to the point where it's yatsi ledes, where your hand takes it back, or better yet, the Gemara describes it as amount of hot water or the heat that could burn a baby's stomach. That's a universal stage. As the Mishnah says, it's 40 degrees Celsius, which is about 104 Fahrenheit, and Shlomo Zalman Auerbach says 46 degrees Celsius, which is about 114.8 Fahrenheit. That you're not allowed to do. Now, what about oil? Now, the Tanna doesn't mention oil. Rabbi and Rabbi Yosef say that according to the Tanna, it's 100% mutter. There's no such thing as cooking oil. Therefore, even if you bring it up to Yatsi Ledes, mutter. Rabbi Yosef takes it to the other extreme. It's 100% usher. Even to warm up oil, that's the way you mabashal. That's people use it. They like to warm it up, and therefore that's also. Mar brings another two shittas Tanaim in oil. According to Rabbi Yehuda, to warm it up to a point that's Yatsi Ledes is usher. To warm it up to a point of lukewarm, that's mutter because that's not how you cook with it. Shimon Gamliel says that is the way to cook with it, to make it warm. Therefore, you can only put it in your hand and put your hand in front of a fire. But what is the difference between Shimon Gamliel and Rabbi Yitzchak? They're saying the same thing, basically. You're not allowed to warm up oil, even lukewarm. The answer is because according to Rabbi Yitzchak, it's also to warm it up lukewarm, even with a shinoi, even kalachar, with the side of your hand. According to Shimon Gamliel, that is mutter. La halacha, there's no difference between oil and water. Both of them, if it's yatsi ledes, it's also to warm up, and if it's not yatsi ledes, it's mutter. The Gemara does is Rabbi Yitzchak bar Avdimi went into the bathhouse. He was following Rabbi, and he said, "I want to take a flask of oil and put it in the Chamei Tveria, the bathhouse of Chamei Tveria, and warm it up." And Rabbi said, "You're not allowed to do that. You can take kli sheni, water that's into another kli, fill up another kli, and then you put it into that." So the Gemara says, first of all, you learn three things from here. You learn that you could cook oil, like the sheet that says oil is cookable. Second of all, you see that if you take water out of the Chamei Tveria and you make it into kli sheni, that does not cook. And second of all, you see that just warming up oil, that's also considered cooking. Now, how did Rabbi tell him these halachas? He was in a bathhouse. You're not allowed to even think in Torah in the bathhouse. The answer is, to prevent somebody from doing it, you're allowed to, like we see, that a Talmud went behind Rameir into the bathhouse and he wanted to mop the floor for him, and Rameir said that is usher, that's a shui gumas, that's considered baina, because he wanted to prevent him from doing it in Isser. Have a wonderful day.
That's fucking embarrassing. In 1999, I went with Ruben Quintana and Luke Torres to do a show at MIT.
Shabbos Daf Memal, the Gemara tells us three stories with Reb Zera. Two of them had to do with Reb Zera and Reb Avo. First one is Reb Zera saw Reb Avo swimming in his own private pool in the backyard. It was full of Chamei Tveria, which we said that you're allowed to use on Shabbos. He says, I'm not sure though if Reb Avo had his feet on the ground or he's floating. Floating in the river would be usher because of the Chavesh Shayatim. Concerned that you might make a life preserver. But in your own backyard, if the Gemara says it has gibudei, it has straight walls which resemble a swimming pool, they're different than a river which goes in a gradual incline. So it's obvious that that's mutter. Or another shot in Rashi, Yedude, it has a lift. It looks like a swimming pool. It doesn't resemble a river. The different time, Rav Zera saw Bavo covering his privates. He says, I'm not sure if he's touching himself or not. The Gemara says, touching is also. That is the Avera of the Dor HaMabul, as Rashi explains. However, Rabbi explains there are circumstances you're allowed to touch. Kibaleshes. Kibaleshes is if a person has his mind on something else. For instance, the soldiers, Baleshes, the soldiers that come in, if they're friendly soldiers and they're not in a time of war, we have to be concerned that they made your wine Yain Nesach if the barrel is open. If they are enemy soldiers, the only thing they have on their mind is to save their own life. They don't think about making somebody else's wine Yain Nesach. So there's no concern. So too over here. If Bavo was walking on the bank of the river, he was concerned that he might fall into the river. Therefore, his mind was somewhere else. He didn't have a concern that he might come to Hirur. The third story about Reb Zera is, Reb Zera tried to avoid Rabbi Yehuda, who held that it's usher to make aliyah from Chutz La'aretz to Israel, as the pasuk says, you should remain in Chutz La'aretz until I redeem you. Zera says no, that pasuk is talking about the place Sharetz. He was worried that if he bumps into Rabbi Yehuda would make a gzera on him and say, you must stay here in Chutz La'aretz. He said, let me hear one last Torah from Rabbi Yehuda. And he finds Rabbi Yehuda in the Beis HaMerchat. Beis HaMerchat, Tzina, talk and learning. So Rabbi Yehuda gave a speech in medicine, different good advice for one's body. And he started talking in Lashon Kodesh to show when you're trying to say mundane things, you're allowed to talk in Lashon Kodesh, even in the Beis HaMerchat. And he said, tells his Gabbai, get me my comb, get me my shampoo, my Nesser. Then he tells the guys, open up your mouths when you're in the Beis HaMerchat and inhale the steam, because steam will cause the bad sweat to leave the body. And this is the halacha that Rav Zera was very impressed with. Halacha, but advice, said it came just for this, it was worth it. Drink from the dirty, doesn't say dirty, but drink from the water of the merchat. And what's the reason it says? It's similar to somebody trying to heat up an oven and he heats from the outside of the oven instead of from the inside as well. You want the benefits of the Beis HaMerchat, you have to make sure that the body's half from the inside, and you do so by drinking hot water. If you don't have hot water, drink from the merchat itself. Other things that the Brisa says, that if you wash yourself with hot water, make sure that you rinse yourself off with cold, similar to iron. You cook it, you bake it in hot, and then you harden it in cold water. If you bathe yourself and you don't anoint yourself with oil, it's similar to a barrel that the water can't penetrate. You want the benefits of the merchat, you need to let it penetrate with the oil. Different halachas about eating. If you eat and you don't drink, that's like losing blood, and that's where the intestinal disease starts from. If you eat and you don't walk for amos, then your food starts decaying in the body, and that's where a person gets bad breath from. But a person needs to go to relieve himself, needs to go to the bathroom, and he eats on a stomach like that. It's similar to trying to start a fire in an oven with ashes that already did their purpose. You don't put food on top of the cover. And this is the beginning of the cause of just bodily odor. Says the Mishnah, there's a vessel called a muliyah, and that is, it contains water on the outside, and you put coals on the outside. If one removed the coals, he did rufa. Therefore, this vessel is not adding any heat to the water. You're permitted to drink from this vessel on Shabbos. There's another vessel called antichi. One shot in the Gemara is that it's like this kira oven that we discussed, but it has a compartment for water. You would have this compartment in order to ensure that the kira doesn't explode, similar to what we have in a carte. You put some water to cool off the engine. That water is moisef hevel. Since this kira is on 6 days a week, it adds, the coals are so hot and the walls are so hot, it adds heat to the water. And therefore, it's also to drink on Shabbos. Another pshat is, it's a double-decker dud, similar to the muliyah. Just one layer is the coals, the upper layer is the water, and therefore it adds hevel to the water. Says the Mishnah, and according to Rabbi Bar Mas, the pshat of the Mishnah is that if you have a small pot that you removed all the water from it and it's still hot, you shouldn't put a small amount of water into it because that would cook the water. You put a large amount of water because that just makes the water warm, and that's okay. According to Reb Shimon, we say that Davar She'ein Miskaven is mutter. Therefore, even though this water causes the pot to harden, since you don't have intent to harden it, your intent was just to warm up the water, we all like Reb Shimon that it's a mutter. As long as it's not a psikration, in other words, it's definitely going to happen. We don't know that's definitely going to happen, therefore it's mutter. According to Rabbi, the shot is you didn't remove the water. You removed this kettle from the stove. And now to add a small amount of water is also because you're boiling up the water. To add a larger amount of water is mutter because it's just going to create lukewarm water. However, if there's no water left in that pot, any amount of water to be added to that pot would be awesome because we hold like Rabbi Yehuda, Davar She'ein Miskaven is awesome. Rav says this whole the amount of water needed cannot be inside. In other words, in order to harden the kli, you have to fill up the kli all the way to the top, says Rashi. So this would be mutter if you put less than that amount. Shmuel argues, says even if you fill up the kli all the way to the top, it's still mutter. Now typically Shmuel doesn't hold like Reb Shimon. In another halach, in a malacha she'ein tzricha legufa, as we discussed, if you have a piece of wood that's a cold, glowing red, and you're concerned that somebody might step on it, it's also to extinguish it. Even though it's a malacha she'ein tzricha legufa, you don't need that piece of wood as a coal. You just don't want the fire. It's not a creative act. Reb Shimon says it's mutter, and Shmuel holds that it's asur. So you see, Shmuel doesn't hold like Reb Shimon. So Gemara says yes. In Melacha She'ein Tzricha Legufa, he doesn't hold like Reb Shimon. But Davar She'ein Miskaven, he does hold like Reb Shimon. And therefore, the Gemara finishes off by saying that if you see thorn, or let's say an hourly a piece of glass in the Rosh Hashanah, with the Rabbanan, you're not allowed to walk less than 4 amas, stop, and walk again less than 4 amas. That's the Rabbanan. But since this is a danger, you're allowed to do so. And in a Carmelis, where the whole Isser, the whole idea is only the Rabbanan, you're allowed to walk all the way to the garbage can and throw it out, even though it's a lot more than 4 amas. Have a wonderful day.
I think so. I don't know when they put you next to the old club. They used to put you next to Olive Garden. Yeah, it's the busiest Valley Garden in the country. I can't wait to get the cafeteria. Whatever the fuck they call it.
Shabbos Daf Mem Beis. The Shammai say that the bottom water always wins. So therefore, it's also to pour on Shabbos cold water into hot water because that would be cooking the cold water. But pouring hot water into cold water, that's mutter because you're not cooking with the cold water. But they still say it doesn't make a difference. Even pouring cold water into hot water is mutter. A bath is a kli rishon. It's heated directly from the flame. And therefore, cold water into hot water is asur, and hot water into cold water is mutter. Shimon Menashe says, and Allah is like him, that even hot water into cold water is also asur. But there was a havamina that Shimon Menashe wasn't talking about a bath, he was talking about a cup. And what he's saying is that in a cup, there's no machlekes between Beis Hillel and Shammai. Even Beis Hillel admit that you cannot pour even hot water into cold water. Abaye says that a seifel, which is a wash basin, even though it's for washing, and you need really hot water, it doesn't have halacha like an abatya of a bath that is a kli rishon. It's in fact a kli sheni. Since it's a kli sheni never cooks. Even if you have it at Yatzei Ledes, even if you have the temperature of 104 degrees like the Chazon Ish, or 114.8 degrees like Rosh Hashanah, it can't cook. And therefore, I could pour cold water into the bottom, hot water, and it won't cook it, and that's the Muslim. Rava wasn't makbid when it came to Kisheni. She said you could pour cold into hot, and he has a raya from the Brisa. The Brisa says, Ma'ara Kitan, you could pour from a flask of cold water directly into Kisheni hot water. Says the Mishnah, if one removes a large pan or pot from a flame, so they are now removed from the flame, you're not allowed to put spices into that dish because you'd be cooking the spices. The spices cook in a kli rishon. However, once you take out of that dish and you put it into a bowl or into a serving dish, now it became a kli sheni, and you could add spices. It doesn't cook it. Rabbi Yehuda is more making. He says spices don't cook typically in a Kli Rishon. The only way a spice can cook in a Kli Rishon is if you have vinegar or fish brine, which are very sharp, and they cause it to cook. Rabbi says that salt is not in the category of a spice. So there are two explanations. Either he is saying that salt is much more sensitive than spices. It will cook even in a cliche. Rabbi Nachman says no. Salt is like bull's meat. It's very tough. It takes a very long time to cook. So Rabbi Nachman argues on that. Or Rabbi Nachman agrees to Rabbi Chia in the second lashon. And that's why this says the halacha is like the second lashon. That salt is very tough to cook, and it won't even cook in a Kli Rishon. It takes a long time for it to cook, like bull's meat. The Mishnah says that one is not allowed to bring a Kli on Shabbos to catch oil that's dripping out of a candle, because that oil is muktzah ben hashmashos, and by it falling into a vessel on Shabbos, it makes that vessel muktzah. And now you're being mevata klimei chana. You're taking a kli out of service for that Shabbos, and that's awesome. But you're allowed to put that kli there under the candle before Shabbos, as long as you don't use the oil on Shabbos. The Gemara says something similar when it comes to a chicken's egg. You're not allowed to take a kli and put it below the chicken to catch the egg on Shabbos, because you've been mevata the kli mei chana on Shabbos. You're not allowed to use the kli anymore. However, you're allowed, if the chicken already laid the egg, you're allowed to take a kli and cover the egg that people won't crush it. Gemara says, though, the only time you're allowed to do that, if it's hatzola mitzuya. It's a common way to save the egg. Typically, a chicken will lay an egg in a heap of trash, so you're allowed to save it on a heap of trash. But if a chicken laid it on an incline, and you want to make sure it doesn't roll down the incline, that's not a hatzola mitzuya. You're not allowed to save it like that. So the Gemara brings a lot of questions from different mishnayos. And basically, we would have to say on these questions that they're considered hatzolah mitzuya. For instance, the Gemara asks, the halacha is that if a barrel breaks and it's full of wine, tevel, that you didn't do trumas or maishus on, you're allowed to save it on Shabbos by putting another barrel underneath. But a barrel typically doesn't break. We have to say that it's talking about hatzolah mitzuya, that it's a barrel that does typically break by using a brand new barrel. Brand new barrels are sensitive, they break. Another mission that we have later on in the Masechta is that you're allowed to take a kli to catch sparks that come out of a candle. So we must say that the sparks are hatzolah mitzuya. It's common for things to have sparks. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Mem Gimel, we're trying to catch up and make up the lost daf that we had over Pesach. This is from 4 days ago. Daf Mem Gimel. We had a shikha of Rav Chizda that you're permitted to cover an egg to protect it, but you're not permitted to put a kli under the egg to catch it. What's the difference? Rav Yosef says because you're canceling a kli. You can no longer use this kli once the egg touches it, it's muktzah. But when you cover an egg, you can uncover it whenever you want. So the Gemara brings all the brises and mishnayos that we had the other day. Starting with, if you have a barrel full of tevel, full of wine and oil that you never took trumas and maishus from, and it breaks, you're allowed to take another vessel to catch the oil in the wine. But that vessel should be muktzah because wine that's tevel, l'chayr, is muktzah. So the Gemara, it's not muktzah because if somebody was over and took trumas and maishus on Shabbos, he'd be yaitzik. What about the fact that it says in the Mishnah Daf Mem Zayin that you're allowed to put a vessel underneath a candle to catch the sparks? But you must say because the sparks have no mamashas, not visible, so the kli never becomes muktzah. We learned that you're allowed to take a bench to support a broken beam in the ceiling. Again, we must say that the bench is not in there completely. You can remove it easily. What about the fact that you're allowed to take a bucket to catch the rain that's coming off the roof? Rain, that is not muktzah that you could drink. There's a halacha that you're allowed to take a basket in order to help the young chickens to go back into the chicken coop. Says the Gemara, you're allowed to move that basket unless those chicks were on the basket during ben hashmashos. Where then we say migid is katsoy, ben hashmashos it's katsoy l'kuli yom. Rabbi Yitzchak argues with Rav Chisda, and he says, not only is it usher to catch an egg on Shabbos, but it's also usher to cover and protect an egg on Shabbos. Why? Because he holds that you're not allowed to move any kli on Shabbos if it's for the tzorech, for the use of a item that's muktzah. But what about all these brises and shnais that we just mentioned? You're allowed to move a bench that's not muktzah to hold up a beam that's broken, but the beam that's broken is muktzah. You're allowed to take a basket that's not muktzah for chickens that are muktzah. We must say in all those cases that he started out carrying the bench and the basket and the bowl and all those other things with a heter. It was l'tzarich mekayma. He had to pick up the bench because he needed it for the place. He needed the spot that the bench was sitting on. Once he was holding it in his hand, we allow him to continue and support the beam. We allow him to continue and put the basket down for the chips. More asked a question from an egg that was born on Shabbos. It said how to cover a vessel. A very interesting halacha. You're not allowed to support your bed. There are people that would support beds with eggs. If you carry a lot of force, a lot of pound, you're not allowed to do so. However, you're allowed to protect the egg that was born on Shabbos. Again, we must say, you're protecting it with a kli that you started carrying it with a heter of the tzarech mekayma. It says, you're allowed to take a machzelis or reed and put it on top of small stones, but the small stones are muktzah. We're talking about stones that are not muktzah, stones that they use instead of foil paper. What about the fact that they take a machzelis and cover bricks from a building site? We're talking about that the building is already done, the construction is over, and now he's using those bricks for a heter. They're not muktzah, he's using them to lean on. What about the fact that it says you're allowed to cover a beehive with a machzelis? You're allowed to cover a beehive, but you have to make sure, and you're covering it, you want to protect it from the rain and from the sun. You might understood that's probably talking about the winter and the summer. Provided that you leave space for the bees to escape, you don't want to trap them, you don't want to be over unsafe. If there's honey in the beehive, then the beehive is not muktzah. You're eating from the honey. If it's in the winter, where there's no honey, you have to say that he left over 2 hives to sustain the bees over the winter. And he thought to himself that he's going to eat from that honey, and therefore it's not muktzah. Or another shot is that we're not talking about the winter or the summer. We're talking about in Nisan and Tishrei when there's rain and sun and honey. So therefore the beehive is not muktzah. All this is going according to Rabbi Yehuda, who holds there is a concept of muktzah. According to Rabbi Shimon, the beehive wouldn't be muktzah. But according to Rabbi Yehuda, davar she'em iskaven is also. In other words, if you cover the beehive and you trap the bees in there by mistake, you're over. We must say he left a nice gap in there so the bees can escape. Rav Huna also agrees with this concept of Rav Yosef that if you're not allowed to carry a kli that's mutter, that's not mutter, for something that is mutter. And he says this in another halacha completely. He says by a mace, you have a corpse, you're not allowed to cover the corpse from the sun, unless you're covering the mace because of people that are alive. So how do you do it? 2 people sit on either side of the mace, and they become really hot from sitting on the floor. So they bring benches. They sit on the benches and they're really hot from the sun. So they bring reed, they bring oil, and they hold it over the mace. Then they lift up the benches to make it a little higher, and then they walk away, and the mace remains protected from the sun. If a dead person is laying in the sun, what do? It's going to be the Zayin mace. The first eitzah is to use kikar v'tina, to use any item that's not muktzah, a baby, a loaf of bread, a carrot, whatever it is that's not muktzah, you put it on the dead person or on the bed of the dead person, and then you can move the baby and the loaf of bread, and then derech agav you happen to be moving the dead person. If you don't have any of those items, according to Shmuel, you flip over the dead person from bed to bed until you get to the place that you need to get to. That's tiltum and atzah. He holds that's not considered carrying. Rav holds that is considered carrying, therefore that is also. What if there's a fire? If you have a kikar and peanut, that's not a problem. If you don't have those items, well, there's a Manda Omer that says that you're allowed to save the dead person because the person is Baal al Mesa. He's going to be so concerned about the dead person, he'll be over on the Iraisa of extinguishing the flame. So we rather him just do tilkum and the Rabbanan and not be over. And the halacha is like Yehuda Malakish that says you're allowed to do so. Rav Shimon says, the final halacha today, if you have leftover oil, and we're going to see this later on, if you have leftover oil in a lamp that was extinguished, according to Rav Shimon, he doesn't hold it's Katzoy and Shmoshes, it's Katzoy and Kuliyim, and therefore that oil is mutter and Shabbos. Have a wonderful day.
He just has bad luck. That's why we got fucking
10 minutes stomach.
almost 100 pounds on his own. We got him a big day.
Yeah, I'm doing great with that.
Shabbos Daf Mem Dalet, the Mishnah tells us that both the Tanakama review the whole of the concept called Muktzah Machmas Mius. Something that's disgusting. For instance, a lamp that has oil residue and ash residue is disgusting, and therefore people don't touch it, and you're not allowed to move it on Shabbos. Brand new in the box, it's not disgusting, so you're allowed to move it on Shabbos. Rabbi Shimon doesn't subscribe to the concept called Muktzah Machmas Mius, and therefore he allows you to move this lamp on Shabbos. However, if this lamp has an existing flame right now, then he says that it's usher to move. Rashi explains the Havamin of the Gemara later on, because I'm concerned that you might come to extinguish the flame. The Maskon of the Gemara later on is that it becomes a basis l'davar asur. It supports a flame. The flame is muktzah, so the bottom part, the lamp, is also muktzah. Remeir doesn't either hold of muktzah machmas mios, but he holds of the concept called muktzah machmas isur. Since a flame is asur, therefore, migu diskatzoy ben hashmashos diskatzoy l'kuliyom. We have the concept. Since it becomes muktzah during ben hashmashos, it's lit. So even if it extinguishes later on, that isur remains throughout the whole Shabbos, since it was muktzah for that moment of ben hashmashos. What about a very large vessel, a cup, a container that contains a lot of oil that can last for the entire Shabbos? According to Ula, even if there's no flame on it right now, it's muktzah according to Yehuda, because the concept it's katsoy ben hashmashos, it's katsoy l'kuliyom, but according to Rabbi Shimon, it's not muktzah. The issue is the wording doesn't fit so well. It says avol. A small candle is also avol. Even a big one is. It should say small, large. There's no difference according to Rabbi Yehuda. Why does it say avol? Mar Zutra prefers to say that it goes according to Rabbi Shimon. A small candle is not muktzah. Avol, but a larger candle that contains oil for the entire Shabbos is muktzah. Typically, Rabbi Shimon doesn't hold of the concept but in this case, since there's enough oil to last for the entire Shabbos, in his mind, he forgot about it. He doesn't want to use it. He thinks that it's going to last the whole Shabbos, so he set it aside. So even Rabbi Shimon agrees in this case. It remains muktzah even if there's no flame right now. Rabbi Lazar, the son of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, holds like his father Rabbi Shimon in two things: that there's no muktzah machmas mios and there's no muktzah machmas isur. But he argues on his father in one thing. His father holds that while the candle is lit, you cannot benefit from the oil. He holds you could benefit from the oil if it drips out, and it's not in a way that will cause the flame to diminish. If it doesn't cause any kibui, then he says you're allowed to use the oil. Jer says that if you have a metal candelabra, which doesn't absorb oil and ashes, so it's not most, it's not disgusting. According to everybody, if you lit it ben hashmashos, Reb Meir and Reb Yehuda both agree because katsoy ben hashmashos is katsoy kuliyah. But if it's not lit during ben hashmashos, then according to them, it's mutter to be metaltal. Mar talks about a bed, similar to a table. One wants to put money on a bed. So Mar says as follows: if a person designates this bed and says specifically, "I want this bed to put money on it," all in his head. But in addition to having it in his head, he had condition number 2, that he actually put the money physically on the bed. Even though he removed it before Shabbos, the bed remains muktzah. It's a bed that's meant for money. Money is muktzah machmas gufay, and Taisus points out it's even usher to move. So gufay typically, muktzah klish malachti l'isur, it's a hammer. You can move if you need it to sit down on a spot where you need to use the hammer to open up, to crack open up a coconut or whatever. But money doesn't have any other use other than to use it in a store. And therefore, even if you need its space or you want to use the actual money, it's muktzah machmas gufay. Now, if a person either designated the bed for money but didn't put the money on it, or you put the money on it and didn't designate it, then it's not muktzah. However, if he didn't designate it, but he had money on the bed during ben hashmashos, then the bed remains muktzah for the rest of the Shabbos. Even if a child removed the money, it remains muktzah. We're a very interesting halacha. If you have a candle, you have a lamp, even if you lit a candle on it before Shabbos, but you didn't designate it, it's not muktzah. You have to designate it and light the candle in order for it to be muktzah. Gemara's question is from muchni. Muchni is a wheel from a wagon. We'll go into all the halachas, but the question from that sugya is, you see that if there's money in the wheel before Shabbos, during Min Hashmashos, and you remove the money, you could move the wagon. Why do we say that if the money was on the bed and you remove the money, you cannot move the bed? And the answer is because Muchni goes according to Reb Shimon. And what we're talking about goes according to Rabbi Yehuda. But what is a Muchni? Muchni is a wheel that's attached to a wagon. If the wheel detaches from the wagon, then we view the wheel as an independent vessel, kli, and it has no connection to the wagon. And therefore, if Tumah, let's say, goes under the wheel, it doesn't transfer to the wagon. If Tumah goes under the wagon, it doesn't transfer to the wheel. Although they're touching, but Tumah doesn't transfer from one kli to another unless they're one. And since they're independent of each other, it doesn't transfer. Another halacha, if a wagon or any kli is larger than 40 sa, it's not mekabel Tumah. How do I measure this? According to Beis Hillel, you measure if from the outside it can displace 40 sa of water. So when you do so, you put it, let's say, in a swimming pool to see if it can displace 40 sa of water. You cannot count the wheels as part of the 40 sa because the wheels, since they detach, are not part of the wagon. Another halacha is that if you have a tool on the wagon and it is mild, it creates a tent over, let's say, basic forest over a caver. If there's a wheel there and the wheel is not part of the wagon, it cannot save that tool from tumah. And if there's money, that's halacha that the Gemara brings as a question. If there's money in the wheel, because the wheel has a base kibble, it's a kli. If the money's still there, and the wheel is not part of the wagon, you cannot move the wheel on Shabbos. But if the wheel is part of the wagon, you could move the wheel because you're moving the wagon, and the wheel is bundled to the wagon. We see, as we mentioned before, that Rav goes according to Rabbi Yehuda. There's another halacha that Rav goes according to Rabbi Yehuda, which is actually the kula. And that is that if you have a lamp, Erev Shabbos, you're allowed to hang it on a tree. And we're not concerned that you might climb up the tree on Shabbos because you know that this lamp is muktzah for the entire Shabbos. According to Rav, however, on Yom Tov, you're not allowed to hang it on a tree because a lamp is not muktzah, and we're concerned you're going to go up the tree to retrieve your lamp. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Mem Hey. Rab holds like Rabbi Yehuda and Muktzah, and therefore a candle that's extinguished on Shabbos remains Muktzah for the rest of the Shabbos. However, he made a dispensation when it comes to Chanukah in the times of the Chabarim. Chabarim were people that didn't allow candles lit. Therefore, if somebody wanted to light the menorah and was scared that the Chabarim will catch him, after Min Hashmashos, when it's already Shabbos and the candles go out, you can take the menorah back into your house. The Shas Chak is a special halacha. The famous saying goes, when it comes to an emergency like the Chabarim, then we can rely on the sheet of Reb Shimon that there's no muktzah. Shmuel holds in Reb Shimon that the only foods that become muktzah are raisins and groigros, figs that are set out to dry, because they have two conditions. And in order for something to become muktzah, according to Reb Shimon, you need two conditions. The chiyuv b'yadayim, putting something aside with your hand, saying, I don't want to use this anymore, and that it's not roy lachila, you can't eat it any longer. Raisins, once you take grapes and put them in the sun, you can no longer eat it for the time being. And by putting it in the sun, you're setting it off to the side. Rabbi Yochanan says, when it comes to muktzah, there's an additional muktzah called muktzah machmas mitzvah, which Reb Shimon subscribes to. And that is, if you light a candle for Shabbos, and that's a mitzvah, that candle is muktzah for the time being. Therefore, let's say a sukkah, the walls of the sukkah, the schach, even the decorations become muktzah because they were set aside for the mitzvah for 7 days. They're muktzah throughout the entire Chol Hamoed, according to Reb Shimon. unless somebody made a specific night and said, I want to use the wood, I want to use these decorations. What if somebody planted kernels, or you put an egg under a chicken, so you set it aside? Well, it doesn't have the conditions we need, and it's not muktzah mitzvah, so according to Reb Shimon, they are not muktzah. Going back to sukkah wood, if you have a sukkah that's standing during other Yom Tovim, like Pesach and Shavuos, you're not allowed to take wood off the sukkah. That's soiser that's breaking the sukkah. What if the sukkah fell down on Shavuos? You're also not allowed to use that wood according to Rabbi Yehuda because it remains muktzah. But according to Rabbi Shimon, it's not muktzah. Once it breaks, it falls down, and you anticipated it, it's not muktzah. On sukkahs, even according to Rabbi Shimon, it's muktzah, unless you made it at night. There's a brayso that says that there are other fruits, such as peaches and quinces, that you put aside on the roof and you let them dry, and they're muktzah. That must be going according to Rabbi Yehuda. But what's the finish? The finish is even though they're foods and you're eating from them, nevertheless, by putting them on the roof, you're mesiach das from it. You don't want to have anything to do with it, and therefore they remain muktzah according to Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi's son, Elazar, asked Rabbi, what does Reb Shimon hold when it comes to Patzili Tamar? These are dates that will never ripen. From the fact that he asked Rabbi the question about Reb Shimon, that means, the Gemara understood, that Rabbi subscribes to Reb Shimon's shita of muktzah. Otherwise, he wouldn't ask his father, what does Reb Shimon hold about Patzili? But he told him, even though Patzili Tamar are not edible, but he never pushed it aside with his hand. So he has one out of the two conditions, and therefore they are not muktzah, according to Reb Shimon. Nevertheless, the Gemara asks a question. There's a Mishnah that says that on Yom Tov you're allowed to shut an animal that's yours, but if it's yours and it's a midbar, that means exactly these machlokes, whether it comes back after when it starts raining. In other words, it's away for a half a year. According to Rabbi, it never comes back. The point is, that kind of animal you cannot shut on Yom Tov because you never had it in mind that you're going to have that animal. You're not allowed to give it to drink so that the skin comes off easier. You see, the Rabbi holds a look. Rabbi's the one that's an animal, doesn't come back and therefore it's muktzah. So the Gemara gives three options. Either Rabbi holds like Reb Shimon in muktzah, but this particular animal is like raisins. It has two conditions. First of all, you pushed it aside, you said, I don't want to see you anymore for a year. And second of all, it's very difficult to catch and capture. So it has two conditions, and therefore, even Rabbi Shimon would agree that this midbar animal is muktzah. Second answer is that Rabbi never said that he holds like Reb Shimon. He was just answering what Reb Shimon would hold. In fact, Rabbi holds like Rabbi Yehuda in muktzah, and he's answering his son what Reb Shimon would hold in muktzah. Another pshat is that Rabbi was talking in the opinion of Rabbi Yehuda. In other words, he holds like Reb Shimon in muktzah. But don't you Chachamim agree that if an animal comes back every half a year, that should be considered a domesticated animal in kitchen? And he said, no, we don't agree to that. Rabbi Bar Chana said that Rabbi Yochanan holds like Reb Shimon in muktzah, but there's no muktzah. Why did Rabbi Yochanan say that a chicken coop is muktzah? You must say that it's talking about a very specific case. Like the chicken coop had an egg, and in the egg was a chick, and therefore this egg is not royal achilas because a dog won't eat an egg peel, and it's not royal for a human. You have a dead chicken, we can't eat it straight. Nor would it go. Nor Reb Shimon does hold a muktzah machas gufa. Something like money, stones, no other use to them. And this egg with the chicken side has absolutely no other use, and therefore even Reb Shimon agrees that's muktzah. Now, why did he just say that there's an egg there that was born on Shabbos, and Reb Shimon holds that it's noilad, because there is a shita that holds Reb Shimon doesn't hold noilad on Shabbos. Since anticipate the birth of this egg, Reb Shimon doesn't hold that it's noilad on Shabbos. And to say that there's a dead chick there without an egg, there's a mandama that holds in Reb Shimon that you could use that dead chick and you could feed it to your animals on Shabbos, as long as you knew about it beforehand. In other words, there's one mandama that says in Reb Shimon that if the chick was healthy and it died on Shabbos, Reb Shimon holds its muktzah because I never thought about it. I was mesiach das. Another mandama that says that it's muktzah.
he's taking a measurement shows this week.
Rabbi Yitzchak and Rabbi Yosef holds that Rabbi Yochanan said that the halacha is like Rabbi Yehuda, that there is muktzah. Now, why did he have to say so? There was a story that you could learn from, and you know from that story that Rabbi Yochanan held it like Rabbi Yehuda that there's muktzah. A menorah, a large candelabra, fell on Ravasi. Ravasi didn't move it. Maybe he walked away from it and it fell by itself, but he didn't move it because he held of muktzah. And his Rebbe is Rabbi Yochanan. So you see from here that Rabbi Yochanan holds a muktzah. So Gemara on today's daf says perhaps the reason why he didn't move it is because there's a new muktzah called Kivei HaMakar. It has a very specific spot, similar to muktzah machmas chisar and kiss. If you have something really expensive, you don't want to use it, you designate an area for it. And therefore, this candelabra had a designated area, and that's why it was muktzah, not because of the muktzah of Rabbi Yehuda. Have a wonderful day.
It's like that. Hell, it fucking was. Went deep into the murky water. It's November 6th. It's election week. I gotta drink the There you go. There you go. This poor bastard. Ladies and gentlemen, the fucking
Shabbos Daf Menvav. How's everybody doing? I hope you're staying safe and healthy. We finished off yesterday saying there's a story where a menorah fell on Ravasi, and he refused to move it with his hand. He said it was muktzah. What kind of muktzah? So we try to say perhaps it's called a muktzah of kviyas makar. Since it's a large item, has a designated spot, you don't move from that spot, it's muktzah. Says Gemara, but what do you do about kilas chasami? It's a tent that you build over a bed. The top is narrower than a tefach, so we don't have a problem of building the oil on Shabbos. We let it put it together on Shabbos and take it apart on Shabbos. But how can you touch it? It's muktzah, kviyas makar. You see that there is no muktzah called kviyas makar. So then why did Ravasi move the menorah? The answer is because if it was a menorah that came apart and you could put back together, then certainly that would be muktzah. But we're dealing with a menorah that just looks as if it could come apart. So they made a gzera on such a menorah because of a menorah that could come apart. And if it's a really small menorah that could come apart, machlokes. The Rabbi says, even though it usually doesn't come apart, you have to be gozer on a small menorah. And Rothschild says, since it doesn't come apart, nobody's going to confuse it with a menorah that comes apart, and you don't make a gzera. He said that Rabbi Yochanan holds like Rabbi Yehuda in muktzah, that there is muktzah. The issue is that Rabbi Yochanan always paskins like the Stam Mishnah, like an anonymous Mishnah. And the Mishnah of Muchni that we had the other day, the wheel that detaches from the wagon, one of the halachas we learned is that if there was money, even ben hashmoshes inside the wheel, and the money was removed, you could move it on Shabbos. That goes according to Reb Shimon. So on the one hand, the Stam Mishnah is Reb Shimon, but Rabbi Yochanan paskins like Rabbi Yehuda. Says Reb Zera, we must learn, even though it's a derech, that the Mishnah is talking about that during Ben Hashmoshes, and that's why you can move the wheel on Shabbos. But if it was money during Ben Hashmoshes, in fact, the wheel would be mukta, like Rabbi Yehuda that says, "Migdal skatzay Ben Hashmoshes, it's skatzay l'kuli yom." Yeshua Levi said that Rabbi said a very cryptic statement. He said that a menorah is like a ner of Reb Shimon. Menorah is Reb Shimon ben ner, meaning could be two meanings. Either there was one psak halacha or two. Either the psak halacha was that a menorah is not muktzah, like Reb Shimon says that a candle that was lit and it was extinguished on Shabbos, the candle is no longer muktzah. In other words, a menorah is muktzah. Or he said two statements. A menorah is asur. A candle is muktzah. The Gemara remains in a tape. The Gemara tells us that Reb Malkiah, and at a different time, Reb Yossi Glila, both acted like Reb Shimon, that there was no muktzah in front of the Rabbeim, and both the Rabbeim were makin on this. On the other hand, Reb Avo, even though he himself felt like Reb Shimon, but when he was in front of Reb Yochanan, out of respect for Reb Yochanan, he acted like Reb Yehuda that there is muktzah. Machlokes, Reb Yehuda says that if you have an earthenware lamp that's full of oil, it doesn't get disgusting, and therefore it's not muktzah, you're allowed to be metallic. But if it has neft, kerosene, so it is muktzah. Now, we're not talking about muktzah machmas mius, because Reb Shimon doesn't hold a muktzah machmas mius. What we're discussing is since there's no other use for this candle, because it's disgusting, therefore it's like a stone that has no other use, and it's muktzah. In other words, muktzah machmas gufa. Rabbi and Rav Yosef both hold that you're allowed to carry, you're allowed to be in a couple, a lamp that was used with neft. The Gemara tells us an amazing story. Rabbi went to visit Rabbi, and he had a lot of mud on his shoes. And he sat him down, he said, sit down on his bed, and he put his shoe on the bed and put a lot of mud on the bed. And this upset Rabbi. And Rabbi decided he's going to torture Rabbi Via with questions to punish him. Some server has a beautiful pshat. You should look into it. And he asked him, why is it that Rabbi and Rabbi Yosef both say that a lamp that was used with neft, with kerosene, is not muktzah? So he told him, because you could use that lamp for another usage, you could cover another kli with it. He said, wait a minute, but what about all the world? They're very muktzah, but you could use them to cover Kalim. Says Rabbi Via, no, there's a big difference. This lamp has a name of a kli on it, where a stone is not a kli. And I'll prove it to you from a Mishnah. Halacha is that a woman is not allowed to walk out on Shabbos with beautiful jewelry she might show to her friends. But in her own chutzner, she's allowed to move it. Why? Because, Ula explains, it has a name of a kli. So anything that has a name of a kli is not muktzah. Says Reb Nachman Bar Yitzchak, Birach Rachmanu, Baruch Hashem, that Rabba wasn't successful in embarrassing Rabbi Avi. The halacha is that if a person has a firstborn animal, cow, sheep, he goes to the kohen, and the kohen brings it to the Beis Hamikdash. But if it befalls a mum, then the kohen could shecht it outside the Beis Hamikdash. It says to do what he wants. What if he finds the mum on Yom Tov? It's muktzah according to Reb Shimon. Question: why is this bechar different than oil that's left over in a lamp that Reb Shimon says is not muktzah? Says why is a big difference? Oil that's left in a lamp, when he lights the lamp, he knows that he might have leftover oil, so he thinks about that oil and he wants it. So that's why it's not muktzah. But an animal of bechar, there's three reasons why he's not even thinking about it. First of all, who says that this animal will have a mum? And even if it has a mum, who says it will be a mum kavua, permanent mum? And even if it's a permanent mum, who says they'll find a rabbi, they'll tell him that it's a good mum and he can check it? What about a woman who makes a neder on Shabbos, could be mefer or matter the neder? What if her husband doesn't agree? Says tomorrow, because when a woman makes a neder, she's doing it as her husband. And what about a man? How can you be made for his neder on Shabbos? What if he doesn't find a rabbi? Because he doesn't need a rabbi. He can just find three simple people to be matter his neder. In the Mishnah it says, we learn that according to Reb Shimon, if the fire is still lit, even Reb Shimon says it's muktzah. Why? The answer is because it becomes a basis l'davar hasu. The lamp supports the flame, which is muktzah. The pshat is not because we are concerned that perhaps, like Rashi explained in the Mishnah, we are concerned perhaps by mistake. Reb Shimon holds, Shimon miskaven mutter. If you don't think about it, that's not your intent, then you're not chayav. In other words, if a person is a bench, he's trying to bring it from the point B, but by doing so, he creates a groove in the ground, he's putter. And don't say that there's enough community between the deraisa and the rabbana. Extinguishing a flame is the deraisa, and moving a bench, making a groove in the ground is not the derech to do so. So it's only the rabbana. Perhaps that's why it's mutter, but in the deraisa, Reb Shimon say it's awesome, because we have the case that we had last week or so. If a person is peddling his goods, his clothing, and their shatnas, says Reb Shimon, he's allowed to wear shatnas if he's not mechaven to be over to wear the clothing. If he's not being protected by the elements from the sun and the rain, it's mutter. So you see that even at the rice of shatnas, as long as you don't have kavana, Reb Shimon says it's mutter. Have a wonderful day.
It wasn't that it pay, it wasn't on seed. It wasn't on seed. See, in those days, I was thinking 12, 15, 12 minutes about the year for the hours. 4 nights a week. So I had something to do. So I'm going to do something in my house at 9 o'clock at night. Fucking flight. What's going on? I went down here, there's something down here, 30 bucks. You get there on E. You know what I'm saying? You got there on E. And you know we were going to score in the one place. As soon as I walk in, my fucking burrito was waiting. Burrito. I might have known how they took care of me. All I had to do was walk in, and sometimes I went to go. I basically waited on the manager. He was you doing when I have to go 3 later. I would go down there with come up through 10 men.
Shabbos that from Zion, up until now we learned about basis l'davar hasu, a support for something that's also like a flame. The support is muktzah. What about if you are supporting something that's usher together with something that's mutter? For instance, you're permitted to carry your son who's carrying a stone. He's carrying two things, mutter and usher. So the isser comes because of the heter. Same thing, if you have a basket that has fruit, but also carries a stone, that's mutter. With Zera asked Ravasi, so why is it that Rabbi said that it's mutter to carry a machta, a pan, has leftover incense, the ashes of incense? The incense is muktzah. The Gemara uses a pasuk from Daniel, Ishtoimim kishol chadek. Ravasi was in shock for a moment. And then he answered, he said, perhaps there was some leftover incense that's actually not muktzah. And that's why it's basis l'davar ha'asur v'hamutar. Well, Rabbi didn't like it. Rabbi was very wealthy. And a small amount of incense was insignificant to Rabbi. And we learned, when it comes to Tumah, a wealthy person doesn't consider a beged of an ani, a 3x3 beged, or any beged made with different type of yarn or whatever. It's not considered a beged for an usher. So that's not considered non-mukta item for Rebbe. Therefore, Abaye prefers to say that we're talking about a grafshel ray, a disgusting vessel that usually contains excrements, human waste. And there's a special halacha that since it's disgusting, you're allowed to move it and take it out of your room, out of the house. Rabbi says it's not, there's no comparison. A grafshel ray is an open kli, whereas this machta has a net on top. Grafshel ray is disgusting. Ashes of incense is not disgusting. Therefore, Rabbi learns that these ashes are not muktzah because they serve a purpose. You could cover spittle, you could cover excrement. So what is the chiddush? The chiddush is that in addition to these ashes, there was something that was muktzah, there was some unburnt wood. So again, it's a basis l'davar, hamutar, ashes, va'asr, the wood. And the chiddush is you're allowed to move it. The Brisa says that both Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon, there is muktzah, isn't muktzah. They both agree that if you have leftover wick floating in the oil, that's considered muktzah. But if you have a basis l'davar, also mutar, should be mutar. Says the Gemara, we're talking about in Galil. Their wicks were worth a lot of money for them. And therefore, the wick, which is davar asur, overcomes the oil, which is davar mutar. Chaisa says, and it's very interesting, Chaisa says that Galil, they had so much oil that the oil was worthless. Talking about today, that the oil prices dropped to a 20-year low. The Gemara talks about a mita shatarsian. This is a bed that comes apart. You're allowed to put together on Shabbos. Rabbi Shmuel says it's a isuday rice you chay v'chatos. Why? Says Rashi, you're making a package, you're finishing off the binyan. And in fact, there's a brisa that says just like them. It says that if you take the final part of a menorah and you put it in, or you take a round and you put it together, it's difficult to put together, you're chay v'chatos. If you have like an extension stick to paint, one of those sticks that comes together, or a horn, that's potter aval. Now, Rabbi Ara Rabbi Huna, they argue, and then they say it's completely mutter to put together a bed on Shabbos. In fact, there's a brisa that says if you have bed platforms or the bed legs or an arrow rest, you shouldn't put it back on Shabbos, and if you do, you're potter aval asur. And if you put it in forcefully, you're chay v'chatos. Hundred of Shimon Gamliel, and this is how Rabbi Abba and Rabbi Huna hold it. Says not only is it not potter v'asur, it's mutter. You can put together these things, and so Rava Paskin la halacha. If you have one of these traveling beds, you let it pick it apart and put it back together on Shabbos. We learned in the Mishnah that if you have a lamp and the lamp is spewing out sparks, you're allowed to put a bowl underneath to catch the sparks, and it's not considered mevatel kli mechani that you're canceling this kli now for Shabbos with the sparks. They're invisible, so you're allowed to move the kli afterwards. However, that's if you put a kli without any liquid, but you're not allowed to add liquid to the kli even before Shabbos, because If it was on Shabbos itself and you took this kli and you brought it closer to the sparks, you would be extinguishing the sparks on Shabbos. Therefore, they would geyser not to put water even on Erev Shabbos. And with that, we finish Perek Kira, and we're starting Perek Bamet Taimeh. We learned the Isser of burying, insulating your pot on Shabbos, your pot of food. It's also to insulate with something that's moisef hevel, something that adds heat. So the Mishnah goes through the list. There's a list of things that give off a lot of heat. So much so that doesn't matter if they are dry or moist. They add a lot of heat, such as leftover olives, the olive pits. They decompose. Manure, as we know, gives off a lot of heat. Salt, lime, calcium, and sand. And there are some that only add heat when they are moist and not when they are dry. And those are straw, grape skins, anything soft like a soft cotton, some soft wool, and grasses. The Gemara does this halacha. If you have a box that's not moist of hevel, doesn't add heat, and you have food inside, you matkin on Shabbos. It's also to put that box on top of decomposing olives. And that would be like halacha l'maisa today. You're not allowed to take a chum pad and cover it with a blanket, and the blanket is not moist of hevel, but underneath you have a blech, a plata that adds hevel. The top is not moist of hevel, but the bottom is moist of hevel, and that's why it's awesome. And Gemara says you can't bring a raya from this halacha that our mission is talking about olives, because it's possible that we're talking about any kind of atmana, even burying in sesame seeds. This halacha that the hevel goes upwards is regarding talking about olives, but in general, it would be also to be matmin in it. Have a wonderful day.
Not the one that's married to the girl. I faith that bitch is in the wrong planet. But the other blonde one up there, and she had a dress on national TV. That was original of that movie. It looked good under the dress. She looked beautiful. They were saying kind of stuff that was
Shabbos Daf Mem Ches. How's everybody doing? The Gemara tells us that it's permitted to take two urns and place them one on top of another when they both contain hot water. The top one is not a tmana. You're not burying the top one. You're just trying to prevent heat loss from the top one. However, when the servant in Reish Galusa's house put a cold cup of water on top of an urn, then Rabbi yelled at him and said, "Don't do so." What's the difference? Because you're trying to introduce heat to the cold cup. That looks like hatmana. That same servant was having a very bad day. Later on, Rabbi caught him taking a head turban, placing it over a pot, and on top of the turban, he put some sort of ladle. And he yelled at him. He said, "Don't do so." Reb Zer says, "What did he do now?" He says, "Rabbi, wait and see." And sure enough, the servant went and took the turban and squeezed it, or is trying to squeeze, do schita, which is also, it's libam. Says Rabbi Zer, "But what's the difference? We all cover our pots with some sort of rag or something." Says Rabbi, "That's a big difference. If you cover it with a rag, you don't care about the rag. You're not going to squeeze it out. But a head turban is important. That's why I told him, don't do so." There's muchen, which are soft wool, cotton. People set them aside to make felt out of it. And that's called muksa machmas isser. You set it aside, you say, "I'm not going to use this." Now, what happens if a person, he doesn't have a choice, he ran out of straw, different material, he uses his muchen to do atmana, to insulate his pot. The Gemara says it doesn't lose its muksa, it's still muksa of chisaron kis. But we cannot prove this from the brisa that says that you're permitted to do atmana with muchen, and be careful not to touch it. Perhaps the brisa is talking about don't touch it before you use it as muchen, as atmana. But once you do atmana, perhaps the isser muksa goes away. You show that you don't care about it that much. So then what's the chiddush? They can't touch muchen. Of course, it's muksa machmas chisaron kis, says the Gemara. It's coming to teach us that even though it's so nice and soft, perhaps you want to sit on it and use it as a seat, and therefore it's not muksa. Chumash malon, it is muksa. If you take a pillow and you stuff it with muchen, you stuff it with the soft stuff, that's makeh b'patish. Mishnah says that's isur d'orais on Shabbos. However, If you already have a pillow, it's a used pillow and it was already stuffed, and the mucha and the stuffing comes out, you're allowed to put it back on Shabbos, and it's not considered makeh b'patish. To take clothing that's uniform and you take a scissors and you cut out a hole for the neck, that's makeh b'patish. But to take a sword and chop off the top of a barrel, that's not makeh b'patish, because the lid of the barrel is not one with the barrel. It was never one. You just put it together and now you're taking it apart. If a person has an axe and he doesn't have the handle and he goes and he finds some sort of stick, it's not a permanent handle, it's just a stick. Says the Gemara, as he's using the axe, they're considered one. The handle and the axe. The handle and the metal. If Tumah touches one, the other one becomes Tumah. But once he's done with his malacha, he's done chopping away, then they are considered two individual items. They're independent of each other because he's going to take that stick and throw it away. This is different than the halacha. If somebody has a lot of clothing that he gives to the launderer and he wants to make sure that they don't get lost, so he sews them together, or if somebody has a lot of keys, he's a macher, he has a lot of keys. You touch one, they all become tummy. You touch one cloth, they all become tummy. Or if, let's say, you take two garments that are made out of tzemer, and you sew them with pishton, they are shatnas for the time being. Once you start undoing the stitching for the launderer or for the shatnas, it's no longer the time of one to the other. But over here, it's different than the axe. Over here, a person wants the stitching to be there just in case he has to throw it into the laundry. He wants them to be together with the handle of the axe. He doesn't care about the handle. He'll use it as firewood. There's a saying, anything that's attached to something that has halacha just like it itself. Says Gemara, for instance, this goes like Rabbi Meir, who's talking about a kira, a stove that has compartments that you can put salt in on the side. Do those compartments, are they considered like the kira itself for tumah? Says the Gemara, according to Rabbi Shimon Gamliel, they're independent of each other. They're just compartments. According to Rabbi Meir, they are independent of each other. However, if a sheretz, a mouse, and we're talking about a kli cheres here, earthenware. So the only way earthenware becomes tameh is if the tumah is in the inside of the kli cheres, not on the outside. If a sheretz goes inside, touches the inside of this kira, then the entire kira becomes tameh, including the compartments where you store the salt and different spices, or the candle. If you hang the sheretz in the ear space of that kira, then the kira does not become tameh. The rest of the compartments do not become tameh. The kira itself becomes tameh. Typically, ticheres becomes tameh ma'avira, from the ear space. Over here we say no. Why? Because we want to show that this whole tumah, that it transfers to the compartments, is only midrabanan. We don't want people to burn their trumas and kachim based on this tumah. You're not allowed to burn your trumas and kachim based on the rabbanan tumah. So therefore, we make a distinction. We say it only becomes tameh with maga by touching physically and not through the ear space. If you have scissors that come apart, or a carpenter's plane that has a blade on top that fits right into the wood, during the malacha, as you're going back and forth on a piece of wood, shaving it down, as you're cutting with the scissors, then they're considered one, and if tumah touches one part, one blade, the other blade becomes tameh. However, when it comes to hazah, sprinkling, making this device tahar, you have to make sure to get the sprinkle on both parts of the kli. Why is that? Because midaraisa, they are considered one only b'shas malacha, only while you're doing the work that it's intended to do. When it's sitting on the side, they're not considered one. Therefore, Chacham said, let's do the chumrah in both cases. Tumah, to say that they're both tameh is a chumrah. Hazah, to say that they're both not tahar, that's also a chumrah. Therefore, you have to be mazeh both, but by tumah, you only have to touch one in order for both of them to become tameh. Have a wonderful day.
This all started with a 10 milligram plug. Look where you are. That's what she's in business. Great friend. Look what she does. Please love.
Shabbos Daf Mem Tes. Good Chodesh, and I hope we all hear Psuras Tovas this month. We had a list in the Mishnah of different products that it's also to do atmana with, if they are moist. Now, there's two types of moisture. There's moisture that comes from an external moisture, and there's moisture that comes from within. The one that comes from within produces more heat. And the Gemara tells us, since one of the things on the list is moichin is soft material, obviously it doesn't produce its own moisture, so the entire list has moisture that comes from an exterior source. There's a brisa that says that you shouldn't use clothing, garments for atmana. And garments, obviously, the moisture comes from an exterior source. The Gemara says that's not a raya. It's possible that they produce this garment from an area of the animal, such as the thighs, that produce its own moisture. The Mishnah says you could do atmana with clothing, with fruit, with kanfiyayim, a pigeon's wing, which is going to lead us into a beautiful story of Elisha Bal Knafayim, and with sawdust and fine flax. The Rabbi says that pishtan is also when it's thin. It's similar to manure, which is moist of hevel. It produces additional heat. But when it's thick material, thick pishtan, then it's mutter to do atmana. The Gemara tells us tefillin require gufna, a clean body. Like Elisha Bal Knafayim, Space points out, since he had this nace that's upcoming, obviously he had a gufna. What does it mean to have a gufnaki? Abaye says you have to be careful from hafacha, from passing wind. Rabbi says careful from sleeping, because that could lead to hafacha and kalita carry. The story is that the Romans said whoever wears tefillin, you can puncture the person's brain. Allah Knafayim didn't care. He walked out with his tefillin, and when he saw a Roman officer, he removed his tefillin in his hand, and the officer said, "What's in your hand?" He said, "I have the wings of a pigeon." Let me see. He opened up his hand, and sure enough, pigeon wings, he had a nace. Gemara says, "But why did he say pigeon wings?" Because Gemara, just like a pigeon, its wings protect it from the elements and from its enemies, where other birds don't fight with their wings. The pigeon fights wings, so too Klal Yisrael are protected. Says the Mishnah, you could perform atmana with hides, the skins of animals, and hides are not muktzah. You can do atmana with wool shearings, but they are muktzah. So if they are muktzah, how do you get to your food? It's covered with the wool shearings. What you do is you grab the handle of the lid and you pull it up, and the shearings fall off themselves. That's typical flachayat. It's with shino. Elazar ben Azari says once you have the lid off, you should not remove the pot, because then the shearings will fall in to the spot that the pot was, and you wouldn't be able to put the pot back in. What you do is, with the pot in your box, you flip the entire box as is, and that's how you pour whatever is in the pot into your bowl. Rabbi ben Elazar says that our Mishnah is talking about specifically hides that are owned by a common person, not a hide dealer, not someone that does business with hides. Because if it's somebody that does business with the hides, a uman, that would be muktzah. So designated for selling. Tanakama says that hides that are tanned through the finished product, they're usher. But according to everybody, the only types of hides that are metabel tumah are hides that are tanned and finished. And Kaisis points out that they are finished hides, you don't even think about designating them, they become designated automatically. If a carpenter has wood, they are muktzah, because he's maked, he doesn't want people to ruin them, so they're muktzah. I apologize for the noise. But a common person who has wood, the wood is not muktzah. Even a carpenter, once he places food on it, he says, let's use it for something, then those pieces of wood are no longer muktzah. These Amoraim that we discussed before, they also had a discussion, why is there 39 malachas? One man said because there were 39 different malachas in building the Mishkan. And the other man says, Rabbi Shimon Rabbi Yossi ben Lakunya says, because the Torah mentions the word melacha, melachtai, and meleches 39 times. to help to go count in different times, because if you count, you watch this for instance. And the Gemara remains in a Kekel. The pasuk Vayavai Habaisa, referring to Yosef Atzadik, he came home. Lasis Melach. Melachta can mean work, a malacha. Also be referring to the Avero, which is Pasifa. Is that counted as one? What about the pasuk Vamalacha Haizadayim? Klal Yisrael did enough work. Here it could be the word malacha to refer to task, job, not a malacha of doing. Therefore, the Gemara says it could be either one of these two psukim to add up to 39, and not both of them, because then you'll have 40. There's a brisa that seems to be saying, like the Manda Omer, that says that the 39 malachas are keneged the Mishkan, correspond to the Mishkan, and that is in the Mishkan they would plant and they would reap. Why? They needed to have some money. They needed dye for the different fabrics that they made and produced. Interesting, Rashi says they needed it for the tchelas, although tchelas is a snail, but they needed other chemicals to add to that dye. And you learn the concept of Yitzah, going from Rishus HaRabim to Rishus HaYachid, from the ground to the wagon, from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabim, from the wagon to the ground, and from wagon to wagon teaches us Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaYachid, because there was a strip of Rishus HaRabim in between. Have a wonderful day.
For less than $10 a meal, Blue Apron delivers seasonal recipes along with proportioned ingredients to make delicious home-cooked meals. Blue Apron knows that when you cook with ingredients, the result is tremendous, right? They got the highest quality standards for their community supplies, family-run farms, and fisheries and ranches.
Shabbos afternoon, we learned that you're permitted to do Hatmana, insulate food, with Kizik Semer, the shearings of wool. One shot according to Rabbi, he holds like Rabbi, that as long as you don't designate the shearings, it's also to use those shearings, but if you designate them and say, I want to use these shearings for Hatmana, for insulation purposes, you're no longer Mokta. Or the shot is, if somebody sets these shearings aside and says, I want to sell these later on, that automatically makes them Mokta. But if he doesn't want to sell them, you're not Mokta. We learned about the concept of Muktzah Mahmas Kufa, something that doesn't have usage, like a stove that is not a kli. Or in the Gemara's example, you have a branch of a palm tree, it's for firewood. Muktzah Mahmas Kufa. How do you switch that into not being Muktzah on Shabbos? According to Rabbi Shimon Gamliel and Shmuel, all you need to do is think about it in your head. Machshava. Say, I want to sit on these branches forever, or for some Rishonim, for this particular Shabbos. Rav says, no, you have to take action. You have to tie these branches together or something like that. Just like with Chanina ben Akiva, he told his Talmidim in an emergency, it was either Shever person or Yeshiva, he said, go outside, think about these branches that you want to sit on them on Shabbos. But in a typical day, without an emergency, he held you have to take action. But Rashi says you don't have to take action, you have to sit on that branch. You sit on it, then you show that you want to use it for non-Muslim purposes. There's actually a brisa that says that you have cotton or wool that you want to put on a wound, so you need to soak it in some oil and tie it to your hand in order to go out with it on Shabbos, not be over and it's up. However, if you use it in that fashion before Shabbos, that's how you want to use it, it's no longer Muktzah. Same thing would happen if you have straw. Straw is Muktzah because they used it for building materials. So if it's on your bed, you're not allowed to smooth it out because they're Muktzah. You smooth it out with the rest of your body, not with your head. However, if you used it before Shabbos and lay down on the bed, so you showed, I want to use it for a bed, or it's designated for the animal feed, then it's not Muktzah anymore. If you take, let's say, a bucket of sand. Sand is Muktzah. You bring it to your house, you want to use it to cover spit or whatever you have in your house. In those days, the floors weren't made out of concrete or tile. It was just dirt. If you designate a special spot for this dirt, it's not Muktzah. Otherwise, it becomes buckled to the floor and it's Muktzah. It's very possible, Gemara says, the Rabbanan agree in dirt. Because dirt, you can't take action. You can't tie dirt. You can't change the composition of the dirt. And therefore, maybe they agree that in dirt, you don't need to take action. When it comes to shining kalim, the Gemara says you can shine a kli on Shabbos, but you cannot shine silver with tartar, with some sort of something that takes off a layer of the silver. But you can be medayik. You can say that you could use sand and nether, which some translate as alum. The problem is that there's another brayso that says you cannot shine your silver with nether and sand. So what do? So there's three explanations of the Gemara. Either this gufa is the machlokes, something that's like sand, like nether and sand, where you can't take action, so action doesn't work, and therefore either it's not muktzah or it is muktzah. You have to take action. That's the machlokes between two rises. Or the question is the famous machlokes between Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon. Davar she'enim skava. He's not intending to remove a layer of silver, but it might happen as he's polishing the silver. And that's the machlokes. One brayso that holds it goes according to Rabbi Shimon. The problem is, if you go according to Rabbi Shimon, it also says in the brayso that you shouldn't wash your hair with it as shampoo. According to Rabbi Shimon, you could wash your hair with shampoo. He even says that a nazir who's not allowed to cut his hair is allowed to use sand and nether for shampoo, even though it might remove some of the hair. So another shot is that it goes according to Rabbi Yehuda that says Davar she'enim skaven asur. It's actually machlokes and mitzias. It's a technical thing. Does this product, this tartar, does it remove a layer of silver, or it doesn't remove a layer of silver? It also says in the Seifa that you may wash your face with these products. Now, what if a person has a beard? It might remove the beard. So we must say we're talking about a woman or a saras, a cotton, people that don't have beards. Rabbi Yehuda says that you can take crushed bricks and wash your face with it. We're not concerned that it might remove facial hair. Rabbi Yosef says you're allowed to take crushed pepper according to Rava. Rabbi Yosef says sesame pulp. There's something called barda. It's made out of a third of violets, a third of aloe vera, and a third is hadassah. If you have that concoction, you could use it on your face. But if it's more than a third of aloe vera, then it becomes dangerous and might remove hair. According to Rabbi Yosef, even up to 50% is mutter. The Gemara tells us that Amem and Rav Ashi used this on their face, and Mar Zutra did it. And there's a fundamental machlokes here. Whether a man could use beauty items, these different products that beautify a person, is it Yilbash Gaber Singlas Isha? Are you acting like a woman? According to Mar Zutra, it's also. According to Amem and Rav Ashi, very interesting. It's actually a mitzvah. You have to take care of your body. Hygiene is very important. And another pshat in Rashi is that when people see a beautiful person, they give shavach to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. There's a beira to be mashmas food, to destroy food. So the Gemara had a question: can you crush olives in order to make them sweeter? But by doing so, you'll be destroying all the olive oil. When it comes to bread, the Gemara says bread doesn't become disgusting, so you can do all sorts of different actions with it. You can clean stuff with it, whatever. At the end of the day, you can eat the bread; it doesn't become moles. Now, our mission that we learned, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah says that if you have hatmana, you have a pot in a box that's surrounded by insulation, what you do is you tilt the box and you get the soup or whatever you have in the pot. The Gemara explains that Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah is concerned that if you remove the pot, even if the shape of the pot remains, it's us to put the pot back in. We're concerned that the gizei tzemer, the shearings of wool, would fall in and you're going to touch them in their muktzah. But Chacham say, we're not concerned. If they'll fall in, you're not allowed to put the pot back in. But if it has a perfect shape, you can put the pot back in. There's a beautiful flower called stikusta. You used to smell it, use it during the meal. So if you put it into some dirt, you take it out, put it back in. So now the hole is large enough. It's not going to move the dirt around. We're not concerned you're going to move dirt on Shabbos. You're allowed to take it in and out on Shabbos. The same thing if you have a knife in the wall between the bricks. We're not concerned you're going to move the mortar, which is a problem of baina, which is baina. If you have a knife, you put it between the leaves of a palm tree. We're not concerned you're going to do moichek. You're going to perhaps cut some of the leaf off. And finally, the Gemara says if a person buries turnips in the ground, if he has some of the leaves sticking out of the ground, he's allowed to remove them on Shabbos. We're not concerned that he's going to plant them under, let's say, a vineyard and it will be over Clyde, or he'll plant them on Shmidol. That's not considered planting because what he is, he's just storing it. He's not chayv b'maasros because he just stored it. The Gemara's problem is, how does he remove that on Shabbos? By removing it, he's going to be moving dirt. You see that moving dirt is not like the Gemara thought before. The Gemara in a question, have a wonderful day. now, the mission tells us that you're permitted to insulate your food before Shabbos and put a cover on top. But don't do so once Shabbos comes in. However, says the Mishnah, if you covered your food before Shabbos and then you uncovered your food before Shabbos, you're permitted to cover it on Shabbos. Another halacha Mishnah tells us, you have a cold drink, you want to protect it from the sun, from the heat, you're allowed to insulate it. Whereas we said in the reverse, if you have a hot drink, you're not allowed to insulate it from the cold. Once Rabbi heard that Rabbi Yossi Paskins that you're allowed to insulate the cold drink, so he retracted his own sheet, which was also insulate the cold drink. And the thing is that even if Rabbi Yossi is right there, Yossi is subordinate himself to Rabbi.
No, it's good.
Nevertheless, Rabbi accepted Rabbi Yossi's why?
No, I was terrified last night. Thank God. Because
And the
hearing,
it
was really violent. It's super violent. It's always
Number one, to make a statement that you want to show everybody that once it is, you're allowed to insulate it for good. And not only that, he said you're allowed to use water that's boiled up by blood with salt. Anything that's
going on.
Or
I asked her, she says, okay. She said, yes.
No problem.
I got back in the car, she was laughing.
Go ahead and do those things. And the Imam was very upset at us. He held that other question like the Zafin should not ask like that. Other people are going to take it as if you're allowed to be makel and halachas.
It was one of the
It's also
I like black bourbons, but it was one of the black bourbons.
it's something that's missing. You know that it insulate with the facts, pieces of meat like salt and other things that we mentioned the other day. If you're doing Akimana with something that's not missing, you already did Akimana, you already insulated, you're allowed to add another layer. Explains you're shooting a meal, not only that, you're allowed to take off all the layers. And we don't say, oh, you just started over, and from that point on, you put on a much thicker layer, it's not considered Akimana. Only is served for Akimana is that original pot, making pot, you pour it into another pot, you're showing that you don't care, that you're cooling off this fish anyway. There's no sense in saying that the fish will go ahead and boil up again. He's already in the process of shooting off the food. If a person takes his food and puts it in the box, and the box cover is muktzah, it's also to take the food out. If the box is slightly ajar, slightly open, then you're allowed to take the food out. Obviously, if the top is not muktzah, then it's looking to take the food out. Or it doesn't, you're allowed to take a metal bird and put it on top of the earthenware vessel, even though the earthenware vessel is hotter, as long as you don't want to use the bird. And of course, the opposite is also true. You like to take earthenware on the metalware, and you like to put metal and earthenware on top of it. And then finally, for this part, it's also the frost, ice cubes, the sun, the heat, frost, snow. But it's most of the big ice cubes because the frosting happens on its own. Then, how did I love? I've been playing this. How did I love? And I'm going to start the parrot. Then the name of the is this the rice of now to make sure that animals keep Shabbos. Animals that labor on the line of Halacha, just like you're not allowed to do. Therefore, your animal's not allowed to carry on Shabbos. What constitutes carry? Walking around 4 hours, going from street to street, but with what? Is a shame that you take your animal to carry it is a night, some sort of jewelry that it wears, beautify itself. What's considered carry? The Mishnah. We're dealing with that animal. If you go out with a halter, that's how you control that. If it's a very wild animal, a white female knocks, the only way to control it is with a nose ring. So for that particular camel, a nose ring is not considered carry. If you have a ruby donkey, it's a very special donkey. So it's more difficult to control than usual.
What's up, fool? How big or
Of
titty?
course, it's like a typical dog you put around the neck. If one of these chain devices comes like Tumas Maze, you just sprinkle with Hora Tumas. So even though it's on the animal, you may put the whole animal or its head in a cup, and that's enough. You don't have to take it off the animal. Or just tell the story, it's leaving. married one of these good donkeys. He heard that they're really good, so he sent money to a very distant place. And he said, listen, back then, it's difficult for us to send a donkey. It's a 6-month journey. Therefore, take these barley, they sent him a bag of barley and said, just feed your donkey barley. It's all it needs to be like a little stuff. He said in front of Rabbi,
It's kind of an injustice.
that if you have very wild donkey, they're not the camel, and instead of giving it a rosary, you give it a halter, which is not really going to control it. That's considered carrying the child.
No, that they have to
It
hold.
doesn't do its purpose.
Swellings.
What about the reverse? What if you overdid it? Really say, instead of giving it a typical camel and halter, gave it a rosary. Is that considered?
Every 3 blocks you see this little.
There's a Bryce that says that a little donkey go out with a halter. Or typically you give it a bit in its mouth. You give it even a lesser. These plays if you go both ways. What about a cat? We're typically controlling it. Very thin. We need to get a very thick skin. It's not like it. Since that's considered a serious area, it's more than necessary. That considered carrying for the cat. Or just tells the story that ladies donkey overtook Rabbi Barafuna's donkey. And Rabbi Barafuna, college died with the first position. He was saddened that Levi would overtake him, even though he was more partial than Levi. So Levi wanted to appease him. Levi asked him a question which kind of explained what happened. He said, what's the law regarding my donkey? Not very low to be donkey and overtakes me. I use on Shabbos when he was a food, he said, in fact, your own father, any additional parting of an animal, giving a rosary to an animal that doesn't need a rosary, is not considered carrying. And a wonderful
Very sweet, very nice. It was just a nice, easy fucking week. I can't work on it. What club you're at? Miami Improv doesn't have a so you know, it gets that's a big house. And then they have Rothschild.
Shabbos Daf Days. How's everybody doing? The other day we were learning about different leashes and collars that some animals are allowed to go out on Shabbos as a fulfill carry on Shabbos. They were discussing goats. The goat has a very narrow neck. If you put an absolute halter on it, you can easily stick its head out of it, and therefore it doesn't accomplish much. It doesn't accomplish much. That constitutes carrying on Shabbos. Therefore, you cannot put an option on a goat on Shabbos. If you want to put an option on a goat on Shabbos, what you must do is drill a hole through its horn and put the option through it, and therefore you won't be able to get out. The water remains in a socket in the station.
He gave his card, right? And it's the card. And that card says,
on the one hand, it's very painful for people to get out. On the other hand, if you really want to shake back and forth, it'll get out. The water remains in the socket.
He wrote it like this, P-A-R.
If you were to take a leather piece and tie it between the horns of the cow, if you did this,
he wanted a party. He went up with only the first night.
nobody in the right mind wants to support a cow. However, if you put it there, in order to lead the cow, that's my point. Rab says it's also, the says it's not considered power. Big problem with Rab is paraduma. What about paraduma is you're not allowed to put any kind of weight, any load on top of the paraduma. On the other hand, Allah says that if you put a leash on a paraduma, that doesn't constitute a weight, it's not a load. The question is why, according to Rab, you're not allowed to go out on shops with a leash on a cow. That constitutes a load. There are three answers given. Rabbi says we're discussing a case where we're trying to transport the paraduma to another city. In that case, it's the norm to catch a leash to guide them all the way to the other city. Rabbi says perhaps we're talking about paraduma that is extremely expensive. Paradumas are always expensive, like you see from the story of Dama ben Asino. And therefore, it's the norm to add an extra level of protection to this way because we hurt and you added a leash to it. Or we're talking about a crazy paraduma, where we read this really wild, therefore it's the norm to attach a leash to a wild cat. We learned in the Mishnah that a horse goes out with a collar. Now, if the collar is there to lead the horse, everybody agrees that's one thing. What if you put a collar for the horse? According to Rav Huna, that's okay. Go out with something like that. And according to Shmuel, that constitutes marriage on Shabbat. In fact, Rabbi would have shown that he did a Maisa Rab, took out his horse, accepted her peace, showed that he could do so on Shabbos, but exactly like Shmuel, that's in fact also produced. Use two types of wrapping the leash. Wrapping the leash all the way around the horse's neck, and that is there for the horse, provided that you leave enough room for your hand to grab it, or another shadowration where the leash is slightly longer than you can grab that. And then you have a leash, that's just a long leash like you have for a dog, you leash the horse. There are two sayings when it comes to the wrapping. One is a saying that they said on Sunday Rabbi, they said there are four types of animals that go out with a halter, and one of them is a mule. The other saying is Rabbi. Rabbi's mules went out with a halter, but it's not clear what do you mean, the decorative one or the leading one. And then you have the Chaima, Shmuel, and the other Chaima that says that in fact Rabbi's mules went out with a decorative. The bottom line is, from all the sayings we see that Rabbi's mules went out even with a decorative. We learned in the Mishnah that these bits and halters that become Chamei in 2 minutes, you can sprinkle them with the Torah divination, and you can dunk the head of the animals in a mikvah, and they become shikar. There's two shots and what kind of rings became Chamei. One shot is there was a human ring that was and was given to the animal. That's how it became Chamei. Another shot, it was an animal's ring all along, but since it serves a human being, it's like a human ring, which is Mekabel Tumah, whereas an animal's ring is never Mekabel. We learned in the Mishnah that you dunk the head of the animal in the mikvah and it's entire that ring. What about Chatzitz? That ring is really tied into the cow. Either he widened the gap by hammering it, and that doesn't remove the tumah, either because it was a human ring and remains a human ring, or according to the other shot, it was a human ring, it became an animal ring, just widening it. Actually helping the ring, therefore doesn't remove the tumah, nor to remove the tumah.
Not even an all maybe on the blow. Nothing in those days.
Another shot is that we're discussing a ring that had liquid to begin with. They fit very loosely, and the water is able to get in between them without widening. When it comes to a human ring that fits on a finger that's made out of metal, that water condition is human. It's metal, it's for a finger. There's no difference between rings. You can't find the difference. That ring that's semi-wood, semi-metal, that, in fact, is not Mekabel Tumah. You have a ring that's for the belt, that's for the back of your garment and your sleeves. That is part of it, because it's not for the finger. And, as I said before, a ring for an animal, or a ring that fits on a board, or some sort of vessel. Please, you know, like, pick up a frying pan with your rings, if your rings are wood from the frying pan, that ring is not Mekabel Tumah. So the frying pan, it is Mekabel Tumah, it's part of the frying. For Shabbos purposes, a ring that has a signet. If a woman walks out there on Shabbos, it's an Issa D'Oraisa. It doesn't have the signet, and it's an Issa Rabbi. When it comes to a needle, if it's a whole needle without any rust, it's Mekabel Tumah. And even if it has rust, as long as it doesn't hurt the sewing process, it's Mekabel Tumah. If you never made a hole in the needle, and you're planning on making that hole, so right now it's not Mekabel Tumah, it's not a squeeze. However, it's not looked up because it still serves a purpose to remove a splinter. When it comes to Shabbos, to go out from the Christian's first, if it has a hole, you're fired. But if it's for the poor, for a woman to put a pin and it doesn't have a hole, then she's allowed to go out with it, have a wonderful day.
I'm sorry, this is going this way. They like bitches. And I was going to talk about this. I just remember talking from
Gimel, I hope everybody's doing great. Mishnah tells us there's something called a radas, a saddle cup. It's much wider than a saddle. The saddle goes on top of that. It provides for the donkey. Therefore, the donkey is allowed to go out and be surrounded with a saddle cloth, provided that it's tied to the donkey. You don't have to travel or fall off and pick it up. So Shmuel, and you must tie this to the saddle. Christ tells us, radas, walk an animal with a saddle, but not with a saddle. A saddle is also to put on an animal without being walked out. Shmuel says the saddle is mutter because the saddle also provides some heat, not as much as the radas, but provides heat, provided that it doesn't have straps on the track that prevent the saddle from slipping forward and backwards if it goes uphill or downhill. That looks like you are trying to get ready to carry a load. A saddle is also to take off an animal on Shabbos. And the question is, why is a saddle look so weird as a saddle cloth? It's not so. One reason given is saddle you can make the animal walk back and forth and it'll shake it off by itself, whereas a merdas, the Rabbi says that the difference is that a merdas provides heat. In other words, to take away the discomfort that an animal has, and that's looking, but to take off a saddle, that's it doesn't really mean you take off the saddle, you're giving an animal pleasure, or taking away the discomfort. According to this shot, it's possible to put on a saddle on Shabbos. According to the first shot, it seems like if you want to put on a saddle on Shabbos, there's something called a trasko, which is a feedback. You put a bag and you tie it to a horse or a donkey. Since that mutter to put on an animal, like according to Shmuel, it's awesome because it's only a pleasure for the animal. It doesn't have to go down, but it's not to prevent the discomfort. In fact, Rabbi said it in the name of Yochanan, where he's very saying, hey, the Rabbi is the arya to the lion from Babel, in other words, the Shmuel. But Rav says that it's mutter because a feedback on an animal, and Shmuel, he says, that's what Rav says, Rav doesn't have any tree when it comes to the shot. Of course, should not go out with ornaments such as fox's tail, which prevents iron heart. So, should not go out with a catch. The emissions of goat should not go out and cow on its udders, and we'll see much more about that later. A cow should not go out with a muzzle, because all these are considered massive burdens. A shoe on a cow is also because it might slip off. We're not talking about a horseshoe, which is strong. And the shoe halacha is approved by an animal that you don't have to hurt, because obviously a person could go out with a shoe. An animal should not go out. An animal that, even if it's kamea, already proved itself as a munfa by human beings. Human is not necessarily good. Kamea amulet for an animal. A human has a mazel, has a mouth that goes with it and provides for it. Goes to Shemayim, and it won't work for an animal. An animal is permitted to go out with a bandage and a split on a broken bone, and a sentence, and a bell that is stuffed to easily clean. Let's say that young horses not go out with a costume and feedback with their sword. It seems like privately in their own backyard. It's mother. Where it says we must explain that we're talking about providing something that makes it a great young horses are very difficult for the saddle pole is allowed to stop. It says that you're not allowed to go to step an animal. You must say that we're talking about a field skin, and this is for pleasure and not discomfort. Another halacha. An animal is not allowed to go into water, has some sort of blood clot, or a human is allowed to go into water. It says, oh, it's not because of discomfort, not discomfort. It's a different question about because someone people might be fatigued, you'll give you medicine, and you'll come to grind herbs medicine, and that's awesome. It's my focus whether this serious applies to an animal. It's another shot. Father making zero, let's say Shlikat Samamanim, when you're about to use money. Let's say your animal was dying, doesn't get over cold water. Another example is, let's say your animal was out of cold. Are you allowed to call it free? During zero, you might grab it, and that would be awesome. But perhaps not using it. You're allowed to use it. In that case, not the dry because it's not from that out of cold. It's what you're doing is just the animal out of the cold of the shut.
Turning into donkeys. So I never thought about this.
This is my focus.
I saw him at the show, at the end of the show.
Further,
He saw
to
me,
the
and he opened
contradiction
up his jacket.
of whether or not
He had a little
I
vial.
go out with the pouch
Nasal
on
spray
its
this
head.
week. Yeah, he has nasal
There's
spray.
three ways to
He
explain the
said
contradiction.
a nasal spray
This
jar
president says
with
it's
cocaine.
also
But it's cocaine, yes,
the
cocaine and water.
president says it's
He
because
goes, hey, you
it's
remember me?
very strong.
And I said,
and
oh,
won't
wow,
fall
it's
over the
you,
pouch
bro.
and
I've been talking
but by
about you
itself,
forever.
it's not a fish.
And I told everybody,
Another way
this
to explain this is that
guy,
the our mission itself
this guy
is not
has
place.
photos
Hanakama, who gradually
of
explains,
me
means that the
pretending
mayor
to be a
holds that
bartender all
pouches
fucked up.
on the udders of his own mutter,
Fuck.
where he says that it's
Don't
a
spray
third
water?
explanation.
Is that like
Yo,
Is the third
nasal
element
spray
in our
fool.
mission that makes a distinction between a pouch that's there to stop the milk from flowing, and that's actually considered medicine for that, for the animal's benefit, not
That nasal spray
versus they're just trying to catch the milk in a
and
bucket,
some water.
where that is not for the animal's
I only get one of
purpose,
those.
it's for your purpose, and therefore it is also.
So
Gemara tells us a Maisa that there was an animal that had very large udders that were scraping on the ground, and for that, you see that's preventing discomfort for the animal, and that follows everything we said. You're allowed to provide. One of the most incredible stories in Shah. There's a story where a person's wife died and left him a child to nurse him. And the father provided for the child, walking in the next, the father was able to breastfeed this child. And the Gemara says, it's tremendous thing. Just wait to look at it. Look how great this person was at walking in the next for her. Or, look at this person who did the matriarch of the Torah changed the migration. In other words, the reference place. The government makes a lot of use of every day. Provide and to save people. But not the person who's in, not to add fruit to your storage. So that doesn't do it. And here did that. That's not very good. Another incredible story. One to remember today is a person who married a woman and never realized before the day she died she was missing an arm. The Gemara says, look what a tzanur she is. So the Gemara, perhaps she wasn't a tzanur. That's the derech of a woman. And especially her, she had to hide it from her husband. Look how tzanur he was. He never looked at her in a way that he noticed that she didn't she was missing an arm. The Mishnah says that a zafar sheep goes out with the woman. Meaning, one shot is that it's to protect his heart from the wolves. The wolf likes to attack the heart, and they go after the males who stick their nose up into the sky, and it is a threat to the wolves, so they attack them. Another kind of word is that it's to tie up their zafars so they don't mate. Similarly, the opposite is shekuza in the Mishnah, and that's to tie the females coyotes so that it will be easier for them to make, have a wonderful day.
The tour started in a base, an army base. Shenandoah, Utah. That's where the first night was. Just army base. Remember, I died.
Shabbos is definitely valid. With the list of things that an animal is permitted to go out and do.
Was that the one where the sergeant's
One of
wife
the
gave
things
you
is
a double
No,
date?
that's
meaning that you wrap the tail sheep downwards to prevent the male from mating. It comes from the notion of not producing, not having heroes. The Shlomo Melech gave Hero the gift of 20 cities. Hero proclaimed such cities as Kulas. They consist of wealthy people that are spoiled and don't contribute to society. The Rabbi says it's a lesson of
just everything.
salty dirt.
I had everything.
Coupon that you put into wheat to preserve the wheat. In other words, it doesn't produce. It's soft, and when you step into it, you sink up onto your people, and you can't plant in there. It just says if you go out, who knows? Who knows means it's a coat that protects the wool from the day in which it was born, so that it remains perfectly white. Sruroy says we went yesterday to the moon to cover the udders and dry it out for a little more to capture them. Rav Haskins like Rabbi Yehuda, and it depends. If you're trying to dry out the udders, then go out with that, try to capture the milk, and not go out. Shmuel says like the Yosi, no matter what, it's awesome. Some people say that Shmuel Haskins like the Muhammad that says that we have to make it zero. In fact, to dry out the udders is okay. But since people don't know how to differentiate between the two, therefore the guys are everything that's possible. It's this. That if you're in a place that they never try to capture the milk, they only dry out the udders, then it would be milk that nobody's going to make a mistake. The Mishnah says that a Gomal should not go out with pellets.
relate how it's
So they're trying to ration. That's the one he likes the most. Is it's a piece of leather that's strapped underneath the tail of the camel, and on top of that piece of leather, you put a strap. This piece of leather prevents the strap from causing injury to the camel. So the camel cannot go out with this strap. It might fall down and you might pick it up. Unless it's also strapped to the top of the camel, and therefore won't fall. You're not permitted to tie camels one in front of the other like a train, because that looks as if you're bringing them to the market yourself. You're allowed to grab all their ropes, their leashes, and hold it in your hand, provided that you don't wrap it around your hand and make two knots. A double knot would constitute lying shackles if you have ropes of semer and to one piece of cloth of semer and the other piece of that's not shackle. To make sure that when you hold these ropes in your hand, you don't have to be coming out from the bottom. That would look as if you're carrying the rope. And the rope is between your hand and the camel should not drag down and close to the ground. Although the halacha is too tough, you're not one. The halacha is that hand plow with them, just two species of animals are not allowed together or pull the wagons together. Just to say, you're not allowed to do something called rubber. Rubber, according to everybody, is no place in this means. You take one foot of a camel or an animal, bend it upwards, and tie it like that, and now the camel only has wheels. The question is, what is upwards? There are two shots. Either it means that you tie the front and the back leg like that kid does, or it means you tie the two front legs. Pretty much means all three options. And Rabbi said the middle option means the front leg and the back.
I love when people whenever I get to go with you somewhere or just go to the reading, they always think it's still like that. And it couldn't be more opposite than now. It's just crazy to hear those stories because I've never once seen you go anywhere with a hotel after a show.
And a bell, even if it's stuffed with wool or something, doesn't make a noise, it's possible to around the Shabbos. It's not put a ladder by the animal's neck, which will prevent the animal from turning its neck and licking its wound. What if it falls, you might carry it. There's a certain bandage that we put on the bottom of the donkey's feet to prevent it from knocking each other. And chicken, tie some sort of string to the chicken's foot, differentiate between your chicken and your neighbor's chicken. That was also, or you tie the two chickens together so that it doesn't spray pebbles and break dishes. The male sheep has a very long tail that drags on the ground, and sometimes you put wheels. That is also possible to do on Shabbos. Hanukkah is also a fork shot. Either it means there's a toothpick of some sort of wood called funnel that you put in the nose of the sheep in order to create the cause to sneeze. And like that, it sneezes out the worm from its nose. Another one that says it comes from the teeth. Another shot is that after you shear its wool because it's really cold, so you put a compress of oil on its forehead. So it says, if so, just make the sheep market for, meaning you made it important that the advertisement of the other person. Other shot was, when it gets word, you take the compress, you put it on its head, you put it on its spoon. So we're not made it like my wife got that. You spoiled it. It doesn't make sense for people to treat their sheep like that. The shot of funnel that it's a piece of wood that goes into the nose, that makes sense. That fits with the word kanunas. But the other three, you have to say that you have kanun, rachamim, compassion towards your sheep. A calf should not go out with something called the gimoin. It's a small yoke, it's a training yoke. The young calf, to bend its head down, to be able to plow later on in its life. And do not put on the udder of a cow the skin of a hedgehog, which has sharp thorns, spikes, to prevent ruts and rats from breeding from the cow. Mishnah says, cattle of Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah had a decorative piece that was important to them. If I found the one pepper that, the one explains it wasn't Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah. Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah had so many cows. Every year
it's like a timeshare thing. And apparently they
That
really
would give
if
12
you start saying no, they'll go to your wife and be like,
She didn't have
"How you
one.
with this loser of a guy?"
Which it says,
Apparently,
the word says it's
like
something
$99
that
flights to
how
Hawaii.
is
So
lazy.
that'd be
And
amazing.
you can't forget himself. You have to
I don't
rebuke
know how
someone
long.
who does that
Oh,
later.
That's time
And since
shit.
it's failed to rebuke his next door lady neighbors, it's as if he himself was favored on that later. Because if you don't rebuke your friend, it's as if you yourself take on that later. And
What's
it's
up, food?
wonderful
Chili
to
right now. Commercials. You shit. Two commercials, man. Wait, but at the other did a Target commercial. Did a Target commercial with napkins from. Where they talking about that chubby girl and then watching it. And then you can roll with a joke. Sometimes you gotta go to heaven. You gotta go to hell before you go to heaven. Go here fucking the highway.
Shabbos that we pay. The word tells us a person sees somebody sitting
Yeah,
in the
the
middle
other one
of
like Van Gogh with a bad nose.
or it sees his family, people from the city, flying strong. He has the ability, he's a king, he's a Messi, and he doesn't Shmuel, the glorious woman, is a man that is incredible. Rabbi Judah, his comment says, Rebbe, concerning this passage, if you don't listen to the poor at the end, they won't listen to you. So Shmuel, your Rebbe, who's myself, Shmuel, is in cold water. Rosh, your Rebbe's Rebbe, who's Shmuel's Rebbe, Marukha, he's in hot water. He's in charge, he's not begging, let him do the charge. There's an amazing places in the Rashi that we don't beg. In the Sunnah, the Yonim, the Matter, the Kohen, the Malach. So Jesus says, because of this Sukkah, in Shomayim, Rabbi Yehuda is on top, and Shmuel, the Rebbe, is on the top. And the other end says, Shmuel, in fact, answered him what? It wasn't his problem. But the fact that he didn't rebuke his own Rebbe Marukha, that's where the problem lies. And that's why the there it says, you must rebuke somebody. You're not supposed to
I went crazy Houston, man. Like, all over like a 40 out the way.
you should not rebuke them.
I fell off the wagon.
Look at you, show you them.
And then I would have ran out of stuff. So I called Josie and hooked up with someone.
Sticks this
So
pride
I met
aside.
the fool man in the hotel room.
When he has
And
spoken to the
then
poor,
he ended up some cowboy comedian with Rabbi.
Gabriel
Jenkins, I don't know his name. He's still the one that got married to the girl from the Map Ranch. Yeah, that dude, I forgot his name. Him and I ran a Billy Wayne. Yeah, I kidnapped that fool for like 8 hours. Yeah, he was the one that took me to the hotel. We were partying. We started smoking. We did a 10-hour drive to Atlanta. Yeah, man, I wanted to go whole way listening to Tupac. We don't get like he's a country dude. Yes, starting to build it. Pick me up. That's a 10-hour drive from Houston, Texas.
The instruments that were made out of copper. The sixth Malach Kabbalah is the fourth percent of the scrolls were called Ketzek, Apophonial, Mashkos, and Shabbat of Allah, Fury, England, Wrath, Destroyer, Breaker, and Annihilator. These are the Midah of destruction. Why does the broken choose the letter out of all the letters become sentence force? Almost we can live even as well. Or
So you went from
and speak out his
hours to like
exclusive of what or the signature of the word is the word the first letter now is the last, and the middle letter now is the meaning is there, all the thing that is there. The last letter is a when did the specifics stop? Like either
that's what's crazy. This guy was crazy. He was a magician. He was fucking horrendous. He was horrendous and everything. Nice guy.
Bible says no one in this world dies unless they
This is
sin.
the first time
No one in this world
this ever happened.
receives pain unless they sin the amazing purpose. He has to explain. Other Rothschild created death in this world because he didn't listen to his boat. And all that says, even Moshe and Aaron died because they also sinned. They should have listened to their father and they should have hit the rock and not speak to the rock. However, there's a bomb question for the Bryce. Bryce says that there are 4 people who never ever sinned. And the only reason he died is because they kept up their religion. And they are Binyamin, Amram, his father's name, the famous Ishai, the father of David, and kill of the son of David. And not only this, possible to die without sinning, not as Rabbi Ami said. One goes through a bunch of different dwellings and generations. Whoever says that they sin is making a mistake. Whoever says that they sin, that they should sin, is mistaken. Although the Pasuk says that Yishkab is Bilam, it doesn't mean necessarily what it means is, the fact is the Torah says that he's one of the 12 tribes. He has the only special decision. The Torah doesn't say that he took out the bed, he's going to take out below
I don't know what if I'm gonna get paid for. Your favorite flight. So you get at the end of the week 1500 or 1200. Man, I get it every night. There was like 12 people there, 9 people, Friday night, big shows, 12 people. And the owners in the back just laughing, enjoying the show.
while their own
You know, some
grandfather
places, people are scared because it's empty. You know, the business, everything, losing money.
The Torah says
At the end of the week, just maybe 20 or 20.
What exactly mean?
And then later on, everybody, I found out a year later that everybody that was involved in that club was in prison, including
are liable
including what's his name from federal.
good.
Oh, that was the owner who invited me, who called me in my hotel room and invited me to a dog fight.
Because of sins, the new
He goes, "Where's Selena from?
real says,
Selena from Corpus
you
Christi."
David,
I don't party there
that
too
it
hard.
shouldn't have. Ronaldo, you see check on Volker that it shouldn't have before that.
Jerry Roach is
Therefore, Zarko, you don't start with David shine. What I'm going to say, let's put the word Chachas in there. Zayn says faith. That stands for Zazato, you tremble, too bad, and therefore the sin didn't happen, flew away. Rabbi says, Zohar Shahuncha Shadavar, you remember, you recalled what the Einish is, for instance. So Lisa asked you to train the Gadol. You make yourself sick, you sicken yourself over the fire, and not to be better than and therefore, the last refrain from sinning. Whoever says that the sons of Eli are kind sin, although it says the Apostle, the fornication says, Asher Yishkivu, they were with these women in the Mitzvah, it doesn't mean necessarily they should sin. In fact, often celebrating is comparable to Pinchas. Since the Torah tells us that the grandson of Pinchas brought a mitzvah as a prayer, therefore it's impossible that he's over an Ish, because somebody that's over an Ish does not have descendants that bring Kurbanos and
Whitey's Warren Grill.
That's one. Why did the Torah say that you're afraid of the Ish? Because it didn't allow the women to go back home in time. They didn't bring Kurbanos for us. And because the women didn't go back to their husbands, it says this.
It's too plain.
Apparently, another man don't know. Nature says that he was the son, wicked son. In other words, Pinchas was also wicked.
So that's not like
But
you.
he sinned. But
No,
because Pinchas didn't rebuke him, didn't give him Yosef and Papa, it's as if Pinchas himself sinned Beish's dish.
join me at home.
Oh, yeah, the Yosef and Yosef. Wonderful.
Examine Pokemon for rock on his neck. Fucking fly right at him.
That's the dude you said that wanted to bring me over and they can't catch me. You called me in the middle of the night. What do you want? Felipe, I got the guy right here. They fucking shoot me, man. Bro, they love you, so they got Mexicans over here.
Oh my God, it's a taco place.
Shabbos definitely involved. How's everybody doing? We're continuing with the theme. Sometimes it seems like from the Torah that certain Shailim sinned, and in fact, it's not a sin. It's just Reuben, he didn't sin. Today we're saying, whoever says the sons of Shmuel sin, because it says in the Apostle, Vayitu Afrei Abatza, they took bribery, Shechan, you're mistaken. What happened was they weren't like Shmuel, their father, who went around to get encouraged. They stayed in their place and they sent their messengers out, and that's considered Batza. They try to fatten their salaries, and they received in return, and therefore they weren't as great as their father. Rabbi says, since they were Levim, they were entitled to the Meiser, but they demanded the Meiser, and since they were Doilim and the judges of Israel, who gave the Meiser, and in return, the other Levim were affected. The Yehuda says they would give their money to the Balabatim. They would take back their money without giving the Balabatim any cut. But in return, they showed favoritism during Torah. that's wrong. But if he says they were kicked to the playoffs, extra nice stealing. But Yossi says they kicked the Mount of Sarah, which is also stealing Roya in the cave. Famous Gemara, whoever says God knows sin with Bathsheba, the wife of Uriah and Ashes Ish, is making a mistake. Rav says that Rabbi, who was descendant of David, tried to find for his forefathers a way out of it. It says in the Pasuk, last is around. David only intended to do bad, but he never sinned. As the Pasuk says, Uriah Hachiti, he saw the fire. You killed Uriah Hachiti. Mara says that he didn't kill him. He was supposed to bring him in front of the Sanhedrin and he failed to do so. Even though Mara says he was a word of Malchus, he deserved to die because he said to David, Adoni Yoya. He told Yoya the man who rather than David has. Four places. He didn't listen to David, was told to come home from the war. So he deserved to die. But David should have brought him in front of the Sanhedrin. In fact, the Pasuk says, just like Bnei Ammon, it's not David's fault when the Goyim Ammon killed the king. So too, when Uriah died, it wasn't David's fault. The Sishka Lokachli for Uriah's wife at your home. If the Torah says she was your wife, that means she was held, it was a good condition, and it was legal and wasn't in a favor. Rav says on the one hand that David never sinned only with the king of Uriah. But on the other hand, there's a verse that says, there's a saying that says, Rav says, David sinned by accepting the Shemar. Shmuel says he never accepted the Shemar. When he saw signs that the Shemar was right, and that's why he accepted it. One hand, David went to serve the descendants of Shaul, and he found Siba, one of the servants, and he said, Shaul had descendants, and he says, in fact, he had a grandson with Rabbi, the son of Yonis. He told him the light up, and we read it with the Aleph man saying, he's not a common prophet, he doesn't know how to learn. But when David found the Kibbutz, he realized the light up, as the Gemara says, the Kibbutz was greater than David, he says, Rabbi, the light up with the Aleph, he's full. When David HaMelech later on ran away from Yerushalayim from the old son of Shalom, he talked to Siba and he says, where's the Kibbutz? And he says, he's rebelling against us. And David accepted that. But he saw that Siba's a liar. Why did he accept it? Because he saw me be Kibbutz as a sin. Kibbutz didn't bathe, shave, and didn't prepare himself coming to the church. Kibbutz tells David HaMelech, I'm upset, not at you, I'm upset at you, but why did you give my belongings or half of my belongings to Siba? So the Gemara Basket came out and said, not to the not to. You fight with me, just like your grandfather told the wedding about the river. Says Rabbi, at the moment that David HaMelech separated the hearts from the slave, Midas the Negemuda, Shlomo's Malchus, half the son and half the slave, Yerubim. After Rehoboam and after Rehoboam, and because of that, Rehoboam brought up the Zara, set up the Igla Azov on the way to the Beis Hamikdash, and Pais will start doing the Zara, eventually, well, it's the fight. Ever since the Shlomo HaMelech sinned by worshipping of the Zara, was making a mistake. His wife's pride, his Zara, but he didn't listen. And just like the same person says that Yoshiyahu broke the bubble, although it wasn't Yoshiyahu, it was also the Shafat. The Torah says a nice thing towards the Shafat, and the Torah also says a not nice thing to Shlomo HaMelech. Built the bubble, even though he didn't really build it. Shlomo would rather be the Shamash HaVidazar, cut down trees for HaVidazar, it's written about him, the Yas HaRabbi and Shlomo. What was so bad that Shlomo didn't report his wife when he married her, born HaVidazar, and she was 3 meetings. The moment that he did report her, that's when Gabriel Amal put in the ocean, and around that started growing and growing close to the island, became Rothschild, which eventually destroyed the second Rothschild. The day that Yerubim put two ugly Zahav down, that's the day that was built and became, eventually grew to become Aliyah Shel Rabbi. What says Yoshiyahu, it's a mistake. although the pasuk says, "Asher shad b'shul b'shuva," it means that the Shmuel found the Sefer Torah and started learning the Torah, and he realized that 18 years of his being Torah might have been long, and he went and returned money to every single one of the Balidim from his own money. He didn't pay for one to return to others, he took from his own money. Rabbi argues and he says, no, Yeshua is the greatest of Shiva's generation, and we have in our generation Abba Hud and and Rabbi Yosef says in our generation we have someone called Tukfon Barnefemia, otherwise known as Nasan Tzitzo. Son of
If you guys only listen to the show, I need you to watch the show right now. Your face looks like you kicked all of your cats in the face. They want to have
was a man
when I was section,
wanted to push his speech, and so much so that he became sick. Eventually, he had a bunch of money, and she told Uthman, I'll do anything you want to do with money. He gave her the money, and controlled himself. And because he controlled himself, he became the rich Golos. At one moment of controlling himself, he was also called Reagan, to the point where he had a glow around his head, and so someone else was such that people was able to see the glow while the Christians weren't able to see the glow, and therefore the people looking at himself had a wonderful day.
Shrimp cocktails, I'm a fucking what?
how do you give up all that great Mexican food? Like all this stuff, she made me tacos de Arnold like a few weeks ago.
Shabbos, that's the anxiety. It's amazing. Already holding 6 Shabbos. How time flies. Red and parrot. And then she got to. Next thing tonight discuss what items a woman is not permitted to wear. If it's rabbis, the concern is if they are jewelry, she might be hijab or friends. And if it's the first two items that she's talking about, rating one's hair with a strand of wool or a thread of flax. That is a concern. I'm going to ask the mikvah if she eats since water is not moving between the strands and the hair, she must loosen it. And she might remove it and walk 4 amas and Rosh Hashanah. There's a Mishnah in the Vayz that brings these strands of hair that one braids them for it. And it says that according to everybody, one uses a strand of human hair, not attached to it, just human hair, in order to braid your own hair. That does not create a chalitza for everybody. You're not keeping it tight enough where the water can't penetrate. The water will penetrate, and then it's not chalitza. The only place there's a machlokes, if there's a machlokes, whether or not there's a machlokes, is that when you holds in a strand of wool, there's no chalitza, and the Tanakh holds even in the strand of wool, there is chalitza. If these strands of wool are very tight around the neck, chalitza on here, on soft skin. Usually a woman does not hang it around the neck like that. She doesn't want to choke herself. She'll wear a choker and she won't choke herself to the point of suffocation. And therefore, it usually doesn't create a chalitza. There is an exception. A woman wears a helmet. That's part of a bib. And the top part is a wide stream that's very smooth. And they hang it really tight to create a double chin. In those days, it was a sign of wealth if you had a little bit extra calories. You had that double chin. And therefore, that does create a chalitza. Now, there's no problem. She might take it off, remove it, and show it to her friend, because then her scam will be exposed. She won't remove it for that reason. She'll remove it for chalitza. The Mishnah says a woman cannot walk out with a every day. Basically, it's a headband that goes from here to here, around on the forehead. Rabbi Yosef said that it's some sort of amulet. But Rabbi says if it's an amulet, and it's a woman amulet, she's permitted to walk out with that all the time. A woman is permitted to go out with sort of a bathing cap, what we call today a sleeve, that's going through, it has beauty to it, it's more like jewelry.
Every time Felipe comes, it's so amazing how the fact that he's opening the door.
That's what we or Sarbika, which goes the opposite way. If you're a cat, then she's permitted to go out with it because she won't remove snoot, and then her hair will be exposed in public, and she won't do it.
I gotta become a wedding planner.
Sarite says a headband like what we need to
Oh
go
man,
over today,
they're
only if it goes down
expensive, man.
to
I
the
wouldn't
jaw.
want to be expensive. That's a TV show right
The
there.
poor women were decorated with colorful strings, and the wealthier women were decorated with gold and silver, some were shining gold, and if a wealthy woman decorates it with strings, there's no concern that she might remove to show her friends, because the opposite is true. She doesn't want to show that to her friends, she wants to show her friends gold and silver. But Shimon ben Elazar holds there's something called a couple. Especially in Gemara, today we're holding that couple means like a yarmulke made out of wool. And since the woman doesn't want to remove that because it might expose her hair, therefore she can wear that in Rishos Yachos, not use it out. And that is because we don't want to take away all her jewelry, but it's got to she should become disgusting in the eyes of her husband.
What do you mean, crops?
Istima
Oreos, man, they're not vegan.
is another piece of fabric that comes to cover the runaway hair that's sticking out on the bottom of the cover. That is also an issue with
Look at the cookie section right next to the black and white. No, but don't
The
say
three
nothing.
halachas the Gemara says concerning Istima. The way an Istima is made is felt. And felt is not shua other than us. There's a shot that's shua of night that should be woven and like a piece of fabric made out of shreds, and this one is basically thick. You can take flax and wool, but you press them together rather than sweet. And therefore, there is no shopping. And since there's no shopping, it's not a beggar. And if it's not a beggar, then there's no halachas of Torah. So you find color looking pink on your beggar, green, red, whatever the color, it is not Torah because this is not Torah. Other elements, and finally, the Shimon says, although it is an issue for a scholar to wear a tiara, a crown on their head, this is the moment that has
I called up somebody to get a magician to walk around doing hand magic, and then just in reverse said, "What are you doing?" So he's been bugging me and touching the ear for about a week. Where's magic? I don't know, man. You know, I hosted the Last Minute Comedy Festival this time. So it's crazy. There was a lot of comics I never heard of or never. The winner was a guy named Dale Jones, bro. It was a cross between Jeremy Hudson and Greg Hunt. Put them together. Dale Jones. Dale Jones from Boulder, Colorado. You know him? Hamburger, nice puff, Swifty, man. Went to Vietnam. He ended up being, he was going crazy. That ain't the way it is. This girl's going crazy on stage. No, it's good to see that. This guy brought his medal saying he brought his fucking pictures up in the Marine at the top of him, you know, and they made him literally close.
Shabbos Daf Nufas. We learned in the mission that a woman is not permitted to go out with a couple. What is a couple? We had the other day, Rabbi says couple is a willing catch. Today we're learning about Shmuel. It says it's referring to a slave. A slave to show alliance with her master, who wears an emblem that says slave. These are the types of emblems. Some are made out of clay, some are made out of metal. Sometimes they're worn on the neck, sometimes they're clothing. Sometimes they are made by the master. Sometimes they're made by the slave himself. Well, we're talking about a slave who made her own emblem, and therefore the concern is, since she wasn't forced to wear it by the master, she might take it off in order to fit in with everybody else. If the owner, the master, made the emblem, and it's on the neck, it's made out of clay, there's no concern. She can go out with it on top. She won't remove it because she's fearful of the master. And even if it falls off and breaks, it has no value, she won't pick it up to bring it back home. If it's on clothing, then it's also to walk out with the Shabbos. Perhaps she'll pretend that she was caught clothing the coat, folded it up. Holding up a coat and carrying it on Shabbos Dalaramas is an issue de rises. For the same reason, in those days, those who were couples had to show alliance to the Rosh Hashanah, they wear an emblem stating that they're part of the Rosh Hashanah. If they didn't wear one, they could get into trouble from the Rosh Hashanah police. Therefore, it's also to go out with it on Shabbos, perhaps you may pick it off, hold it up, etc. If the emblem is made out of metal, it's always awesome to go out with it because if it falls off, you might come to pick it up because it has value and carries valid amortization to it. A bell that's made for a slave is attached to it's an ornament, and therefore it's also to go out with it on Shabbos perhaps and fall off when it comes to carry. Unless it is woven into the clothing by a professional. And we had a statement yesterday regarding that. He said that he says anything that's woven, there's no zero. And today, that statement is saying that's something else completely regarding a bell woven into the clothing. There's no concern that it'll fall off the clothing, and therefore you're allowed to carry it. An animal is also brought out with a bell because it is bring it to the market. In order to sell something in the market, you want it to look good, and you dress it up, sell it, whatever else you have, it's also an animal to bring out with an emblem as well. An emblem for a slave is not a Kabbalah. In order to be a Kabbalah, it has to be either clothing, it has to be food, or it has to be an ornament. And the emblem is neither of these things. It's made to create the slaves and it's not to unify. A bell is Mikabel Puma even without a flapper inbuilt inside, and that is a bell for a slave because it's for attachment, it's for an ornament, it's jewelry, and therefore it's Mikabel. For an animal, on the other hand, it's only there for the name. So without the flapper, it's not Mikabel Puma, it's no longer a cleat. With the clapper, it's a designed to service the owner. You know where the animal is, and therefore it's Mikabel. A bell will enjoy the success of the door. It's not always going to be stuck in the door itself on the part of the house, part of the ground, not a bell. If you thought in your mind that you want to pick the bell off the door and you should do your animal, then it is but remember, if it was a bell, an animal, and you cross to make it up the door, so it remains family because in order to take those away from substitute, you need to do a nice, you need to shade something in the bell. And just like painting it up, screwing it and nailing it into the door, that doesn't change the bell itself. That changes the location, but not the bell itself. Any bell that is designed to create a sound, such as a bell for an animal, a bell for a child, and its crib, a bell that you put on a bib, all these bells, if you're only finished once you attach the inbuilt clapper. If you didn't attach the clapper, then there's no denying the lock up, it's not considered a bell. Once you have that clapper in there,
I'll give to my show, man. A lot of people from Montebello, from walking,
why does it remain coming? Rabbi says it remains coming because anybody can take the clapper and reattach it to the bell. You don't need a professional. The question is, you learn that if you have scissors that come apart, then they are only Mikabel Puma one part to the other. In other words, if you touch part A with a sheriff, part B becomes common only while you're using the scissors. And same thing for the carbon. Only while you're using the metal does the wood become common or vice versa. But to put it aside, even if they are attached, one part does not make the other part common. Certainly, by a bell, if the clapper is attached to the bell itself, it should be considered one. Therefore, Rabbi and Rabbi the reason why the bell itself is common, where the clapper itself is not the Kabbalah itself, but the actual bell itself. The reason is because the actual bell can make sounds even without the clapper. You take the bell and you bang it against something else, it will make that sound. Yes, it might not be the exact sound that a bell makes, but nevertheless, it makes a sound. Similarly to a basket. You have a basket that holds food. You have a very large hole in it. Fall out of it, it's still the Kabbalah as long as it can hold Tommy bread. In other words, it might not serve its original purpose, but it has somewhat of a purpose in Kabbalah. So to this bell. And tomorrow, we'll see other reasons that are wonderful.
What's up? I can't call me. Bringing me down. Tell me something. We're going to be in Fort Myers, bro. Fort Myers, Florida. see, bro, I'm gonna be all
Shout
the
out to
savages
Tess.
over there.
How's everybody doing?
And fucking read on the
As we
banner
know
with
yesterday,
the
the
boy.
bell becomes
Wait,
public.
right? Come on.
Even if you
Yes.
don't get about the clapper,
The underground
we
comedy
don't
club.
consider the bell as a person.
Popular for years. Just
It remains public. The question is why you saw yesterday a bank says this is
oh,
every
wait,
single
bro.
person
I'll be walking around with Hollywood on shrooms.
So it's as if it's equal.
No. That's what I'll be
Because
doing.
Ibrahim says, since I have a I can use the outside of the bell as a cup of water for a child, even though it's a new it's considered public. However, Rabbi and Rabbi both hold in order for something to remain common, you have to be able to choose it for its original use, its original destination. Therefore, they say,
He gave it to me without me knowing what it was. He's like, here, eat this. How does it feel? It was actually pretty nice. He didn't give me enough to get
make it on something,
I
or
felt
make
like
the sound of the bell. It might not be the original sound, a sound nevertheless, and therefore it remains common. We see there are millions of holds of this concept that water should remain common as not its original. Because it must mean that is, the person is to Zava, they sit on the chair couch, that chair couch.
Oh man, I'm probably gonna fly to Miami and then
Even if
go
we're not seeing directly on it, just like things that are on top of it. And it's a really strong pull out of it.
somebody could have opening
A
up.
lot of this, since it says the conservation, and the future, it
Club
has to be something that's
over
designated
there,
as
Revolution.
take a bucket that was meant to measure something, or to knock
They
the
have a
floor,
lot of
to
SNL
hold on,
stuff.
sit on it, and say, now it's a chair. That's not enough to make it plus measures because somebody will come over and say, I'm annoyed with the Nazi machine. Stand up, let me do my job, let me knock the floor. Therefore, it doesn't work. That's the point. That by Thomas Mays, we don't see this concept of avoidance. Therefore, whereas by Thomas Mays, I'm looking at something in verse 1, in order to be susceptible to Kula, you need to designate that item as a chair or
We
as
have
a
the live podcast next week.
and the second thing is, once it does become in order to remove the tumor, all you need to do is, let's say you have a mat.
No, it's kind of interesting you brought this up. I was watching a show today, and Anthony Bourdain was just like, on the stage, like, there's 7 billion people now. There's not that many jobs. We don't have that many people. And like, you were talking about how comedy used to start on Tuesday, now it's coming down like this. What do you think about, like, in the future, how what comedy's going to look like? Maybe you won't travel, maybe you'll just do live streams in the
The item
cities,
needs to
like,
serve
years.
as a
Like, I was thinking, like, how this evolves.
If you fit an animal with metal shoes, animal shoes, they become they're susceptible. Whoever says the reason is because human beings,
And then
you know,
Streaming live, streaming live, we'll get a real big sponsor for
you might use the animal shoe
cut.
so it serves its
I think
original purpose
they did it
of a
like that
shoe
at
for moving,
concert
and therefore
for,
it's without color.
that
Where Rap says,
Coachella show.
so as Alcuma, because it serves another purpose.
They bought the
To
whole
fill up
show
water,
and you're in live.
pouring from Canino, you can fill it up with oil. Different
the only issue is now you go on the week
disgusting.
you go on the road every week to different cities. If you get a TV like an online pay-per-view thing,
They won't use it for
then
running.
everyone will watch it at once.
Yeah, that's it.
And
So
for
you
oil.
couldn't do it every week.
Let's come over with a new material every week.
Going back to the Mishnah. We learned from the Mishnah, a woman should not
Your
come around
friends, some
until someone
$3.
what is that?
If I could see Lisa, yeah, do Lisa, yeah,
made his own wife rough story about his wife. One day, when he has money, he will make her a spiritual son, and so he did. There's a period of places, a woman who goes out and is surrounded with spiritual son, according to the maid's original word, it's a consideration because it's a burden, it's a load, it's a master. The only reason people wear it is to show off their wealth. It's not even a decor, it's not a decoration, it's not jewelry. For the it is actually it's jewelry. And the issue is, you might come take it off and surround it and show your friends, your showmates. Also, if you did it, you bought it, only this is the Rabbi. Nevertheless, though, we're not concerned that a woman will be. Who wears spiritual stuff? A lot of women, it's low dignity to look at show her friend. You want to discuss this in the island, which is Hollywood travel. According to Ron, it's possible to go out and travel. It says it's Muslim. According to one Russian, we talk about a solid piece, like a solid piece of gold. And if it's a solid piece of gold, there is no machlokes according to everybody. It's also 7 days. Where's the machlokes when it's made out of fabric? And there's spreads of gold in it.
business
The
owner.
question is whether or not she will take off something like that and show to her friends if it's special enough to show her friends.
What do you do with this?
Another lesson is
You're gonna pay for the place anyway.
when
If you
you're
turn the lights on, it's
that
gonna be a
if it's made out of
fraction
fabric, that's what they say, no one.
you open up something, you make
Stuff
something.
like this is in a solid piece.
Guess what?
And the question is, maybe she'll show her. But maybe perhaps the only person that wears it
That's
is
what things to take
a noble woman and she wants to get off the show.
hotels, every week in these hotels.
Rabbi Yosef Paskin, like Rabashi, that is mutter will outlet. You might tell the story when Rebbe was on his deathbed. Oh, Chanina, I want you to get the Rosh Hashanah. After Rebbe was lifted, he said that the office would be insulted to everybody else. Rebbe got the prince of fucking. But he suffered community over his mission to live with labor. When they told Rebbe that the very fall, crushed down the coffin, and he was limping, Rebbe knew right away it's labor. And he said it has to be that the office was bad. And therefore, this officer, Chanina became a wake-up call. A business officer, because of Chanina, because Levi would have been supporting their office. And in fact, Rebbe said, for Chanina, Shiva, sat goes by the cross of time and says in the Torah. Levi came and he made a correction and said that Shiva is most Rishonim learn. They said all Shalilas, all Tiaras, whether it's solid piece or fabric, that is the halakha. That day that he made that drasha, 24 women in our dove came out with kilos. Rabbi Baruch darshan in the Chayza, 18 women came out of one courtyard. Finds all the courtyards in Chayza, many more people had kilos in the Chayza than we had in our. A beautiful bell, you're allowed to wear on Shabbos. One Lashon says that it's made out of fabric and it has studs of gold, and it's like a palace made out of gold, which is a takshit. Nobody will pick that off. When you pick up a belt, your clothing might fall off, and no one won't fuck. Another lesson is that it's a solid cut. And the reason why you let it wear it is because you have the king. All Jews are the kings wear this. It's considered good. If you put one belt on another belt, that's already a burden, and it's awesome. But per se, you take a piece of clothing and turn it around the body tight. If it has ties and it's tied well, along its mother, without ties, it's awesome. Katla, we discussed already, it's a bit that catches crumbs. Mizamen is a nose ring, but it's earring. The woman is not supposed to take it off. It's too hard to get to. And then we learned about a ring, which we will go on tomorrow, Beis Hashem, to explain the studio of the ring that has a single, doesn't have a single.
$500 no one of those doesn't send me. So yeah, I will rent out the comic club during a different convention. And go up from 50 years of the next lane. You can't do comedy 7 days. So you have to pray that tomorrow and get sense to the bar, get a big bar, and make money. They have a show that he's good. Nobody watches it. You know, they're happy that there's the World Series tomorrow.
Shabbos Avsama. We learned in our Mishnah that a woman is married out of his with a ring that doesn't have a signal. And that's the issue about the guy from the Mishnah that does have a signet, then it's also even midday rice. The problem is that the Mishnah can't tell us what's considered a ring that has a signet or doesn't have a signet. So you see, even though it has a signet, it's considered jewelry. It's considered jewelry, which we know the Rabbi, which is Rabbi, and normally also in the Rabbi. Says Rabbi, perhaps the Mishnah can be read as two separate elements. If it has a signet, then it's jewelry for a man, because the derech of the man is a signet inside, not the derech of the woman. If it doesn't have a signet, it's jewelry for a woman. We're not going to make it said. When it comes to tongues, all you need is a clear vessel. And if it has a signet, then it's clean, and it's not attached, it's not jewelry, and therefore it's not brain. When it comes to Shabbos, what we're looking for is this thing is jewelry or considered a burden, a masu. As a signet, it's considered a masu, and therefore it's possible to go out. The only way I go out, we know that it's about 9:30. Once a needle that's absurd, if she puts the needle and wraps her around it, and it takes the needle and puts it underneath the stuff, the covering of her head, we're not concerned she's going to get out of the job because she'll show her hair and that's what it is. If it's a needle that she's using to part of the hair, then also, this particular needle has on the other side side of the core. And therefore, during the meeting, the here and on Shabbos, he uses it as jewelry. He puts it into her head. Therefore, it's also in Shabbos, like something out to his presence. Says the Mishnah, there's a very interesting zera that we're now allowed to walk out of Shabbos with sandals that have nails on the bottom. Why? Because of a Haisa there's a story that the Jews were hiding from the enemy. And it gets moved. That's in Corona. If you come into the house, you cannot eat. And if you leave the house, you cannot come in for the king. And you notice footsteps leading away from the king. In fact, what happened was somebody was walking into the Sunday the summer back to both ways. So many say, not walk out on Shabbos, Sunday on the summer. And since the story happened on Shabbos, the Xer is only on Shabbos, and Yom Tov is very similar to Shabbos. There's another Xer. I made the ashes of the crowd.
Anytime it snowed or rained,
they once shipped the ashes over the Jordan River on a ship. And they realized later on that it was a Zion started that person there who ruined the ashes, which were very valuable. So we make zero that you cannot transport ashes over any body of water in any form. It doesn't matter if it's a ship or swimming. Something with one of our machines is never has to be exactly like the zero. Only over the Jordan River and only in a ship that is swim across the Jordan River is okay. And if you use a ship on any other river, it's also okay. In our case, many of our people commit these serious restorations. Love and Shabbos are so similar. The Xera is only exactly like what happened in the shoe that happened, the story that happened over there was a sandal that had nails to strengthen the sandal, and not the decor. So you use nails as decor, it's mutter. And any other shoes that's not exactly like the Xera would be mutter, as we're going to describe in a minute. Rabbi Yochanan says like Rabbi Rai, which is that you're allowed to have up to 5 nails per shoe, 2 on each side and 1 in the back. It's also possible that Rabbi Yochanan holds that 7 in a case where you use nails to lift up. According to Rabbi Hanina, Rabbi Wilson, you have 7 per shoe, 3 on each side and the back. And according to Rabbi, 13 on the shoe that you try to raise and 7 on the regular shoe. If you took a piece of leather and you sewed it into the sandal, that's what because it's not like the Xer. The Xer happened without a piece of leather. The Brisa says it's so awesome to wear one of these sandal shoes on Shabbos. You can't even go from one bed in your house to the other. These following cases you're allowed to do. You're allowed to take a sandal sumer and cover another vessel. You're allowed to take a sandal sumer and lift up your bed with it. Rabbi Logan and says that's awesome. You might come to wear it. Although it makes a lot of sense, it's many, we don't pass it. If you take a piece of leather and cover the whole bottom of your shoe, look, that's not what the Xer was. If you use staples, that's not what the Xer was. If you use a tas or yosef, narrow nails, wide nails, or you cover the entire bottom of the nails, that's not what the Xer was. If most of the nails are worn out, but you can tell that there was nails there, so that's not how it was created, that's not how you made it. Smoking, if you have 4 nails on a very tight shoe with 5, and that's a tight smoking. Rabbi says, if not for the fact that people call me a person that's naked, I would say you gotta put a lot of nails. Not like Rabbi said, he meant 24 nails, it's true, they say he meant 22. You want to remember, he went from Baba, they're destroying the text of the surah. By that time, he must have lost 2 out of his 24 nails, and therefore, in the surah, it said 22 nails.
I just want to party, man. So I was like, fuck, her pussy was hairy, dog. Like Bush. And she wasn't lying, bro. When I saw her push that hairy, I knew that she was locked up. And she did meet a murder rap. And murder was the case that they gave her. Shit. We got crazy, man, but you know, I didn't have no condom at the time. She just jerked off, you know, the little afro. And she just took off with a bunch of, like, she took off, bro. And I remember she was freaky with like 5 cholos after me. You know, she was gonna get She'll have a mission, bro. She's gonna fucking murder rap. What you do, bro? You be a murder rap. Fuck, you wanna fuck everything that moves.
Yeah,
So does she.
Shabbos Daf Samach Aleph. We learned in the Mishnah that if a person has one shoe on one foot, it's also for him to go out of shoes rather because he doesn't have a wound. The concern is, according to Rashi, one of two possibilities. Either the concern is that people might think that he's carrying a second shoe, or perhaps people might make fun of him that he only has one shoe, and then remove that one shoe that he's. It's mashma from the Mishnah. So if a person does have a wound, he's permitted to go out with one shoe. Like it says, on what foot is he wearing that one shoe? According to Rabbi, he's wearing that shoe on the foot that has the injury. And we don't have the two reasons. Since he has an injury, and since Rabbi holds that the reason why you wear a shoe is for protection purposes and not for comfort purposes, he won't remove the shoe when it's made fun of. And people are not going to think that he's hiding a second shoe because they see that he's injured. According to Rabbi, here's the one shoe on the foot that does not have an injury. And again, since they see him, they realize, yes, the reason why a person wears a shoe according to Rabbi is for comfort and not for comfort. They see him limping, and therefore doesn't have a shoe on the injured foot. Or the reason is because they might think that he's carrying second shoe. They won't think that because they see that he's limping. The other once asked for his shoes. He was given the right shoe. The shoe for his right foot. And he commented and he said, "Osisay macha." You made it as if I have an injury. The simple meaning would be, since they gave him the right foot, and the Yochanan holds that he had to put the left foot on first. Therefore, he would not put on his left foot because he already put on his right foot. We're going to think that he has an injury on his right foot. Like Rabbi that says that you're supposed to put the shoe on the foot that has the injury. But perhaps you say, no, Sisay Maka is not referring to the foot that you just put the shoe on. Perhaps it's referring to the left foot. You made my left foot an injured foot. The Yochanan holds that a shoe is like, just like a right puts his foot on the left hand. So too, when it comes to put the left shoe on first. There's a price that says you're supposed to put on the right shoe first. Therefore, the Gemara says the minute is like the right shoe first, you want to stand up, the left shoe. In fact, the Gemara says Rothschild said Rav didn't mind. He put on either one first. Gemara says, however, that you reach Shamayim to create Tzibah. What do? You first put on the right shoe, then you put on the left shoe. You tie the left shoe, and then you tie the right shoe. Of course, if you have a slipping shoe, it says Taismus. You put the right on first. The Brisa says you put on the right shoe first, but when you take the off shoe, you take your left shoe off first. When you bathe yourself, you bathe the right side of your body, your right arm, or your left arm, or your right foot before you go to the center. Bathing your entire body, you start from the head. The head is the key of the limbs, and you start from there. It says in the Mishnah, do not go out on Shabbos with your foot. Rav Safar said, one of the two things. Either he said, this is going even according to the Ma'amar that says, Shabbos, you wear your foot on Shabbos. Nevertheless, do not go outside, because perhaps you have to go to the bathroom, and you move this filling, you'll be carrying down on you. Another way to learn Rav Safar is, that it says in the Mishnah, go out with filling and all other things. You're not fighting the house. Safar says, even if you hold like the Ma'amar said, Shabbos is not a place to go. You're still not fighting the house. It's like it's clothing. People wear it during the week as clothing. It says in the Mishnah, a person should not go out into Surabin with a kamea that's not a mokah, with an amulet that wasn't written by a professional. If it's written by a professional, you could go out with the Surabin. There can deal with it. Even if it's a professional kamea, meaning that the person that wrote it is a professional. Certainly, if the kamea itself, the amulet itself, already heals people, you can go out with the Surabin. It doesn't make a difference if the amulet is words written or it's grasses and different herbs. Even if the person doesn't have a disease that's dangerous. He's a failure. Even if he's not even sick, he's just concerned that perhaps because of his genetic makeup, he will have a particular disease. His family has epilepsy, for instance. We're a kamea, Payah and unpayah, as long as it's not on a bracelet or on a ring, because then it's a marasani, he's carrying it as jewelry. That's what exactly is commandment? There seems to be some confusion in the sugya between the Shani within Rashi himself. There seems to be confusion. When you go according to Rashi, based on something like if a person wrote three commands, three amulets to three different diseases, and they all work, this particular person is a mukha. He could write any kind of command for any disease, and you're allowed to carry it on Shabbos. If he wrote one command, which would work 3 times for the same disease, even on one person, the same disease, 3 times on one person, that particular command is a mukha. In other words, anybody in the world can write that exact command, and it will be considered a command mukha, and you can walk out with it on Shabbos. The Gemara remains in the thing. What happens if he wrote 3 commands for 3 different diseases, but for the same person? And they all work. Do we say, look, he knows what he's doing, he's professional, he's able to heal 3 diseases? Or perhaps you say, this person that was healed, he has a special mazel that is healed by these commands. The Gemara remains in the suffix. The halacha is that a command and brachas, such as the brachas of Shana, have the name of Hashem, you don't save them from fire on Shabbos. However, obviously you have to bury them. Just like you bury even a foot, a leg on the table that has Hashem on it. If a kamea is covered with leather, you can bring it into the bathroom. If it's made out of herbs, you can bring it into. If it's a pila that has a sakana, his life is in danger, he could go into the bathroom even if it's not covered with leather. Somebody that's not a chayil shoes with sakana, if it's covered with leather, he may go into the bathroom. Even a chayil sheyesh with sakana, he's in danger. He's not allowed to walk Daled Amos Rabbi with the kamea, filling. It seems like they are covered with leather, but since they have a shin, and the shin is part of Shem Hashem, because we have a dalet on the back of the Ritzus of children, and we have a yod on the tefillin sheyah, together we spell Hashem's name. Therefore, it's also to go into the bathroom with tefillin. Having a wonderful day.
Better fucking eggs or some salsa, motherfuckers. A flying Jew better bring. Because let me tell you something. To me, cheese. I had a real egg for the first time. A real egg in a while. That's an egg place.
Shabbos Daf Samach Beis. The Mishnah brings a list of things that is also for one to go outside with on Shabbos, that Isra Doraisa, starting with a needle that has an eye that has a hole in it that's inverted, a ring that has a signet for a woman since she typically doesn't go out with a signet. That's an Isra Doraisa. Ula says for a man it's the exact reverse when it comes to it. If it has a signet, that's normal for him to run around with a ring with a signet, but a ring without a signet, it's not the derech for a man in those days, and therefore that would be a Isra Doraisa. Ula holds that women are a nation themselves. What's considered a beggar, clothing for a man, not clothing for a woman. For instance, if some men wear sacks, such as shepherds, then all men are permitted to go with sacks, but not women. When it comes to saving tefillin from danger of being destroyed on Shabbos, the way to save them is you put on a pair of tefillin, you go out for safety, and you remove them, and you come back and try to save another pair. Women should also save them in the same fashion. But what about the fact that women are not the same nation as men? We must say that Tzandam holds that tefillin is not a mitzvah station as my grandma, and therefore women are mechuyev. He'll hold that Shabbos is a time to wear tefillin, and night is a time to wear tefillin. Therefore, women are in the same nation, so to speak, when it comes to tefillin. Rabbi Yirmiyah holds that a typical woman, when she takes out on Shabbos, when she carries a ring that has a signet, that's considered kalat hariyah. That's not the derech. That's a weird way of carrying a ring. You don't carry something that has a signet on your finger. Rabbi argues. He says, since there are situations where a woman will carry her husband's signet ring, for instance, when he tells her, "You please put this away in a bag," she doesn't want to lose it. She puts it on her finger. Or when a woman asks her husband to please bring the ring to a repair shop, he doesn't want to lose it, so he puts her ring on his finger. Then it becomes the derech for a man and a woman to wear all rings. The Mishnah continues. One is not permitted to go out with a kuya. It's a brooch. It's a pin that closes a blouse. If you were to wear it to close a blouse, that would be mutter. But we're discussing a case where the woman wears it in her clothing, and that's considered a bird. A woman should not walk out with spice bags or spice bottles attached to her neck. And the Gemara says that if a woman did walk out with these things, or with a key on her finger, the mayor holds she's chayav b'chatos. This is the rice. So I'm saying the whole issue is the Rabbanan issue that she might take it off to show friends when it comes to spices with their nice and beautiful bottle. Therefore, this is the Rabbanan, and she's not chayav b'chatos. According to Eliezer, it's mutter for her to go out with a Why? Because only women that don't have very good smell wear these bottles. And such a woman won't dare take off the spice that masks the smell. And now we go to Amid Beis. According to everybody, there's no machlokes that if the bottle is empty, it's considered carried. Even though the bottle might have some remnant of the perfume and it smells good, it's still carried. In other words, the bottle is not bottled to the smell that's not there. So the Gemara wants to say, perhaps, according to Rabbi, that the same would apply if you have a vessel that contains food that's less than a gregaris, less than the sheep. In that case also, we won't say that he's carrying food. Rather, he's carrying a vessel and he's chayv mid'oraisa. Rav Ashi argues, he says, no, when it comes to perfume, there's physically nothing there. It might smell good, but there's nothing there. When it comes to food, although it's less than the shear, but there's something there, and therefore, perhaps the kli is bottled to whatever's left over of the food. Lahalacha, Chachamim made zeros, but we should remember the Korban Habayis. And they said, if you have a combination of joy and pleasure, tainug and simcha, those two things combined, you shouldn't do them after Zeichel Korban. Therefore, to anoint yourself with oil, that's pleasurable, but it doesn't bring sin. To drink wine, two people out of one cup with straws, or to juggle wine and drink it, that brings pleasure, but not sin. And therefore, it's no. The Gemara, we're going to Agadah now. The Gemara brings Psukim. I showed him Amita Shem. It's referring to Klai Yisrael, Yerushalayim, that they put their beds together, and they were they were switching couples, and they left the Shechva Zera there. And the Gemara tells us that three things cause a person to lose his money. A person who urinates in front of his bed undressed, that doesn't mean dafka in front of his bed and undressed. It just means if he does it in a disgusting way, in a place where he typically doesn't do it, it could be in front of his table. He doesn't bother to go to the bathroom. There's a malach, Rashi explains, that loves disgust, and he goes there, and that malach, which is in charge of poor people, will create a situation where you lose your life. If a person has zilzul and tilas yadayim, he doesn't care about the tilas yadayim, he doesn't wash his hands at all. Not the pshat that he washes with revius and doesn't wash his hands carefully. But Rav Chizah says he became wealthy because he used extra water. And finally, if a person's wife curses him because he has the means to buy her jewelry and he doesn't buy her and she's upset about that, that will bring him to lose his money. In Yeshaya, the Navi tells them because the women who are married women who try to entice the men and go between the skufa with their heads up in the sky. And Rashi says since their heads were in the sky, it was hard for them to see where they were walking, so they walk small steps, their toe to their ankle. They'll put a lot of makeup on and wink to the boys, and the tall walk with shorter ones to look better. They would also put perfume in a bottle by their feet, and when they would walk the boys, they would bang it on the floor so that it sprays, and it would be like a mad snake. Would put the eres into the boys, they bring them in Sahara. What was their punishment? Neither to negative neither. Everything they did, they got punished back. In the place that they put the perfume, their flesh decayed. In a place where they put a nice belt, they got wounded. They did their hair up to entice the boys, they became bald. Their erva, they have to put a sack. As Rabbi says, instead of beauty, they had wounds. Gemara says, some say they even got saras. Gemara tells us that they said, we don't care, let the guy take us. We're beautiful. And the guy took them, and immediately like broke and made them disgusting to the point where they threw them off the carriages and the wagons and killed them. Why? Because they saw a lot of damida or a lot of hair. They were disgusted by them. Gemara says the people of Yerushalayim were disgusting. They said in the remnants, they were talking to Shnus, and they would say, ask each other, what do you have for breakfast? Meaning for Shnus. Did you have a well-kneaded dough? In other words, a non-basula? Did you have white wine or dark wine? Did you have a wide bed, a narrow bed, skinny, fat? Did you have a good friend, meaning good-looking? And finally, the review says that in Yerushalayim they had cinnamon trees that made such a beautiful smell throughout the entire city. But after the Korban, all left was with one barley amount, which is at the king of Tzimtzumai. Have a wonderful day.
Sunset fucking tremendous. I don't know how many times that buffet fucking say a buffet is good. That buffet is delicious. And I used to hit that once a month. Damn, this is yeah, it's still there, man.
It's really not bad.
Shabbos Daf Samech Gimel. The Mishnah tells us that according to the Chachamim is a disciplinary rights of the walk out of his rabbin with war gear, such as armor, a sword, an arrow, a spear, even a club that has a nice ball at them with spikes, a bolo. It's not considered jewelry, nobody shows off with it. It's disgusting, actually. According to Blazer, people like to show off with it, and therefore it's considered jewelry. It's only also when they're going to go out. According to one Lashon of Blazer, when Mashiach comes, we're no longer going to need these tools, and therefore nobody's going to use them as the jewelry. He argues with this Shita on Shmuel, who holds that when Mashiach comes, nothing's going to change. The only thing that's going to change is that Klal Yisrael is not going to be Eretz anymore. We're all going to be in Eretz Yisrael. But there are going to be wars for Bayim, and these tools will be necessary. According to another Lashon, according to Blazer, these tools, in fact, won't be buckled for Klal Yisrael, and he holds like Shmuel. In other words, he argues on it. Why does Eliezer hold that these tools are considered an adornment, takshet, jewelry? Because it says in the pasuk, take your sword and put it into its holster on your hip. This should be your splendor and your glory. The Gemara says, wait a minute, the pasuk is referring to the Torah. Says Gemara, yes. It's referring to the Torah, but you can now look away from the simple meaning of it. The simple meaning of it says, take your sword, referring to a real sword. Says Rav Kahana, I was 18 years old when I finished Shas. I knew all of Shas, and I didn't know of this concept of until I learned it now. In other words, says Rav Kahana, you have to learn all of the Torah, the other wisdom, and then only afterwards go into depth, go to the lumbus, try to understand the detail. First, you have to know all of the Torah. The Gemara goes into a series of chalrusis. I mean, they're learning together, and they're on different levels. Two Talmid Chachamim that sharpen each other with halacha, with Torah, so the Baruch Hu gives them hatzlacha, and they rise to greatness. But they have to be learning Lishma, and they can't be learning for Yaivo. And then they'll be Zoicha to Torah that was given in the right hand. It says in the pasuk, the famous pasuk, Oirech Yamim B'Yamina B'Smaila Oishel Chavay. Says the Gemara, it doesn't necessarily mean that if you learn Torah with your right, in other words, you do everything to the end. You'll only get Arinus Yamim longevity, and you won't get Oishel. It means you'll get longevity and wealth. But if you learn Torah like a lefty, in other words, not complete, you don't go down into its depth, then you'll be Zoicha to something, you'll be Zoicha to wealth, but not to longevity. If two Talmid Chachamim sit together and they're calm with each other, they talk in calmness, they listen to each other, so Mida Keneged Mida, the Baruch Hu will sit down, Kaviyachol, and listen to them. If they teach each other Torah, in other words, they accept from each other, then Mida Connected the Baruch will listen to them and answer them. Just like you accepted me, the Baruch will accept me. You ask me anything. You don't do that. You don't listen. You don't say things with your Chabrusa. Then the Baruch will lead. If two people get together to understand Torah, then if the Baruch loves them. Says Rabbi, that's talking about a situation where they already had the seed. They heard some of this Torah, now they want to elaborate. And they don't have a Rabbi to teach them, so the Baruch loves them. If a person thought about doing a mitzvah, but he had an idea, he couldn't do it, the Baruch considers it as if he did a mitzvah. If you do a mitzvah as you're supposed to, with all the halachas and everything around it, then you won't hear a bad surah ra. And even if there's Baruch Hu makes a zera, you can be about to do zera. The Lord tells us, what's better, to give a poor person alone or to give him a gift? The answer is to give him alone. Because a gift will be embarrassed. Alone, he'll be happy, he thinks he can pay back. So the Gemara is something better than both of those things. And that is doing business. Giving somebody money to invest, and you share the investment. That person feels good. He feels like he's doing something, he's accomplishing. The Marshal says maybe he'll get even more money because of that, and therefore it's good. A Talmid Chacham who has bad midas, he takes revenge, he's making them anything like a snake. He's better to be his friend because you learn something from the Torah rather than to be on Haaretz his friend, meaning Ram is his friend, who could steer you wrongly in the Torah. Even though he has beautiful midas, he's the highest person in the pasuk. Pasuk says, in other words, when you're young, enjoy life, do what you want, follow your heart. And that same pasuk, the Torah flips around and says, you should know that there's going to be a din one day. What's going on? One side is the Torah is talking about the Yeter type, and then the pasuk goes to the Yitzhak, or vice versa. The Torah starts with the Yitzhak, and then moves on to the Yeter type. What the Torah is telling us, learn as much as the Torah is important. But when you learn, you do the Daf Yomi, you do the minute, apply it to yourself. Don't just learn it, you have to apply it. You should know that. Because Baruch knows that you know this stuff now, you better apply it to your life. There's a beautiful mashal, the Dubba Maggid, who says that there's a poor person who didn't have a penny to his name, and he went to Shul to look for a meal, and the guy said, you know what? Why do you need a meal? Come with me to a hotel. There's a special hotel here that gives free room and board. Stay as long as you want. He goes to the hotel, the guy checks him into the Ritz-Carlton, and he stays there for a week. And he's about to check out. The person at the front desk says, $7,700, $1,100 a night. He says, but the guy told me it's free. The guy lies to you. He didn't know what to do. This guy in the lobby, the guy tells him, listen, he told you to check out. Stay there. Stay for a month. Stay for a year. Who cares? You don't have money. Stay for long as you want. Says the big life. A person wakes up a big life and says, what did I do? I did all these Averos. Let's do truth. Says the HR, don't do truth. It's not a good idea. Stay in. Go check out. Keep on doing your Averos. That doesn't make sense. Because every day costs you $1,100 versus earning who knows how much the currency if you do learn. Says the Gemara, there's a woman who, the Gemara is discussing dogs, and it shouldn't be a gadol of ra. If you have a dog that chases away the poor people, you want to fuck her, prevents fights. It says the Gemara, a woman walked into somebody's house to bake bread, and he had a dog, and it barked and it scared her, and she lost her pregnancy. And he says, why are you so scared of the dog? I took out his teeth, he doesn't have claws. She said, it's too late. My pregnancy is over. In other words, be careful with a bad dog. We had in the Mishnah, Biris is a belt that goes around the sock, make sure the socks don't fall off. According to Rabbi, it's a Biris is one belt, and a Kavod is it's two belts. And according to Rabbi, it's two belts with a chain between them. Why do you need this chain? So that there were certain families that had very large steps, in order to prevent them from having large steps and losing their psulah. And Rabbi Yirmiyah agreed to that shot, and he said, he woke up from sleep, he heard it, and said, with that, have a wonderful day.
It's tremendous. We got $1, $6, and $9. You can't fucking beat this. You go to the store, wait online, and fucking hang out with a bunch of zombos, paying too much. Fucking, that's what it's all about. The same money you're trying to get shit right. No questions asked. Raises, double edged with Diablo strip. Go to Dollar Shave Club right now and press in. Church.
Shabbos,
Get that
How
set
are you
right
all
to your
doing?
fucking house. Get the
I
deal
love
to
it
my,
is if you take the beer of a
to
goat.
my main
That's
man.
what
I love these people all my
I'm
heart.
angry at it.
The product is fucking
Even though it's
ridiculous.
not art,
Ridiculous how good
it's
it
not
is.
woven.
E6,
It's still
tremendous,
giving
longer lasting, better
take
flavor.
rebrand
Up against anybody who's out there in the market. They'll blow your fucking wigs off. You understand me? The beautiful thing is about them. The new year is coming. You want to quit smoking, jump out of fucking by taking pills, by fucking smack everybody, by call everybody a motherfucker. Fuck no. And E6 not only has it, they have a program to play with 16, 8 milligram and 0. You fucking decrease it at your own pace. It's a beautiful fucking product. Go to any6.com right now. Press in Joey's Church. Oh shit! And what do they get? Not 10% off, not 15, 20% off. You understand me? Longer lasting, better tasting. The cigar, you can blow smoke in people's faces. Nobody gets pissed off at you, right? 86. What's up? What's up, fool? That's not the man on my podcast.
Even though these are made specifically for an animal, nevertheless, they probably might see these shirts. And the same halacha will apply to shirts because we learn it by a shirt. It says Isaac. You learn from Isaac. It's not only goat, but any to be now, any kind of hair that you have a puma will be called. When it comes to zero shuttle, what is zero shuttle? We could answer it easily. The only way you can ask a question on zero shuttle is to have extra work. Like you need extra work by one of the two cases, or by both cases. But by us, by sheriffs and mates, we have extra words. Many people are completely extra. Why? Because both sheriffs and mates have an extra shipazera. And by shipazera it says there's no need to say beggar art by mates and by sheriffs. Therefore it's complete. So you can't ask any questions. What question would you ask? You'd say, well, you cannot learn out making sheriffs, and you can't learn out sheriffs. Why is one has its own form? Sheriffs is so powerful. Even a small piece of the sheriff the size of a lentil is coma. Whereas by a mace, you need a lot more, you need an olive sword, so it's more power. On the other hand, mace is so powerful that once it doesn't find someone, it lasts for 7 days. Whereas by sheriff, it only lasts for 1 day. But lucky us, we have an extra word by the fire. It gives it to your so you cannot ask this question. It says the hustle.
Over and over in my head.
But not
I
being
translated my jokes in
when Christ came back from the war, one year he went to get all the jewelry, gold jewelry that they found. I didn't say the husband got the jewelry. I should also talk Zahab and Sadam, ankle bracelets, and some is regular bracelets, the kabas, rings, and it says, Obvious, what's obvious, the Puma says with the Lazar, according to jewelry that goes in private. Obvious is the form of a chest, and Puma goes by the base of reference. Says, Lord says that students is emotional every son and right is being said says the Gemara. Rabbi says, I can learn from the actual word in the Bible. Puma, what's Puma? Puma is your space. I'm hoping to. This is a place of Arabic. It says in the Bible that Moshe Rabbeinu was very upset at the commanders of the army. He was so and he went to the war. They were fighting for the same favor they were fighting before and in the other war. They were fighting don't worry about it. When you've got you not a single one of us is missing. In other words, not a single one of us didn't sin. Didn't sin in our minds. We thought about this, and therefore we're dead. It's just with the minds. Shesha says, in the Hekkish, the Torah says, 5 kinds of Jews. 3 of them are out in the open. 2 of them are private. He's a Hekkish between the private one and the exposed. But there's an issue to look at a woman's pinky the same way there's an issue to look at the document.
You know, like, if I see somebody, all right, motherfucker.
These are the following things that a woman can is permitted to go out on Shabbos. She braids her hair. Some of the others
I haven't seen a video.
not braid her hair with a regular string. You go out with she might take it. Yes, that string is made out of human hair, her own hair. friends
They had her
or
mother
even
go see her
animal hair,
pops, bro.
that's permitted to go out with the Shabbos.
Oh,
She's
man,
not going to
pops.
remove
What's
that.
up, my man?
Why?
You know
Because
pops
it's
is
disgusting.
now.
Her friends say it's disgusting.
Oh,
Show off. Animal hair certainly
Pops is the
is
dude
a
that,
living species.
when he was 9 years old, he was
Let go.
way to a little league game. He got hit by
However,
a drunk
an
driver.
older woman who
He
has
fell
white
off
hair,
the
gray hair,
motorcycle.
it's certainly not weird.
Now, he
A younger
recovered.
woman's dark hair,
Which is
and
better
then people make fun of her
than the
and she'll come
comedy.
take it out.
He's a fucking
A young girl never wears white hair. That's not considered. As you learn in the first instance, happens in second, these are headbands. One goes over
So
the head
Armando,
from
you
here to
can
here,
talk
another
like
one
this.
goes on the forehead, on the forehead from here to here.
Get a little arm up
This
later.
mission tells us that
So-
sewing
So
into
this
the head
man
is
on
not
the show,
considered. How does she
Armando
take it off
talks
the
about
shoulders?
the
By removing her
pops
entire
go to
head,
a strip
that
bar
will expose her here.
and they
That's
keep
not
his
considered.
phone. You have to go to the bank
However,
and
this
come back
says
and get
couple and
that
then
money.
they will
So
come.
the fucking
And in
strip
shape
bar called his house and I have my
One is permitted to go to their own private domain.
I have my money. So
Some
Armando,
made an
you know,
exception
told his wife,
that a woman
listen,
should
I
not
don't know
use
how you know
downward
this,
eyes
but
shoot from
what
disgust
probably
in the
happened
eyes of her husband. She should
he was
remain
getting a
respectful
lap
of her husband.
dance.
An exception on the couple and the paid enough.
Never enough money. They're holding it
Rav
for
Kahana says that anything in the Mishnah that it's also to go out into Rosh Hashanah with, would be also to go out into their own chutzner, private domain. Seira, she might forget to go to her chutzner into Rosh Hashanah. The exception is couple and pay enough. Another says that things that are also to go to Rosh Hashanah with, that's it. But if you go to the chutzner, all the
Pops,
things
you know,
that
you ready to
go
do
to
a gig, you ready to do anything, you ready to do a guest
you are
spot.
doing the chutzner,
He had me really high, and I was in the green room when this guy walked in. And I'd never seen him before, but
the woman is a leader, she not
and but from the green room, it sounded like he was doing well.
stay far from her
I
husband.
just, he had me really fucking high, and it was
That's
like,
the problem.
He's a soldier, bro. That one time, bro, I know nobody's taking to San Diego to do that fucking shit. They'll make happening. You know what? I had nobody, bro.
That
This
says if
motherfucker
something's
drove
closer
me.
because of
Okay, and his car is built for a handicapped person.
or
Like
lining
the
up
steering
on the
wheel,
road.
like the
And it's also
acceleration of the truck, it's on the gas, it's on the steering wheel. So to accelerate, he just holds it down with his palm.
person's shirt falls
And
into
the brakes are like
Sharakam says dried out in the sun.
on his foot.
And
The
Rabbi Yezer,
accelerator
by
is on
Chai, coming up on like
He has
Boiler,
split
say
feet on both feet.
that
So
it's usher.
the accelerator is on the steering wheel and the brakes and the steering wheel. So it's big like the fucking steering wheel has a handle like a bus driver, like a fucking doorknob. For real, the fucking steering wheel is built like a doorknob, right, dog? So this motherfucker drove like a soldier, bro, to San Diego, bro. Why don't tacos have a fucking lap dance? Made him $60. Give him gas.
Shabbos Av Samachay. How's everybody doing today? The Mishnah tells us that you're permitted to go out with a wad of cotton in your ear, provided that it's tied around the ear, wrapped around the ear. You can go with a wad of cotton on your foot if you have a wound on your foot, provided that it's tied to your foot. A nida does not need to tie it to herself because it's disgusting, it smells, and we're not concerned to pick it up. Even if it has a handle where it's not that most, it is still considered most. The Gemara tells us that when Rabbi got older, he had a lot of earwax. So he went in Rosh Hashanah on Shabbos with a wad of cotton in his ear without tying it to his ear. The Gemara explains because he put it in really tight where it doesn't fall out, he wasn't concerned. His friends argued with him and they said that's also. When Rabbi Yana did it, the entire generation argued on him. The Gemara tells us that a woman could go out with peppercorn in her mouth, she'd use it as a mouthwash to have good breath, or salt in order to relieve tooth pain. Other things that you're permitted to go out with, such as ginger and cinnamon, much to go out with on Shabbos. If a person has a false tooth, if it's made out of gold, the concern is, according to Chachamim, a woman might take it out to show her friends what a beautiful tooth she has. Rabbi says that's not a concern because once she removes it, that'll cause her an embarrassment. She won't remove it. If it's made out of silver, there's no reason for a person to show off silver. You're allowed to go out with a false tooth. That silver, certainly if it looks like other teeth or if it's from another human being. There are three man the Umrim that say this svara of Rabbi. Rabbi says that if it causes an embarrassment, we're not concerned she'll show it. We also learned earlier that if a woman wears tzleichas of pleiton, it's a little flask of perfume. The only people that wear it are people that have body odor, and she won't remove it because that will tell other people of her issue. The other Madam is Reb Shimon ben Elazar. He says that anything under the svacha, the wool cap a person is allowed to go. So let's say she takes a needle and wraps her hair around it, and then she puts it under the svacha. You're allowed to go out on Shabbos. What's the concern? She might show it off. She won't, because in order to get to it, she has to expose her hair. She's a married woman. She wouldn't do so. Says the Mishnah. The person has a wound on the bottom of their foot. What they would do is they take a coin, a sela, and put it under the foot, and that would heal. Because it has three attributes. Number one, it's hard. Two, it has moisture. And three, it has a form to it. Those three things together heal the foot. This matbea is for refuah, and therefore you're allowed to go out with it. The Mishnah says that young girls are allowed to go out with threads in their ear. They pierce the ear, and rather than getting them earrings, training earrings, they would put in threads or even a toothpick. You're allowed to go out with it. It's not something that you take out to show your friends, unless, like the Gemara says later, Abu the Shmuel didn't allow his daughters to go out with it because they were colorful. That's something you should say. Women in Arab nations can wear, you realize they can wear the ninja suit where only the eyes show, or in Madai they would wear kufa. It's basically, you take an object, let's say a stone or a coin, and you put it behind the clothing and you push through. And then that creates like a button. And you can tie it. So says the Mishnah that you're allowed to go out with that on Shabbos, provided that it's a coin, you designated it before Shabbos, because on Shabbos you cannot designate a coin, because it's muktzah. You might be able to designate a specific stone if it's the right shape for this purpose. Says the Gemara that Abu the Shmuel did not allow his daughters to go out with these strings that were colorful in his hair, and he didn't allow them to sleep together, his daughters, in one bed, so they shouldn't get used to a stringed body next to them, and then they'll have a kaiva. And he made a mikvah for them in the days of Nisan. Why? Because in Nisan it rained that much. The halacha is that if you have a natural spring, even if the water flows from a natural spring, you're allowed to use it as a mikvah. Rainwater you can only use when it's still, but if it flows, you're not allowed to use it as a mikvah. The concern was there's so much rainwater that it became the roy, and in the Nahar Prash, in the Euphrates, there was more rainwater than the spring water, and therefore it was usher to toilet. So he made them a mikvah. He either made a channel and took water out of the Euphrates, and he created a mikvah. In Tishrei, he put mats there. According to Rashi, he put the mats so that they don't step in the mud and create a chatzitza. According to Taishis, he put mats for tznius purposes. Shmuel argues, and he says, even in Euphrates, even if it has a lot of rainwater, most of its water comes from within, from underground. But he himself argues on himself, because in a different place he says that you can only be called in the Har Pras in the days of Tishrei. In other words, he was concerned about the rainwater. There's a shaila in the Gemara. If a woman could take a nut and put it, pretend making a button out of it, do the crossing, put it behind the clothing, and create a button, real intent to travel across the Shusarabah. Are you allowed to do harama? Are you allowed to do tricky? What's the question? You know the halacha is that if somebody has clothing, trying to save from a fire, wants to bring them into a mother, you could do trickery, you can wear many clothing. Perhaps only by a fire, because we're concerned that if we don't allow him to do so, he might extinguish the fire and be over their rights. We're not concerned that this woman is going to be over their rights to get a nut and candy over to her son. On the other hand, perhaps over here it's mutter because it's kufik to afriyat. That's not the natural way of carrying. Carry a nut in your hand. You don't put it in your clothing and pretend it's a button. You grab this mutter. Have a wonderful day.
That's on you. That's on you, Joey. That's my fuck up. That's on you, Joey. That's my fuck up. So I don't need to check your Wikipedia page to know that you grew up in New Jersey. It's very much in the way you walk. It's very much in the way you talk. It's very much in the stand-up. So what I want to do is show you some pop cultural byproducts of New Jersey and just get your snap reactions to it. Okay, I want to know what you think. All right, laptop, please.
Shabbos Daf Samach Vav. Happy Lag BaOmer. There's a wedding going on right outside the door here, a Corona wedding. You perhaps might hear the music. Says the Mishnah, if a person has a prosthetic leg, according to Rabbi Meir, if it's designed only for aesthetic purposes, then he can go out with it on Shabbos, even though it's made out of wood. You can make a shoe out of wood. According to Rabbi, shoes are made out of leather, therefore it's considered a burden. You cannot go out with it on Shabbos. Smartphones are these pieces of leather that go on a person that is an amputee, and it goes on his shins, and that's how he drags his feet through the street. They are tied on really well, so it's not a concern that he might fall off on Shabbos, and they are not shoes, so therefore you can even go into the Beis Hamikdash with them, because you cannot go into the Beis Hamikdash with shoes. If an amputee sits on a small chair, and in his hands he has pegs that he walks with, but the bottom of his stumps, like you see in red, he has like a sort of a shoe that goes on them. Those are real shoes. La halacha, you can't take those into the Beis Hamikdash, but we're also concerned that they might fall off. They're not on him properly, and therefore you cannot go out with them on Shabbos. Look them in. 3 pshatim in the Gemara. One shot is these are masks like Purim to scare the children. Another shot is it's like a donkey that you dress up in, or they are stilts. All 3 of them, they are not kalim, they don't serve a purpose, and therefore they're not vessels, and therefore they're not mikabel toma, and you cannot go out with them on Shabbos. L'maskana, the way we learn our Mishnah is like we said, Rabbi is the one that says you can go out with prosthetics. Rabbi Yossi says it's asur. In order to remember it, Rabbi Yossi's name has a samach in it, and the word asur has a samach in it. Rav, when he heard one of his talmidim say that Rameir is the one that says it's asur, and Rabbi Yossi is the one that says it's mutter, he went like this with his hand. He wasn't able to talk. He said, "You got to flip it around." Shmuel, who initially said like that, he also retracted his shita and says like we have in our Mishnah, because he says a yavam could do chalitza on a yavam that has a wooden shoe. So you see a shoe to be wood. Other adults then said it that and he brings a raya from our Mishnah. The Rameir says wooden shoe is considered a shoe you go out with it on Shabbos. In addition, he says that if he wears his left shoe on his right foot, he can do chalitza, and if he wears somebody else's shoe, he can also do chalitza. Rav Huna also retracted, and he said that if the sandal shel sayadim, it's a plasterer's shoe that goes over his regular shoe to protect the shoe. It's made out of straw. It's considered a shoe. You do chalitza with it, it becomes coming to a smedris. V'haydula, use v'haydula. Rabbi Meir says the Gemara who holds that wood is good shoe, says it's good shoe. And who didn't, Rabbi Yossi says that it's also, or Rabbi Yochanan also said mat made out of straw that you lay on. He says the straw is not considered wood, and it's not mikabel tuma. The other one says it is mikabel tuma. Why brings Tyson? That there's a sheet that says other Marie egg from Eitz Hadas, which was made out of wheat. So you see wheat, which is straw, is considered Eitz Hadas. Says the Mishnah. This shoe of a prosthetic leg, if it has a base people, it has a place to put the soft material, then it's considered a kli, and it's mikabel tuma. Otherwise, it's not mikabel tuma. If the main purpose and design of a kli is to lean on it, then it can be mikabel tumas medrus. Tumas medrus, and the zava lean, sit, lay on something. It's mikabel tumas medrus only if it was designed so. If a kli is not 100% designed for that, only sometimes you use it. Says Abaya, it's not mikabel tumas medrus. Rabbi says it is mikabel tumas medrus. Says Rabbi, prove it to you. Is that halacha that if a child plays with a toy stroller, it's mikabel tumas medrus. You see from here that you don't really need to lean on it. Says Abai, well, the child does lean on it. That's how he learns how to walk. But Abai says, I'll bring you a raya, a walking stick that you don't lean on typically. The halacha is it's not mikabel any kind of tumah, even magla. It's a pshudik kliyah. It doesn't have a base kibul. Says Rava, no. A walking stick, you're right, is never designed to lean on it at all. It's only designed to walk in straight steps and to straighten up the old man's spine. Says the Mishnah that a boy go out with kesher. One shot of the Gemara is that he uses flowers that are called madder. And says the Gemara that if you use 3 of these, it will contain the disease. 5 of them will heal the disease, and 7 of them are so strong that even through witchcraft, the person won't get this disease. The Mishnah also says that the name of the children of kings, they go out with these bells. It's not only the children of kings, anybody, but typically only the name of Allah go out with it. Rabbi says that this matter stuff that we discussed is only if it never saw the sun, moon, or rain, and never heard the sound of metal of a chicken or of footsteps. Says the Gemara, then basically there's no such thing as matter. You're getting rid of this whole healing thing. There's another shot what a kesher is. There's a son that he's homesick, so before he goes away to Canada or whatever, the father takes off his right strap from his right foot, and straps it on his left hand like you do with tefillin. If you reverse it, like I almost did, then it's a sakana. If you take a hot cup that had water in it, hot water before, and you put it on an intestinal ache, and you manipulate it, that's okay to do on Shabbos. It's not considered shkikas amamarim. It's not healing. You are manipulating with your hand. You can take a baby who has his bones out of place and wrap him up real tight. That's also allowed on Shabbos. To take oil and salt and smear it on the palm of your hands and the bottom of your feet in order to alleviate someone who's too drunk. You could do that on Shabbos, and you could whisper in his ears. These are all the chashim. You whisper, just like this oil is thinning out, so too the wine should thin out. If you don't have this concoction of oil and salt, you could use wax from a barrel and thin it out in water. You're allowed to choke somebody. In other words, if somebody has misplaced the vertebrae, you can hang him by his neck and pull it into place on Shabbos because he has a lot of pain. Many times in Shas, Abaye was a Yosem who's brought up by Rabbi's wife, and used to say, my stepmother told me. And basically what she says are important things in the halachas. And she says, by the way, she was the one that said 3, 5, and 7 charts. But she says over here that anytime you do a lachash, you do a whisper like for this drunk person, or we bring la halacha, all the mishaberachs that we say for a chayla are with the mother's name. How do we know this? From this Gemara, from Amali A, you mention the mother's name. If you don't know how many times to say a lachash, you must say it 41 times. If a woman has reason to believe she has some sort of genetic disposition to miscarry, she may wear Eben Kuma, which is a stone within a stone. The mayor says if you take that same stone and you weigh it against another stone, you could use the stone that weighs exactly the same amount, not a tad less or more. The Gemara has a question: can you take the second stone and weigh a third stone? Only if a person has fear, you take a brand new coin and you measure salt from a salt factory and you hang it on your neck with a piece of hair. If not, take a very large ant that's carrying something and you put it into a copper tube and you seal it with lead. 60 seals. You take it, you shake it, you say to the ant, take my disease and take your disease. If not, you take a brand new earthenware pot, you go to the river and you say, river, lend me some water. You take the water and you go around your head 7 times, and then you pour it into the river backwards while you say, river, take my water back with the disease. The way the disease came, the disease should leave. Have a wonderful day.
Thank God I got a bidet because my balls are sweating right now. You have a bidet? Oh, fuck you. A portable bidet. You gotta get one, dog.
Do you have like a remote? Do you have different settings? How does it all work?
Sit there, press the button, let the cold water hit your asshole. That's it. The that's when you just tell the girlfriend your services are not needed. I do my own laundry. I got some
Shabbos Daf Samach Zayin. Happy Lag BaOmer. We're back to the sugi of supernatural healing powers. This is a very interesting one. If a person has fever every 3 days, he has to do things with the number 7. He takes 7 branches from 7 different date trees, 7 splinters from 7 different beans, 7 pegs from 7 different bridges, 7 ashes from 7 different ovens, 7 dirt from 7 different door sockets, 7 pits from 7 different ships, and 7 kernels of cumin from cumin. And here's a very interesting one. 7 beard hairs of an old dog. You tie it all together, put it in a strand of hair, you wrap it around your neck. That's a school of 4. If a person has really high fever, you take a knife that's completely metal, no handle, and you go over to a thorn bush, snap, and you tie your hair around it, and you say the pasuk, Vayera Malach Hashem Elav, Vayomer Moshe, the second pasuk. These are psukim referring to that the sneh wasn't eaten up, so the disease shouldn't eat up the body. And on the second day, you go over to, you make another notch in the sneh like you did on the first day, and you say, Vayar Hashem Kisar Lirai, Hashem saw. The word sar means go away. And on the third day, you notch out the sneh again, and you say the pasuk, Vayomer Tikra V'Aloim, don't come close to me, go away, disease. And you tell the sneh. we know that the reason why the Baruch was mashing Shekhinah on you is not because he's such a great treat, the opposite. It's because you're so humble, and that will increase a person's humility, which will overcome the disease. And you bend down to it and you cut down the sneh. And you say, just like the fire ran away from Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah by Kishon Age, so too my fever, my fire should run away from me. If a person has a shchin, or a very painful blisters, or he has a shade demons, or the shade of the Mesa Kisei, the Gemara gives a series of different words that a person will say. Rishon Ba'achai Lag Ba'omer says, Klal Yisrael is royalty, and royalty wears golden bells and go out on Shabbos. Unlike a slave, like we said, you cannot go out with a bell until no fall. He's royal. Rabbi says that's provided that it's tied tightly to his clothing. Says the Mishnah, continuing with supernatural things, a person can go out with the egg of a grasshopper if he's concerned of earache. Machlokes is whether he can go out or not. We'll see in a second. The tooth of a fox. Well, if it's a live fox, it wakes a person up. If he's dead, it's good for the samia. If a person has problems falling asleep, he uses this. The nail of a person that was hung is good for a wound. According to Meir, you're allowed to use this stuff. It's refuah. According to Chaman, that's darkei amori. Same way Seleichud is an Isidore Raisa to act like a guy with superstition. Rabbi Rabbi said anything that it's obvious that it creates refuah. You drink a potion, you put herbs on a wound, and you know that it's going to work. There's no darkei amori. The issue is when you know that it's not going to work. It's darkei amori. It looks like you're acting like a guy. When a person has a tree that is really strong and the fruit fall off the tree prematurely, there are two things you can do. You load it up with stones. That's a natural scientific way of weakening the tree and therefore prolonging the fruit on the tree. Second way is to paint the tree red. Why is that not supernatural? Because what you're trying to do is to invoke other people that see this and get them to daven for you. It says by the Mitzorah, the Mitzorah calls out, I am coming to have people have compassion for him and daven for him. The Malama that says you take a cluster of dates and put on a date tree for the same reason you want people to daven for you. But Rabbi Robin said, all the halachas of a murder, that's in Tosefta, Perek Ches, to discuss the murder, they're all false, you're not allowed to do that. There are only two, and in fact, in the real brings, these two are the only two refuahs in the entire Shabbos, not Zion, which are other ones who said they work even in our day. And that is, if a person has a bone stuck in his throat, he takes a bone from the same type of bone, let's say it's a chicken bone, you take another chicken bone, put it on top of your head, and you say a couple of words, and if you have a bone of a fish, you put it, you do the same thing, you say these words, and it works. Now the Gemara brings at least 14 different things that are considered darkei amori. The person says, my mazel should get greater, or he says, I shouldn't get tired. He uses a lashon of God yagud. The Buddha says that lashon is worse than darkei amori. That's actually a sorrow. The person switches his name with his wife at nighttime. He calls himself his wife's name, and she calls him her name, his name. That's also darkei amori. If you say, my barrel should be stronger, he uses the lashon of Dan Yagud. That is darkei amori. It says once again, Dan is the lashon of Zara, completely also. Another thing, if you tell a raven, scream, or you tell a female raven, shrieky, and turn your tail to me, and everything will be good, that's darkei amori. You see a chicken acting wrong. In other words, the chicken, instead of crowing in the morning, he crows at night, or he crows like a raven, and he says, I'm going to shut you because of that, that's darkei amori. Same thing if a female chicken screams like a male chicken. If a person says, I'll drink, but I'll leave over, or he breaks eggs on a wall in order to save the chicks, or he dances in front of the chicks, or counts to 71, or a woman who dances in front of a kutaf, which is a dish, or she urinates in front of the dish, or she tells people, don't talk loudly when I cook my lentils, or she says, let's scream so that the beans will cook. All these things are darkei amori. These are things that are more scientific. You take a splinter of mulberry in order to increase the speed of the dish, or you take broken glass. That is scientifically proven to work. Chachamim say if you use glass, you have other issues. The issue is sakana. You don't want to really eat glass. Not a very good idea. To say l'chaim the wine, l'chaim, it should be on the mouth of Rabbanim. That's okay. In fact, Rabbi Kiva, by the chassan of his son, he said l'chaim to the chachamim and to the talmidim. You let it take salt that thins out the oil and creates a brighter flame. That's scientifically proven. You let it take clay, mud, and put it underneath the flame, so it should go slower. It chills out a little bit, and the flame will slow. Sudra says, if you are to cause your flame not to increase, but to consume more oil, you're over an Issa Raisa, according to most training of Baal Pashkas. You're consuming oil when you don't need to. With that, we finish the amazing parak of Bamet Isha. And tomorrow, we are going to start the Neder. Wow, Godol, have a wonderful day.
This is the worst part of it. Like even the Taco Bell drive-thru has bars. Not good. It was Sunday night. There was one time, and like black girls, blonde hair. That's on the side.
Miami was fucking
Shabbos Daf Samaches. We're starting a brand new parak Klal Gadol, one of the most famous programs in Shabbos. Klal Gadol, there's three major rules the Mishnah tells us. The first rule, Klal Aleph, let's call it, is a person that doesn't know about Shabbos. And therefore, he only brings one chatos and all the Shabbosim and all the Averis he ever committed because there was only one mistake that he made. He didn't know about Shabbos. The second one, if a person knew about Shabbos, but he forgot that today is Shabbos, so he's chayiv on each and every Shabbos. And the third rule in the Mishnah is, if a person forgot about the malacha, he knew today is Shabbos, but he forgot that the malacha he's doing is awesome. So he's chayiv av malacha, including if he did told us one av, he's chayiv only one carbon for the two of them. But for each and every av malacha, he's chayiv one. Says the Gemara, why is it called Klal Gadol, a major rule? Says Rabbi Yossi Bar Oven, because compared to Hilchos Shemitah, which it also says Klal Gadol, Shabbos is a major rule. Why is it a major rule? Because Hilchos Shabbos applies even when things are not attached to the ground. For instance, cooking, you're not cooking attached to the ground, it's on the oven. It's a major rule. So then why does it say major rule by Shemitah? Because Shemitah from Meiser is a major rule. Meiser doesn't apply to animal food, only to human. Therefore, Shemitah is a major rule. Shemitah does apply to animal food. But according to Bakar Party that says Klal Gadol by Meiser as well, how does he explain? He must explain that Meiser compared to Peah, oh, that's a big rule. Why is that? Because Meiser has three conditions. It has to be oichel, has to be, and not fruit that's designed, let's say, to dye clothing. It also has to be nishmar, guarded, not hefty. If you do them in haaretz, that's from the ground, whereas, let's say, mushrooms don't grow from the ground, potter from Meiser. When it comes to Peah, two things. It has to be, you reap it in one shot at one time, it's one period of time. Whereas, let's say figs, where you don't reap it at one time, you can pick them off the tree at different. And finally, it has to be something that you could store. And all vegetables are covered from Peah because you don't store it. So that's why it's a Klal Gadol. Meiser compared to Peah is a Klal Gadol. Machlokes Rav and Shmuel versus Rabbi Yochanan and Shlomo. Rav and Shmuel say that if somebody never knew about Shabbos, he's a Tino Shenishba. That's what our mission is referring to. That and somebody that knew about Shabbos and forgot about the concept of Shabbos. Two things. Those two cases, you're chayav a carbon. So even somebody that becomes about tshuva, he never knew about Shabbos, he grew up in who knows where, never heard about Shabbos. When he comes about tshuva, he must bring a carbon according to Rabbi Shmuel. You see, no. Somebody who never knew about Shabbos is a Tinnik Shenishba, doesn't have to bring a carbon. In fact, it's Machlokes Tanaim. It says in the Brayso, it's a Klal Gadol. If it's a Tinnik Shenishba, and he didn't know about Shabbos, he didn't know about Chaylev, he didn't know about the Dam, and he didn't know about Avodah Zarah, he brings one carbon for each Aveira for his entire life. One carbon for Dam, one carbon for Avodah Zarah, one carbon for Chaylev, and one carbon for Shabbos. Where Munbaz says, no, he's potter from all karbanos. Munbaz learns there's a hedge between shogig and mezid. Mezid is called a chayta, shogig is considered a chayta. And just like mezid, he has an awareness, so through shogig you had to have awareness. And somebody that's a tinnik shenishba never had an awareness. Asks Rabbi Kiva, wait a minute, if you're comparing shogig to mezid, mezid knows while he's doing it, he knows that what he's doing, he has an awareness as he's doing it. How can you say so by shogig? In fact, Munbaz holds that yes, he does have an awareness when he does a shogig. We'll explain that tomorrow. Munbaz learns from Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah, it says, there's one halacha for shogig and mezid, and just like mezid he has an awareness, he'll do shogig. And Chachamim hold Torah achas comes to tell us another halacha that in order to be chayav achatos, it has to be shdoine kares. Only something that if you do something b'mezid you chayav kares, then on the shogig part you bring a chatos. Otherwise, you don't bring a chatos. Have a wonderful day, but if you want to stick around for bonus material, just explain. The Gemara's Havamina in Rabbi Shmuel. The Gemara says in Rabbi Shmuel they hold like tinnik shenishba. So I never had an awareness about Shabbos. Didn't know about Shabbos. He's one carbon. That would mean what we consider klal aleph on the list, klal aleph, would have to drop down to be klal beis. And that is, if somebody knew about Shabbos, but he forgot about Shabbos completely, that would be the second klal in the Mishnah. And on that klal, he would be chayav on each and every Shabbos. And klal beis that we have would drop down to klal gimel. In other words, if somebody forgot that today's Shabbos, would drop down to klal gimel, and he'd be chayav for each and every malacha that he does. The big issue with that, and the reason why the Gemara goes away from that is, then why does the Mishnah say klal gimel is a person that forgot that the malacha that he's doing is also, let's say much bigger thing. The person forgot that today is Shabbos, and he's chayav on each and every malacha. And therefore, the Gemara says that when Rav says, Rav and Shmuel, they say, tinnik shenishba, that goes together with somebody that knew that it was Shabbos, but he forgot Shabbos today, and somebody that never knew about Shabbos. They're all equal. You bring one carbon, have a wonderful day.
Then he gave me his card, right? And I still have the card. And that card says he does roofing, he does fancy, but they didn't put it on the back. But what I'm reading to is, and he wrote it like this: PAR-T.
Shabbos daf samach tes. If someone were to ask you to define the word shogig, you'd probably say shogig means a person who doesn't know that the sever is also. Well, there's a three-way machlokes. Munbaz has an incredible shita that shogig means person knows that what he's doing is wrong, he just doesn't know he has to bring a carbon. That's considered a shogig. In fact, there's a brayso that says exactly like Munbaz. The brayso says, how do you define the perfect shogig? Somebody that doesn't know it's Shabbos and doesn't know the malach is also. How do you define the perfect mezid? Somebody that knows it's Shabbos and somebody that knows that the malach is also. And what if somebody knows one out of the two? He knows it's Shabbos, he doesn't know the malach is also. He knows the malach is also, he doesn't know it's Shabbos. Or what if he doesn't know you have to bring a carbon, which is exactly Munbaz's case. And the brayso says in all three of these things, you bring a carbon, he's considered a shogig. Perfect proof for Munbaz. Chachamim argue, they say no. Somebody that doesn't know that you have to bring a carbon is not considered a shogig. So what is considered a shogig according to Chachamim? Machlokes Rabbi and Rosh Lakish. According to Rabbi Yochanan, doesn't know about kares, forgets about the kares. According to Rosh Lakish, you have to forget about the lav and the kares. Two things. And he brings a pasuk. It says in the pasuk, Asher lo yiseh asenu b'shgaga ve'ashem. Pasuk is referring to lav and kares. He doesn't know both. That's considered a shogig. So no. That pasuk is talking about a mummer, somebody that's off the derech, that does an avera b'shogig. He doesn't bring a carbon. Why? Because even if he knew that what he was doing is wrong, he wouldn't refrain from doing the avera. So now that it's a shogig, he shouldn't bring a carbon. Asher lo yiseh asenu b'shgaga ve'ashem. There's the Mishnah that says there's 39 malachas, and the famous question, why tell us the number? And Rabbi Yochanan goes on to explain, to tell us that if somebody did 39 malachas, he's chayav 39 korbanos. The big question is, how in the world is it possible for somebody to be over on all 39 malachas? The minute he doesn't know that there's 39 malachas, if he got all 39 malachas, then there's no Shabbos for him. He wouldn't be a shogig. According to Rabbi Yochanan, it's understood. As long as a person forgets the Isser Kares, that's considered shogig. So here's the case that he's chayav all 39. But according to Rosh Lakish, that he has to forget the Kares and the lav. So in what is he exactly a shogig? How does he know the Shabbos? The answer is that according to Rabbi Kiva, there's a 40th avera, the Iraisa, and that's tchumim, to walk 2,000 amos out of the tchum. The only difference between Chum and all the other ones is that Chum doesn't bring a carbon. And he knew about Chum, but he didn't know about the other 39. Shvuas Bitul, when somebody swears falsely about the past or about the future, he says, I ate this and that, or I didn't eat this and that, or he says, I am going to eat, or I'm not going to eat. There's a big chiddush in Shvuas Bitul. They have to bring a carbon oil of a even though it's only a lab, you bring a carbon on a lab. Huge chiddush. According to Abaya, even Rabbi Yochanan, who typically says that to forget kares is considered a shageg, but here, since there's no kares, to forget that you have to bring a carbon is not considered a shageg, even though the carbon is a big chiddush. Now, what is the shageg? Now, it's very easy to find the shageg in Shvuas Bitoy when it comes to the future. He swears he's not going to eat, and then he ate by mistake. So that's a shageg. But what about the past? How is it possible to get a Shvuas Bitoy in the past? When you swear, you have to be aware. And he wasn't aware that he didn't eat. He wasn't aware that he did eat. So what exactly is he swearing falsely by mistake? So one pshat is that goes according to Mumbaz, that he forgot that there's a carbon. But another pshat is that it goes according to Chachamim, that typically Chachamim hold that forgetting a carbon is not considered a shayk. But here by Shvuas Bitoy, since that's the only thing you have is a carbon, that is the shayk. He forgot because the carbon here is a chiddush. And that would be a bomb question on Abaya, who says that according to everybody, you have to be shayik in the lav and not in the carbon. If somebody eats truma with mezid, he's chayiv mis v'dei shomayim. The shayik, he has to pay back the truma plus a fifth. What if he doesn't know that there's mis v'dei shomayim? Is that considered a shayik? According to Abaya, Rabbi will hold that mis v'dei shomayim is not like, and therefore it's not a shayik, and he doesn't pay the extra fifth. According to Rabbi will hold mis v'dei shomayim equals kares. It's like the same thing as kares, and therefore you do pay the chayik. What if somebody found himself in the desert, lost track of time, doesn't have a calendar, doesn't know what day it is? When does he keep Shabbos? Could you do malacha today? Not do malacha. So Ravuna says the moment he realizes that he's lost, he doesn't know what day it is, he counts 6 days of weekdays, and on the 7th he rests Shabbos. The day that he finds out, he does Shabbos in the evening, and he counts 6 days. The Machlokes says, do we go by Bria Soilom, do 6 days and then Shabbos? Or Rabbi says, no, it's like other Rishon. He was born, there was immediately the Shabbos, then 6 days of weekday. From the Brisa, there's a question on Chia Barah, because the Brisa seems like it says, you keep, for every 6 days that you keep one Shabbos. In fact, as the Brisa says, Meforish, you count 6 days, and then you keep Shabbos. What do you do? Says the Gemara, all 7 days. This is amazing. The guy wakes up in the desert. His life is really bad, but it gets even worse. He cannot be Mechal Shabbos every single day of the week, only to sustain himself. He can only take enough food to live. And the day that he keeps for Shabbos, he makes Kiddush and Havdalah. If he recalls the day that he left, you could assume that day was definitely not Shabbos because he wouldn't travel on Shabbos. But he cannot assume that that day was also not Friday. In other words, he got 2-3 days because it's very possible that he got a good ride and he left on a Friday. We learned in the Mishnah that if the person forgot that today is Shabbos, has to bring a carbon for every Shabbos that he forgot. If a person forgot the concept of Shabbos, he brings one carbon for his entire life. Why? What's the difference? There's a contradiction in the Psukim. The Shamru B'nai Yisrael as a Shabbos is singular. You have to keep one Shabbos. And then it says the Shmoiru in the plural. So which one is it? Says the Gemara of the Shamru is referring to if a person didn't have the concept of Shabbos, according to Rav Nachman, he brings one carbon for all the Shabbos. But if he knew about Shabbos, just he forgot that today is Shabbos, he has to bring a carbon for each and every Shabbos. Rabbi Yitzchak says the same thing, but he learns from the opposite of the Psukim. He says the Shamru B'nai Yisrael says Shabbos means every single Shabbos you're over and Aveira. It's one Shabbos. So he's like the Shmoiru, all the Shabbosim that you machalo equal one carbon, and that's referring to the case where you lost the concept of Shabbos. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Ayin. I think it's incredible. We're already holding 69 daf into Masechta Shabbos. Unbelievable. We learned 3 rules in our Mishnah. Rule number 2 was that if a person knows about the concept of Shabbos, he just lost track of time and he forgot that today's Shabbos, even though he did many malachas that were asur, he only brings 1 carbon chatos. Every Shabbos he brings another carbon chatos. But if a person knows that today's Shabbos, he just forgot that the malacha of koitzer is asur, that the malacha of zereya is asur. He forgot that it's asur. So he brings on each and every malacha a carbon. The question is why? It says we're not very simple. If a person forgot that today's Shabbos and he did a few malachas, then he only had 1 forgetfulness. His mistake was 1 that he got to today's Shabbos. He brings 1 carbon. But if a person forgets different malachas, he forgot different things. So he has to bring a carbon on each forgetfulness. But how do we know that you're chayiv on each and every malacha? Perhaps all the malachas of Shabbos are included in 1 aveira, chilul Shabbos. How do we know to differentiate between malacha and malacha? It says Shmuel because it says kol ha'isa melacha yumas. If you do a malacha b'mezid, you die, you get the death penalty. So then why does the Torah repeat itself and say mois yumas? The answer is because the Torah is not talking about mezid. If you can't be talking about mezid, you must be talking about shaygig. And the Torah says you shall die. What does it mean die? Not literally, but you take out of your pocket. For some people, that's like death. To spend money on a carbon, the Torah says, mois yumas, you bring many karbanas on 1 Shabbos. There's a very famous machlokes in Shas. The Torah says, you shall not light a fire in Shabbos. But why did the Torah pick that malacha from all the malachas? It says, Rabbi Yossi Lilav Yotzos. All the 39 malachas, the other 38 malachas, if one does it, you get skila. Amazing. If you do b'mezid without eidim and asra, you get kares. And if you do b'shaya, you get a chata. Lighting a fire is different. All you get is a lab. There's no kares, no skila, no carbon. Comes Rabbi Nassim and says no. The reason why the Torah points out Eish is to tell us l'chali. Every single malacha, you bring it to your own carbon if you over it, just like Shmuel says. It says Eila Hadvarim. Eila, Aleph, Lamed, Hey is 36. Hadvarim is 3. Why? Because Dvarim 2. Hadvarim with Hey Yediyah is the 3rd one. 3 plus 36, 39 malachas. If you do them, you're chayiv a carbon for each and every one. According to Rabbi Yossi, he learns this concept of dividing the malachas, and for each one you have to bring a carbon from the pasuk of Va'asa me'achas me'heina. He learns 4 dishes from those 3 words. Me'achas, which is the extra name, me'heina is the extra name. And he learns me'achas means that if a person intended to write on Shabbos the word Shimon, the name Shimon, and he ended up writing just the first 2 letters, Shem, he's also over, because that's all you need is 2 ICIs, and if you did Shem, Mishimon is chayiv. The mem of Meina teaches us not only Avos Yuchayim, but even for the Talmud. And then he goes on to learn Achas Meheina means Achas Shihi Heina. In other words, if a person knew that it's Shabbos, but he forgot about the malachas, he's chayiv for each and every malacha. This is what Shmuel was saying. Or Heina, Shi Achas teaches us that if a person forgot that it's Shabbos, but he knew about the malachas, he's chayiv for Shabbos. Now the reason why Shmuel didn't learn from Rabbi Yossi's limud of 4 limudim from Va'asa me'achas me'heina is because he doesn't want to learn 4. He could learn 2 things. He learns the concept of Taldos, and he learns Shem Mishimon, but doesn't learn Achas Sheheina Veheino Sheachas. Says Rabbi, what happens if a person did 2 things? He forgot 2 things. First of all, he forgot that it's Shabbos, and he forgot that a few of the malachas that he's doing are also. What comes first? If you say that a person that forgot Shabbos only has to bring 1 carbon, so even though that he forgot a bunch of malachas, he only has to have 1 carbon. Perhaps no. You should bring a carbon for each one of the malachas that he forgot. Rav Nachman wanted to say, since he forgot Shabbos, that's it. It's all over. All he has to do is bring 1 carbon. The fact that he forgot different malachas, he doesn't have to bring another carbon. Rav Ashi says, depends why he's retreating. If you tell him, hey, it's Shabbos, and he stops doing what he does, then he only brings 1 carbon. If you say, hey, you're doing a malacha and he stops, then he has to bring a carbon for each and every one. Says Ravina, that doesn't make sense. The reason why a person stops doing malacha is because he realizes that Shabbos. And Shabbos means that you can't do malachas. They're one and the same. So therefore he says there's no difference and you only bring 1 carbon. As we had yesterday, the Mishnah In this paragraph later on, it says there are 39 malachas, and the Gemara asks the question: why does it say a number? We know how to count. Says Rabbi Yochanan to tell us that if you do 39 malachas, it's possible up until 39 malachas. You're chayav up to 39 karbanos in one helam, in one awareness, one shot. Now, if we hold like Rabbi Yochanan, that knowing that what you're doing is wrong, just you forgot that there's an Isser Kares, and that's considered. That's an awareness. You're aware that there's a Shabbos. You know that it's Shabbos today because you know there's an Isser. But according to Rish Lakish, that in order to be over Shaygin, in order to be over 39 malachas, you can't know that it's also b'chlal. You don't know that there's a lav, and you don't know that there's a kares. So then, he's not aware that it's Shabbos. And we said if he's not aware that it's Shabbos, he only brings one carbon. So how is it possible that he's chayav 39 carbonos? The answer is because Rish Lakish is going to hold, like we said yesterday, like Rabbi Kiva. Rabbi Kiva holds that in the Raisa there's an Isser Tchumen. You can't go out of 2,000 amas from your domain. So that's number 40. You just not chayav a carbon. So he's aware of Shabbos in the fact that you can't walk more than 2,000 amas. But he forgot about the 39 malachas. That's how he's chayav 39 carbonos. Have a wonderful day.
When I closed the door of the green room, I realized who she was. Oh my God, that was
Shabbos Daf Ayin Aleph. The Lord tells us a very interesting concept called greira, to drag something. If somebody did tzira and china, he reaped and he ground two separate malachas, but not knowing this. You bring one for those two malachas. And then in one awareness, he continued doing those two malachas. He did tzira and china again. However, this time he didn't realize that tzira and china are asr, they're malachas. The halacha is you bring one carbon, and that's enough for all four malachas. Why? You bring the carbon on the first tzira. Tzira and the tzira below it are all the same. They all happen in one awareness. The person has 10 malachas, the same malacha, all in one awareness. You bring one carbon. The top box, tzira and china, they are goyer each other. Tzira pulls the china to it. So one carbon is enough for the tzira and the china on the top box, because they all happen in one Shabbos, and we're forgetting that it's Shabbos. And once the carbon works for china, it works for the china below it. Machlokes is in another case, the same exact case, but his yediyah, his knowledge of what happened, occurred first to the tzira that he forgot that the malach is also the bottom box. Now, the bottom box is not connected to china. They're separate boxes because the two malachas are individual. Therefore, Abaye says, you go upwards. Tzira and tzira, we said it happened in one awareness, one carbon for both. Then it goes, it turns left. It goes from tzira to china. That even Rabbi. The question is, now that china is involved, do I go downwards to the china below it? According to Abaye, you do two grades. You go from tzira to china, or from china to china, two grades. According to Rabbi, I only go one grade. So I go from tzira to tzira, and then from tzira to china, one carbon for three things. But the china on the bottom of Shigios Malachas, you need to bring your own carbon. If a person ate two zeisei chela, 2 olives worth of chela, 1 and 2, and then he had a knowledge that he ate zayis number 1, and then he continued eating a third zayis. The center chela, the center olive worth of chela, is connected in awareness of olive number 1 and connected to awareness of olive number 3. So if you were to bring a carbon for the center one, it would work for 1 and 3. But what if you brought a carbon just for number 1? According to Abaye, it works on all the kazesim because of the concept of greira. 1 is connected to 2, and 2 pulls in 3. According to Rabbi, it doesn't work. It only works on 1 and 2, and not on 3. And if I bring a carbon on 3, it only works for 3 and not for 1 and 2. But after Rabbi heard the concept of greira from Abaye, he admitted to Abaye that it works, but it only works once and not twice, as he explained before. Rabbi Zera argues in Abaye Rabbi, where Abaye Rabbi says that tzira that was done, the Shigig Shabbos, I forgot that it's Shabbos, the carbon I bring on that could work on Ktsira that I forgot that the Malach is also. Even though there are two types of Averis, one is forgetting that it's Shabbos, one is forgetting the Malach, one carbon works for both. The Ktsira argues, he says no. And therefore, if I have a half a Kazayas of Shigig Shabbos, it doesn't, with a half a Kazayas of Shigig Shabbos, it be Mechayev me one. Rabbi says that two pieces of chaylev that were cooked two different ways. Let's say two pieces of chicken. One was Kentucky Fried Chicken, which is straight, and one was Panda Express, which is straight. One is fried and one is Chinese. Even though they're both chicken, since Rabbi Shua says they're prepared differently, they have two chatas. One Lashon says, even so, that they are completely different, but when it comes to two halves, one was Kentucky Fried, but only a half a gazais, and the other one was Panda Express, a half a gazais, they are mitzvah together to create one whole gazais, that he would be chayav a karban, because Rabbi Shua doesn't say zalacha to be makel to partner with the karban. The other lashon is no. Rabbi Shua is consistent throughout, and even if it means that a half gazais and a half gazais do not combine together, it makes it kula. He still goes with his shita that two types of food are not the same. The Gemara tells us that, that when you have four different types of food that are also to eat, chaylev, dab, noiser, pigul, you bring four karbanos. If you have two of the same, two chaylev, you'll bring one for both if it happens in one hela. That's the chum of different types over one type. Now, one type has a chum two types. If a person ate a half a gazais, and then another gazais, even though he had knowledge in between the two half gazais, that knowledge is not enough to be mechalik and say that he doesn't have to bring a carbon. Big machlokes in the sugya between Rabbi and Shlokish, it takes up almost a full oven. If a person ate two gazais chaylev in one awareness, but his knowledge on gazais number one happened before the knowledge of number two, how many karbanos does he bring? One or two? Rabbi says he brings two karbanos. He brings a pasuk. It says al chatasai, each chet and chet. And Shlokish says you bring two mechatasai. Even part of it, you bring a carbon. Now, if you'll say that the machlokes between Rabbi and Shlokish is discussing a situation before he designated the carbon, that's where the machlokes is. The machlokes is whether Yediyah is mechalik or hafrash mechalik. In other words, when I say that the knowledge is what separates the first Aveira and the second Aveira, and you have to bring two chatais, or perhaps it's the hafrash that's mechalik, the designation. So if you say that the machlokes happened before that hafrash, so Rabbi Yochanan will say Yediyah is mechalik, and according to your Shlokish, the hafrash is mechalik. And the word mechatasa, according to Rabbi Yochanan, we'll have to explain in a very interesting case. If there's a person ate 1.5 gazais in one awareness, but his knowledge happened later on only on one gazais out of the 1.5. And then later on he ate another half a gazais. Perhaps since the second half a gazais can combine with the first half a gazais because they are in one awareness, bring the second carbon on those two halves. And says Rabbi Yochanan, Meichatasa tells me that since I'm bringing a carbon on the first gazais, including the first gazais, is its partner the half a gazais. And that half a gazais cannot be mitzvah the second half of gazais. And if we're going to say that this is done after the donation, and Rabbi Yochanan is going to say that hafrash is machalik, and Rish Lakish will say kapara machalik, that only once you shut the animal and you use rika, the kapara, that's when you start all over again and bring another carbon. Then al chatasai, what does Rish Lakish do with al chatasai? He'll say that that pasuk is referring to after the having one day.
I thought about doing that for those $99 flights to Hawaii. It's like a time journey. And apparently they get really mean. Like if you start saying no, they'll go to your wife and be like, "Hi, you with this loser of a guy?" But apparently at the end of it, it's like $99 flights to Hawaii. So
Shabbos daf ayin beis. I didn't want to say anything, but yesterday's daf ayin aleph was one of the most difficult daf, at least for me, to give over. Today's daf is a lot easier. The Gemara describes Ashim Tali and Ashim Badai. If a person has a suffer whether or not he ate a piece of meat, he has two pieces of meat in front of him, and he's not sure if he ate the one that belongs to Hekdesh or the one that's Shula. So he sets aside a carbon Asham Tali. According to her clarifying, he could stipulate to make it now and say If I find out at a later time that what I ate was indeed hegdish, so the carbon I already brought today, shomar. In other words, it's not necessary to have knowledge. When it's not necessary to have knowledge, knowledge doesn't accomplish anything. Says Zula, a tremendous chiddush. If so, if a person was boiled a shivcha charufa 5 times, shivcha charufa is a shivcha knanis, engaged to be married to Eved Ivri. And a person had 5 relationships with her. In between each relationship, he had knowledge. That he idea. Idea, the knowledge, to accomplish anything. I could bring 1 carbon at the end, and it would capture all facts. The Gemara goes on to say that to everybody, if a person designated a carbon for his first act, that designation stops everything. It's machalik. And anything past that designation, you'd have to bring another carbon. But according to Rabbi Akiva, who argues on Rabbi Akiva, it says that by Osham Vadai, you need knowledge in order to bring the carbon. Then Osham Vadai is no different than a chatas. And just like we had the other day, that the machlik between Rabbi and Shlokish in a chatas. If a person ate 2 pieces of chaylev in one awareness, and then he had knowledge that one of those pieces was chaylev, that knowledge, yediyah, is machalik according to Rabbi Yochanan. It separates and divides, and therefore you would have to bring 2 karbanos. According to Rosh Lakish, that yediyah is not machalik, you bring 1 carbon. The same Allah would apply to Hashem. So if a person had a yediyah in between acts, you would have to bring 2 karbanos. According to Rabbi Yochanan, according to Rosh Lakish, just 1 carbon. And now we go on to the sugya of misasek. Misasek is someone that's preoccupied. He does something inadvertently because he's preoccupied. For instance, if there's a knife on the ground and he lifts it up to himself, and by doing so he cuts a fruit off the ground, does 0. That's a misasek. He's completely putter according to everybody. But what happens if he intends to cut fruit A, which is detached from the ground, but he ends up cutting fruit B, which is attached to the ground? According to Rava, this is not a chatika b'yisur. He didn't intend to do a wrongful cutting, and therefore he's putter. But according to Abaya, he intended to cut. You're right, it's not a wrongful cutting, but he intended to cut, and he accomplished cutting, and therefore it's a shaygig, and he's chayv. The Gemara goes into Raya, to Rava, from a brayso that has a reisha, and the reisha the Gemara says is referring to why Shabbos is more stringent than other averos, meaning the zara. Zara. In other words, if a person does 2 malachas on Shabbos, he's chayiv 2 karbanos. That's very stringent. Versus Avodah Zarah, if he does 3 Avodah Zarahs in one awareness, he shows Avodah Zarah, he brings the animal on the Mizbeach for Avodah Zarah, he pours wine for Avodah Zarah, all 3, you only bring 1 carbon, which is stringent in Shabbos. The brayso, the sifa of the brayso, and that's the other, says the opposite. And there's something, and other mitzvahs are more stringent than Shabbos. For instance, the person is shaygig without cover by other mitzvahs. He's in Shabbos, he's father. What's the example? If he thinks that he's eating fat, but it turns out that he's eating chaylev. In other averos mitzvahs, he's chaylev carbon, and in Shabbos he's father. What's the case in Shabbos? That if he tried to cut, he thought that he's cutting a fruit that's detached, and he ended up cutting a fruit that was attached. According to Rava, or according to the Brayso, he's potter. And it's exactly what Rava said. It's a good raya to Rava. Abai will say that the shaygig over here is talking about a person who thinks that he's swallowing spit, but indeed he's swallowing fat. And he would be chayiv. Shaygig Shabbos is referring to when he tried to lift the knife up, and by doing so, he cut a fruit, and that, according to everybody, he's potter. But in Rava's case, where he thought that he's cutting a fruit that's already detached, but he ended up cutting a fruit that's attached, he'd be chayiv. Now the Gemara just goes on to say that we can't say that the reisha is not talking about it. The reisha, let's say, is talking about 2 malachas of Shabbos versus it's like chaylev and dam. Well, it would be equal. Shabbos, you'd be chayiv 2 karbanos, and chaylev and dam, you'd be chayiv 2 karbanos. So therefore, the Gemara is forced to say we're talking about Avodah Zarah. Now, the Sefer cannot be talking about Avodah Zarah. First, the shaygig, he's chayiv. That's not true. By Avodah Zarah, all shaygig are potter. For instance, a person thinks that he's bowing in a shul, but in fact he's bowing to Avodah Zarah. He's completely potter because his heart is Kadosh Baruch Hu. And if a person is bowing to a statue, and he decided that the statue is Avodah Zarah, then it's Avodah Zarah. Then he's amazing. And if he doesn't decide that the statue is Avodah Zarah, then he didn't do anything. What if he bows to Avodah Zarah out of fear for his life? or out of love. Now, of course, he shouldn't do it. He should give his soul. He should be Meiser Nefesh. But what if he did do it? He's also a partner, according to Rabbi. So therefore, the Gemara is forced to say that the Sefer is talking about other mitzvahs and the Reish is talking about Avodah Zarah. Have a wonderful, wonderful day.
Enjoying the show. Some places, people are scared because it's empty. The place is empty. I'm losing money. You want to having a good time. At the end of the week, they'll be enjoying all the money. And then later on, everybody, I find out a year later that everybody that was involved in that trouble went to prison. Including now.
Shabbos Daf Ayin Gimel. Continuing with yesterday's amazing sugya of Musasik, we had a case where a person thought that he's cutting something that's detached from the ground, and in fact, he cut something that's attached to the ground. According to Rabbi, that's not a chaticha de yisura. It's not a wrongful cutting because he thought that he's cutting something which is mutter to cut. It ended up being asur, so therefore he's completely putter. It's not even a shayk. But according to Abaya, since he intended to cut, the fact that he didn't know that what he's doing is asur doesn't make him a misasik. He's a shayging and has to bring a color. The Gemara brings two more cases where Rabbi and Rabbi argue, and they're a step more than what we're talking about. The second case is where a person takes, let's say, a ball, and he tries to throw 2 amas in Rosh Hashanah, which is half of the shear that you have to throw in order to be chayiv. The shear is 4 amas. The ball traveled 4 amas. Over here is different. He intended to do a half a isser, whereas the first case, he didn't intend to cut something that's attached. It's detached, it's completely mutter. Rabbi in this case says he's potter, and Rabbi says he's chayiv. And finally, the third case, which is worse than the other 2 cases, is where he intended to throw an object 4 amas. And he knows that throwing 4 amas in Rosh Hashanah is asur. He just doesn't know that he's standing in Rosh Hashanah. He thought he's standing in Rosh Hashanah. According to Rabbi, he's potter. According to Abaya, he's chayiv. But if we go back to the middle case, the person intended to throw an object 2 amas, and it traveled 4 amas. In other words, he intended to do a half a shear, and it went the whole shear. Abaya says he's chayiv. If so, we take the sugya. We had this question twice already, and it's on today's Mishnah. Mishnah tells us that there's 39 Avos Malachos. Why tell us a number? The answer is to tell us that you could get up to 39 Karbanos in one Shabbos, in one awareness. But if a person is a shaygig in all 39 Malachos, the Gemara asks, then he doesn't know what Shabbos today. If there's no Yisurim that it's not Shabbos, then Shabbos is no different than say Monday. So the Gemara says, but according to Abaya, it's possible that he knows that all these Malachos are asur. He's a shaygig. He doesn't know what the shear is. Not knowing the shear, let's say the shear is a Keseva, Sagasa, whatever the shear is, he thinks it's more. And he didn't have. According to Abaya, it's a shaygig, he's chayiv. But according to Rabbi, it says that he's potter in that case. So you have to say the two reasons that we said the other day, either according to Rabbi Yochanan, his shaygig is that he doesn't know this consequence that he gets paris, or according to Rish Lakish, there's a 40th malacha called the Kuman, he's aware that you're not allowed to walk more than 2,000 amas in Shabbos. And now for the amazing, famous Mishnah, which will take us through the entire Masechta Shabbos, describing the 39 Avos Malachos. Avos Malachos are the headline categories. There are many that are below, and in those categories, according to Yerushalmi, each Av Malacha has 39 Taldos. Rabbi Yochanan Rish Lakish discovered after 3.5 years, and each one is chayiv v'deraisa, just like the Av. But we can break them down into groups. 11 of them have to do with baking bread or the cooking of the samamanim, the dyes, and all these 39 malachas have to do with the meleches hamishkan. These are 39 steps that they took in the midbar to build the mishkan, and 11 of them were steps needed to cook the dyes. 13 of them are to make fabric, and the fabric was needed riyas hamishkan. Some are for the hides, for the tachash, for the top of the mishkan. 2 of them are for the kairos. The kairos had words on them. There's the ksiva and there's the mechiko. And then there's another 6 that have to do with nets, with tying and untying, lighting a fire, and chaba to take out into another rishus makabel package. And let's start with lechem, with the bread. The first step is you have to sow the field, you have to plant, and then you plow the field. We're talking about in Eretz Yisrael, they plow first to soften up the ground, then they sow the seeds, then they plow again. And the chiddush is that even the second charisha, plowing, is considered av malacha. The next one is, well, we discussed zereya, sowing, and the Gemara tells us that includes also zoymer, which is pruning trees. When you cut down a branch, the branch grows even more, so that's lighter planting. Noiteya is when you plant a sapling of a tree. Maverick is when you take a vine and you put it into the ground. Market is to graft. All these are all under one umbrella of Av Malach. If you do all of them, you only chayav one carbon. Chayrish, as we discussed, is the plow, but that includes also chayfer to dig and chayretz to make a furrow, and they're all considered one malachi. You do all three of them, you chayav one carbon. Chaytzer, to harvest the wheat, and that includes boitzer, anovim, grapes, boider tmarim, dates, masik zaysim, olives, and figs. They're all considered one malachi. Do all of them on one Shabbos and one awareness, you chayav one carbon. Ma'amer means to gather and to make a pile. Rava says that it includes things that are not gedulei karka, like gathering salt in a factory, piling it up in a pile. Rabbi says it's only gedulei karka, something that grows in the ground. Dash, to thresh, to separate the kernel from the shaft. That includes menafets and menafets. That's the beet flax and cotton. It's considered one melacha. If you do all three of those, you have one carbon. If somebody is zomer, he prunes a tree, cuts a branch, and he has two intents. One is he wants the wood. And the other intent is he wants to grow more. So he's over on two malachas. And the same would apply to aspasta. If you have straw for an animal, you cut it and it grows more. You want it for your animal, you want it to grow more. And the same thing with beets. You're chayav for chaytzer and noiteya. You're planting. In other words, you want it to grow more and you want the actual item. If you have a small pile of dirt, it depends where you are. So it's all in the intent. If it's in your house, you want your floor to be flat and straight, that's boina. And if you are in a field, that's chayrish because you're softening up the dirt for seed. If you have a small hole in the ground and you fill it up, if it's your house, that's baina. You're fixing the floor. And if it's in the field, it's chayrish. An amazing shiloh. You dig a hole in the ground, not because you want the hole, but because of dirt. You are plucking. Even according to Yehuda that says, melacha shein tzricha legufa, you are chayav. Meaning, if you do a melacha, but you don't want to have the malacha is the solution. For instance, you have a dead body in your house and it's making a terrible odor. You take the body out. You don't want to take it out. What you want is you don't want to smell. You don't care about the outcome. You don't care about carrying. You care about not having a smell. Over here, you don't care about having a hole. You care about having dirt. But in this case, where you would agree that since you are metaltal, you're ruining something. You are. But Papa says that you take dirt and you throw it at a palm tree in order to get the dates. You're chayiv on two things. First of all, you are toilish, which is kaitzer. You're taking fruit off the tree. Second of all, you're mefarik, which is a malach of dash. You are breaking things up. You're separating. You're separating the dates from the wood around it. Rabbi says no. Since that's not the way to do it, you are puzzled. And tomorrow we'll be talking about the three types of separation. Boyer, Zoyre, and Merake have a wonderful day.
It took 3 hours to do, man, and it spiced it up. It tastes like, it's pretty good. What's it made of? No, jackfruit. Jackfruit? Yeah. Jackfruit. This fruit out in China. It comes in a can, it comes in $2. It's like an artichoke. And you gotta break it up, squeeze it.
Shabbos daf ayin daled. Within the 39 malachas, 3 of them are one and the same. Zoyra, winnowing, boirer, selecting, merakit, sifting. They accomplish the same thing. You're separating the good from the bad. Yet, since they are 3 necessary processes in the making of bread, the Mishnah brings them down to tell us that if one were to do all 3 in one awareness, you were to bring 3 separate korbanos. Kaitish, pounding, should be another malacha. It's something that is necessary to make bread. Says Abaya, but since poor people skip that process, the Mishnah skips it as well. It's not one of them. Don't tell me that it's because there are only 39 malachas and Kodesh will be the 40th, because since we have 3 separating malachas, you can take one of those 3, take it out of the Mishnah, and put Kodesh in instead. The Gemara brings a brisa that's a riddle. And there are 5 attempts to solve the riddle, but what we could take out from those 5 attempts are 3 major halachas regarding boirer on Shabbos. You could do boirer on Shabbos if it's if it's food from within the waste and not the waste from the food. And if you do it biyad with your hand and not a kli, and if you do it la'alter for immediate consumption and not for even that day Shabbos, but later on. What are the 5 attempts? The first attempt was, the Brisa says that if you have food in front of you and you could do boirer and eat it, you could do boirer and give it to your friend, and then the Brisa does a 180. You cannot do boirer, and if you do boirer, you have to bring a chatas. Perhaps the Reish is talking about for that day, and that's mutter, but if you do it for Sunday, that's a chiyuv chatas. The Gemara says that can't be. There is no malacha that you could cook on Shabbos, but you can't cook for Sunday. Perhaps the Brisa is talking about a half a shear. If you do a half a boirer, half the amount, that's okay. But if you do the full amount, that's a chiyuv chatas. Chatzi shear also in Torah, the Gemara says it's impossible. There is no malacha that you could do a half of it. Even a half would be awesome in Torah. You just don't get a punishment. Perhaps the Brisa is saying that you're allowed to do it with your hand, but if you do it with kanan v'tamchoy, that's only Issa Rabbanan with a funnel or with a plate. That's kilachar yad. That's not the real way of doing fire. But if you do it the real way with the real sifter, a nabel kvara, that's the Issa Raisa. Gemara says, but it doesn't say anything, any mention of kalim in that Raisa. Perhaps it's talking about oichal mitoch psoilas, and that's mutter. But psoilas mitoch oichal is also again. The Brisa doesn't mention anything about oichal mitoch psoilas. Says Rabbi, therefore, I say the pshat is la'alter. It says in the Brisa that you eat it, meaning immediately. If you eat it immediately, that's okay. But if you do it for later on during the day, that's Isser Boyer Da'iraisa. The Rishonim explain that Rabbi agrees to the concept of biyad and oichal psoilas. He just adds that you need also miyad. Gemara doesn't threw a whole box of fruit that included different leaves and psoilas on the table in front of Rav Ami and Rav Asi. And Rav Dimi saw this and he wasn't sure if it was because Rav Bibi held that even oichal with the psoilas is asur, and therefore he spread it on the table that there shouldn't be a problem with buyer. It just selected itself. He just grabbed an apple. Or perhaps he wanted to show ayin yafa. He wanted to show that he's large. He threw all the fruit on the table. Chizkiah says that turmusin, type of bean, is considered psoilas and toichal, even if you take out the actual food, because it requires 7 cookings. And even after 2 or 3 times, if you don't remove the oichal, the actual bean, it turns into psoilas. It can ruin other beans. And now we go to Amid Beis. The Gemara tells us halacha, not in Bayer. Now we're done with Bayer. If somebody takes a beet and chops it up really, really thin, he minces it, that is considered toichem, grinding. If it applies to all vegetables. If you were to take a piece of wood and saw it and create sawdust, that is also toichem, grinding. Rav Ashi says if a person is careful about the size of the wood, he will be over a mechatech. Like in the Mishnah, if you cut it to a certain size, cutting. The Gemara asks, why does the Tana talk about afiyah, baking, when in the Mishkan there was no baking, there was cooking, samamonim, says the Gemara, because that's what people are familiar with the process of baking, and therefore the Mishnah is about baking. You're over on the Isra of Mevashal, even on non-food items, such as wood, pegs. If a person takes a peg and puts it in the oven, since it first softens it up like bishul, it extracts the moisture and then hardens it up. That's bishul. You'd also be over on bishul if you take tar, which is hard, soften it up. Even though later on it becomes just as hard as it started out with, it's still considered bishul because you softened it up. If you take, the Gemara says it's possible, it's a riddle. How do I get to 7 different malachas if I make a barrel made out of earthenware? Says the Gemara, it's possible to be over on teichen, the dirt, boyer the dirt, merakid, you sift out the dirt, lush, you knead the dirt, memachet, you smooth it all out, you light the fire of the oven, and then you're mevashel it. If you were to make a real oven out of earthenware, you'd be over on one more called makeh b'patish, whereas a barrel doesn't have makeh b'patish because it happens by itself in the oven. There is no bonus, says Rashi, because there's no binyan b'stira when it comes to kelim. If one were to make a basket out of reeds, you could be over on 11 different averis. How? You have to plant the reed, you have to reap the reed, you have to gather the reed, you have to select it, you have to smooth it out, you have to grind it, you have to cut it, you have to start it on a reel, mesa, you put it out in the 2 loops, oireg, you put the reeds together, and makeh b'patish. And if you were to bend over the top, a lip for it, to be over also on haifer, on sewing, and kaisher, making a knot. If you were to Do tvia spin the wool of an animal while it's still attached to the animal? Machlokes. According to Rabbi, it could be over on three things. Guy says, minapitz, untangling it, and tvia spinning. Rav Kahana says, but since it's on the animal's alive, or it's still on the animal, that's not the way to do it, and therefore you're not over, and that's klachiyat, you're not over. Even though in the Mishkan you had women that did the tefillah, they spun it on the animal while the animal was alive. That's chachama, it has special chachma, but today it's considered klachiyat. For one more to pluck a feather from a bird, you're over on geizes. If you cut it specifically on the top, you're over on mechatach, and if you pull off the feathers, the small feathers, off the stem, you're over on memachek, smoothing it out. Where was there knots in the Mishkan? The folks who were trapping the chilazon to make tchelas, they used nets, and they would add to the net and take off from the net, so they made shiras, and they made knots, and they would undo the knots. Now, you can't say that the pshat is that there were two knots and two threads in the Mishkan, and you undid one, because even for a regular king, you wouldn't do so. So certainly not for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Taifer, sewing means one in, one out. In other words, one full stitch. It doesn't come apart because you make a knot on it. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Ayin Hey. One of the Lamed Testimonies in the Mishnah is Kireya Almanas Litvar, tearing in order to sew. Where in the Mishnah do we find this? If a worm, for instance, made a hole in one of the panels, we don't just leave it as is and sew it. We tear it even more in order to make a proper stick. Rav Zutra heard three things from Rav at the same exact time, and they are seemingly connected. If a person takes a thread and tightens the thread in order to pull two pieces of garment together, that is considered sewing. If a person learns Torah from a magash, what is a magash? Machlokes is chayev misa. Rav says a magash is a megader, somebody that constantly talks about it with the zara, and the concern is to influence you. Zara. We see that Rav says that a person one thing is chayev misa. I'm not talking about a machashev, a sorcerer, because it's not also to learn from a sorcerer in order to understand what you do and how to prevent it. But it is also to learn Zara. Shmuel, on the other hand, says a magash is, another thing he said is that if a person knows how to calculate mazalois and tkufais, the constellations and those sort of things, and he doesn't do so, he's over on the pasuk, the beautiful creations of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, they don't see and they don't see his handiwork. And therefore, it's also to talk to such a person. Rabbi Yochanan says, in fact, it's a mitzvah to calculate tkufais and mazalois, as it says in the pasuk, Shmat Masisim Ki Chochmaschem Uvinaschem. This is your chachma. Towards the nation, explains Rashi that you will know through the mazalois when it will start raining, when it will be hot, etc. One of the malachas in the Mishnah is hatzot tzvi, capturing an animal, a deer. Included in that is trapping a fish, a chilazayin, the snail that you make the tailors from. If you squeeze the dye out of the chilazayin, you're not over on dash, according to the Tanakama, which is threshing. Dash is only in Gidule Karka, something that grows from the ground. The argument says you can do dash even on an animal. You're not over on the tilas neshama, although you killed this snail, you're not over on the tilas neshama. Even Reb Shimon admits by Gracia that if you were to chop an animal's head off and said, I didn't mean to kill it, you know that obviously he's going to die. In this case, since he wants the snail to stay alive, it's in his benefit that the snail should continue living, since the dye will be clear, therefore it's considered a misaseh, and he's potter. What is the isser to shech an animal? According to Shmuel, it's netilas neshama. According to Rav, there's also netilas neshama, but in addition to that, there's the isser of tzeiveya of a dye. Says Rav, I don't want people in future generations to make fun of me and laugh. Let me explain myself. A person can have blood on the neck of the animal by the makam shchita, so that other people will see that it's shmit and they'll come and they'll buy it. says in the Mishnah, two malachas. If you salt hide and you tan the hide, Rabbi and Shlokish both say that those are one and the same, and therefore let's take one of those away and instead insert the malacha of misartet, of creating lines like we have in the Sefer Torah. Putting lines into the hide is asur d'oraisa. Rabbi Ravuna says, and this is explained by Ravashi, if you salt meat because you want to keep it for long term, you want to go on the way with it, that is ma'abed, that's tanning. Rava says there's no such thing as tanning food, and it's not also. The Mishnah says, smoothing out and cutting. Says Ravacha Bar Chanina, you could be over a memachik of smoothing out if you smooth out dirt between the pillars of a building. Rishon Levi says three halachas. If you cut wood for a fence and you sharpen the top so people can't climb over, you're over on mechatik, on cutting wood in specific lengths. If you take a bandage and you put it over a wound and have a cream and ointment, you smooth that ointment, that is memachik. Anything that has that you're doing a gemara malacha, you're finishing off object, that's called makir b'kadish, one of the last malacha in the Mishnah. For instance, if you take a stone that's already not attached, detached from the ground, and you smooth it out, or you try to make a depiction, a kli, you blow, or if you have a garment that the small things in little fibers bother you and you pick them out, that's makir b'kadish. They had writing in the Mishnah, and that was just like on a surah. This is one, it's out. They had the same thing in the Peiros of the Mishnah. However, erasing is more stringent than writing. Writing, you need two ICOs. Doesn't matter how big the ICO is. But erasing, even erasing one very large ice, where you can write two ICOs, would also be over. The Rosh points out, it doesn't have to be erasing a letter, it could be erasing a glob of ink, as long as you're making room to write two letters. We learned in the Mishnah, these are the Avos Malachos. What is it? These are the Avos Malachos that tell us that there aren't more than the 39 mentioned, although according to Rabbi Lezer, you also chayav on every tolda. If you do it together with the Av, you do chayav. In addition to the Av, you do chayav for the tolda. Our Mishnah holds the chayav one for the Av, and all the toldas are included in that Av. According to Rabbi Yehuda, there are an additional two malachas, bringing you up to 41. Shoyvet and medaktik. These are malachas concerning weaving. You bring down the chassis, the erev. But we have in our Mishnah, our ba'im chaser achas, one less than 40, meaning we don't include those two. Those two are included in Mesa and erev. Says a new Mishnah. There's another rule, not a large rule like the first Mishnah, not a major rule, but a rule, nevertheless. And we're talking about itself for the next few days. We're talking about itself for a while. In order to be over on itself from one rishus to another rishus, it has to be an item that you typically store, and it has the right shear that you store. If typical people don't store this, but you stored it, you yourself will be over, no one else. In the Machlokes in Gemara, what's an item that people don't store? One man says Dam Nida, the other man says Asherah tree. And I read the Zara tree, which is also banah. Man says Dam Nida certainly would agree that Asherah, since it's also banah, is not something people store. Although Dam Nida, even once you showed it to the Rav, there's no need for it at all, you could possibly feed it to a cat. Rabbi says that's a terrible idea. The person that the Dam will suffer if it drinks that blood. And finally, our Mishnah cannot be going according to the Shur by Yochai, who says that there's a difference between a wealthy person and a poor person in terms of the shear. Different people need different amounts, and our Mishnah argues and says everybody has the same shear. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Ayin Vav. We're continuing with yesterday's Mishnah. What constitutes an object that people care about, and therefore it's possible to bring out from one domain to another? Rav Shimon ben Elazar comes up with a third opinion. And he says, if this object typically people don't care about, but you do care about it, you showed interest in it, and you keep it, you just cause the entire world to be over the Isra Beitzah if they take it out. Says the Mishnah, when it comes to animal food, What's the shear? Says the Mishnah. Well, it depends on every type of food and who eats this food. For instance, if you're talking about teven, which is the top part of the straw which cows eat, then it all depends on the cow. So the shear is a cow's mouthful of teven. Anything less than that, you're not chayav. If you're talking about atzo, which is bean straw, which only camels typically eat, so then the shear is a camel's mouthful, which is larger than a cow's mouthful. If you're talking about the bottom part of the straw, the kash, that's what sheep eat. So it's a sheep's mouthful, which is, in fact, a gregaris, a dried fig. Grass and garlic and onion leaves, if they're dry, that becomes goat food, and it's a goat's mouthful. And if they are moist, it's no longer raw for a goat, that becomes human consumption, and therefore it's a gregaris, a dried fig. This is machlokes. What happens if a person takes out camel food, this bean straw, and he takes out the right amount for a cow? A cow's mouthful, and he wants to give it to the cow. The Rabbi says, since it's a chiluk, cows typically don't eat this, then he's fine. Rothschild says, but occasionally a cow would eat it, chayav. But everybody agrees if you take out regular straw for a camel, but the shear is the shear of a cow, mouthful. Now you have the proper shear. Yes, you're going to feed it to a camel, and the camel's mouth is much larger. Nevertheless, you're chayav because you took out the proper shear for a cow. All these different foods in the Mishnah do not combine one with another, unless you're taking the more chomer to combine it with the less chomer. For instance, if you're dealing with camel food, and the shear is a camel's mouthful, it's a lot, but you're missing a half a dried fig, and you take sheep food, which all you need is a dried fig, you take a half of that and add it to the camel food, then you have a full shear. But if you do the reverse, you're missing a half a gregaris for sheep food, and you try to take a half a gregaris of camel food of bean straw, that's not going to work. And the reason is because people would take and combine these foods to show as samples to sell. And we have similar halacha when it comes to different garments, different fabrics. What constitutes a fabric to be mekabel tumah? So a regular fabric is 3 tefachim by 3 tefachim. If you're talking about a sack, it's 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim. Leather is 5 tefachim by 5. And a reed mat is 6 by 6. Each one can combine with the one below. So the mat can combine with the leather, and the leather can combine with the sack, etc. Why? Because they can combine to the tumah of Moshe. So since there's a situation where they can combine with each other, they combine in all situations, and therefore, by us also, since there's a situation where you sample this and sell it together, they combine together. Human food, the shear for Eitzah is a gregaris, a dry fig, and that's why all foods can combine with each other because they all share the same shear. When it comes to human food, don't consider the pit, the shell, the oikets, the little piece, the little branch that sticks out, subin and mursin, which is fine bran, coarse bran. Rabbi says that the peel of lentils and beans are mitzvah to the actual food, but old beans are not mitzvah because they look like dead flies in your food. The coarse and the fine bran are mitzvah for the shear of challah. Why? Because it's considered lechem haaretz. Poor people eat it, so it's considered bread. But in terms of Shabbos, when you need something to cook, that's not chashuv, it's not considered food, and therefore for the shear of Shabbos, it's not mitzvah. And with this, we finished Perek Klal Gadol Hadron Aloch Klal Gadol. The next perek is called Hamoitzi Yain. We're continuing with the halachas of Eitzah. When it comes to liquids, what is the shear? So wine, the shear is enough to make kiddush, which is a quarter of a revius of wine, which you add 3/4 of a revius of water to. When it comes to milk, as much as you can swallow. Honey, as much as you put on a wound. And oil enough to anoint a small limb. Water, in order to make anointment for an eye, and other liquids is revius, and other waste liquids is the revius. Reb Shimon says all the shiurim in the Mishnah are one, and that is a revius. Now, if you decided to keep and hide, put aside the smaller shiurim, then you just created with those smaller shiurim a chiyuv. However, the Tanakama holds that once you decide that something is valuable to you, then you don't need a shiurim of the Mishnah. Even less than those shiurim, also are chayiv and hitzah. Have a wonderful day.
Waffles, apples, oranges, fruit, white bread, rye bread, English muffin, coffee's 24 hours, fresh coffee, a coffee maker in your room, a gym that wasn't bad, a heated pool, wake up, call the business office, 3 different terms you don't have to pay. So when I'm flying with my family, I know like
Shabbos daf ayin zayin. Rabbi proves from our Mishnah that since most liquids, the shear of Eitzah, take out liquids into Rishus Rabbim is reduced. Therefore, wine, the shear is a quarter of a reduce. Because in order to drink wine, you need to dilute it with 3 parts water. Asks Abaya that in Maseches Nida it says Yain HaShiroini is 2 parts water, not 3. In addition to that, asks Abaya, but you didn't add the water yet. So why are you chayav on just taking out a quarter of a revius? Says Rabbi, because a quarter of a revius is chashuv, and in order to be over on it has to be something that's chashuv. Since you could add water, even though you didn't, it's chashuv. The fact that you asked me from Maseches Nida and Shirayim is very weak wine. It's 2 parts water to 1 part wine. Or we're discussing the chloration red. It's 2 parts water, 1 part wine. Nothing says the Yisrael. Where wine needs a revius, or a quarter of a revius, when it comes to congealed wine, you need a full kezayis, which equals to a full revius, not a quarter of a revius. And we have a similar halacha, says Rabbi Yosef, when it comes to tumah of the blood of a nevela, where Bishamai says it's one of the places that Bishamai is making. And Basil say it's tumah provided that it's a full revius, which in turn could turn into a kezayis of congealed blood. Zayis. So Gemara has 2 questions. When it comes to Tumah, the shear is a Gezayis. When it comes to Shabbos, the shear is a Revius. Therefore, there's no correlation between the 2 as perhaps blood, which is thicker than wine, requires a Gezayis. But wine needs a lot more than a Revius to create a Gezayis. And therefore, if you take out into Rishus Rabbim less than Gezayis congealed wine, maybe you're already over. Maybe in that you have a Revius. On the other hand, perhaps wine this then needs a revius. Perhaps blood that's thicker needs less than a revius to create a gezayis. The Mishnah uses the word gemia. The shear for milk is the swallow, gemia. Says Gemara, in our Mishnah, gemia is spelled with the aleph, not an ayin. But there are 3 other Mishnayos besides the Shabbos that have words that could be spelled either way, aleph or ayin, and they're all spelled with the ayin. Yar'inim, oimimais, amtzi. They're all with the ayin. The milk of an animal, the shear is enough to swallow. The goat, the milk of a woman, and the white of an egg is enough to put into the anointment called keeler. And keeler itself is enough to mix it with water. That's the shear. The Gemara remains in the teku. As Rashi explains, we're talking about putting this ointment in 2 eyes. Is it enough to put in 2 eyes, or 2 eyes plus whatever remains on your finger, the larger shear? Rabbi says an amazing, famous saying: "The God created in this world is for a purpose. Even an annoying fly serves a purpose to heal the bite of a hornet, the sting of a hornet, and the slug, which we think has no purpose, could heal the wound. A mosquito could heal a snake bite, and the snake itself could heal boils. That is, if you take a black snake and a white snake and you boil them up, you smear it on the wound. A spider could heal the wound of a scorpion. And the Gemara tells us there are 5 irrational fears where the strong is scared of the weak. One of them is that the lion is scared of a certain animal that screams really loud. Some say, and the Yoda, I think, or others, want to say something similar to a honey badger, which is known today as a very small animal that's fearless and scares the lion away. Elephant is scared of a mosquito going into its nose, and a scorpion is scared of a spider, an eagle is scared of a swallow, and the leviathan is scared of the kilbis. There are 3 animals that, as they age, they get stronger. A snake, a fish, as we know, gets larger as it grows, as it gets older, and a pig. The Zera bumped into Rabbi and he looked like Rabbi was in a very good mood. And he figured now is a great time for him to ask all the questions in Yoni Da'alma, things that seem mundane. And he started off asking him, why do the goats go in front of the sheep? He said that's a great argument. Goats that are dark are like the fish, like the darkness, then came the light. Why do sheep have a tail that covers their rear where goats don't? He tells them because we use the sheep's wool for clothing, we cover ourselves, therefore the sheep covers themselves. Why does a camel have a very short tail? Because he eats the thorns. His dwarf doesn't want his tail to get stuck in the thorn. Why do cows, bulls have long tails? To swat away the flies in the swamps. Why do grasshoppers have very flexible antennas? Because they jump around in tough trees. If they were harder, they would break off. If someone wants to blind a poor grasshopper or an ant, he can remove his antennas. Why do HaKadosh Baruch Hu create the eyelids of a chicken that they go from the bottom up? Look at all these questions that he's asking him. You notice all these things in the Bria, and he wanted to hear an answer. And if you look at the Marsha and others, explain the deeper meaning behind these questions and answers. It says that we don't want the chickens to be blinded by the smoke that comes up, and chickens roost on higher places. And then he asked him the meaning and the significance of somewhere around 15 words in Aramaic. For instance, he asked him, what does dasha mean? What's the meaning of dasha, door? And he says, derech sham. You go through there. And why is it called a darga, step? Derech God, you go to the rooftop. And in the Mishnah we learned that shem and oil, the shear is anoint a limb, says the Gemara. It's a small limb of a small child, says Rashi. One part of a child's finger, that's a small limb. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Rabbi and Ches. Different items have different shiurim for taking out, being over and Eitzah, and Shabbos taking from one rishus to another rishus. So if there's a common use for one item, but a not so common use for the same item. For instance, milk and wine have the common use of drinking. The not so common use is adding it to medicine. So we go with the common use, even though that means it's a kula. You have to take out a lot more in order to be over the serve itself. What if one item has two common uses, but one is a larger share, one is a smaller share? We go with the smaller share, l'chumra. For instance, honey. You could use it for eating, you could use it for medicine. We'll go with the smaller share of medicine, you're over right away if you do the smaller share. So the question is, why is it water, which is common use is to drink, not so common use is to add it to medicine? Why do we go with the not so common use? It says Rabbi, because we're talking about in Gulf, we're very poor, they use water for medicine, so it's common for them to use the medicine. Rabbi says it goes anywhere. We're not just talking about Gulf. And since most people don't use wine and milk for medicine, since it leaves some sort of film on the eye, they all use water, therefore it's common. We see from here a very important concept. Obviously, many more people drink water than adding water to medicine. Yet, since in medicine it's common, it's considered two common things, and we put them more chomer. Blood is also revius. It says if you're using blood to heal and call it birkis, they use wild chicken. Also in Hebrew, it's known as a kisifat. In English, shakupi, or something like that. You use it for enough blood for one eye. If a person has a cataract, they use enough blood from a mole for one eye. Moles are found inside the house. Cataracts are inside the house. Birkis is a protrusion in the eye. The kisifat is outside. That's how you remember which blood goes to what. If a Rabbi tells a Talmud, I need to make me some room, takes some of these items out, and he takes a common item that people keep and are interested in, and he takes it into Rishus Rabbi, of course he's chayav. What if he takes an item that nobody, he's chayav? According to Rashi, because this goes according to Shimon Lazar, who holds that once one makes an item important, it becomes important. Tyson says it can go important, but once a Rebbe makes it up, his Talmud automatically thinks it's important as well. Agree to Shimon Lazar when it comes to wastewater. the shear is a revius. What can you do with wastewater? You use it to knead clay. Now we do find that the shear for kneading clay is a lot less. The size of the opening of a hole where you put the bellows into an oven. That's if you already have ready-made clay. Then the shear is much smaller. But no one is going to go through the tircha and the burden to start making clay from scratch unless it's a much larger shear of a revius. And we find that concept later on tomorrow's daf as well. Says the Mishnah, when it comes to rope, the shear is enough rope that you can make a handle for a basket. When it comes to gemi reed, it's enough to make a loop on a sifter to hang up. Now, nobody uses rope on a sifter because that could scratch the sifter. According to Rabbi Yehuda, enough reed to take a measurement of the kid's foot. You can go to the shoemaker to make him a shoe. Paper, enough for a receipt that you paid your taxes. Once you show the tax collector that you paid your taxes, the receipt has no value. According to Rabbi Yehuda, it does have a value. Why? A number of pshatim. According to Rava, we're dealing with the main tax guy and a smaller tax guy. The main tax guy gives you a code, so you can use that code. You don't really need a receipt. According to Abaya, the tax guy, the main guy, has runners. And if the runners catch you, you want to produce a receipt. According to Rabbi Yehuda, according to Tanakama, you don't really need to produce a receipt. You just go back to the main tax guy, he'll recognize you. And Rav Ashi says people want to keep tax receipts according to Rabbi Yehuda, so you can show them to other tax collectors, and they'll see that you're a trustworthy person who pays taxes. Once you erase a paper, it has no purpose. You can't write on it again. So what could you do with it? You could cover a small flask, so the shear is the size of a small flask. When it comes to leather, if it's semi-tan, you can write a kameh on it, so it's the size of a kameh. Chlaf, which we write tefillin and tefillin on, enough to write the smallest part of tefillin, Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad. Ink, enough to write 2 large letters. Chol, which is makeup for the eye, enough to do one eye. Glue, enough to catch birds. Sulfur and tar is enough to make a hole in a jar so the sulfur can come out, and then you plug it up with that sulfur and tar. Wax, enough to plug up a hole. Small hole. Crushed brick, enough to put on the opening of the oven that makes gold. And Rabbi says, in order to make the feet, the tripod on the kur, which is also called in Aramaic sid, lime, which girls use to remove hair, enough to put on one small joint of a girl. Rabbi says enough to put on the hair to make the hair lay flat. And according to Nehemiah, enough to remove the hair in this area. The hutzim, which are lulav leaves, and you make, let's say, choshelat, is enough to make a handle for a basket. Suvim or sieve are the strings that go around the palm tree. People would put them in a funnel, and that would catch the sediments of the wine. Oil and grease, enough to put on the back of bread when you put it in the oven so it doesn't stick to the side of the oven. The size of a cello, which is a gerres. Cotton to fill a ball, which is the size of a walnut. If you take out a shayr that says, "Oh, somebody owes me money," it has value. But once it's already paid, according to Rabbi Yehuda, you still chayiv. According to Tanakam, you're called similar to the machlokes we had before. Rabbi Yehuda says you're allowed to keep a shtar chayiv. There's no way to say, so it has value for you. According to Tanakam, you're not allowed to keep a shtar chayiv around. It could bring problems later on, so it has zero value. According to Abaya, everybody admits if the shtar was paid off, you're not allowed to keep it in your possession. The machlokes is, what happens in a case where the loiva admits that he wrote a shtar? Does he have to be mekayim that shtar? Does he have to make a new document stating that the original shtar is a good shtar? According to Rabbi Yehuda, since he does not have to produce such a document, so the original shtar has value. And that's why if you take out the original shtar, you are chayav. Rabbi says everybody admits you have to be mekayim. Machlokes says, what happens if the loiva doesn't want to pay? And meanwhile, the loiva produces the shtar. And he takes it out into his surab. Since that shtar has value now, because he could use it to collect, and without it he cannot. Therefore, he's chayav. Rashi says we're talking about the loiva, not the mal. We're talking about a special document that the loiva has in his possession that says he paid off already, and he uses that document to show other lenders that he's a trustworthy borrower, that he pays off his debt. And therefore it has shavios, it has chashivos, and your chayiv, you take that out, if you're surrounded, have a wonderful day.
No shirt on. And I got caught in the rim, bro. A rim is going out. There's just the way it's taking the people out. So I was caught into that shit, man. I was fucking scared. The one took me 100 yards. Oh man, I swear sideways.
Shabbos daf ayin tes. When it comes to hide leather, the shear is the size of a kameya in order to be over hitzah. From going from one domain to another domain, you have to take out the size of an emulet. Not only that, says Rav Nachman, this size of an emulet applies to everything. Whether this piece of hide is tanned, untanned, you want to tan it, you don't want to tan it. Not only that, if you're tanning hide, what's the shear to be high for tanning? The size of an emulet, of a kameya. Similarly, we say the same thing by spinning. The malachas of melaben, to clean the wool, menapets, to untangle, tzeveh, to dye, and toivet, to spin, are all the same exact shear, even though some of them are before the finished product, some of them are after. The shear is the same. Kisit kafel. This is a sit from finger to finger times 2. Anytime you find the inconsistency in the shiurim, that the shear is a lot larger before the finished product versus after the finished product, that is because people don't want to burden themselves with a small shear. They'll only take care of that melacha when there's a larger shear. For instance, 3 different examples the Gemara brings. When it comes to herbs, tzivei dies, before you cook the herbs, the shear is much larger. It's the size of a walnut, enough to dye a full svacha, a woman's cap. But once it's cooked, then the size is dugma li'ira. A dugma is a sample cloth that vendors will show different colors. Li'ira, the size that you put on the device that holds the Erev string that goes through the chassis. The end has a small piece of fabric that keeps the thread from unraveling. It's a smaller piece, much smaller than a svacha. And then again, that's because people don't want to bother with undone product, so therefore the uncooked samamanim have a much larger shear. When it comes to seeds, unplanted seeds, the shear is much greater than planted seeds. Unplanted seeds are either, according to Tanakama, enough to have a gregaris, slightly less than a gregaris. According to Rabbi Yehuda, it's 5 seeds. But once they're planted, it's 1 seed for a leek or a cabbage, according to Rabbi Akiva. Again, people don't want to be matriach themselves with 1 seed unless it's planted. When it comes to wastewater, we say that wastewater, the shear is a revius in order to knead clay. But once the clay is kneaded, then the shear is much smaller. It's the size of pikur. There are 3 levels, or 3 stages, that is, when you make hide, when you can hide. And they involve salt, flour, and gallnuts. If there's only salt, that's called chipa, and the shear of that piece of hide is bikameya. If there's salt and flour added, but no gallnuts, that's called diphthera. The shear of that is to write the main essential parts of the get, and the name of the person. If there's no salt or flour or gallnuts, that's called a matzah. It's plain, like matzah. And that the size is in order to protect a weight. That's a much larger shear than a kameya, and that's because it's moist and you cannot tan it. The tumah of medrus, when a zav anida sit or stand on a piece of fabric, leather, as we had the other day, maybe a week ago or so, is 3 by 3 tefachim for a piece of cloth, 4 by 4 tefachim for a sack, 5 by 5 for a piece of leather. All of a sudden now it's 5 by 5 tefachim for leather, and not the size of kameya. And the answer is because we're dealing with something that's cooked and really hard. The only thing you can produce from this leather is things like that. We said in the Mishnah that klaf is enough, shear for klaf is enough to write the smallest parish in the film, which is Shema. And the Brisa says the chsustos is enough to write a mezuzah. What's the chsustos? Well, the parchment comes in something called gvil. Separate the two You have the part closer to the flesh of the animal is called the stus, and the part closer to the hair of the animal is called klaf. According to Taisvus, and according to Taisvus, we write on the part that's further away, on the opposite side of the hair and the opposite side of the flesh. Tefillin are only written on klaf. Mezuzah, the maskan of the Gemara, is written on klaf, but also on the sustus. And Sefer Torah is written on klaf, the sustus, and on gvil when they're still connected. The sustus, which is not roi for tefillin, therefore it needs a larger shear, the size of a mezuzah. Sometimes you could call the parsha of tefillin by the name of mezuzah. For instance, the halacha is that if the tefillin has the ritzua, you shouldn't touch it. That's one of the 18 enactments of Beis Shammai. It's with top of the yadayim, the top of the hands for truma. The truma by itself, not. Rabbi Shimon says you have to touch the actual backs of the tefillin. Exactly says you have to touch the actual mezuzah of the tefillin, meaning the parsha of the tefillin. Rav says a statement. The sustus is like klaf. The start of the Gemara, what he meant to say is opposite of what we would think. That klaf is like the sustus. In other words, just like a mezuzah can be written on the sustus, it can also be written on klaf. The halacha is that Sefer Torah and tefillin that you're about to put in the shemus, you cannot cut out the parsha of a mezuzah and use it as a mezuzah, because malim b'kodesh v'lo reading, you don't go downwards in kedusha, you go upwards. We have to be talking about that the tefillin were written in a klaf, and therefore you could write the mezuzah, even a mezuzah, on klaf according to the mayor. The mayor holds that you could write a mezuzah on klaf since it's better for the mezuzah. It'll last longer. It's better protected like that. Have a wonderful day.
And that was a thing that I learned over and over. That to learn it, and after a while got good at it, Yeah, money got tired. But you guys are good, man. If you want to go, you're like a ugly guy, you want to hang out with hot chicks.
Shabbos daf pay. How much ink does one have to take out from Rosh Hashanah into Rosh Hashanah in order to be over and so 2 letters worth. It doesn't matter if it's dry, if it's in a pen or in an inkwell. 2 letters worth. The Gemara remains in a suffix. What happens if you take 1 letter's worth in a pen and 1 letter's worth in an inkwell or ink in a pen? A different combination. Take it. Says Rabbi, we know that when it comes to Hitzah, a person has to lift something up from Rosh Hashanah or Rosh Hashanah and place it down in the second domain. Writing consists of putting down. So if you're walking in Rosh Hashanah and while you're walking you write, it's as if you put it in its resting place in Rosh Hashanah. If you wrote 1 letter and in one awareness you wrote the second letter, however, by the time you wrote the second letter, the first letter dried up. The 2 letters do not combine to create a shear, and you are perfect. If you put down a half a shear in Rosh Hashanah, half a fig, and before you had a chance to put down the second half in order to be over, you lifted the first half. It's as if a dog came and consumed it, and the 2 halves do not combine. If a person puts down a half a shear in Rosh Hashanah, and he takes the second half, and he doesn't place it down, but he walks above the first half, and he's within 3 tefachim. You have the concept of lavud. Lavud within 3 tefachim is as if it was touching the other piece, and they combine for 1 shear in his chayim. If a person takes out an object, a half a shear into Rosh Hashanah, and another half a shear into a second Rosh Hashanah, they are mitzaref as 1. Yossi says if there's a reshus between them, it separates the 2 Rosh Hashanah and he's potter. What about a carmelist? If a carmelist divides the 2, that's considered another reshus, and therefore he's potter. Rabbi says a carmelist, since it's only the Rabbanan, is not mafsik. It's not considered another reshus. Rava says even a beam between the 2 Rosh Hashanah is enough to create a separation, and they don't combine, because we see in Gittin that if a husband gives his wife his domain just to be kind to get, and the get lands on a beam, it's not considered the wife's, because a beam is a different rishus. How much makeup, eyeliner, is 1 chayiv taking out? Well, it depends. In the cities where women dress more tznius, and they only showed 1 eye, so they would use eyeliner for 1, so the shear is 1 eye. Villages where they didn't have so much preachers, so they didn't have to cover both eyes. So both of their eyes were uncovered, and they would put eyeliner on both of their eyes. Therefore, the shear is for 2 eyes. The Mishnah tells us wax, the shear is a very small amount to plug a small hole that wine, which is very thin, come out of, not oil or honey. Glue, enough glue to put on top of a post to catch it, which is a lot of glue. Sulfur and tar. What they would do is they would have glass for mercury, and they would cover the flask with tar. Then they would punch a hole in the tar to let out the mercury, and then they would plug that hole with tar. So that plug is the amount of tar, which is a very small amount. Rabbi Yehuda is consistent throughout all the Mishnayos here, and he always takes the smaller measurement. We saw that by a gemi, a reed. The measurement according to Rabbi Yehuda was to measure a child's foot, and according to Chachamim, to make a loop on a sifter. When it comes to our Mishnah, charsis is crushed brick, the Tanakama says, to create the hole on a pool. And according to Rabbi Yehuda, it's to fix the foot, which is a smaller shear. This brings us to the base. How much hair are you chayav to take here outside? Enough to mix in clay. How much are you chayav for clay? Enough to make the pikur of the kur that creates gold, which is a smaller measurement. Lime, enough to cover a girl's finger. The Gemara tells us that a girl that isn't 12 years old and she's embarrassed from her hair, if she's young, if she's poor, she would use lime. If she's wealthy, she would use fine flour. And if she comes from kingdom, from the kings, she's a princess, she would use shemen hamar, like in Megillah Esther, shisha chadashim b'shemen hamar. What shemen hamar? Rav Huna bar Chia says it's perfumed oil. Rav Yirmiyah says it's olive oil, but didn't come to a third yet. It didn't grow a third. What does this lime do? It removes the hair and causes a glow in the skin. And the Gemara tells us that Rabbi, he did so for his daughter. He took limb by limb, one at a time, covered it in lime, and he was able to get a great guy for his daughter who actually gave him 400 zuz. There was a guy that noticed this, and he said, let me do this for my daughter. And he covered her in one shot with lime, and his daughter passed on. And he went around screaming, Bibi killed my daughter, Bibi killed my daughter. Says Rav Nachman, it's only Rav Bibi that had to do so because he drank a lot of beer, and beer causes the hair to become dark. And we've had in the Mishnah, Rabbi Yehuda says, how much lime? Enough for kilkul. And Rabbi Nechemi says, Andipi. What does this mean? According to Rav, Rabbi Yehuda is talking about to smooth the side of the hair down. And according to Rabbi Nechemi, it means to shave right over here, this area. Rabbi Yitzchak says, we're talking about a barrel. We're not talking about a head of a human being. And the barrel has 2 spigots. And in order to plug the spigot to fill up the barrel, he would put some lime in there, says the Gemara. But that's not going to hold. The wine will corrode the lime, and the wine will come out. Says Rav Kahana, we're talking about a measuring cup. In order to make indications in the measuring cup, for instance, in Beis Hamikdash, we had a measuring cup called a hin. The hin, halfway was for the par, a third was for the ayil, a quarter was for the keves. Or the pshat is a forehead. You put on the forehead. Says the Gemara a story about a forehead. In Golul, they asked the Golul, somebody that came from Golul, who came to Bavel, they asked him to darshan a Maisim Merkava, like we're going to have Bezer Hashem now in Shavuos, the Maisim Merkava. And he said, no, I can't. Because one shot is, he said, Reb Nechemia darshan in Maisim Merkava, and came a hornet and bit him. According to others, the shot is, he himself darshan, and a hornet came and bit him on the forehead. What's very interesting, that Ben Yoyada says, in the time of the Mageifa, you're supposed to wear a mask, not like we do today, over our mouth and nose, but rather on the forehead. And it brings this Gemara to explain that the forehead is where the Malach HaMavis sees a person's deeds. So if you cover the forehead, you won't have any clue. It says in the Mishnah, how about red clay? Rabbi Akiva says enough to seal a cargo sack on a ship. Chacham say enough to seal a letter, which is much less. Fertilizer and very thin sand. Akiva, enough to fertilize one cabbage or another sheet, enough to fertilize a leaf. You have a reed, a piece of reed. What can you do with it? You write. You can make a pen. And up to the joints in the fingers, machlekes, the Shiloh Gemara Teku is that the joint, the reed is too thick and you can't make a pen out of it, where it's broken enough to use it as fuel to cook the fastest cooking egg, which is a chicken egg mixed with oil on the stove, the size of a gregaris. Not an egg, the size of a gregaris. Thick sand, enough to have it travel full. In other words, sand is good for lime. That goes according to Rabbi Yehuda, that says that for Ben Abayis you cannot use lime. Or according to Rava, it goes according to everybody. In other words, sand is really bad for lime. And the sand, since you can't use lime by adding sand in our days, it makes the lime darker, and therefore you could use it. Have a wonderful day.
The ones I did, the first 4 or 3 come like one director wasn't bad. I like and they got something that comes from the editing. So he shoots everything. So let's say right now the shoot is so right. So facing this way, we'll shoot this scene. We'll shoot again. Just facing this.
Shabbos Pei Aleph. How much bone do you have to take out from one rishus to another rishus in order to be chayiv? Tanakama holds enough to make a small spoon, according to Yehuda, enough to make the teeth of a lock. Before you put those teeth into the lock, they don't serve any purpose, so they are tahar, they're not mekabel tumah. Once you put them into a lock, they are mekabel tumah. The pshutei kli etzem, simple pieces of bone that have no shape, have no form, are not like wood, they are like metal that are mekabel tumah. Once you attach them to a gate, they become they become attached to the ground. No longer can they be mekabel tumah. How much glass do you have to take out from one domain to another in order to be chayiv? Enough to sharpen a weaver's tool. Some say enough to cut 2 woven threads from the spool from the loom. A stone. How large of a stone are you chayiv on? Enough that has enough mass that you can throw it at a bird. According to Blessed Ben Yitzchak, it's enough to throw it at a animal, and it has to be significant. The animal feels it. How much? It weighs 10 zuz. Usually, stones are muktzah. However, when it comes to kavod habriyos, human dignity, Chachamim relaxed that restriction. Zunin came into the base measure and he asked, how many stones is one permitted to bring into the bathroom to use as toilet paper? So they told him 3, and it's the same achloikos. Meir and Yehuda when it comes to esrog. Meir says that esrog has to be a minimal of a walnut. Yehuda says a minimal of an egg, and the same thing applies here when it comes to the stones. Meir says 3 stones that are the size of a walnut. Yehuda says 3 stones that are the size of an egg. However, the Chachamim and the Yisrael told Zaynim that it's 3 different sizes. One is the size of an olive, the other is the size of a walnut, and the other one is the size of an egg, and you use them consecutively. Says Zaynim, wait a minute. Does that mean I have to carry around a scale? I have to get the exact measurements? So he said, you're right. The shear is whatever fits into your hand. We don't care. 5 stones, 2 stones, what size, whatever fits into your hand, that is the shear. Rabbi says, if it's a permanent bathroom, so whatever fits into your hand, because whatever you're not going to use now, you'll use later, so it's not muktzah on Shabbos for no reason. However, if it's not a permanent bathroom, then the shear is kechreya, like the compromise, meaning the middle shear. We have olive, walnut, egg. The middle one, the size of a walnut. Rabbi says also to use for toilet paper, you're not allowed to use something called pikes, which are pebbles that crumble. Rabbi says you're not allowed to. They would, in order, if somebody was constipated, they would massage with some sort of stone. So you're not allowed to massage on Shabbos with a stone or sand because of the issue of goizes you might come to shear here. If you do it till achar yad, instead of holding it with a full hand, you hold it with 2 fingers. That's mutter. If you take a mortar, which is designed to crush something, so it's pushing left of the issue, and you want to use that for toilet paper. If it has remnants that somebody else used it before, so nobody's going to use this any longer for klishim left of this, or you're not going to use it for food, then it's mutter to use it for toilet paper. What if it got washed off with rainwater? If you can still see some remnants, it's a mutter. You want to ask the kasha. There are 10 things that enhance or help the ability to have hemorrhoids. One of them is using a stone that somebody else used already. How can you say that you use it? So the one brings 3 through. It's also use a stone that somebody else used when it's waste, or if it was used on both sides, or it's a stone that somebody else used. And here we're dealing with a stone that you yourself used. What are the other 9 things? Gemara says if you eat reed leaves or grape leaves or rigid meat like tongue, esophagus, vesicosis without salt, the spine of a fish, herring that's not completely cooked, the sediment of wine, leaves, if somebody uses lime or earthenware for toilet paper. And some say even somebody that hangs himself, straighten out his neck in the bathroom. What about doing extra tirch on Shabbos, carrying up these stones for toilet paper to the top floor? Rabbi allows us, you see in the Torah was relaxed when it comes to Hashavas Aveda. If somebody's Zokim the Talmud Chacham doesn't have to return on Aveda if it's below his dignity, so too Chacham will relax when it comes to toilet paper. It's not similar to the case the Gemara says of somebody that got a piece of meat stuck between his teeth, also an issue of human dignity. He wants to remove it and he wants to use a splinter that's mukta. We don't care, we say you can't use it. Why? Because he should have been prepared with toothpicks before the meal, but when it comes to a bathroom, people don't know where they're going to have to use it. Maybe somebody will be occupied, they'll have to use a different bathroom. He can't be prepared. It's also to walk on a plowed field, even during the weekday, because you're ruining the other person's plow. On Shabbos, there's another issue of using a bathroom in a plowed field because you might come to take a stone and cover a hole. As we learned earlier, that consists of charisha. If it's in your house, that would be boina, smoothing out the floor. It's mutter to use a stone that has on the other side grass. If you pull the grass out, you're chayav on toilish. But we're not concerned you'll do it. It's davashin skaven, and it's certainly not a psikration. The more wants to bring a raya from here. In those days, they would plant planters that had holes in them and use them as kaparas, Rashi says. They take it and go around their head 7 times and say, Zechalifasi, Zeturasi, and throw it into the river, do a tashlif with the kaparas. You're allowed to lift it up on Shabbos even if it has grass growing on the bottom. Based on this halacha, that you're allowed to pick up a rock. Says Gemara, what's the connection? Stone, I need to do it, I need it right now for human dignity, but I don't have to pick up this. Abayi says halacha, that if I have this pot with holes on it, and it's on top of a stand, and I lower it to the ground, that would be planting on Shabbos. Now it gets more moisture out of the ground. And if the reverse was on the ground and I put it on a stand on Shabbos, that would be toilish. Both these surim would be only midrabanan. Rabbi says, not only is it usher to use earthenware during the weekday because of kishuf, even on Shabbos it's usher to use. You'd rather use a stone than earthenware, even though the earthenware is less muktzah than a stone because of kishuf. Rabbi explains Rabbi Yochanan that he's talking about the problem of goizes shearing here on Shabbos and it's davashin miskav and it's also. The issue is that Rabbi Yochanan passes like the Stam Mishnah. The Stam Mishnah holds that a nazar could shampoo his head even though he might tear out some hair by mistake. Davashin miskav is mutter, and now we're saying it's also. Rav Chizda and Rav Huna were on a boat. And Goya wanted to go onto the boat, and they said no. So she said, if you don't let me go on, I'm going to stop the boat with kishuf. And she did. She didn't let the boat go, and they said something, and it started moving. She didn't realize, and she thought that her kishuf didn't work. And she said, the reason why it's not working is because you don't use earthenware as toilet paper, and you don't kill a louse on your clothing, and you don't take out vegetables from a bundle before you untie it. In other words, the Gemara, it seems like from the Gemara that Rabbi Chana and his were over on these things, and that's why it did work, but she didn't realize it. Have a wonderful day.
Last week we had MMA fighter Mariano Mexican people. Pretty much most of my guests on my podcast are people I run into. You know, like I see somebody on my podcast big time. You know, big time stuff.
Shabbos Daf Pei Beis, the famous Rav Huna asks Rabbi, his son, I don't understand, why don't you take advantage of the Rav Chizda, who is extremely smart and sharp? Says Rabbi, because every time I go to him, I don't learn Torah. He teaches us how to use the bathroom, don't sit down quickly, don't strain yourself. The body has 3 shini karkashta, you might blow one out, you'll ruin the whole system. Says Rav Huna, you need to learn how to save yourself, how to keep your body intact. If a person has 2 options of toilet paper, one is a stone and one is a shard of earthenware, which one should he use? Earthenware is dangerous, it can cut you, this kishuf. A stone is muktzah. Says Rav Huna, use the stone rather than put yourself in sakana. Says Rav Chizda, no, it's better to use the shard than to use muktzah. In fact, the Brisa says just like Rav Chizda, you should use the earthenware. So what's Rav Huna going to do? Rav Huna will say that price is talking about earthenware that's not dangerous at all. It's nice and smooth. What if a person has two options? Grass and a stone. And according to the second Shana Rashi, we're talking about Shabbos. Grass is also slightly abrasive and dangerous. Machlokes, Rav Chizda, and Rav Amnuna. The big problem is there's a concept when it comes to toilet paper that you're not allowed to use toilet paper that's flammable. Why we do so today is a different problem. When Rav talks about it, the Ramah says that's what people do. Some say, how do we use grass as the Gemara? Because this grass is moist and therefore it's not flammable. A person needs to go to the bathroom. He needs to relieve himself and he holds himself back. Machlokes, what happens between Rav Chizda and Ravina? Either he'll have bad breath. Rashi explains the decaying food will rise, or he'll simply have bad body odor from the Bryce's mashma that is bad body odor. If a person physically can't relieve himself, constipated, number of tricks. According to Rav Chizda, he should stand up and sit down, stand up and sit down. In fact, Rabbi says, I saw with my own eyes in Arab that did so, and he spilled out like a pot that spills over. Rav Chanan says, a person not only should stand up and sit down, that's great, but he also has to walk a little bit. Find another place. And therefore, this fits into the halacha that if a person is about to have a very long meal and is embarrassed to stop in the middle of the meal and take a break, so before the meal, he should either walk 4 times 10 amos or 10 times 4 amos, which is helpful in the relief. The Mishnah tells us if a person has a piece of earthenware, shard of earthenware, what is the shear that would be chayiv for itself taking out from one rishus to another rishus? The Rabbi machlokes. Rabbi says enough that you can put between beams. We stack up beams. Rabbi says enough to hold a coal, fire. And Rabbi says enough to hold a revius of water. Rabbi says I have a zeicher, a hint from the pasuk. In the Torah, when the Navi talks about the Churban, the Akash Baruch Hu is going to destroy things to the point where you can't even hold a coal in a piece of earthenware. So you see, earthenware, in order to be chashav, has to hold a coal. Says Rabbi Yossi, but if you just continue to the end of the pasuk, it says, and Akash Baruch Hu will destroy to a point where you can't hold water in the earthenware. Rameir will explain that what the pasuk is saying is, first Baruch will destroy everything that has value, such as things that hold fire, and then he'll destroy things that even things that don't have value. From the pasuk itself, you can understand that Rameir's shear of holding fire is greater than the shear of a revius, because it just makes sense. The pasuk starts off with a large item. I will destroy the larger items. Then Akash Baruch will destroy the smaller items. Says Rabbi, and that's how you have to explain it in our Mishnah as well. We're dealing with a very large bonfire. You cannot walk over to a large bonfire with a small piece of shard earthenware and pick up a coal. You will get burned. We're dealing with a very large piece of earthenware so that from a distance you could grab a coal. And with that we finish the perek Hamoitzi Yayin, and we begin the perek Omer Rebbe Kiva. We're dealing with a bunch of Mishnayos that teach us where do we learn different halachas. Not necessarily have to do with Hilchos Shabbos. Eventually we're going to get to Hilchos Shabbos of Milah. And the first halacha is about Avodah Zarah. Rebbe Kiva says, I know that Avodah Zarah, ba'asmachta, not a mafurish pasuk, but some hint from a pasuk. Avodah Zarah is mitame b'masa. Maga is if you touch something. Masa, if you lift up the Avodah Zarah, even though you're not physically touching it, it's in fact, you become tamei, just like a nida. If a nida picks something up, or you pick up a nida, you become tamei, as the pasuk says, Tizrein kemoi davar. You should throw out the Avodah Zarah like a nida. Say to him, get out of here, tell the Avodah Zarah. The Bryce says that if a Jew built a wall, and then a non-Jew built 3 walls around his wall and made that wall that the Jew built into Avodah Zarah, and the wall fell down, the Jew can no longer rebuild that wall because he's helping Avodah Zarah. What does he do with the broken? First of all, he has to distance himself 4 amos from that wall and build another wall. But what does he do with the leftover stones? They are mitama, according to Rabbi Kiva, b'masa, just like Anida. Rabbi explains that according to everybody, Avodah Zarah has a hekesh to Nida, and therefore Avodah Zarah is mitama b'masa. Where is the machlokes? The machlokes is in a concept called Even Misama. Even Misama is a very large boulder that's suspended, and if there's a zav Nida on top, the unbelievable chiddush, the tumah travels right through the stone, which is typically not mitama tumah. Through the stone is mitama any kli that's below the stone. Machlokes is, do we learn that concept that is by Anida? Do we learn that concept to Avodah Zarah? Rabbi says yes, and Chachamim say no because we learn from a sheretz, and the sheretz does not have that tumah. What does Rabbi do with that hekesh that we learn from sheretz? That the Mishamshim Avodah Zarah, a kli that held Avodah Zarah, is not metama b'masa, but it's metama b'maga. And what do Rabbanan do with the hekesh of Avodah Zarah to Anida? That's metama b'masa, but there is no ever mesama. Why? Because Chachamim learn the hekesh of Nida, Avodah Zarah, that tells the concept of Eivar. That is, if a limb, Rahman Islam, is cut off from a Nida, that limb loses the Tumas Nida, gains a new Tumah of Tumas Abram and Achai, so it's Metama Ba'oil, the Masa B'maga, but not the Ever Mesama. So too, Avodah Zarah is not Metama, the Mesama, and is not Metama, the Eivar. The fact that Rav Chama, on tomorrow's daf, had a suffix whether or not there's a varim if a limb of Avodah Zarah is detached. It's one of these attachable Avodah Zarah's pieces come on and off. One piece came off. Is that Mikama Be'evar? Over here you see it's not, according to Chacham. Obviously we have to say Rav Chama was asking in Rabbi Akiva. Does Rabbi Akiva use his hekesh all the way through, even if it means that it will be a kula, by saying that there is no tumah on that Eiver? Lazar learns a whole new shot in the Gemara. According to everybody, there's no Eben Misama by Avodah Zarah. Even Rabbi Akiva holds there's no concept of Eben Misama by Avodah Zarah. So where's the machlokes between Rabbi Akiva and Chachamim? Whether or not there's Tumas Masa by Avodah Zarah. Rabbi Akiva says, yes, I learned from Anida that there's Tumas Masa. Rabbanan say, no, I learned from Sheretz that there's no Tumas Masa. And Rabbi Akiva learns the Hekesh that from Sheretz, that the Mishamshim of the Sheretz, the Kli of Avodah Zarah, is not Mekam Masa, and Rabbanan are going to learn the Hekesh Tanida that there's no Tumah Be'evar. Have a wonderful day.
Janet came through. Janet Jackson came through of all, and it was like the coach, which was called. Oh yeah, how?
We're continuing with Mishnayos for the theme. How do you learn certain halachas that are not necessarily connected to the Sefet Shabbos? How do you know these halachas not based on a limud, rather on a smachta, a good raya from a pasuk? How do you know that Shifat Zera, as the name implies, it's royal azriya, it's viable? How do you know that's a a woman 3 days after relations? Because it says in the pasuk, separate her and your wives for 3 days. And this is the reason, because we want the women to be the tahara during Matan Torah. How do you know you're allowed to be Mechal Shabbos and cook up hot water for a baby 3 days after Bris Milah? It says by Shem that Shimon and Levi waited for 3 days after the bris. When they're in pain, you see that 3 days after bris, the baby's considered a further shesh b'sakana, Mechal Shabbos in those days. How do you know that the Soyer HaMishtaleach, the Lazazel, the goat you throw off a cliff on Yom Kippur, you grab a band around its neck, a red band, and another band you tie to the cliff, and you watch the band change colors from red to white. There's a pasuk in Shai that says, if your sins are red, they'll turn white like snow. How do you know that on Yom Kippur, you're not allowed to anoint yourself, you're not allowed to put oil on your body, just like you're not allowed to drink? Because the word shemen and water come in the same pasuk, but coming to a mind pure bug, with a shemen ba'atz moisa. This is machlokes whether an anonymous Mishnah can be going according to two different Tanoim. If you hold that a Stam Mishnah could go according to two different Tanoim, so the ratio does not go according to Lazar ben Azariah, as you're going to see soon, who hold that a woman is only coming for 2 days, however she says 2 days. But the same if you go according to Lazar ben Azariah by Milah. You say the Mishnah has to go according to one Tana, so we have to switch the word in the ratio. Instead of saying that 3 days you're coming, you have to say 3 days you are coming. Rosh Hashanah, as we said, says that a woman who's let the zera is failed for 2 days. In other words, minimum 2 aynos, maximum 4 aynos. So aynos is night and day, 12 hours. If the relations were at the tail end of the first day, that leaves this person with 2 aynos only from the second day. If it was all the way in the beginning of the day, the relation, then she has 4 aynos. 2 from the first day, and 2 12-hour periods from the second day. Rabbi Shmuel says no, it's 3 days that she's coming. 3 days could maximum have three 24-hour periods of 3 times 12, which is 6 inos, and 5 inos if the relations were midday on the first day, or 4 inos if the relation was all the way at the tail end of the first day. Now you're left with only 2 24-hour periods of 4 times 12. But the Kiva says there's always 5 inos, regardless. It's exactly 60 hours from the time of the relationship until the time she's no longer coming. So even if she had a relationship a few hours into the first ino, we go a few hours into the last ino. It's always exactly 60 hours. According to Chachamim, it's exactly 72 hours, 3 full days. According to Rabbi Kiva, where did he get this 5 inos from? 5 times 12. Rabbi Kiva holds that Moshe Rabbeinu always ascended, went up to Shemayim at daybreak, and always came down at daybreak. Therefore, if Moshe Rabbeinu came down on the 4th day at daybreak, that's 12 hours into the 4th day, into Wednesday, because Wednesday starts at Shkia. Therefore, he's only left with 12 hours for Wednesday, plus another 48 hours for Thursday and Friday, a total of 60 hours. If these women went to the mikvah on Friday night, they are not completely covered. They're considered fully young. A woman has to wait until the sun goes down, but she went to the mikvah after the sun goes down, and therefore she has to wait until the following night, sundown. The problem is that Kabbalah Sakara was Shabbos morning. They were in a state of Tumah. Says the Gemara, that's not a problem. You could be Kabbalah Sakara in a state of Tumah. However, that never happened. There's not a single woman in Klal Yisrael that was in a state of Shuliyim. They all went to the mikvah. They were able to go before sundown on Friday, and therefore once sundown on Friday came, they were no longer a Shuliyim. They were completely caught. According to Rabbi Kiva, why couldn't I be supposed to do the Torah on Friday night? There's already a 60-hour period from Wednesday morning until Friday night. It's 60 hours. The answer is because the Torah cannot be given at night, as it says in the Pasuk, "Lo yinois will say to the Barti." The Prophet didn't talk in secrecy, didn't give over the Torah in secrecy. He wanted all the nations to see Matan Torah in broad daylight. So why couldn't Klal Yisrael go to the mikvah on Shabbos morning? Why did they have to go Friday night? The answer is, it doesn't make sense for some people to be going to the mikvah while others are going to Matan Torah. Explains Tosfos that if we would wait for these women to go to the mikvah, let's say it only took 5 minutes for them to go to the mikvah, that's 5 minutes of Bittul Torah for all Klal Yisrael. It can never be replaced. The machlokes of how long Tumah lasts by a woman, that's only by a woman. But by a man, everybody agrees that if the zera on clothing that's moist, it's mekama forever as long as it's moist. The water remains in a sucker. Is this halacha like that? The zera only remains for 3 days in a state of Tumah? Is that only because this woman is Jewish and she has mitzvahs that she is stressed out about, and therefore her body destroys the zera within 3 days? But let's say a Goya who doesn't have these mitzvahs, maybe the last one, or perhaps a Goya who eats shkatzim or mushroom, her body is also able to destroy the zera in 3 days. Another question the Gemara asks, what about an animal? The zera, is it an animal? Perhaps it's only a human being that traps the zera and doesn't introduce oxygen to it, and therefore it's destroyed. But an animal that doesn't have a pleasure, doesn't have a canal, perhaps the zera lasts longer. According to everybody, Klal Yisrael arrived in Sinai on Rosh Chodesh, and everybody holds that Matan Torah was given on Shabbos. Machlokes says Rabbi holds that Rosh Chodesh happened on Sunday, and Rabban hold that Rosh Chodesh was on Monday. According to everybody, the day they arrived in Sinai, Moshe Rabbeinu didn't say anything to Klal Yisrael. All he said perhaps was Schar Notice, but he didn't relay anything that was Baruch Hu told him to relate to Klal Yisrael because of the strenuous situation that Klal Yisrael was from the way. They were too tired. The following day, he told them, according to Rejoicing, that happened on a Monday. According to Rabbanan, that happened on Tuesday. The following day, he told them the mitzvah of Agbola, don't come next to Har Sinai. According to Rejoicing, that happened on Tuesday. According to Chachamim, that happened on Wednesday. And on the following day, he taught them about Hafrasha, separating wife. According to Rejoicing, that happened on Wednesday. According to Rabbanan, that happened on Thursday. So that is the machlokes, which we're going to discuss tomorrow, whether the pre-shah, the separation, was on Wednesday or given on Thursday. Have a wonderful day.
Japanese real estate. Reunion in New York. Some shit. Yeah.
Shabbos Daf Pei Zayin. According to Rabbi Yossi, Rosh Chodesh was on a Sunday. HaKadosh Baruch Hu commanded Klal Yisrael to separate from the wives on Wednesday, and Matan Torah happened on Shabbos. The issue is that the pasuk says V'kidashtem hayoim u'machar. Only 2 days separation. If so, Wednesday and Friday, Matan Torah should have been on Friday, not on Shabbos. The same issue is with the pasuk. On the third day, you were good to go for Matan Torah. Rabbi Yossi must explain that Moshe Rabbeinu added an additional day on his own. He said, tomorrow, when HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, tomorrow, he meant a full day, 24 hours. So therefore, if it's 2 days, it's 2 times 24 hours. I have to add another day, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu agreed with him, because in fact, HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave the Torah on Shabbos. This is one of the 3 things that Moshe Rabbeinu did on his own. HaKadosh Baruch Hu agreed with him. HaKadosh Baruch Hu agreed with Moshe Rabbeinu when Moshe Rabbeinu separated from his wife. If Klal Yisrael have a date with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, they know exactly when you're going to receive the Torah. HaKadosh Baruch Hu said you have to separate from the wives 3 days earlier. So I, Moshe Rabbeinu, who HaKadosh Baruch Hu speaks to me all the time, and I don't know exactly when he'll speak to me, I certainly should separate from my wife, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu agreed with him. You see that or Hel Peh Daber Boy. The Baruch said, I commanded Moshe Rabbeinu to do so. If Moshe Rabbeinu wouldn't have came up with this own idea by himself, HaKadosh Baruch Hu was mitzvah himself. HaKadosh Baruch Hu agreed with Moshe Rabbeinu when Moshe Rabbeinu broke the luchos. Moshe Rabbeinu made a cheshbon. If the Korban Pesach cannot be done by a mumar, somebody insults the derech, certainly Klal Yisrael or mumar, they did the egel, they shouldn't receive the Torah, and he broke the luchos, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu agreed, like it says, Asher Shibarto, Yasher Shibarto. I agree the fact that you broke the luchos. It says in the Brayso that on the Shlishi, the third day, and the Gemara explains, it's the third day from when Moshe Rabbeinu started talking to Klal Yisrael about Matan Torah, about the Schar and Oynash. It was the third day of the month and the third day of the week. According to Chachamim, that Rosh Chodesh occurred on Monday. So it happened actually, the third day that we're talking about was on Wednesday. We must say this goes according to Rabbi Yossi. By Yoshev Moshe Divrei Hashem, there's 2 psukim. One says Moshe returned to HaKadosh Baruch Hu with Klal Yisrael. So then it says Vayagid Moshe Divrei Hashem. Number of pshatim here. Rabbi Yossi Rehuda says that on the third day, HaKadosh Baruch Hu commanded Klal Yisrael on Hagbolah, don't touch the mountain. Rabbi says that first Moshe about the Oyne. Vayashav is Lashon Shibo Shoivavim, distance, keep away. And afterwards, Moshe Rabbeinu told him about the Sechar, about the award, like Vayaged is Lashon about Gada, things that pull people in. When you teach them Agada, people come close. And some say the opposite. First, Moshe Rabbeinu told him about the Sechar, about the award. Vayashav is Lashon of Mashivim. And then afterwards, he taught them about the Oynash, about a punishment. Vayagid is Lashon of Gidon, says Rashi, like bitter vegetables. Right, it says Shish on the 6th day. 6th day of what? Machloikas, according to Rabbi Yossi, it means the 6th day of the month and the 6th day in the week, on Friday. According to Rabbi, it's the 6th day from when they rested. And according to Rabbi Yaakov, the same day that they rested is the day that they left. And there's a fundamental machlokes. Klal Yisrael received Shabbos, the halachas of Shabbos before Matan Torah. The question is, what did they receive? Did they receive all the halachas, including Tchumim? Because it explains it means Vayitza, going, and they wouldn't be able to travel. And therefore, when they traveled on Sunday, means they traveled and they rested in the same day. Or perhaps they received Hilchos Shabbos, but they didn't receive the Isra of Vayitza and Tchumim. Therefore, it's possible that they traveled on Shabbos, they still didn't have that Isra. It says in the Brayso that first Nisan the Klal Yisrael left Mitzrayim. First they shefted the Korban Pesach. That night was Makas Bechoros, and the following day, on the 15th of Nisan, they left Mitzrayim. And we know that whatever day of the week, 15th of the month, falls out, that means Rosh Chodesh is that same day. Bryce says that was a Thursday. They left on Thursday. That means Rosh Chodesh was on a Thursday. If Rosh Chodesh is on a Thursday, then the following Rosh Chodesh is always either one day after that Thursday or 2 days after the Thursday, depending if it's a full month or a missing month. So if it's a 29-day month, then it's 1 day later. Nisan is always a full month. That means that if Rosh Chodesh was on a Thursday, the following month Rosh Chodesh was 2 days later on Shabbos. Says the Gemara, and if Rosh Chodesh Iyar was on a Shabbos, so the following month Rosh Chodesh Sivan was on a Sunday, because Iyar is a chassid and it's 1 day later. Shabbos means the following Rosh Chodesh is on a Sunday. Now, according to Rabbanon, that Rosh Chodesh fell out on a Monday, you have to say that they made us another Ibor Chodesh that year on Iyar, and therefore Rosh Chodesh came out on Sunday. And Rosh Chodesh Sivan on. The Torah says, "Vayibah Chodesh Harishon, Lashon HaShenish, Be'echad HaChodesh." The second year, the first of the month, Hukam HaMishkan. That's when the Mishkan was permanent. So not only did they put the Mishkan up, but there's 10 things that happened. Number one, it happened on a Sunday, the day that the world was created. Second of all, that's the day that the Nisim broke the Rabbanos. Third of all, that's when the Kohanim started doing Avodah. Fourth of all, that's when they started bringing the Rabbanos of the Tzibur, like the Chamin. That's when fire came down from Shemayim. That's the fifth thing. Sixth thing was they started eating Chachim with in the closed area of Mechitza. Seventh thing is the Shechina Shari in the Migdash. The eighth thing, started doing Birkus Kahanim. Ninth thing is there's the Isra Bamas. And 10th, that was the first of the Dashim. There's a rule that if Yom Tov falls out on a certain day this year, we know that last year the same Yom Tov fell out 4 days earlier, and if there's a leap year, 5 days earlier. So the Torah tells us specifically that Rosh Chodesh Nisan on the second year fell out on a Sunday. Then we know that the year before it fell out on a Wednesday. And if Rosh Chodesh Nisan fell out on a Wednesday, the following month, Iyar, always falls out 2 days later in the week, because Nisan is a Molech, so it fell out on Erev Shabbos. If that's so, the following month, Sivan, is 1 day later in the week, because Iyar is a Chasser, so Sivan fell out on Shabbos itself. That is not with Rabbi Yossi, not Chacham. Rabbi Yossi come after the answers. Rabbi Yossi is going to say that year happened to have 7 missing months, and if I'm going to say that there was 8 months, and that fills in the gap. Have a wonderful day.
Oh, but there's something about Rothschild. I was talking to a lady that now. You ever go do comedy somewhere? Yeah, you leave there, you forget about it. You go to second line. There's some homes you go.
Shabbos Daf Piches. Today's Daf is one of the classic Dafim in Shabbos with many valuable life lessons. But first, we need to take care of the sugya that we started yesterday. It says in Seder Olam, which coincidentally was written by Rabbi himself, and that's the focus we have right now between Rabbi and Rabbanon. It says Yetzias Mitzrayim happened on the 15th of Nisan, which occurred on a Friday. And as we know, if the 15th of the month is on a particular day of the week, that means Rosh Chodesh is on the same day. So that means that Rosh Chodesh Nisan that year was on Erev Shabbos. We also know that since the Nisan is a full month, it's 30 days, the following month must come out 2 days later in the week, which would be on Sunday. That's Rosh Chodesh Iyar is on Sunday. Therefore, the following month, Rosh Chodesh Sivan, since Iyar is a chasser, 29 days, that means the following month is going to come out 1 day later, not 2 days, 1 day later in the week, which puts Rosh Chodesh Sivan on a Monday. And that goes according to Rabbanan. Although Rabbi Yossi wrote this goes according to Rabbanan. This is a verse that says, when Rabbeinu went up Shemayim on Monday, he came back down. He went up on Tuesday, and came back down, told us about the mitzvahs Hagbalah like we had. He went up on Wednesday, told us about Afrasha, separated from your wives, and came down. And on Thursday, he built a Mizbeach. That's the day that the Pastor said Na'aseh, and he was not going to say. Bryce continues and says that on Friday he didn't have time. It doesn't mean that that's when Matan Torah was anymore. It means a concept of preparing for Shabbos. Here, even Mishra Rabbeinu had servants, he himself prepared for Shabbos, didn't have time. And now, the beginning of a sugya of Agadita with law, somebody from Gal came and stood over a Chizda and he darshan said, look at how beautiful these things given in threes. Tanakh, Torah Nevi'im Sugim is three. Klal Yisrael, Kayin, Kehanim, Nevi'im, Yisraelim. Moshe Rabbeinu was born third after Aaron and Miriam. The Torah was given on the third after Afresh. This goes according to Chachamim. That's 2 days of separation. And on the third day, Matayra, in the third month, Nisan here, Sivan, the third month. Vayisatz v'tach Sahar, the famous Gemara. Baruch Hu's Chafa Aleim Har Kigish. He picked up Har Sinai and put it over them and threatened them. If you recall the Torah, great, not Shom Yet Rastam. That's where your burial will be. Rabbi Yaakov says, this is a great excuse for Klal Yisrael. Klal Yisrael was forced into the mitzvahs. Therefore, you can't come to them with any complaints. Yet, later on, 950 years later, approximately, in the time of Purim, Klal Yisrael re-accepted the Torah out of love and not out of fear. It says, we say it in Kiddush Yom Hashishi. What's the hay? That the 6th day of creation corresponds to the 6th day of Torah was given. Meaning, God made a deal with nature, with earth, and said, if Klal Yisrael accepts the Torah, which that is the reason why I created this world, then I will keep you in place. But if they don't accept the Torah, I'll put you right back to tell you the life. When Klal Yisrael said, Na'aseh v'nishma, 600,000 Malachim, corresponding to the 600,000 men of Klal Yisrael, came down and put on each Jew 2 crowns, one for Na'aseh and one for Nishma, and then by the Shetah Egel, 1.2 million Malachim came down and took away those crowns. And Har Sinai is where they got the crowns, and Har Sinai is where they took the crowns. And Moshe Rabbeinu was Zoichet to take all the crowns, but Las Lavai, Baruch Hu will return the crowns to Klal Yisrael. Baruch Hu told Klal Yisrael, he gave you the secret, and you say, Nasa, we will do, and then understand what you have to do. You learn this from the Malachim, and the Malachim also, they do before they understand what they need to do. Like the Pasuk says, like an apple, it explains referring to an esrog. An esrog can live on a tree from year to year, you don't have to pick it off. So the fruit comes before the leaves. Like Klal Yisrael said, Nasa before Nishma. It was a min, a kaifer who saw Rava sitting on his finger and crushing his finger while his finger was bleeding because he's speaking and learning, and he didn't realize that he was bleeding. And the min tells Rava, I'm a pziza, you're an impulsive nation. You say you will do before you know, and here also, you sit down on your finger before you think. And Rava said, we're a nation that goes after Baruch Hu out of love. We know that Baruch Hu is not going to steer us wrong. He wants our best interest, and therefore we didn't need to know what it says in the Torah. We know that it's a gift for us. You, on the other hand, you will go to mine. Baruch Hu says, I fell in love with because of one of your eyes, but after you did Torah, after you kept the Torah, it's b'shteinai in both of your eyes. These are so many Shirim. The Gemara tells us that Klal Yisrael acted like one of the worst things possibly imaginable. Is a kala to do a zana under a chuppah. In other words, Klal Yisrael, as they received the Torah, they were getting married to the Torah. They went and had an affair with Avodah Zarah, with the Egel Azar. It's like Hakadosh Baruch was sitting by his chuppah, and we come and we give our perfume somewhere else. Yet Hakadosh Baruch Hu didn't write in the pasuk his sriach. He gave us a nice lashon called nasa. And this is one of the most famous, amazing Gemaras. How does a Jew act when somebody insults him? Well, there's 3 levels. There's people that are insulted and they don't respond. That's a tremendous level. There's people that hear their shame, which is even worse, and they don't respond. And the 3rd level is even greater than the first 2. And that is, you hear your shame and you take it with love. You take that shame and you say, I deserve it. And then that the Torah says, the first creation that was insulted was the sun, insulted by the moon, and the sun didn't respond. And what happened? The moon was reduced, and only gets its light from the sun that didn't respond. The Rothschild says every word, every one of the Aseret Sadiros that came out of his mouth, split into 70 languages for the nations. The Torah had a marshal, the Nimshal, a prince to kill at will and let people live. And so too, if a person learns Torah, my meaning, which is right, in other words, with all his might, he tries to understand Pshat and Torah and to understand the secrets, then it's the gift of life. On the other hand, if people learn with the left, they learn in order to outdo somebody else and to show them up, that will cause death. So Hamar Doidili Ben Chodayolan, even though the Lord was upset at us because of the Egel, nevertheless he commanded us to make the Mishkan, which resembles Shodayim. Every word, every Dibur of the Search that Rabbi Baruch Hu said, the entire world filled up with perfume, and Chai Yisrael's Neshama left them, and they were backed up 12 mil to the end of the encampment. What happened was, Rabbi Baruch Hu brought a wind, got rid of the perfume, and then the next word brought in more. Rabbi Baruch Hu was Machayim Mason with the dew, and then he again said another Dibur, and then he died. And the Malachim, they encouraged Klal Yisrael to walk back like a mother encourages her child to walk. When Moshe Rabbeinu went up to Shemayim to receive the Torah, the Malachim said, "Why would a human being get this Torah? You waited at Hakadosh Baruch Hu 974 generations. Why would you give it now to Bas V'Dam?" And Hakadosh Baruch Hu, Moshe Rabbeinu answered them. Moshe Rabbeinu was fearful to answer them. So Hakadosh Baruch Hu told him, "Hold on to the piece of covet." And Moshe Rabbeinu said, "Look at the Torah. Nothing in the Torah really is appropriate for Malachim. You don't have parents, you don't have Tzitcha Kina, you don't have a Yitzhara, you don't have Shabbos, you don't work." And they agreed to him, and they all gave him secrets of their own, including the Malach HaMavis, taught Moshe Rabbeinu how to use Kairos to save Klal Yisrael from the pandemic and tell him exactly where to stand between the alive and the dead. And that had a wonderful day.
You get a good job, and they get you off, and then the second time I did a county year, 8 months. After that, they give you that little gang enhancement. You know what I'm saying? You get a badge. Yeah, right. Payaso. And then you got arrested. How long after that? Once a day. Well, I already got arrested.
Shabbos Daf Test was continuing with the beautiful Agadah Gemara. Shimon Levi said a number of statements. After Moshe Rabbeinu came down with the Torah, Hakadosh Baruch Hu made sure that the Yitzhara was occupied and didn't realize that it was given. And the Yitzhara suddenly realized that it's not a Shemayim. He says, "Where's the Torah?" He says, "I gave it to the earth." He goes down and he asks the earth, "Where is it?" I don't know. He goes to the ocean, to the Tahaim, to the depths, the Gehenna. Nobody knows where it is. He goes back to Jerusalem. I searched everywhere. He says, "I gave it to Ben Amram." We know Amram is one of the 4 tzaddikim that never sinned. I gave it to his son. And Tzara goes to Moshe Rabbeinu and says, "Where's the Torah?" Moshe looks at him and says, "You think I'm worthy to have the Torah? I don't know what you're talking about." The Baruch Shalom heard this. He says, "Moshe Badoyata, are you saying a lie?" He says, "Moshe Rabbeinu, you delight with the Torah every day. You have a chemda v'nuza, coveted, beautiful Torah. You think I'm worthy of having the Torah?" And the Baruch Shalom says, "Since you put yourself down like that, I'm going to name the Torah after you. This is the Torah Moshe Avdi." At a certain point when Moshe Rabbeinu was in Shemayim, he noticed that the Rebbeinu Shalom was writing Sarim, crowns, like we have Tagim, Shakis, Gats, little Tagim, a couple of letters. And asked the Rebbeinu Shalom, "What is that?" It's the whole Gemara Menachas. But the Rebbeinu Shalom tells Moshe Rabbeinu, "Why do you say hello to me? It's their cheretz to say hello to somebody. It's Moshe Rabbeinu. It's not their cheretz for a servant to say, the master, hello." The Gemara tells us when it says in the pasuk Vayara Ha'am Moshe Rabbeinu was delayed in his coming down from the mountain. That's why his eyes called. It says the Gemara Moshe is a lotion of Kol Sheikh. The 6th hour of the day, noon came and went, and Moshe Rabbeinu didn't come down. Tells the story. The Yitzhara first asked Klal Yisrael, "Where's Moshe Rabbeinu?" Now Moshe told Klal Yisrael when he came down after 40 days. She wasn't found. Klal Yisrael thought he meant a day earlier. And the Yitzhara made an evil in the world dark, like a cloud, and he confused Klal Yisrael. He says, where's your Rebbe? They didn't listen to him. He's dead. They didn't listen to him. And finally he showed them a depiction of Moshe as if he's dead. And then they realized that perhaps he's not coming back. Rav Kahana says that the word Sinai perhaps means that Nisim inhabited Klal Yisrael. That doesn't really fit the word Sinai. The Gemara says Siman type doesn't fit in. So the Gemara says, what does Sinai mean? That's the mountain that caused Sinai in the nation. Once we got the Torah, they did was Sinai Klal Yisrael. We see the same thing by Rabbi. He says There were 5 names in the midbar, 5 different locations in the one midbar. One is called Midbar Sin. That's where the Tzivoy, that's where the commandments of the Torah were given to Israel. Midbar Kadesh. Israel became Kadesh. Kedmos is where the Torah that was there before the world existed was given. Number 4 is Para. Para, after they separated from their wives, go back. And Rashi says that every woman became pregnant with a Ben Zachar. And finally, Sinai. Sinai, from the Goyim to the Yidden. One man Omer says the name is Sinai, but we call it Chayrev. One man Omer says it's Chayrev, but we call it Sinai. And Chayrev is a lashon of Purva, of destruction to the Goyim. Pasuk says, what's the lashon? God is telling Yisrael, go and be rebuked. Maybe it should be come and be rebuked. Explains the Gemara, the Gemara tells Yisrael, go to Avram, your forefathers, and get rebuked, get your father. Yisrael does revenge land. Why should we go to Avram? Avram heard that we're going to be in slavery for 400 years and he didn't down for us. Yaakov, Yitzchak, gave the brachas to Esau and he didn't down for us. Yaakov knew about before Goliath and he didn't down for us. We want you, we want rebuke from you. Baruch Hu said, if you want rebuke from me, you have to open the shana, if your sins will be red, the shell will be then I'll whiten them like snow. The Lord tells us an amazing thing. Baruch Hu went on Avram and said, what should I do with these sins? And Avram said something incredible, hard to understand. Wipe them off the face of it. They deserve to die. People should know that to do that. That's what happened. Prophet didn't like that. So maybe I'll get a better answer from Yaakov. I'm going to repeat the same. Yitzchak was our best defense lawyer, and he told the Rothschild, says, if a person lives for 70 years, the first 20 years, you can't give him an einish, and it's brought down, this is the side of, until 20, you don't get an einish. You see it in different places in the Torah. 25 years out of the 50 people are sleeping. So now we're left with 25 years. Out of the 25 years, 12 and a half, you have to do your personal things like davening and eating and going to the bathroom. So you left with 12 and a half years. Either you were punishment on the responsibility of 12 and a half, or split it 50-50. But even if we split it 50-50, by Yitzchak, I was mocking myself by that Heda. I deserve a little bit of credit. And that credit should go towards Klal Yisrael. Says the Gemara, Klal Yisrael started calling Yitzchak Avinu Ata. You're our father. Yitzchak says no. I want to show you, point out, it's the Rabbi Shloila. Ki Ata Avinu. Ata Hashem Avinu. Ve'aleinu Me'elim Shema. You are Baruch Hu. You are Hashem. Says Rabbi Yochanan, Yaakov Avinu, when he went down to Mitzrayim, he should have gone down with Shloshis Barzel, like a prisoner in metal chains. But because of the Schos, this supposed to save them, he didn't have to. And now we are back to Masechta Shabbos. Says the Mishnah, what is the amount of wood that one takes out into Rishus Harabim, another domain in Yitzchayev? When it comes to wood, we had it already when it comes to reed. When it comes to wood, it's the amount of wood that it takes to cook up the easiest egg to cook, which is chicken egg, and the amount would be a great gerus. The size of its right fit. This is the fact that we learned the same halacha by reed, and that is because by reed you can't do anything with reed. But with wood, you still can do. You can make teeth for a key, for a lock, and even so that you can make a key for a lock, the shear is the shear of bishul of food of ingredient. Once the shear of spices enough, the spice, this easy egg, this chicken egg, 2 different spices can combine with each other as long as they are all from the same category. They're all there to sweeten or to salt the food and have a wonderful, wonderful day.
Texas has so much comedy. It's pain room. Pain. Texas State. A bunch of them. Like on Conroe, like fucking Midland. I did every other.
Shabbos Daf Tzadik will continue with the different amounts necessary in order to be chayav on itself from taking something from one domain to another. The Mishnah talks about things that you could create dye with. The peel of a pomegranate, the peel of a nut, satis, pua, and the shear is pisvacha. Svacha is a head covering that women wear under their head. Pisvacha is the opening of that covering. That's a larger shear than if the dye is already made. Then it's dugmali ira, which is a sample that merchants have of their garment. Ira is a weaver's bobbin, which is the device that holds the thread when they throw the thread through the loom side to side. It's a smaller piece of fabric. Meraglayim, these are stain removers, and the shear is also pisvacha. According to Rashi in the Gemara, it's when the meraglayim is at least 40 days old. According to Pesach, from 3 to 40 days old. Rashi is in another place. Nesser, says the Gemara, this is also a stain remover. It has to be from Alexandria. Boris, the Gemara translates as aloe vera. There's 2 types of aloe vera. In order to be chayiv in Shemitah, it has to be a vegetable, something that grows in the ground that has roots. Therefore, when the Gemara says that they added virus to Shemitah, it cannot be that it means it is sulfur, because sulfur obviously doesn't have roots. Moya is shleif duds, which Rashi says he doesn't know what it is exactly. The article says possibly sulfur. Ashlai, which translates as shoshana, which is in a pearl, which is removed with a very sharp metal object. Hilbel, some sort of pepper. The shear is koshu, a very minor amount, and they use it as a mouthwash to remove the odor in the mouth. Idron, which is zephet hard, again, it's koshu. It's used for migraines. Certain besamim, koshu, anything that has a bad smell is used to chase away mazikim from sick people and young people. Make smelling oils, fragrance, argamon, which is purple dye, which also has a nice fragrance, koshu. A young rose, one petal of a rose is the shear. Different metals, the shear is koshu, very small amount, enough to make a prod goat. If somebody says, I want to donate metal to the base of Hamikdash, the amount would be 1 amma by 1 amma, enough to make a kalya oira, chase away the ravens which have sharp spikes. In Earth, when we learned another sheet that means a physical bird growth. If somebody takes out copper, how much copper? Enough for ma'a kesef. Lezer says not less than a small copper fork. What you do with it, you can clean out a menorah, the wicks, etc. Avni Mizbeach, the stones of the Mizbeach, the dirt of the Mizbeach is kosher. If you have cane, secret Torah, and the mantle, the covering of the secret, they decay because of a worm called mekek, it's because you have to do miza to it. The Gemara tells us there are different types of worms for grapes, for figs, pomegranate. They are all extremely dangerous. The Gemara tells us a story that Kalman told Rabbi, I just ate a fig and it has thorns in it. So Rabbi turned to others and said, this Kalman is going to die because it's not thorns, it's a worm called puff that drills holes through a person's neck. Rabbi says, we're also chayiv on Misham Avodah Zarah, things that hold Avodah Zarah. He argues with what we learned earlier in the Masechta that Misham Avodah Zarah has no value at all. He also knows since it says possibly the yod from the ummah, you have the key to get rid of it, so it has a purpose. Says the Mishnah, if a person takes out a box full of samples, you only chayiv 1 chatas for all the samples. The big thing is priceless, as Pesach explained, is that even if you have an awareness between sample and sample, you do this carbon on 1 sample, and then you realize if you got the second sample, you're still potter. Whereas if it wasn't in the box and you had an awareness in between 2 different items, you'd be chayiv 2 chatos. Different seeds. One man knows the kind of combination says it's a little bit less than a gregaris, a dried fig. The Yudah says it's 5 seeds, whichever is less. If you have seeds of cucumber which have a lot of value, and they are royal in in other words, you could plant them. Not that you are going to plant them. It's 2 seeds. If you're going to eat them, it's 1 seed enough to fill a pig's mouth, which is 1 seed. If you're using the seeds for, and these are seeds of bait, you're using it for fuel, then it's enough to cook this easy egg, which is a chicken egg. If you're using it for math to keep count of something, it's either 2, or according to Acher and Rabbi, it's 5, because you don't need 2 seeds to count. You start losing count after right around 5. If it's a seed of a pumpkin or a pumitzri, it's 2. This that fertilizer and thin dirt, you learn whether it's enough to fertilize 1 seed of a cabbage or 1 seed of a leek. That's because you already planted it, and as we said earlier, once it's done, and this year is much less. You're going to plant, and you need at least 5 seeds or more. If one takes out around 2 years of a horse or a cow, you're chayav. Why? You can make traps for birds with it. The very hard bristle on a back of a pig is 1. Palm tree leaves or palm tree vines, the leaves are 2, the vines are 1. A live grasshopper, if it's kosher, you can eat it. It's kosher because you give it to your child to play with as a toy. Once it's dead, now it's food. The shear of all food is berger. There's a grasshopper called Tziperis Ramin. Whether it's alive or dead, the shear is kosher, a small amount, because you use it for refuah. Rabbi says you can find it in a very young palm tree that has a single vine. What you do is you use it for a memory. You cut it in half, you eat half, the right half, the left half you put in a small copper tube, you seal it many, many times. The Gemara says 60, Rashi says many times. You put it on your left arm, and then you learn as much as you want. All that learning you're going to remember forever, provided that you eat the left side. If you don't eat the left side, you will lose everything that you try to learn. Kalakama says, you don't give a non-kosher grasshopper to a youngster because it might die and the child might eat it. Rabbi says, since it's a toy for the child, instead of eating the grasshopper will utilize the grasshopper, give the grasshopper hesped. Therefore, there is no concern. Have a wonderful day.
See some people play it. Crack some jokes, in the worst case scenario, I'm going to check something little like that. It's the crack joke and mingle.
Shabbos Daf Tzadik Aleph. As I do every day before the shir, I read some emails. I'd like to start reading a synopsis of an email. So send me in your name, where you live, how the 8 minute has inspired you, or whatever. I'll try to get to it. We're starting a brand new paragraph in Tzniya. Up until now, we learned different foods, different items have different shiurim for what it is that you have to take out from one rishus to another. So it says the Mishnah, that's all good for regular people. If you yourself decide that a certain item is valuable, you put it aside, you store it, and no matter what size it is, you pick it outside into Sarabim, you are chayiv. For instance, you set aside seeds for planting, or for a sample, something for a sample, or for medicine, then it's valuable to you. You are chayiv. Your friend, on the other hand, that same item that you think is chashuv, for him, he is not chayiv. What if you take something out, let's say to plant, and then you change your mind, you want to bring it back home. And now it's no longer chashuv, you're not planting. The shear goes back to the original shear. Let's say by seeds, 5 seeds, the size of almost a gregaris. Abai explains that we're talking about where he took this seed and he threw it back into his house and landed. It has its own specific place. And that is the chiddush that nevertheless the shear reverts to everybody else's shear. Abai explains the Mishnah that we are talking about a case, the beginning of the Mishnah, where a person set aside, let's say, a seed to plant before Shabbos. And on Shabbos he forgot why he set it aside and he brought it outside. Nevertheless, he is chayiv because his original machshava remains. And a person always does based on his original machshava unless he has an opposing machshava. He undoes his machshava with another machshava. Let's say a person, since his intent is so important, and he can create an object just by thinking that this object is important, what if a person does the reverse? He says, for me, the entire contents of my house is important. Anything less is not important. We're talking about somebody, Bill Gates, a billionaire. Says the Gemara, since it's very rare to find somebody who would say that you need an enormous amount of things to take out, and only then it's chashav, that's batal daita. But to say that one seed is chashav versus 5 seeds, that we can find plenty of people. Rabbi says, and Rabbi is the author of our Mishnah, he says even one kernel of wheat, you are chayiv if you're taking it out, the plant, in order to tell us a chiddush, that it's not anything less than a gregaris, meaning you need at least an hour's worth, but even a kernel's worth is what could be mechayiv. The Lazman Azari says the shita, we had this earlier in the Sefta, if a person decides that this kernel is chashav to him, he wants to take it out and plant it, then this kernel becomes also for the entire world to take out and plant. As we learned in the first daf of the Shabbos, in order to be over hitzah, whether it's taking out from one domain to another domain, or even walking down the Amos, you have to do 2 things: akira and analacha. You have to lift it up, walk the Dalet Amos into the next rishos, and put it down, or walk into the next rishos and put it down. Rav Nachman tells us that even if you have 2 different intents, one by the akira and one by the analacha, when you did the akira, you think to yourself, you want to eat this item, and it was the proper size of your geras that has the right shape. You took it outside, and then before you put it down, you switched your intent to plant it. That doesn't ruin anything. You are chayiv. What has a shayla? What happens if he takes out a half a shear, a half a gregaris, with the intent to plant? So far, you would be chayiv. This half a gregaris blew up to full gregaris, and then he switched his intent to eat it. The worst suffix is, when he took it out, he didn't have enough of a shear. It was only half a shear. Later on, he grew. So perhaps in that case, we're not going to agree that the 2 machshavas, the 2 intents, are not going to start this. Perhaps they can be true. And if you say that you are chayiv in that case, what about if the reverse case happened? In other words, he started out thinking that this full sheer gregaris food, he wants to eat it outside. Then it's shrunk. And only then he switches his intent to plant it. The first initial machshava intent is no longer here. He wants to eat it, and he can't eat it. If he left it as is, he wouldn't be chayiv because there was no sheer of a gregaris. He had to switch his intent. Perhaps in that case, he's bugged. And if you would say he's chayiv, what happens in the case? When he started out with a full shear, as he was walking, he shrunk a half a shear, and then afterwards he grew back to the full shear. You say, Yesh Duke Shabbos, that Shabbos is pushed off for the time being. When it shrunk the shear, it pushed off, like we say Yesh Duke by Karbanas and Mitzvah sometimes. What remains in the Another incredible shaila in the Gemara, what happens if a person has less than an egg's worth of food in a house with his dead body? That less than an egg's worth cannot be the common other food. So he goes ahead and he throws a piece of olive size onto that egg, and now together you have a full shear becoming. But this is on Shabbos. We say that olive's worth, since it had the ability to make an egg's worth for tumah, so now it's a chashav piece. It has worth, and therefore to be over on Shabbos, you need a larger shear than a olive. You need a gregaris when you grow and land. Over here, since it did something, it accomplished something, that's enough to be chayiv. Don't bring rice in the Gemara from lechem upon him. If you want to be fair on a tzad Shabbos, you have gregaris. But when the question is, when you take out lechem upon him, you are chayiv immediately on a kazayis. For yotzei, not for Shabbos, for yotzei from the now that kazayis will chayiv, and you should also be on Shabbos, but that's not the only way we're going to do that. So the reason why I say when you go out just of the Azara, if it does the Russian, for instance, you're chayiv on yotzei. In order to get to Rosh Hashanah, it's further to happen in different states. The Mishnah, the bird takes out food from a Rosh Hashanah and puts it on a stoop. This stoop says the Gemara is a caramel. Can't be Rosh Hashanah because then you're over from taking it from Rosh Hashanah to the Rosh Hashanah. And it can't be Rosh Hashanah because you'll be right away if you take it out from your house and drop it on the stoop. So the stoop is a caramel. What happened was you took it from your house, put it on the caramels, and then it had to stop there. And from that point, you are putter, and even if somebody else took it on the stoop, it's not your putter because it stopped in the middle. That's the one continuous traveling. What happens if you cook food and he pushed it out of his house where it's mostly on the skufa. This is already Rosh Hashanah. Says the Mishnah, you are not chayiv since there's part of the tree is still inside that house. The Nazai holds, by the way, that if you are going from a Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah and you walk by in a skufa, you are putter because walking is prohibited. When you have your feet on the ground, it's as if you stop. How much does it go like that? This explains our Mishnah. If the kli is ma'agid the food, does it cause the food to be warm? In other words, what happens if in the case it says that our Mishnah is only talking about a case where there are long food converts or long food, so some of it is indoors and some of it is outdoors. But what if you have a food for small food, where some of the foods are in the Rosh Hashanah? So since you can be because that food is already outside. The kli is ma'agid the food. The kli makes all the food warm. So even though yes, you have one mustard seed or one fruit that's outside, nevertheless, we don't look at the seed, we look at the whole thing, and the whole part of it is inside, and therefore your partner, the Mishnah seems not to say, like, not like Chizki, not like your reverend, each one will explain the Mishnah, add a word to make it fit his way, and with that, we'll finish today. Have a wonderful day.
Let's say you get fucked up, you cat fall out of a bag, and you smoke fucking cigarettes. Something that gets no chip. I was like, I wish I had every single it's like, I don't know.
Shabbos Daf Tzadik Beis. Please send me in some emails with pictures, or even without pictures. Tell me where you learned David Daf, how it inspired you, your name, where you live. I'll try to read it out. We learned an amazing halacha about a person who steals a pouch of money. As he lifts it up, he's over on Geneva. When he takes it out from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, he's over on Eitzah. Those two things happen at two different times. However, if he dragged the pouch out from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, stealing the money and the Isser Shabbos come simultaneously, and then we say, Kamlei b'the Rabbi, he's only chayav on the greater Isser, which is Isser Shabbos, which is a Chiyuv Misa, versus the money. The other one holds, everything that's in this pouch goes by the pouch and not what's in the pouch. So all the money is in the pouch, and you're only chayav once the entire pouch comes out of the Rosh Hashanah into the Rosh Hashanah. However, if the opening of the pouch faces the Rosh Hashanah and he has access to the money, he's chayav on Neva before the pouch comes out completely because he could access the money. So they don't happen simultaneously. However, if the pouch is flipped over, although he has access from the back, but we're dealing with larger pieces of silver, says the Gemara, and therefore we go by the money. Since some of the silver is in the Shayachid, he's not chayav until everything comes out. The Gemara says, what about the shnatzim, these drawstrings that close the pouch? If part of the shnatzim were inside Rosh Hashanah, that would mean eged klishmi eged, and the entire pouch is considered Rosh Hashanah. You have to say that the shnatzim were folded over, or there are no shnatzim at all. Abaye and Rava reversed their shittas later on in life, and Rava holds that eged kli, and Abaye says eged loishme eged. Therefore, we have to flip a memra of a machik between Abaye and Rava. Rava holds that if you have something in your hand and you go from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, since eged guf loishme eged, your hand doesn't go by your body, so you're chayav right away by putting it into Rosh Hashanah. We're talking about that your hand is within 3 tefachim of Rosh Hashanah, so it's as if you did hanacha. And Abaye says the reverse. Now we're going to be dealing with the halacha of la'achar yad. We all know the halacha, if you touch muktzah with your elbow, perhaps you're not chayiv. It comes from this mission. You are chayiv on a yitzah when you do it in the typical manner. You carry it with your right hand, with your left hand, you carry it in your chest like you carry a baby, you carry it on your shoulders like b'nei hostage in the midbar. But what if you carried something on your feet, in your mouth? It's not food. In your marpeg, according to Taisvis, armpit, or in your elbow, you carry something in your ear, or in your hair, or you have an upside down money cup. You carry between your belt and your garment, and in your shoe or sandal. These are all shalei kedera, and you are putter. Leza says, although Rosh Hashanah is up to 10 tefachim, if you carry something above 10 tefachim, and that's how b'nei kastin, you are chayav. He says Moshe Rabbeinu must have been at least 10 amas high. which is about 20 feet tall. And that is because Moshe Rabbeinu himself put the Urias HaMishkan atop the Mishkan, and that was 10 amos high. Therefore, we could assume that all of these were approximately 10 amos tall. And they carried the Mizbeach on their shoulders. And we know the Mizbeach was 10 amos, and you typically carry something 2/3 below your shoulder and 1/3 above. That would leave 3.3 amos, which is 20 tefachim between the bottom of the Mizbeach and the ground. And we're looking for a raya that carried above 10 tefachim. Here's a raya that carried almost 20 tefachim. Now, if you're going to tell me that Moshe Rabbeinu was different, he was really tall, because the Shekhinah Shayran, and somebody who's the Shekhinah Shayran has to be taller and wealthier and smarter and stronger than everybody else. So I'll say, okay, let's say that all the Levim were average height. They were, to be honest, approximately 6 feet tall. Don't forget, they also carried the Aron. The Aron was only 9 tefachim. Another time, but it was 9 tefachim. And if you do 2/3 below the shoulder and 1/3 above the shoulder, it comes out that there was 11.3 tefachim between the bottom of the Aron and the ground, because the shoulder was approximately 18 tefachim tall. Rabbi says that even Anshe Hutzah, the people of Hutzah, used to carry things on their heads, like barrels of wine and oil. If someone like that went out on Shabbos with something on his head, he would be bothered, because Baba Dad basically calls them, they are the minority and we don't go by them. If somebody wanted to take out a fanny pack, a wallet, and put it in back of him, and it came out to go to the front of him, he is chayiv, because he only intended to do a shmirah tusa, to watch it not the best way. The front is a much better shmirah, and therefore he's certainly chayiv. But the reverse, try to put it on the front, and it flipped to his back, he's potter, because it went from shmirah me'ula to a shmirah tusa. And according to Rabbi Lazar, it's two different man'armim saying this. The Mishnah says an interesting notion. The MS Amru, the word tells us that means this is halacha. A woman who wears some sort of undergarment, Rashi says it's like pants, and she puts like a spoon or something between her pants and herself. The typical derech is that it's going to reverse it, to go from the front to the back. And therefore, she is chayiv, because that is the derech. Rabbi says even the mail couriers who run and bring letters for the king, they have a tube, they put the letter in, and that tube will flip from the front to the back, from the back to the front, and therefore they're chayiv. According to everybody, if somebody put something, a fanny pack on his back, and it remained on his back, according to everybody, he's chayiv, because his intention was done as he intended. According to everybody, if you do something to la'achar yad, you carry something on your ear, you are potter. The machlokes is, if the belt is flipped over, your money belt is flipped over. According to Rabbi Yehuda, that's similar to somebody who went out with Chatchila putting his money belt on his back and he stayed on his back and he's chayav. According to the Chachamim, that's still considered la'achar yad. That's not the normal way to wear a money belt, because the money can fall out if it's upside down. Therefore, you are potter. The Mishnah tells us two people who've done a malacha, who carried it, and they both get carried by themselves. It's very strange for two people to carry something really light. Therefore, according to the kind of our Mishnah, Rabbi Yehuda, they are potter, as well. Potter, because it's very unusual to carry like that. However, if it's an extremely heavy item, like a beam, like Yikuli Tvela, where one person by himself can't carry it, you need a second person. So that's the normal way to carry it with two people. So according to Reb Shimon, you're potter. He has a special limit, as we're going to see tomorrow. And according to Yehuda and Rabbi, you're chayiv. What about a case where one person is really strong, he can carry the other person? He's carrying it with one finger, or he's not that strong. According to everybody, the person who carries is capable of carrying it, he is chayiv, and the second person is potter. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Tzadik Gimel. How's everybody doing? The pasuk says, "Nefesh achas hechta ba'asoisa." There are three words here in the singular. According to Reb Shimon, they come to exclude any time a person does a malacha with someone else on Shabbos, he's potter, because the Torah says, "You do it by yourself, you're chayiv." They come to exclude three cases, starting from the least chiddush to the biggest chiddush. Case where one person does the akira and the other person does the hanacha. Both potters. Second case, if both of them are capable of carrying this item by themselves individually and they do it together, that's different. No one really carries like that. The biggest chiddush is even if it's a very heavy item where you typically need two people and that's how people carry things, a heavy refrigerator, two people. Nevertheless, on Shabbos, both of them are potter. Rabbi says, I agree to you that there are three miyutim in this puzzle, all in red. However, two of them are referring to the case of Shnaim Shasu, and one of them is talking about something else. So therefore, according to review, the two easiest cases are excluded, and therefore, one person does Akira, one person does Anocha. Or in the case where both of them can carry the item by themselves, both potter. The third meal comes to say that if Sanhedrin made a mistake, he said, for instance, you could eat chaleb, and you go ahead and you eat chaleb, you are. Meir says no. This pasuk only has two words. Nefesh achas, together it's one meal. Bas says a meal by itself. Therefore, I'll exclude if one person does an akira and one person does an akira. In that case, potter. But in the two other cases, zeyachal, or zeyachal, both cases, you have chayil. And the second meal of the pasuk was to exclude the case where Bez made a mistake, and made a mistake, and you ate chayil because of them, you are potter. In a case where one person can carry the weight all by himself, the other person does not, he cannot, let's say he lends one finger or he's physically too weak, the person who can carry all of it by himself is chayiv. The person that's helping out is potter. The question is, why is he potter? He helped out, he carried someone. The answer is because Misayeya, the helper, is as if he's a nobody. He doesn't carry anything. And the Gemara goes on to prove it in three different places. Now, look at that by a zav who sits down on something or lays down on a baguette, he's mekamed a baguette the measures, provided that he puts most of his weight on the baguette. So let's say he's laying on a bed and you put a baguette on each one of the legs. He's not putting all his weight on each one of the legs. He's only putting down 25% of his weight. However, if you were to remove one of the legs, the bed will collapse. Therefore, we view each leg as if it's carrying all of the weight, and all four begadim are coming. However, when it comes to an animal, since an animal can balance himself on three legs, all four begadim are taught. The question is why? Why don't we view each leg as a helper, as a messiah? The answer is messiah, and therefore we all taught. Perhaps you'll say, I'll tell you why they're all taught. Because it's a suffix. Maybe he lifted up his leg, the one that you think the baguette is coming, that leg he lifted up. The answer is, when it comes to a zav, when we have a suffix, we say everything is coming. For instance, if the zav lays lengthwise on a table, like in the blue arrow, the table is coming because all his weight is on the table. If he lays on the width of the tables, all five tables, they're all covered because each one is only carrying a fifth of his weight, and that's fair. But let's say he fell asleep and you don't know which direction he went. He started out lengthwise, but perhaps, or he started out for the width, but perhaps he went to the length. We don't know which way he went, and therefore all the tables are covered. So we should say the same thing about the animal. The answer is because he said, even if the animal put the weight down, it's Messiah by Mamish, he's just the helper, and that doesn't happen. Rabbi says that a horse, when he leans forward on his forelegs on a beggar, they're metama, but his hind legs are not metama beggar. And a donkey is the reverse. And we don't say, perhaps, by a horse, for instance, the hind legs should also be metama, because they are helping the sayeya, ain't by the avoid on the base of Migdosh, if they had them put where shoes, their feet have to be flat on the surface of the base of Migdosh. What if you put one foot on a stone or a bench? Well, if you remove that stone or bench and the plank to keep his balance, his avoid is question. The question is why? The bench was Messiah, help him out. He put some of his weight on it. The answer is Messiah ain't by malice. Halacha is when the blood comes out of the base of the shchita, you have to catch it with a cleave, you have to hold the cleave with your right hand. And if your left hand assisted in catching the blood, Kabbalah said that. About this question, why? It's Messiah, who was helped by the left. The answer is Messiah ain't by malice. This is Machlokes in Rameir when he says, Zeyachal, Zeyachal. Two people who are very capable of carrying an item all by themselves, and they help each other to carry it. According to Rameir, they are both high. The question is, do you need this item to have two shirim, two dried figs worth, one fig for each person, or they share the chiyuv in one dried fig? And the Gemara brings three rides to this as well. First ride is from the case that we had before, when the son is laying on a bed. You say that all four talesos that are under the legs are tummy, but we don't have four zavim here. Perhaps you should need 4 shiurim of zav. You should have 4 rows of zav. You have one zav that provides tumah to all 4. You see that one shear is enough. If a deer was trapped in a house, you close the door, you are chayiv. 2 people close the door, they are potter. But if the door is very heavy, they are chayiv if they close the door. The question is, but you only have 1 deer. You should need 2 deer for 2 people. The answer is, all you need is 1 shear. Another raya. If 2 people stole an animal, they shechted the animal, they are chayiv 4 times if it was a sheep, 5 times if it was an ox. The question is, why? You only have 1 shechita here. You should have to have 2 shechitas in order to be chayiv the 2 of them. The answer is, one shear is enough for 2 people, and so too in our sugya. The Gemara wants to bring a raya from a reed that helps out on the loom. If 2 people carry it, they are chayiv. The question is, perhaps have a raya. There's not enough material for both of them. And the answer is, perhaps we are talking about a case that there's enough material, so that's not a good raya from there. It says the Mishnah, if a person takes out a kli into Rosh Rabbi, and in the kli there's food, but the food is not a proper shear, it doesn't have a full fig's work. So he's putter on the food, and he's also putter on the kli because the kli is secondary to the food. If a person takes out a live human being on a bed, he's putter for taking out the human being and putter for taking out the bed. The bed is secondary to the human being, that's why he's putter on the bed. But the human being is a new concept called chai noises atzma. The live person assists in lifting himself up. You're not carrying dead weight. You're carrying a live person, which is lighter than a dead person, because he assists with the gravity or whatever you want to explain. And therefore, you're putter on him, and therefore you're also putter on the bed. However, carry a dead person, you are chayiv on the dead person. If you take out a kazais of a dead person, or a kazais of a nevela, or a kadash of a sheretz, you're also chayiv on Shabbos. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Tzadikei. I'm going to try something new, to do a synopsis of emails that I read during the regular shiur. It's my privilege, as the first email, we'll read an email from a boy named Moshe Mosbach from Yerushalayim, a 13-year-old boy. He sent it to me 2 days ago. And he writes that he's had 24 surgeries to correct the rear syndrome that he has, yet he learns the daf, he learns the full shear, and then he does the 8-minute as a chazara, and he writes, learning the daf has made me feel so good about myself. So we wish you, Aaron Mosbacher, a tremendous amount of atzlacha. Hope to see you live at the shiur. And here's a picture of Aaron that he sent me before and after. Such a zisa guy. So let's jump into the Gemara. We have 2 Lashonos here. Rabbi Oven, in the name of Rabbi Chanina, says that when a woman braids her hair, she's over on the isser of oire, weaving. And she paints her eyes blue, that's kaisav writing. And she just bekesses, she parts her hair, that's tefillah spinning. The woman says, but that's not how people spin and weave and write. Rather, Rabbi in the name of Rabbi Yisrael, and he says braiding and bekesses parting the hair is binyan. As a Baruch Hu braided Chavos here, and the Torah calls it Piyasa, which the translation is Piyasa, to build. And Pecheles, painting one's eye, is not Ksiva, rather it's Tzivia, dying. As the Gemara says, one should not put blush on their face because that is dying. Reb Shimon ben Lazar says that when a woman does these 3 things, Gudelos, Pecheses, and Pecheles, when she does it to herself, since it's not a perfect job, she's potter. She does it for a friend, that's where she's chayiv. Milking an animal, or making cheese by putting milk on top and having the water come down, and migavin, which means to take the curling of the milk and putting it together. The shear is a gregaris. To sweep a floor, to sprinkle water on a dirt floor, and to break apart a honeycomb and eat it, according to Rebbe, that's a this is the right side. As the Torah says, Yaris Bash, the forest of honey. In other words, it's like taking off a fruit from Yontif, because this is the right. According to Rabbanah, it's only Shavuos, it's only this is the Rabbanah. One tells this amazing story. Nachman bar Guria came to a certain city, and they asked him, "What is the issue of chayla, of milking a cow? What's the issue of migat?" He didn't know. He said, "What's going on here? Is your Rebbe a Tanya? Was he a beet chopper?" He He didn't teach you. So he went around and he asked and he found out. Milking a cow is mafarid. It's the malacha of Dutch of extracting one thing from the other. The malacha of mechabetz is boirer. You're taking the milk, you're pouring it, and out comes the whey, and the cheese remains on top. And megavin is taking the big pieces, the curled pieces. That is boina hedil. Amir says this issue of sprinkling water on a dirt floor is only a dirt floor because that's mashkei kumais. That is boina according to Rabbi. But sprinkling water on a tiled floor, 100% mutter. Where does this Rabbi Sva told Ravina, I see you suffering from the dust, you have an allergic reaction or something. Why don't you do it? Pretend that you're washing your hands in this corner. The water will fall on the ground. Pretend you're washing your face over there. At the end of the day, you'll have water all over. Lord tells us that Aishas Talmud Chacham, the wife of Talmud Chacham, the daughter of Talmud Chacham, they know this trick. You wash dishes in this corner, then you go to the next corner, and at the end of the day, your floor is watered and the dust goes down. Lord tells us, since La Halacha, we pass like Shimon, the Davar She'enim Skamen is mutter. If you don't intend to do that halacha, so over here, you intended to get rid of the dust. It happens to be that the water fell on the ground and straightened out your floor, but it's not necessary that's going to happen. Sometimes it happens and it doesn't. It's mutter. Says the Mishnah. There are two types of flour pots. One has a hole in it, one does not have a hole. The one with the preparation, it could have that hole on the side, on the bottom. Sometimes it's considered as if it's part of the ground, it nourishes from the ground, and therefore, if you remove a fruit from that pot on Shabbos, it's like removing a fruit from a regular tree. However, if it doesn't have a hole in the bottom, and it's separated from the ground, there's no issue on Shabbos with the Raisa, with the Rabbanan only. Shimon says there's no difference. All pots are not considered attached to the ground, and if you remove a fruit from a pot, even if it has a hole, you are part of it. The only part of Shimon makes the distinction is when it comes to machshur fruit, the kabatum. That is, in order for fruit to be kabatum, you have to introduce them to one of the 7 liquids. If they are attached to the ground, it doesn't matter how much liquid you pour in it, it's not kabatum. However, if it's in a pot that doesn't have a hole in it, then it's not attached to the ground. Since it's not attached to the ground, you could introduce water to it. It says Reb Shimon. In this case, I agree that if it has a hole in it, it nourishes somewhere from the ground. It won't be mikabel tuma even if you pour water on it. The Gemara brings a story from Abu Sab, or sometimes it means Eliyahu Hanavi. As for Zera, what if the hole has a root coming out of it? It's poking it, it's directly by the hole. Does that nourish from the ground? And therefore, Reb Shimon would agree that's considered attached to the ground. Reb Zera didn't have an answer. Later on, Abu Sab, I heard Reb Zera saying, if this pot has a hole of an olive's worth, then it's considered completely not a pot, and it's nourishing from the ground. He says, I don't understand. Halachically, you said it's not a pot, it nourishes from the ground. And when it literally nourishes from the ground because the root is poking out, that you don't know? And Rabbi explains, well, the case was where the hole was all in the bottom and it wasn't even able to hold a revius of liquid. Says Rabbi, there are 5 levels of holes in the ferrous, in the earthenware, that have different halachas. First of all, before we even get to the level, we have to talk about something called a distus, a broken piece of earthenware. The only thing you can do with it is put it under another vessel that has a tiny hole in it, and it will catch the liquids. If that gistra has a hole in it, then it's a goner, because you're not going to put one gistra to catch the liquids that are coming off a broken gistra. They're both broken pieces of shards of earthenware. You toss them out, they're not mekabel tuma. Now let's talk about the kli itself. If the kli has a small hole that water leaves it, then it's mekabel tuma like every other kli, and it can even receive the mechatos from the paradum. However, if the hole is large enough, and this is level 2, that water could go in, which is a much larger hole than water coming out, then it can no longer receive mechatos. However, it's considered that the kli is not attached to the ground, and as you said before, it cannot be mashur fruit. If you pour water on them, then they are mekabel tuma because they are not attached to the ground. The third shear is if a root pokes out, small root. Now it is considered attached to the ground. It can no longer be mashur mekabel tuma attached to the ground, but it's still considered a kli as mekabel tuma because it can hold olives. Fourth shear is that if it has a hole the size that olives come out, then it's no longer a kli for anything, unless you specifically designate that kli to hold pomegranates. fifth shear is if it has a hole that large, and even pomegranates fall out of it, there's no way out of it. It's completely not helpful. And finally, the halacha is that if an earthenware kli has something in it, and it's in a room with a dead body, typically the oil hametz will go into the kli and be metama with it. But if it's sealed, it can protect that tumah. What if it has a hole on the side? A hole on the side doesn't make a difference. It has to have a hole on top and the entrance. What if the hole is so large that it's as large as 51% of the whole kli? Then tumah will come in if it's a very large kli. If it's a small kli, if that hole is as large as a pomegranate, then the tumah will come in even from the side. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Tzadik Vav. Today's synopsis email comes from David Meshulam Weiss from Muncie, and he writes, "My highest compliments to you on this wonderful shir that you share with me and thousands of others daily. It really enhances my learning. It's an excellent review of the daf. Thank you, David Meshulam." Also, a quick shout out to our great friend Shlomi Klein from Crown Heights. The Gemara tells us that in order for a kli, a flower pot, to be considered attached to the ground, it must nourish from the ground. What size hole does this flower pot must have in order to be considered attached to the ground? Machlokes, Rabbi Yossi bar Oven and Rabbi Yossi bar Zavda. The Gemara is not sure exactly who says what. It's either one says the size of a pomegranate, which is very large, and the other one says the size of a small root. It's mikatzel katzel from side to side of two very different shiurim. And the way to remember these two very interesting shiurim is the famous line, Echad HaMarba, Echad HaMameh, U'Bilvat Shechav English Shemayim. Hakadosh Baruch Hu doesn't care whether you buy an expensive carbon or a cheap bowl of flour, as long as you have the right intent. Eliezer holds that when it comes to earthenware, once the kli has a hole the size of an olive, it's no longer makabel tum. It's not considered a kli, even if you designate it and say, "I want it to remain a kli, I want it to hold pomegranates." Unlike Rabbi yesterday, who says that typically the kli is bottle, but if you have the right designation for pomegranates, it will remain a kli. And with that, we finish Perek Hamatzniya. Unbelievable! One more perek down, and many more to go. Perek Hazorik, dealing with throwing items, continuing with the theme of Yitzhak, taking items out from one Rishus to another. If you throw from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabim, or from Rishus HaRabim to Rishus HaYachid, you are Chayav. If you go from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaYachid, and there's a Rishus HaRabim between, pretend you're throwing from one side of the street, from your house to your neighbor's house across the street, you are potter according to everybody. Why? Because in the Mishkan, they never through or passed from one side of the other. The way it worked is they pull up with 4 wagons. 2 wagons were attached to each other, and the other 2 attached to each other, and they would pull up to the Mishkan. Let's call set number 1 northbound and set number 2 on another lane going southbound. They would pass the beams onto the first wagon and to the back of the wagon. We go from the front to the back, but never from the wagon on the northbound to the wagon to the southbound. Therefore, if you're going to pass from a porch to another porch on the same side of the street, you are chayav, because that's how they did it in the Mishnah. But if you're going to pass from one side of the street across to the other side of the street, you are potter. According to Chachamim, they never threw in the Mishnah. It would be very difficult to throw these beams, which might have weighed anywhere between a ton to 4 tons, according to Rebbe Galinsky, extremely heavy. And it wasn't coveted, according to another Pshat Rashi. Daladam and Beis Rashi says they broke because they were concerned to ruin these beams that were covered in gold. So there's no throne going on. According to Rabbi Kiva, it's also to go on Shabbos. Moshe Rabbeinu advised to stop bringing it from their Rishus HaYachid, where they lived was Rishus HaYachid, to his camp, which was considered Rishus HaRabim. And his Gzeir Shava from what Moshe Rabbeinu said, Yom Kippur, just like Yom Kippur, the actual day is also to do Malacha, so too, that day Shabbos was also to bring the items, not because he had too much, but it was also to bring. And logically, we say, since it's also to go in this direction, from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabim, it's also to go from Rishus HaRabim back to Rishus HaYachid. However, that's called a Kolma. The Av, the main halacha, the main isser is going from Rishus Hayachid to Rishus Harabim. So, if a person committed these two acts in one awareness, he did it. He went from Rishus Hayachid to Rishus Harabim, he did achnasa from Rishus Harabim to Rishus Hayachid. He's only chayav one carbon because they're both in the same category. One is the Av, the category, and one is the Talda, the subcategory. You do an Av and a Talda, you only bring one carbon. If you were to do two separate malachas, like Haitzah, bringing wood in to Rishus Harabim, and then Boirer, you would be chayav two karbanas, even if it was in one awareness. However, according to Rabbi Eliezer, who says, if you do an Av and a Talda, you chayav two karbanas, so you do Haitzah and Achnasa, you chayav two karbanas. The difference between and Talda is that the Av was what they did in the Mishkan, it was an important lacha, versus the Talda, which wasn't done in the Mishkan, that's why it's called. If somebody throws an item in Rishus Harabim and it sticks to the wall, like wet toilet paper or a juicy fig, if the wall where it's stuck to is above 10 tefachim, it's no longer Rishus Harabim, and it's not Rishus Hayachid because Rishus Hayachid has to have 8 plates, it has to have square tefachim, and this is on the vertical. If it landed on top of the wall, that would be a different story. So therefore, it's as if it landed in mid-ear and he's potter. However, if he threw it and it landed below 10 tefachim is considered part of Rishus Harabim, therefore he is chayav. Where do we see the concept of throwing in the Mishkan? There wasn't any throwing in the Mishkan, says the Gemara. Therefore, we must say that the throwing from Rishus Hayachid to Rishus Harabim is halacha l'Moshe Messina. You might say, well, they did throw in the Mishkan. They threw the buchir. That's the device, the barber's, the weaver's bob, or the shuttle that goes. It has the Erev thread, and it goes through the chassis back and forth, and they would throw it. But you would hold on to the thread. But perhaps it was the end of the thread. So you threw it 4 hours. Well, the actual loom is considered a makom k'ul, not a Rishus Harabim. Therefore, there's no right from it. Perhaps you'll say that as they were using the loom, one would borrow from the other and say, hey, pass me the hook here, pass me a needle. And they would toss each other. So you see, there was tossing. That can't be either because everyone in the Mishkan had their own hook here, a needle. Everybody had their own kalim, as the pasuk says. There's machlekes. In this week's parsha, we're going to be learning about the Mekoshesh Eitzim. What exactly did the Mekoshesh do? 3-way machlekes. One man Amar says, Shmuel says, he was over on Eitzah. He walked in Rishus Harabim 4 hours with the wood. The Brisa says he cut the wood, Kailish. And Rabbi says he piled up the wood, Shiz Ma'amar. What is the difference what he did? The difference is, if we know what he did, then we know in Megillah Skarim it says there's 1 out of 39 malachs, you don't get a punishment. Now we know, according to whatever the Ma'amar, whatever you hold, let's say you hold the Mekoshesh did Ma'amar, be sure it's not Ma'amar. Ma'amar there is oil. Kailish is for sure. Who was the Mekoshesh? Rabbi Akiva says the Mekoshesh was Slavcha. Rabbi Yehuda ben Tzira did not like that. He said, if Hakadosh Baruch Hu didn't put in the Torah, he wanted it hidden. Why is he telling people that? And if you are wrong, then you're going to get an Einish being Mitzi Laz on Slavcha. Similarly, we see by Aaron and Miriam. It says in the pasuk, Bob. It says Rabbi Akiva, they both got tzaras. It says Rabbi Yehuda ben Tzira, you have no right telling Israel that Aaron and Miriam got tzaras. Hakadosh Baruch Hu wanted it hidden. And if you're wrong, you're Mitzi Laz. So what does he do with the word Bob? So Bob gave him the Nazifa, gave Aaron Musar. He never got tzaras. A wonderful day.
Because it was, I didn't get a medal. No, I got a medal.
You got experience.
And I did something. I was doing a talking lab. About success.
Shabbos Daf Tzadik Ches. Today's email comes from David Gladstone from Cedarhurst. After giving his own Var Torah, he writes, just want to say how much I love the shir and helps me start my day off with Torah. I do sometimes join the regular Zoom shir in the middle of my day, but recently everyone has been booking meetings at 2 p.m. May you continue with this great shir, David from Cedarhurst. If somebody takes an object, throws it from one Rishus Harabim through Rishus Hayachid into the second Rishus Harabim. The trick here in this brisa is that in the first Rishus Harabim, it only traveled 2 amos, traveled through the Rishus Hayachid, and finally in the second Rishus Harabim, travels an additional 2 amos. According to this brisa, the 2 amos plus 2 amos and the 2 Rishus Harabim combined together to make a shir of Israel. But we don't say that since it went from Rishus Harabim into Rishus Hayachid, it's chayav right away on Achnasa.